Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but yesterday ultimately concluded in tragedy. That is because Fluxo and Mouz left with only feelings of regret as the first two teams to have their dreams shattered and end their roads in elimination. Whilst two teams booked a ticket home, however, ENCE and G2 earned what money cannot buy, a place at the legend stage of the Blast TV Paris Major. Onwards and upwards for them as their hopes of trophy glory edging ever closer as we head towards that legend stage. Joining myself, Rose Spears, down here on the desk, I've got Pimp and Maui Snake to open up the day. Gentlemen, it's been fun so far here in Paris. Highlights so far, Maui.
Highlights. Fluxo winning a map against Liquid. That was a highlight for me. I thought they were all looking at Fluxo as a 0-3 team, so for them to even actually punch above their weight to find that single map victory, it made every single person, every citizen of North America sweat a little bit. It made us all think about, is this patriotism really worth it?
I found it hilarious how bad Liquid have been so far in this tournament. I'm not going to lie. That's the other route to go with this one, a little bit more dark, so to speak. The way that they're playing, the way they're conducting themselves, the way they almost lost to Fluxo yesterday, Liquid will have to step up massively if they want to stay alive in this tournament. So to me, that's been a highlight.
Their pain. Definitely. So we can take a look at those results from yesterday. Obviously, we opened up with those best of ones and best of threes, which were elimination and qualification going forward as well. Let's talk about the kind of best of ones just to sort of preface everything so far. Obviously, those were deciders. I feel like one of the games that we saw, the NIP game just yesterday, that was probably my favorite game that we've witnessed so far in terms of that best of one category, right? There was so much going down in there.
In terms of pure entertainment, that was excellent. Overtime, I think that's probably the first map we've had of overtime, or at least that I've seen. And for that one, we saw a little bit of star power from all these guys. And I just like when we're seeing teams that are starting to trend upwards, that are actually exceeding our expectations, that are playing better as a unit, that actually seem to have a purpose and some idea and what kind of identity they're forming, Pimp. Like when this NIP team came out, I didn't know what, I didn't know what was going on. They looked so bad, and I'm glad to see that they're peaking for the right moment here.
It's finally coming together for NIP for sure, and what better moment to do it than the Blast TV Major. So yes, it's exciting, and as you said, Freya, it's only heating up now. Today we only have elimination games or qualification games, so it's going to be pretty hot in here, I think.
Yeah, literally everything on the line. We can take a look at the challengers teams, and unfortunately, those teams grayed out. They are eliminated from the competition. I don't think it's too surprising to see Fluxo in that category. Many 0-3 pickers rejoicing, unfortunately for the Brazilians there, but with Mouz as well, that's a surprise. Let's keep on talking about Fluxo though, because this was a very interesting game, particularly as they were going up against Liquid, a team that we didn't expect to find in this situation, and losing a map to Fluxo as well. That's not good.
Very important for Fluxo to at least leave this tournament with some sort of success there. Say, you know, a map win against Team Liquid, even though Liquid is struggling right now, is not to be discounted or discredited by any means. But overall, you look at the results, the way they lost to Pain Gaming, the way they lost to Monte as well. I think they were down 14-3 in that game. It was abysmal for Fluxo. So I think it's fair enough they're out, but I'm happy to see they at least put up a good fight against Team Liquid.
Winning a single map is very impressive for Fluxo, but I actually find it to be more of an indictment on Liquid's current form.
Yeah.
But for Fluxo, this team actually, in some ways, it's kind of a success story. They made it to the major, but in others, it's a little bit of a failure because we actually knew the transfer details of them picking up
Expensive.
Yeah, this is a seriously expensive team. I think it was about $400,000 to get Lucauzi in a transfer, and so for them to just kind of win a single map, you think if you're spending that much money, you'd get a little bit more. But I think that it's just like still a ways to go for Fluxo as a team.
You could have bought Copenhagen Flames a year ago for $400,000.
That is true.
That's a major playoff contender every single time. So yes, it's not good enough for Fluxo.
We were talking about, you know, maybe waving red flags, maybe an orange flag for the games that we were covering on the A stream. I feel like for Team Liquid, it's got to be red flags all over, right? The fact that they even dropped a map to Fluxo, the fact that they even offered them, you know, a success in that series, it did get pretty dicey at moments. I feel like, you know, we're looking at this as you have to be rebounding from it.
Yeah, it's like a girl with way too many stuffed animals on her bed right now. It's just red flags all over for Liquid. It just, right now, it's tough to recognize what I'm supposed to be expecting for this team moving forward for the rest of the tournament. I thought that there was a chance after those BO1 losses that they could bring it together, that they could prove themselves and show that they are a top 10 team, make it deeper into this event. But that showing against Fluxo, that was pitiful. Barely squeaking by, barely winning, letting a little bit of a comeback happen on that last map. Like, they had so much difficulty, and if Legion have some crazy multi-frag Tech 9 round, Fluxo could have beaten them.
I love the way you set the bar for Team Liquid. Maybe they can prove to us they're a top 10 team. We're talking about one of the most expensive teams in the circuit of Counter-Strike. We're talking about the team from NA that is supposed to bring them glory, that is supposed to be a playoff contender, and right now Liquid is nowhere near that. Now, I'm not too worried in the sense that I think they still have what it takes. They can still ramp up. We've seen that from Liquid time and time again. Slow starts to tournaments, best of 1 losses. But yes, the way they conducted themselves yesterday, I think Elish even said it himself on Twitter, simply not good enough.
I don't want to go out on a limb here, but do you remember what happened last time a North American team went down 0-2, albeit in the Legend stage of a major?
Yes.
Remember?
Yes,
it was Cloud9 lifting the trophy. Tell you who's not going to be lifting the trophy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to be Mouz. I did not have them for any money going out 0-3. We were talking about a decline. I didn't expect this one.
No, and you look at the recent results for tournaments for Mouz, they were top 8 at the last 2 ESL Pro Leagues. They were top 4 at the most previous major in Rio. They were top 6 making the playoffs in the most recent Cologne event. This is a team that was supposed to do so much better. Look at the world ranking right there. They were hovering in the top 10 for quite some time. I think they peaked at least at top 5 at one point. And for them to not even make it to the Legend stage, this is a massive disappointment for Mouz. And it was at the hands of a player that we're going to talk so much about later, but one that they could have easily had on their own roster.
Someone got to take a screenshot of that ranking because it's going to go down, and send it to Scrawny for that matter as well. I had a bit of bet going on with him that Mouz would be outside of top 8. I thought that was going to be a close call. I thought that was going to be a close bet, but the way they're playing right now, they're not even in top 15, right? It's a team that completely, it feels like they lost their confidence, they lost their identity, they lost their progression. You said it yourself earlier, I think, that they're running the same set of strats they were a couple of months ago, and they're not re-innovating themselves, they're not getting better. Torsi has completely stagnated. There's a lot of red flags when it comes to Mouz.
Yeah, certainly a lot to be working on moving forward. But moving forward in the competitions and the Legend stage, that 2 names already earning a spot, and rightfully so. We're going to start off by talking about ENCE, also G2 going to be joining the fray. But ENCE, that was a really interesting series. They went up versus FaZe. FaZe win that first map. ENCE managed to pull off the reverse sweep, and it's off the back of some incredible individual plays and some really great leadership from Snappy.
I'd like to first highlight the leadership from Snappy. I think that right now he has proven to everybody that even with a more budget roster, with what ENCE are giving him, that he can actually make them greater than the sum of their parts. Modern himself as an individual had an excellent showing thus far in the Challenger stage. Sun Pius is finally working as that opera that you need him to. And, oh, this is a good quote.
That's a spicy one, right? They're producing a lot of cool articles over on Blast.tv, and Snappy was interviewed yesterday and has a little bit of a quote from it, but what he's basically saying is that right now he thinks he's the best Danish in-game leader, and that's quite the statement, because we got the likes of Kerrigan, we got Huxi right now who's doing God's work with G2, and then Clave obviously not qualifying for the major, but there's so many good Danish in-game leaders, and Snappy right now think he's the best.
I want to be that level of confident one day.
That's cool.
Like, man.
I'm just gonna say I don't buy it yet, Snappy.
Yeah,
I think Cadian he's got it for me.
Cadian, Jesus, I've got
Cadian's
Cadian.
already in the Legend stage, right? Like, he even
Exactly.
skipped the stage entirely.
I think that the Legend stage is going to say a lot, and if Snappy can back that up, if he can make it to playoffs and maybe upset one of those other Danish IGLs, I'll give some credence to what he says. But as for now, I'm going to hold off on that. I've seen Cadian do so well with his team.
He took down Kerrigan yesterday, you know, one
That's
down,
true. Yeah.
One Danish can get leader down.
It's like that Grim Reaper meme, just knocking at the doors of all of them, but Kerrigan's the first.
With Danish flags laden all over them. I think the interesting topic, though, to kind of bounce off with this is the fact that the other team to qualify, obviously, Huxi is the in-game leader there as well. And he did it in even more dominant fashion. We were talking about the T side win percentage for G2. It's disgusting, Pim.
I've never seen anything like it. I was walking through all the majors yesterday, and nobody has ever come close to what G2 has produced in a group stage in terms of their T sides. 83.7% of their rounds on the T side. Have they won? You know, sure, we're not in the CT side of meta anymore. We had the Silencer update. There's some context for you. They also played Inferno 3 times, which is a very strong map for G2, and Nubis were one of the maps as well, which is a T-sided map. So yes, a lot of that goes into this high percentage, but winning 83.7% of your T-sided rounds is absolutely absurd.
If you could even get half of that, if you're some of the teams at this event, you'd be pretty happy, because it's usually the CT side where a lot of teams are stronger. So to be doing it on the offense, once again, it challenges the claim from Snappy that maybe the best in-game leader is even Huxi. We can't really say yet for certain, and this major will answer a lot of questions.
Young Monte also performing at an absolute top tier. I mean, for him, you've got to think about his narrative arc as a player, right? He's only attended one major before back in Antwerp, missed out at the RMR for Rio, and you could see how much that hurt him, right?
It did, right, and he's still young, and he has one final shot here in CSGO to make a dent into it. Obviously, it's too early to talk about MVP. We had it with Rain, you know, he was on track, not anymore. Monte, the way he's playing right now, of course, can he keep that level up? He is one of those players that definitely can contend for the MVP of this tournament, and I think that's the story for me. Right now, G2 is looking like a team that by skipping IEM Rio, by actually preparing well for this tournament, by boot camping leading up to it, they're in a good shape right now. We saw G2 last time around, didn't qualify for the major. The one before that didn't live up to the expectations, didn't make the playoff in Antwerp, which was a massive mistake as well on their behalf. Now they're looking hot, and they're looking like a team that is heading straight into the playoff.
Well, speaking of hot things, let's take a look at the schedule for today. As Jacob perfectly prefaced, it's either elimination or qualification on the line for all of the teams you see on the screen. The A-stream side of things, it will be Greyhound versus NIP to round off our day, and for a spot in qualification, surprisingly, FaZe versus Forze going to be coming ahead of that one as well, also for a spot at Legends. But first, it's GamerLegion versus OG.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water. Not a position that either OG or GamerLegion pictured themselves in, but now it is quite literally fight or flight. Let's start off the conversation by talking a bit more about GamerLegion. Jacob, as you were prefacing, Shuhei, the in-game leader, unfortunately had to take down his former teammates and has, as he pictured it rather, his best friends against Mouz yesterday. Yeah,
that was a bit of a surprise. We knew Mouz was struggling. We spoke about it already, not really finding their footing right now, but GamerLegion is in the same, state of mind, I would almost argue. They were before that game on a 5-game loss streak and didn't look good whatsoever. So for Shuhei to find a win yesterday against his old teammates in Mouz, that was great. It's also a player that we put under the spotlight a lot. I think he is the next generation of in-game leaders who can make it big time. I think this guy on your screen right now is perhaps ready for Tier 1 Counter-Strike, perhaps ready for a better team than GamerLegion. And yesterday, that was a very important win, not only for him, but also for GamerLegion, that at least gets another shot today against OG.
Every John Wick movie begins with them killing his dog or something stupid, and then he just gets a revenge tour on them. For Shuhei, his revenge story is him not getting promoted. He was, in many of our eyes, supposed to be the guy that was supposed to lead Mouz. He was doing such a great job with that NXT roster, and so when he actually had a chance to go face-to-face with them in the server, he said, you guys made a mistake. And on Mirage, not only did he call well, but he played well. Had over 80 ADR, right at connector, such a pivotal position, and he made Mouz look like they made such a big mistake.
What do you think was key then in terms of that Mouz victory yesterday? Because that second map, I mean, it was a completely dominant GamerLegion victory.
Yeah, I think Shuhei called a good game. As you said, in connector, he was on top of it. And then, as much as I want to give credit to GamerLegion for winning in such a convincing fashion, it did feel like Mouz just completely fell flat. There was nothing coming out of any of the players. I'd argue the only player who can be somewhat proud of his performance was Frozen. That's a given. The rest of them didn't look like a bunch of players that was good enough to play Tier 1 or even play at a major, to be honest. So it's just been very, very disappointing for Mouz, whereas for GamerLegion, that could be one of those victories that is going to spiral out of control for them in the sense that they now start to believe in themselves again. As I said, they came into this tournament having lost 4 games in a row. Getting a win sometimes changes the tendency in a team.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into our conversation, let's go ahead and check on it with Kias to see how he's feeling ahead of this series.
Got Kios here from GamerLegion ahead of their matchup versus OG. Yesterday, you guys ended the loss streak. Is that going to free you up a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. It brings more confidence that we can show what we're really capable of. So we come in with full confidence today as well.
We've seen you guys look very strong yesterday in comparison to some of the matches we've seen from you. What started working for you?
I mean, first day we played just Inferno twice. We couldn't show like a lot of things as we prepared other maps as well. So I think playing other maps helped as well.
I've seen you guys back at the Rio Major as well. How do you think this team compares to the team you were then? Do you think you were better in Rio or better here?
I think we're better here overall.
What are the changes that have happened to allow you to feel better? What is better within the team?
I mean, we kept working and spending a lot of hours in theory and even in practice. So I think it can only make us better.
Back at the RMR, we've seen you guys go 0-1 at the start, but then you had OG in the second game. You guys beat them pretty convincingly on Ancient. What do you guys think of OG now doing your preparation for them?
I don't know. They're like not an opponent that scares me. Like I can even say like no one scares me right now. If we play our A game, we should be able to beat anyone. So pretty confident today.
Now, looking at OG, do you think it's a good matchup for you guys? Looking at how they play, do you feel like it's a strong matchup for you guys?
I think it's a really good matchup for us, actually. I like this one.
Let's continue to talk about some of the individuals under the side of GamerLegion. Ima, he's a player that you wanted to put under the spotlight. Why is that? What kind of impact do we see him having for the squad?
Ima comes across as a really strong fragger that has kind of that X-factor potential. I would say he's a more reliable rifler than someone like Shuhei, who even though yesterday Shuhei was the one that had the good game, it was actually a little bit of him and Ima that were able to connect. Cat player and Ima, connector player and Shuhei, both dominating that middle space and not allowing Mouz not really much room to work with. So seems to have a great feel for how he needs to play along with his in-game leader. But I have no doubt that is just kind of by design with the system, because everybody from GamerLegion seemed to actually perform above and beyond what they were normally supposed to, because, I mean, let's be honest, this team has been having some trouble lately, but if Ima's going to do what he did yesterday and more of that, then, you know, maybe GamerLegion actually takes this victory today too.
I mean, even comparing it just from day 1 to day 2, right? Shuhei talked about, you know, the mental reset that they were able to have, but it really did just look like a night and day performance from GamerLegion.
It did. It looked like they believed in the victory. It looked like they were motivated. It looked like they needed that push in the back. Sometimes all you need as a team is facing elimination in order to play better. I think the same goes for Aiko as well, a player that has been under a lot of scrutiny from his time in Mouz. Then he came back into GamerLegion. We saw him at the last major do a fantastic job, and we thought to ourselves, okay, Astralis, maybe you need a new AWP player. Maybe maybe you look towards Acor, then he slowed down a little bit again. In this tournament, he's been good. He's been looking solid, especially yesterday. He was playing well, but we need to see more consistency coming out of Acor, especially when you're going up against Dexter. I know these stats are kind of similar, but there's no doubt that on the server is Dexter by far the better AWP player right now.
Dexter, without a doubt, is definitely better. It was cool to see Acor also continue his revenge tour along with Shuhei. That was impressive too. But yeah, I think that this is going to be an important battle, but I think a lot of it does come down to the calling in this one on top of that.
OG are in kind of a strange situation now. You speak about the cooling, and I guess for OG, that's, you know, an area where we are understandably going to be seeing them struggling, right? Nexa out for a, you know, prolonged period of time. Nico stepping in, taking up the mantle of being the in-game leader of the squad, and we're not going to expect it to be on the same level as somebody who's been, you know, born and bred as an in-game leader.
Not at all, not at all. Very very different, two sets of in-game leaders. You have Nico being an in-game leader by demand, I'd say. He was not supposed to join OG, and he was not supposed to be an in-game leader, and he's not the personality that I reckon to be a great in-game leader either. He's been doing a great job, though. I want to give it to OG. They remain competitive despite losing Nexa. Does feel like the rest of the players are enjoying his style of calling as well, but I think it comes down to the freedom that all these players are getting right now. You look at Flamesy, you look at Neofrag, you look at Dexter for that matter. They thrive when they have freedom, and I think that's what Nico is giving them. Maybe they need a little bit of tactical depth, but you know, you take that up and you compare it to the freedom, and I guess OG is pretty happy with that.
Well, let's go over to the sidelines and check in with Fiku as Dinko has him on the mic.
Looking at Nico versus Nexa in terms of the calling style, how do you think the differences are on the team?
There is obviously some differences. It's not a lot, because I think the coaches tries to keep up the style that Nexa had for Nico. So I would say that coaches are trying their best way to help Nico and like basically teach him how Nexa called a bit, and they want to kind of transform it for him.
Now, looking at how you play under Nico versus Nexa, do you feel more comfortable under Nico or Nexa?
I think I don't see the difference about the comfortable thing.
Now, back at the RMR, you guys played GamerLegion before, right? There's a lot of pressure now on this specific matchup, but it's a best of 3. That was a best of 1. Do you think that's going to favor you a little more?
Yeah, I think best of 3s we are always better, because we never win actually pistols in BO1. We have 0-16 pistols, but today, hopefully, it's gonna change.
Now, looking at that game, they played you on ENCE, comfortable map for you guys. Did you guys learn anything from that matchup?
Yeah. Like we prepped, so like we did analyze and everything, so I'm pretty confident.
Is there anything specific that you learned from that game when you played them on ENCE, now that you look back?
Yes, about I don't know if I can say the things we learned from the game, but I would just say that we will be more prepared than we used to be before against them.
Well, we've been raising the question of comparing Nico to Nexa. Let's compare Fiku to himself, because currently the lowest rated player for the side of OG in the Challenger stage.
It's been tough for Fiku. He was actually targeted quite a bit yesterday in his matchup with NIP. I was actually surprised that they really just wanted to hit his bomb site over and over and over again, him playing B on the anchor there. And so for Fiku, he's obviously got to do a lot better. I imagine that's going to be a little bit easier against an opponent like GamerLegion, who I consider weaker than NIP. But for Fiku, a lot of people had just modest hopes for this guy, just that he would be a solid anchor for them. Not really supposed to pop off the page, but a guy that was always going to hold his own. And so for him to be doing this poorly when you're in a pivotal position like a B-side anchor, you can't just die for free, Pimp. Like, that's never going to win you games.
No, it hasn't been his tournament whatsoever so far for Fiku, and it's a bit of a tough case for him, because I feel like throughout his entire stint within OG, we've been looking at him thinking, okay, certain tournaments, certain games he's doing well, there's some potential hidden in there, but the consistency is just nowhere to be found.
We can see the vetoes rolling in here. Any expectations, hopes you have for either of these teams? You see Overpass being picked by GamerLegion?
Yeah, GamerLegion getting Overpass after they dominated Mouz on that yesterday. You have to imagine that is due to just their success there and the fact that Kioz seems to be a monster on those B lurks. And for OG going back to Mirage, I find that a little bit curious given what happened to them yesterday.
It was a bit of a shaky game against NIP, but I think when you look at the map pool for OG and when you look at the strengths, it still exists on Mirage. That's still their home ground. So to me, it makes an awful lot of sense. Ancient third in deciding. A map both teams play. So I think, in terms of map pool, it's lining up to be a pretty equal game. One thing I didn't notice Fico saying right there was the fact they haven't won a single pistol round in this game so far. And that's true. Out of the 6 pistol rounds they played, they lost every single one of them. And they haven't converted or broken any second rounds either. And that's an issue. You can lose your pistols, but if you have good force buys in the second round, like you see with FaZe, like you see with G2, that's going to be fine. But if OG is going to go down 0-3 in every single game, every single half, it's going to be a tough game.
And we're talking about an OG struggling. Let's continue riding that train because we're talking about the lowest CT side win percentage out of any of the teams here.
All the 16 teams, they have the worst CT side, and it doesn't make sense to me when you look at the players, right? You'd think that, okay, with Nico coming in as an in-game leader, with Nexa going out, you perhaps would struggle a bit in those mid-round situations on the T side. They have the 4th best T side in the entire tournament, but their CT side is just nowhere to be found.
And they have Dexter. Where is Dexter to carry some of these CT or halves? I wanted him to be one of the best 3 oppers throughout the challenger stage. He was in, I would say, the A tier, maybe not the S tier of oppers here, like people like Monte, but he's right beneath that. And you would expect if you have a guy that usually is so good at taking the reins, moving around the map, finding impact with his AWP, why is your CT side not better? Maybe I'll blame Fiku just a little bit for those B side anchors, but Dexter, just take over, man. I want to see him just be that force, be brash, and just tell them what he needs to do in order to get some more round wins on the defense.
And that's why we saw him getting slightly nervous, I dare say, in that game versus NIP yesterday. There was some shots that he was missing. Yeah, right. Like they were, I don't want to say sitters, but it was shots that you would expect Dexter to be hitting, at any other time in his career, right?
I think it's fair to argue that right now the man on your right side of the screen, Dexter, has stagnated at a high level. He's a good player. He's a great player. He produces good results and good stats for every single tournament, but he hasn't those tournaments where he goes 140 or 135 or the tournaments where you'd put him up to the S-tier AWP players. He lacks a bit of that, explosiveness sometimes on the server, and I think that's the one critique you can put to Dexter. Consistently delivering, yes, but in a situation like OG is right now, we want to see more.
Let's move into our unicorn predictions, which I'm going to close my eyes whilst I come up because I'm not doing too well. But it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and we've all gone for the same picks. Gentlemen, do you want to back your claims up that we see on the screen? Why didn't you go for GamerLegion? They beat OG last time around in a best of one.
Yeah, the recent form of OG has looked better overall, and I think moving into BO3s, you would expect that OG should take this one, but I think it's going to be really close. Like, even though we all put that, I don't think this is as one-sided as it may look.
There we go, Dinko and Harry.
Yeah, I'm glad they picked GamerLegion because they definitely have a chance.
Someone had to, right?
Yeah.
They also did pick Greyhound. No, that was Chat, sorry.
Yeah,
Chat going for
Chat's picked. I mean, he has to.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Was that Mads that picked Greyhound as well? I mean, I guess you've got to get a leg up somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You need some points for your
battles.
I really do.
How does it feel having 12
different.
points after that many games?
Yeah, man. Not so good. But I'm still on for the diamond coin, so 9 out of 9.
Oh, 9 out of 9?
No, I'm not. Mouz let me down yesterday.
You're still on for the 8 and 9 game.
And 0-3. Yeah. So OG across the board, even though it's a 3-map series, are you thinking confidently OG?
I'm saying it's going to go to 3 maps.
Okay.
I do think that GamerLegion will be winning Overpass here. But I just think that Mirage, Ancient, OG should be fine on those.
I would echo that sentiment. I see GamerLegion having it in them to win at least one map. I think the most obvious pick would be Overpass, but looking over the entire series, looking at the way OG is playing right now, I think they've been impressive considering their state of mind and where they're at with the in-game leading situation. So yes, I'll go OG as well.
You spoke about GamerLegion's, prowess on that Overpass yesterday versus Mouz. You talked about the connector position. How do you think OG should be looking to neutralize that then? If they don't want to see that same kind of explosive style we saw yesterday versus Mouz.
Well, one thing that Mouz had a really hard time with also was Kioz on these B lurks. He was just getting so much value, just the little picks here and there, just kind of like poking and prodding. I would like to see OG just put Dexter against him early, just take him out. So if he goes for a dry peek, you just kill him with the op. It's not even a fair duel. Just kill him with the better gun, and then you can worry about what you do after in the 5v4.
Well, we do have our prediction set. We do have the maps chosen as well, and the teams are ready to get this game underway. So the one thing left to do is throw it on over to our casters. We got Jason and Anders. Gentlemen, how are you doing this morning?
Doing great, because I'm not part of the 9 out of 9 gang that has already ruined their pick'ems on day 1.
Losers.
Which feels great. Although I say that, but obviously in the prediction game, I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're not doing good.
I think I don't have any pressure anymore. I can't possibly win. I have no stress left at all. The odds are going to be favoring OG. I don't think it's surprising. I was expecting something like this. I did also pick OG to win. I also need them for my pick'ems.
You got a lot riding on this game.
It's true.
Yeah, I don't have either of these teams going through, so I'm fine. I'm just gonna chill this game. It's gonna be a nice, easy morning for me. I've had my coffee. Look, I think this is an intriguing game because I think the desk kind of sets it up nicely, and I mean it's almost like, again, these teams come in with if statements because some of the recent performances have been so up and down. I feel like I've had higher hopes for GamerLegion from where we saw them at the Rio Major last year in the qualification process. I wanted to see more of a jump. A-Core was looking like he was getting back into form from his early Flashpoint days where he was an absolute beast, but nothing seems to be sticking. Like all the good performance from these teams in the desk kind of highlighted some of the struggles of OG. Dexter missing a little bit, Neofrag kind of dropping off a little bit. There's just a lot going just weird between these two teams, so I'm excited because this is kind of a toss-up in my mind, and that gets spicy. GamerLegion OG, loser is eliminated from the Blast TV Paris Major. Winner goes on, one more chance to qualify onto the Legend stage, and we're live into the pistol round.
Yeah, especially that Dexter going missing is a really weird one for me. I'm really shocked at that, and that's also one of the reasons why I think OG might have a chance. I can't see that keeping up. Dexter has to return to this game at one point. I have to assume that's going to happen, and it might as well be this game. Why not? Fiku going to be jiggling into the tunnel. That's so dangerous and probably not necessary. It's fine to take a little bit of a jiggle, but he actually committed to that fight a little bit. Flash comes out, and Neofrag. It's a really good flashbang, but they still can't really get it. They got counter flash themselves, and now it's a 4-on-5.
Oh, Ima pushing in, wrapping around the bomb site. Oh, they're in so much trouble. Flames drops down out of the smoke. Oh, 2 headshots. Swaps over to the Glock. The Dualies are here to provide some support, and Flames has moved all around the bomb site. What a performance. Single-handedly throws this attack into chaos, and it's just Shuhei flanking from heaven. Oh, one tap, and can the response be there? Flames needs one more. He's done so much. He needs one final kill. He's going to fall back onto the ramp, looking for the angle. Low HP, 11 health on Flames, and it's Shuhei just to bide his time, and no one wants to commit to this fight, and there it is. Flames completes this spectacular round. It's a pistol for OG.
He is so smooth, isn't he? That was really sick. I mean, that dropping of the USP to pick up the Glock, just continue the war, that looked absolutely sick. This kill into this one. He actually does it simultaneously. I don't even think the bullet has really hit the headshot yet by the time he's dropped the USP. Well done, well played. OG off to at least winning a pistol here, which is, I think, something that Fiku mentioned in the interview that he would like to be able to do.
He seemed really stressed in that interview.
He did.
After the game yesterday, right, against the loss against NIP. So, I mean, that was kind of interesting to see, and I think maybe that kind of led into that pistol round peak. I think he kind of comes into this and he's like, I had a little bit of a rough affair. Let me get things started. Let me be aggressive. Let me exert some influence early on and kind of get into the comfort and the momentum of the game early. Obviously backfired.
Who can blame somebody for being stressed the way that you know, what's on the line here, right?
Yeah.
You lose, you get knocked out. We've already seen the heartbreak a couple of times, so nobody wants to be the next team to go, but one of these two teams will be. All of the pressure is on here. A-Core getting tagged down through the smoke, trying to just find a lucky shot. Sometimes the CTs will try and push through, but not this time.
Not this time.
But the bombs dropped kind of far back. I mean, this should be a fairly uneventful round. It's an interesting force-up with the Mac-10. What do you make of that on Isaac?
I mean, it feels like you give some time over to the Deagles, right, to see if they can get a pick, and then you at least have a Mac-10 that can like be aggressive and mobile and create some space for you and see if you can follow it up after that. Maybe he just doesn't like Deagles. I don't like the Deagle.
No?
I'm not a Deagle player.
There's someone... I'm not really the best of the Deagle either, but it's so satisfying. You want to do it even if you know...
Yeah, the problem is, whenever you buy the Deagle, you always imagine that
that's what I mean.
1D headshot, and then what you get is vastly different. It's like the crouch not moving 7-bullet spam that hits nothing.
Yeah, you're right. P250 or the 5.7 is you know, more my ball game as well. Suek getting a bullet, and the bomb. Oh, they're going to knife him inside, but the bomb didn't get planted, so That's kind of good news for GamerLegion. At least they get a little bit more. Obviously, it would have been even better if they could have got at least one more kill in here, just to really slow down the OG economy. But an interesting round nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to cause them to force up anything crazy in this round, that plant. Everyone's around like 3,300, 3,500. I don't think they have really the money to go for it. It'll help in the next round, certainly, especially A-Core to be able to get out an AWP. But also the Knight from Flames is a nice little addition, $1,500 in his bank. So maybe a few more Deagles picked up. Maybe they go back into it with that extra $800, but nothing crazy coming in for GamerLegion in round number 3.
Yeah, I guess also because A-Core had quite a bit of money, so you know he's going to be able to have the AWP really early on. Whereas if he bought in this one, he could have bought it, I think, but it would have been glass cannon, and it doesn't feel nearly as great.
Yeah.
So just better to play it safe and not do anything super risky. It's early on, and it's a best of 3, of course, so you don't have the same pressure from those early games that we saw at the start of the major. But they have Deagles at the very least. I mean, the bomb plant's almost giving them that, like a free Deagle per person. So why not mess around with it and see if you can get some more damage in?
Yeah, any couple of kills you can get here is valuable if you're GamerLegion. Going to be stalled out by the smoke. All 5 players, well, 4 players towards the B bomb set. Isaac just kind of in the underpass, checking towards blue door. And with that second smoke that Fiku just dropped a little bit ago, they're going to back away and readjust on the map, switch their game plan. No ability to access through Monster Tunnel, so back towards A, see if the range with the Deagles can provide a lucky headshot. Dexter, he's got an AWP in hand, and this could be value. Ooh, he's probably frustrated. That's an awkward timing.
It's a classic Counter-Strike moment, though, isn't it?
Just look at the space it gives them for free, though, right? They're already all the way up long, already infesting in towards bathrooms. They're going to be at flower pots as well, so it's a bummer he didn't get his one shot. Sees the jump peak, knows their position, hoping, praying for another one. Interestingly enough, no one's rotated over after that information from Dexter. Flames is now moving. Okay, so he's had a rough round.
Yeah, not ideal, but it's better that he goes down where he is now, where they can't really get that AWP back in any real sense. So yeah, at least there's that.
Look at what it's costing them. A second kill comes out now. Oh, a third kill would be so spicy. You're going to lose at least one rifle, and you're going to hope Fiku with the SMG is the one to swap out for the AWP.
Flames will take down Isaac at the end, but yeah, they did lose.
They didn't get it. They didn't get the AWP.
No way.
Yeah, so after
away?
the AWP goes down, they threw a nade, I think to keep, I mean, it could have been to deal damage, but I think also to blow the AWP backwards, and that wasn't communicated. So Fiku runs towards the long choke point to find the AWP, and it's not there because it was blown back against the APC towards Bank. So Dexter's got to reinvest, and actually, all things considered, that's not a bad outcome with that kind of a little miscue.
Yeah, that's actually turned out to be a way more expensive round than you would have really wanted.
Yep.
I believe, Imma is what we're calling him now.
That's what we're going with.
Getting a couple of good Deagle shots in. Good job. 3-0 in the 4th round here. We've got GamerLegion with some rifles out. Neo Frank just going to let go of a couple of bullets, but they're rushing up long. He's going to be hearing some of this. He knows they're coming for him. Turns around for the flash. It's a good idea, but it doesn't matter. Sue's still going to be there. It's a really quick flank coming in, though, from the CT side. This could be the round-winning play for Flames.
A double flank as well. There's the first. He should just keep challenging. Finds a second. Fiku's coming up behind him as well. So, I mean, you won't expect that. All of a sudden, GamerLegion is boxed in. Up in front. You know you've got the rifles behind. Nowhere to go. Sue inside the smoke. Nico's looking for it. All down to timing. All down to timing, and I think actually Sue has the advantage at the moment. Yes, he does. Wins out against Nico. There's the turn from Dexter. Misses the opportunity. This is still kind of recoverable. They do have the bomb as well. It's going to be tough, but it's possible. And that's a nice shot from Dexter.
Yeah, there we go. Good to see him work on that AWP a little bit. A-Core, somebody you probably don't want to challenge like this. Just, you know he has to get onto the side. He has to get the bomb plant down. There's a lot of steps that he has to go through here. So don't fight him before he starts to really get put under some pressure. And actually, I think I might try and escape and just run down to the B bomb side. It's not necessarily a bad choice, although they are all, yeah, they know already. They have the right read.
Yeah, but they actually stuck to the A-bomb side. Fiku's just now shifting down the stairs. I'll tell you what, too. A-Core's the kind of opera where I almost feel more confident he can win this round than when he's just like kind of holding an angle. So this
I know what you mean.
This could get a little bit spicy.
He does have that kind of X factor to him every once in a while. See if they can group up nicely. They should be able to coordinate the swing against him, coming in from the high ground as well. Where's the first battle going to be? He's read it well, but he misses the first shot, and now he's in a little bit more trouble. Good kill on that one, but another missed bullet, and he's very, very low on health already. 1 versus 2 here. Steps up to the plate, but can't get the swing in time. Dexter will drop him, and it will be a round for OG. They survived the first rifle round.
You can see the danger, though, right? He had his chances. If he lands that shot up towards heaven either first or second time around, that swings into his advantage, and then all of a sudden you have a one-on-one towards sandbags against Dexter. But man, just a couple missed shots, just barely. This is a great flank, and the timing of it, 1 minute and 17 seconds. You'll never read that if you're GamerLegion. Bold play from Flames, and it seems like OG's come into this with a ton of confidence and a game plan to be in their face and disruptive. So far, it's working. 4-0.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want this kind of a beginning. It is the map pick of GamerLegion, so if OG are able to pick this one up, you've got to say they are probably feeling pretty good about the series as a whole. Still a little bit early to call that one. Limited grenades on GamerLegion, but certainly enough to have a real execute. It's not that bad. It just probably means they're not going to be able to sort of, you know, throw half their nades into A and then go back again later on. They probably have to commit a little bit more to it. Quite a lot of Molotovs, which on a map like Overpass is critical on the T side. There are so many positions to burn out both on B and A.
Yeah, you have to. If you think about B, you know, toxic barrels, maybe the ramp, if you don't know anyone to swing up, you go towards the A-bomb site, the dice boxes, the truck as well. Plenty of places that Molotov really comes in handy, and even just for basic map control as we're seeing here. Neofrag set up for a pop flash peek. Flames is just waiting for the call out from his teammate. There it is. Neofrag peeks. Ooh, he gets the first kill. Good trade from Ima as he swings out from the top of the stairs. 1-for-1 trade, but a little bit of information over to OG.
Neofrag's been really active at that corner in all of the rounds so far. That's kind of where he's been trying to take the fights. It's been working out pretty well. That AK comes back to haunt A-core in this round.
Flames is 12-0.
It's an acceptable start. We'll take it, you know. And down here, they're just listening for the footsteps. They'll let them get the bomb plant. They should let them get the bomb plant. Why not? So 4-on-3. Why swing and potentially go down when you could just wheel in the rest of the cavalry? Dexter with a couple of kills, leaving Immer on his own, 1 versus 4, in what should be an impossible round to win. Although it starts pretty well with a headshot, grenade on top, but yeah, being held by that AWP, that's another round for OG. They're really getting there, aren't they? Dexter having a couple, I mean, some warm-up shots here with the AWP early on, but again, getting him into the game, that's got to be crucial right now for the OG squad.
Yeah, it's really nice for Dexter, obviously 6-2, but Flames at 12-0 is just like, he's like constantly in a heat check mode. He just knows he has a hot hand and he's going to peek everything. He's taking every fight that comes to him. So if you can't put a stop to that, if you're GamerLegion, this is going to get really hard because, again, this disruptive style from OG, powered by Flames' peaks, powered by his aggression, it's not letting GamerLegion execute any kind of their game plan whatsoever. And that can be extremely frustrating, not just losing, but just not even being able to do what's called, the tactic that you've actually called out as an in-game leader. Gotta be frustrating. GamerLegion getting blanked in the first 5 rounds.
But they have the round loss bonus.
They have the round loss bonus. You're right.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
The game takes pity on you after a while and says, wow, you guys are really losing a lot. We should try and help you out.
You guys are kind of really sucking at the moment, so here's some extra cash to help out.
Yeah, kind of nice that way. Sui also already very low. That's maybe a bit concerning. Down to 17 from just the look over towards the playground. Emma's going to win that fight. And oh, Chaos. Nice for him to announce himself. First kill of the map for him. Going to be picking it up and taking down Nico. 3-on-5 to start the round with. In spite of some heavy damage on that T side. It's still pretty good. It's a nice position to be in overall. Have to be a bit careful because these kind of 3 versus 5s can change with, you know, just one person stepping out of line and you know, losing their life a little bit early on.
I think OG's gambling as well, which is just the wrong gamble. They're thinking, okay, they got 2 at the B bomb site. Maybe, you know, they think we're going to have to shift some extra players over here, so we're going to go back towards A. Maybe they're trying to catch GamerLegion kind of spread out and trying to take a little bit of map control. But either way, 3 defenders at the A bomb site, A side of the map, and B is under attack. So OG's just going to have to save these 3 weapons, which is the right play. A little bit low on cash. Neofrag's got 2,000. Nico's at 400. They'll need at least 1 drop, so probably 2. Preserve the cash flow, and Flame still doesn't have to die yet.
Which is the real benefit of the round, you know. Just keep that ratio going. But yeah, it is a gamble, and you know when you make the call that this can happen, and you're just going to be fine with it. Playing for the economy down the stretch. It's pretty much what people do nowadays. Finally, GamerLegion get a chance to win around here. And it's definitely not too late. If anyone's on the GamerLegion hype train here, there's still plenty of time for them to come back into the first half. So I wouldn't be too worried about it yet. But it's also good to get some of their players, into the thing. Emma's obviously having a pretty good game right now. He's got 7 kills. But you need A-Core in there, and you need some of the rest of them to really start to step it up. They don't have that many kills at the moment to play around with. So just get some of the players warmed up early in the best of 3.
It's a pretty important map for GamerLegion to be able to come back and challenge and potentially take for themselves. This is their map pick. They've got a 78% win rate in the last 3 months across 9 maps to the 40% win rate of OG across 10 maps in the last 3 months. So big advantage in terms of the success of both of these teams on this map. And obviously you add on top of that an elimination series. Loser goes home. Far too early than they'd like it, Ferris.
No question about it. Heartbreaking once you get to this stage of it. And there's a lot more heartbreak potentially still to come today. Neofrag, different position for him, and he's already been spotted. They know that he's in there, burning alive in the corner. The smoke will help him out a little bit. But Isaac, he's hunting for him. Oh my God, he don't even realize he's walked through. Oh, it's a surprise, Dexter. Oh, probably with his heart in his throat on that one. Isaac, if he'd turned around, he would have had a free kill. No way Dexter could have seen it. Pre-fire coming in, but Nico not quite good enough. And Fiku only on the 1 there. Kios will take down Dexter, and they know that second player is in there, so it's an easy cleanup. And Flames, why risk it?
One versus scoreline, baby. Oh, is he going for it? What?
He is.
Crazy man.
That's when you know you're feeling it. You're like, I'm going to push through the smoke in the 1 versus 3. I will do it.
That's unfortunate for OG because they actually had a great setup for that. They actually had, that's just a kind of those are blown individual things. I mean, Dexter, that's surprising. He's got him. That's got to be happy. But, I mean, Nico and Fiku going, 1 for 2 over at the B bomb site initially. And then obviously once this kind of happens over towards blue stairs, you're ready for it. If you're Kios, not only do you get Dexter because you know he's there, there was a second player who extinguished the Molotov, so you have all the information, and that defense that looked like it was set up so nicely just comes crumbling down. So GamerLegion out of a timeout, win 2 in a row, take the economy away from OG, and this is an avenue back to dig themselves out of an early hole.
Yeah, I'm surprised that round crumbles as quickly as it did. Seems like some of that B defense is a bit questionable between Nico and Fiku at the moment. There's something that's not working out.
I think that, I feel like that fight goes to the T side so frequently. Someone just kind of pressed right up against the boards on the CT side. If they don't get, a flashbang to be able to wide swing, I feel like that is, sneakily, a much more difficult fight than it looks like it should be.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Here we go. No flashbangs to activate anything for these USPs, but all 5 players in bathrooms. 1 urinal spacing between everyone, boys.
That's the rule, isn't it?
It's the unspoken rule. Eyes forward.
Yeah. Any more tips, Jason? Good, you're educating the people. No talking. I don't know. Talking's allowed, Jason. I talk to people all the time.
Yeah, you talk to strangers at the urinal?
Yeah, just to make people uncomfortable, Fiku goes down. Sui put under some pressure. And there you go, or at least you can get the AK. That's pretty good. You'll take that.
Yeah, any day of the week. Dexter's going to have the op in the next round as well. Regardless of whether he's able to save this AK-47, Kiaz is on the hunt. Tough off angle boosted up, but the lack of armor really betrays Dexter. 5-3. GamerLegion back within 2. We have the lovely Chev on the observer deck.
We do.
Operating the cameras.
We appreciate it. Definitely one of the best. Yeah, there's also B-Stream happening. If you guys don't know.
Yes.
Monte are playing the Mongols.
Yeah, another elimination game over on the B-Stream as well. So we're sending 2 teams home early on today.
And a timeout for OG. They're not happy, having lost 3 in a row. They're starting to feel a bit more pressure, even if their CT side was off with a really beautiful start here.
Fiku's taking his jacket off as well. He started this game with a long sleeve jacket on.
Now he's like, all right.
He's like, I'm warmed up.
Here we go. Let's do it.
It's getting hot in here.
It's kind of interesting. It's really not been the best tournament for me. And it does screw with my perception of the OG team. Oh, dear.
Demka, that's nasty.
He's gone for it, hasn't he?
Oof.
I always thought of Neofrag and Fiku as being like the baseline for the team, and I always thought it was a pretty decent baseline. I don't really need them to drop 25 kills in a game. I just need them to always show up and be at that 15 kill mark, you know, always try and do something. I feel like there's been a couple of games where that hasn't really been the case, and that I think it's unfortunate because it kind of lowers the floor of the team a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can even put it in a little bit more dire if you want to be a bit more critical about it. The desk highlighted the CT side for OG at Paris so far is the worst in the event in terms of CT win rates. And Fiku's been struggling, and he is one of the bomb site anchors, and we saw that get exploited yesterday on Mirage against NIP. He's going to get challenged here through the monster tunnel. That smoke comes out just in time, but now blinded, ruined, nothing he can do. Even the lineup for Nico, and once again, this defense crumbles oh so quickly. Nothing produced on the initial stand, and now Flames has to pick up the pieces yet again. Good dink on the Shuhei, but oh, good control. Look at the damage done. Three players so close.
They are so low on health, but it's not going to make a difference here. 2 versus 4. One good grenade in the right position could have changed everything in the round, but ultimately the bomb will be planted here. And Neofrag and Dexter, they can't really justify throwing away these rifles, unfortunately. 4 in a row for GamerLegion. Well played on their part. And, you know, on the other hand, if the desk knows, you can bet you GamerLegion know that this CT side is looking questionable. And if you find a player like that and you think, you know what, we can probably bully our way in. That B-bomb side right now, Fiku and Nico are anchoring it. They've got 1 and 2 kills between them, right? So why wouldn't you just keep hitting that over and over and over again? Eventually, they have to rotate people down there, right? They have to change their defense. Terrorists win. Yeah, this is a straight comeback.
And then now, I mean, this is a couple rounds in a row that GamerLegion's been able to exploit Fiku and Nico at this site. So why go away from it at the moment? Like, you keep going at it until they prove they can put a stop to things.
Hey, you find that one weakness.
And as much as Flames has had a great game, he's now, I mean, he was 12-0 at one point. Now he's 13-3. Like, if you're demolishing that defense that quickly and that easily and that emphatically over and over, Flames is kind of the rotator between the bomb sites, doesn't even have a chance to have impact, despite the fact that he's obviously in a really good place in this game.
Wow, more aggressive stance. Good flick. Dexter going to be taking down Sue. That's how you want to start the round. And now you've boxed them in, right? GamerLegion feel like they probably just have to go for this B-bomb side, which they probably wanted to do anyway, but just not as straightforwardly as this.
Yeah, problem is there's no defense here. So I mean, even with his AWP in this M4, I don't even know if OG's has the ability to challenge this.
4 versus 4. Yeah, you're not wrong. They were really far back this time. They could maybe try and go for the boost on top, but even at this point, it feels like it's going to be so telegraphed. They're already looking. You could see the crosshairs again. Yeah, forget about the boost. Save the guns if you can. It's not even that kill. It's not worth it. You're not going to be able to power through here. And they should know it.
Yeah, Neofrag's low HP. He's already bugging out and going home.
What do you do at that B defense if 2 of your B anchors are having a slow start? How do you change that?
I think you pull them passive moving forward. I think if you're Nico and you're, ooh, that's a nice find. That's a great shot and a great recovery of the AK-47. Beautiful. Oh, that sucks though. I think you go a little bit passive. Like you've tried that kind of boards and toxic barrel setup that you had previously. Now you've tried Fiku playing like directly behind the monster smoke, got flashed and eliminated, and Nico is not long after that. So I play it passively. Like play over at toxic barrels, put someone behind the bomb site, do those defensive smokes when they execute and the set piece comes in. Be able to harass, but more than anything, just keep some ground and keep some control at that bomb site. So when you get the rotations coming in, you still have players who are able to fight, and you're not completely boxed in behind smokes and Molotovs and nades at the choke points. Allow them to kind of swing out and give you an assist.
Yeah, because it does feel like in those early fights that start the round, they're just crumbling and it leaves them in a really tough position. So maybe that is the way to go. Nice shots coming through here. Isaac's almost gone down. They're trying to boost on the T side. Classic boost to try and take a look at the barrels. No one's going to be there. And Dexter winning another fight. Same as last time. A little bit later this one, but still Sui going down.
Yeah, I mean, but this is still kind of, you know, even when they've gotten the opening kill towards the A bomb site, they've lost B. So now comes the next challenge. Can they put a stop to it? And they are a little bit more passive. Fiku playing on the ramp, Nico an off angle, right next to sandbags. Oh, Fiku's lucky to be alive. That's gonna put him on notice.
Yeah, it really will. A-Core getting another crack at it, but they're so low on health right now. And now if you were already playing passively, but you really don't have any good reason to fight this. 5 versus 3, you know they have to show up. They can't really even fall back at this point in time. All right, Shadow showing there. Nico definitely seeing that. Dexter's going to pick up the kill on Imma. And it's just A-Core that's the real danger at the moment with that AWP in the back. But with 30 seconds, again, don't throw more bodies at him. He is a really capable AWP player, so you don't want to be challenging him too much. They have to get the bomb up there, and the bomb planter is almost dead already, so just wait it out. You even have an HG and a Molotov on Dexter. You can definitely win this round. In fact, you almost have to try to throw this one away. A-Core's going to be sneaking in. That's a good kill, but the bomb drops down in front, so no chance at all. Nico going to be able to pick up the last of it, and finally, after going on a huge loss streak there, that's 5 in a row that they end up losing. They're back again, OG, and that's got to feel a little bit good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good that they're taking advantage of this kind of Dexter performance over towards the A side of the map when he's pushed up towards Playground and he's found you some opening kills there, and you don't want to let those man advantages he's providing go to waste. And this time, yeah, passive defense, it kind of works. It was a little bit sketchy. I mean, obviously it wins them the round, but A-Core actually had a few cracks at it, right? He almost could have picked off Fiku on the ramp. He almost could have picked off a Heaven player. So that passive defense works at the end of the day, but there were a few gaps in it that were almost exploited.
True.
But I mean, at the moment, OG at that B bomb site's going to take whatever they can get. Round 12, 6-5.
Quite a lot of money build up on GamerLegion after going on that streak. Chaos starting this round at almost 13,000, so he is feeling good about the situation. And GamerLegion as a whole, I mean, probably feel like, okay, that was starting to get pretty scary, and now they should feel very comfortable again in their map pick. See if they can get their way past Dexter over on this side. It's actually going to be Neofrag who's out in front. Deep nade, but it doesn't really do that much. So we'll fall back behind it. Dexter's out on long instead. I think up on the flower bed. Classic position. And they are taking it more slowly. And also sending more people than just Suhei out there. That they're really trying to make sure that they can clear out that part of the map so that they're just getting pushed into the B bomb site. Doesn't feel great if you're on the T side and you're like, oh, well, I guess we'll just go B if they're forcing us to do it, you know?
Yep. All right, here we go. Dexter up on point. Once again, Suhei goes down.
Wow.
Ima's going to push up. Isaac and A-Core with him. Defensive smokes deployed to make this difficult. Allows Dexter to move around the bomb site. He's Molotov'd, he's naded, takes tons of damage, which means Flames is kind of all alone on the initial defense. Neofrag's going to have a very fast flank in bathrooms at the moment. He's making sure his route is cleared if he ever wants to push up.
Yeah, if they really push forward. Oh my god. A little bit early, potentially. A-Core's got this covered as well, and he knows he's going to take the shot. Flames now pushing up in front. Getting a little bit of a chance at it here, but Isaac still takes him down. And this defense crumbling before the attack of the bomb site even happens.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not even really pressured. That's just like a lack of comfort from OG. Like Neofrag, yeah, that flank has to wait until the execute begins, right? Like you need to wait until the action's actually happening. When he goes down, Dexter gets kind of feels pressure and pulled into a peek on dice boxes. He's being held, and then all of a sudden Flames is alone and realizes he can't wait either for the attack to come in. He's got to go for something, otherwise he's fighting against flashbangs and Molotovs and smokes as well. So that's just a lack of comfort from OG with what setup they're actually running, and they once again felt like they were in a very good place.
How much do you want to bet in Neofrag's mind? He is thinking something like, I'm going to push forward and I'm going to find them with nades. Like they're going to be ready to throw. Like I'm just going to hit that timing. And it's like, yeah, sick if that works. But obviously, if someone's holding with an AK instead, it's quite a different matter. That kind of was the first domino to fall here. Good stuff on Imma. He's having himself a fantastic game right now. It's actually impressive.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin. Is you got to give credit to him when things slow down. He just realizes someone needs to check the flank, check and make sure they're not wrapping behind us. Remember, this half started and OG was really aggressive, pushing on the map when they felt no pressure, getting a couple effective flanks in, being really in your face. So Imma very aware of the potential for that wraparound from Neofrag.
Yeah, game is tied up once again. All my brain can think, Jason, is check the flank, avoid the stank. I have to say it so that I can move on personally. I, apologize.
Yeah, no, just get it out there.
Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in that for a while.
It's not as bad as setting your phasers to kill.
No, unfortunately.
Ema's moving up quickly, though. This could be a timing Neofrag doesn't expect. Flames is going to be here as well. They've got to be careful. There's the wraparound with the flashbang. Ooh, Neofrag is ready. Not caught off guard whatsoever. How much do GamerLegion really want to press the issue? Molotov over towards the truck. That might force Flames out into the open. Dexter's here with the off. Yep, there's the swing due to the Molotov. Neofrag holds the line just for one. Good trade. And the A bomb site is compromised.
Yes, it is. How sick is this with GamerLegion? Just showing, yeah, we can attack A or B. It doesn't really matter. We're going to win anyway. At least so far. The bomb is going to get planted. I mean, this is a really, really good little skirmish so far in the game. We'll see. They have a little bit of a health disadvantage in A-Core and Chaos, but now that the bomb is planted, that matters a little bit less. They can start to fall back. It'd be even better if they had another grenade, like another Molotov or something to slow them down, but they don't. All they have is a flashbang. It's been put out right now, so all the grenades thrown from the GamerLegion side. And Chaos, he can't even fight that. Just banged it down at the start of it. Fiku's going to get dropped. A-Core, this is where he does his work. Up close and personal with the AWP, and he takes down Nico as well. All on Dexter, and time is already up. He knows that he can't win this round any longer. He can try and do it, but A-Core will still take him down. They're having success everywhere. And this is so sick.
Yeah, I love to see it too, because this was one of the big stories that kind of came out of the qualifier for the Rio Major over GamerLegion was Suhei, not just like the individual prowess that he's got, but also his in-game leadership. And it's cool to see him just out-calling OG and working them across the map now, and he's really found a good flow. 7 of the last 8 rounds going to GamerLegion as they take a 1-round lead on the T side of Overpass.
That's a lot of excitement. But again, the context here is elimination. So I guarantee you every single round win is going to feel exhilarating. And every time you lose, you're going to be right back and tensed up and feeling like, oh no, don't let this be the start of something bad. Dexter's won so many fights against Sui in the last couple of rounds. So we'll see if he could do it again. He is out there in the smoke, ready and waiting. They're going to be walking through. And this time it's Immer instead. Great openings for Dexter. This is so important.
Yeah, he's 5-0 in terms of opening engagements. He hasn't lost a single one yet when he's been aggressive with that op. The problem is they're not capitalizing on it nearly as much as you'd like. Losing some of these 5-on-4 advantages, and now Dexter remaining aggressive. He wants to give his team a 2-man advantage. One is not enough. Ooh, and he almost got it. I don't know how that missed. Neofrag again wrapping around, gets eliminated. Flames is over towards Long. He's still positioned over at Flowers, but he's got to make a decision. Does he want to stay put or fall back? Dexter's going to have another pick.
Yeah, still wants to go for it, and the flick is good. He did get shot, but he was through a wall. It must have been down to 30, and Flames showing up at the perfect time with a flash as well to take down Chaos. Isaac, not a winnable round this one, especially with the nade landing right in his forehead. Oh, that is beautiful, though. Well done.
Yeah.
That makes it look good. But he's got 3 health, and he's got about 20 seconds. So more than anything, that's probably what's counting against him. It's just the time that's left to find these kills and maybe get the bomb plant. I don't think it can be done. And OG need these rounds, though. GamerLegion are already home safe. 7 rounds on the T side. They're going to be absolutely fine. The question is whether or not OG can claw back a little bit more and feel just a bit more comfort in the second half. That's really what this is about.
Yeah, plenty of money for GamerLegion to drop some weapons. It's really cool these last few rounds seeing the ops really have a good amount of impact. We saw A-Core the previous one. This is a showcase for Dexter. Probably, yeah, right through the window of the truck as well. Good round from Dexter overall. Bold jumping up and going for another, but he had the safety of Flames out towards Long. Timeout taken for the final round of this first half. It's the 3rd timeout used from GamerLegion. They had to burn a couple just to get into the game at one point down 0-5. How much you want to bet they go back to the B bomb site for this last round?
It is tempting. It really must be. Because even if they had some success at A, running into Dexter and Flames just doesn't seem like the most logical thing at the moment. They're the 2 people that are doing anything right now. 15 and 17 kills, and then after that, the drop-off to the rest of the team is 6, 6, and 3. That's the kills for the other 3 players. That's nuts. Of course you want to hit the B-bomb site. But you probably, I mean, you probably don't want to, you could rush it, but you probably just want to try and signal like it could be either one and then end up at the B-bomb side. Oh, here we go. The boost, no one is going to show up. Oh, what a shame. I love this.
Finds nothing. And actually with this many resources dedicated to the quad boost, especially for this long, look how much control OG's getting. I think they probably thought the same way that I did, that this was going to be a B hit, so taking control of short very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that is the downside though, you're not wrong. You lose so much map control by doing it. Sue is still pushed up quite far on the other side, because I mean, it's kind of cool, right? He's lost that fight so many times, but he knows he has a job to do, so he wants to keep trying, shooting them in their little booties. It's Emma going down, and Fiku is there to help out. That's so important. He was reloading, falling back, and Fiku coming into his zone. What a time to come alive and get a couple of kills. It's so critical. He's had a rough opening half here, but that might just be enough to win the round.
Yeah, both him and Nico have had a rough half, but really coming alive in this final round. OG looking like they're going to take the lead into the second half unless Shui and Acor have something to say about it.
Sui, and I mean, what do you do here? How do you bring this round back? There's only 27 seconds. Not optimistic about this one whatsoever, but it is the 15th round, so there's no saving it. They are obviously going to be going for it. Cracking towards the B bomb site. 3 people defending inside. And about 12 seconds, they've left it so low on time. Sui, he doesn't have time to do it. Fiku's going to have a nice finish off. Quad kill on him, that's got to feel good. And an 8-7 finish at the end of the half. Second half is coming right up.
He's back. I'm on him.
Rain dead. Barrel.
Dead.
3v3.
One more
underground. 50. He should be 50.
Dead.
Nice. Last guy. Be rotation, guys.
Cool rotation, yeah.
I'm coming with you.
What's actually? I smoke heaven.
I don't see con. Care monster son. I jiggle
Somebody
city.
CT.
Heaven.
Take off. Nice space, come on.
Well played, guys.
Some chicken noises in there.
Plenty of chickens.
I love it. Yeah, they're fired up. That was the start of it where things were still looking pretty questionable at that point in time for GamerLegion. It looked like they were going to have a rough first half because Flames was dunking on them and Dexter was getting warmed up as well. But they did manage to get all the way back to 7 rounds. Really impressive. Great first half. This is their map pick and things are looking pretty reasonable for them right now. I've got to say, the way the GamerLegion are playing right now, you got to think, if they win the pistol here, they're almost well on their way to winning the map. I'm pretty positively disposed to this right now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think that's fair. They hit a really nice flow in the middle of that first half GamerLegion, right? And just went on that streak to get back into the game. However, I think too, when you look at it as well, again, referencing what the desk kind of discussed with the really rough CT sides that OG have been having, I think this is kind of par for the course of what we're expecting out of OG so far at the major until we see some kind of significant change or significant difference. So I think they're going to be a lot better on the T side than they were on the CT side, but the T side of Overpass is still not an easy map to play.
No, it isn't. I mean, we got an example of that too, right? You see how many times Dexter managed to pick off Sui when he was trying to make his way out, and that is the kind of thing that could really happen. I mean, it can happen to OG as well. You can lose a player here or there just running into A-Core.
Yeah, and both the Oppers seem to really kind of have a good little battle going back and forth with each other in terms of their impact. A-Core had the really nice kind of clutch post-plant round over at the A bomb site. Dexter responded the next round with a triple kill on defense of his own, and you know, just even throughout that entire half, as you mentioned, Dexter had a very good half. 5-0 in opening duels for the OG Opper.
Well, just waiting to get the pistol round underway here for the second half.
And he's 17 kills, which is something that we really wanted to see. Now, one of the other side of the coin, remember, Flames after like the first 5 rounds was like 12-0, maybe like 6 rounds in. He ends that half 15-7. So like after that 12-0 start, just going 3 for 7 for the rest of the half, really cooled off. And I mean, that's not necessarily purely an indictment of him. Again, we mentioned a couple times during the cast that B bomb site was so compromised and the defense was falling so quickly. The Nico and Fiku kind of combination that Flames really kind of was forced to sort of cool off because there were just rounds he couldn't be involved in any meaningful way.
You know, I had a terrible dream tonight, Jason.
Okay. Always down for an Anders dream.
I dreamt that I invented like basically like a dinner table sized microwave booth, so that you could set the entire dinner, like you can set all your dinner up on the plates and everything, and you could microwave all of them at once. But obviously, you could fit like everyone in. So people got into terrible accidents where they would get microwaved. Yeah, inside. It was really a gruesome dream.
Yeah, that took a dark turn.
I don't know why I made this invention in my. It's a weird scenario.
Yeah, well, it's not.
That's how I woke up.
It's not the weirdest dream I've heard of yours.
No, probably not.
You were one of those people. I don't remember. I don't dream. Or I don't remember them.
You don't remember any of them, yeah.
Whichever way you want to look at it. Anyways, after the
probably for the best, to be honest, you know.
Yeah, after that, I'll stick with my dreamless nights.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't really know how to transition out of that. 8-7.
Don't worry, try not to think about it.
Second half is beginning. Pistol round 16 underway. OG nursing a 1-round lead in this elimination series between GamerLegion and OG.
They probably feel like they got rocked a little bit after that great start. It's such a weird feeling when you go up 5-0 and then you just slipping out of your hands. You're like, please, can we get back in the swing of things? And I mean, they kind of did 8 rounds. It's a very even game, obviously. But winning a pistol round right now could make all the difference in the world. And trying to sneak in a kill with that P250. He actually had the chance for it there, but just didn't really get the headshot off. But it's a nice little idea anyway. Looks like they want to go for the B-bomb side.
Yeah, it didn't connect with anything, despite the fact that it looked like a pretty good fight. This is a great defense, though. Suhei just kind of waiting with the flashbang. They know it's coming this whole time. They haven't budged out of this because Ima hasn't heard anything towards the A-bomb side. Even Fiku sort of challenging up highway towards the A site. If he can apply a little bit of pressure and just alleviate, bring Suhei back to the A site, that would be so valuable.
Yeah, everything could be on this, and they're patiently waiting. Actually very disciplined for OG on the other side, but you're right, it is down to this. Fiku's walking up, and he gets his head blown off, and now there's not much of a distraction. They're still holding that B defense down there, waiting for the flashbangs to come in, and they actually hit it early. Oh, the timing is godlike for the GamerLegion side. Chaos showing up, but there is a bit of a return. It's still in contention. They could still win this round. 2 versus 2, running into Immer again, and he's had himself a wonderful game. Nico now in a 1 versus 1. Sue's on the other side. 25 seconds, and just a battle of the USPs here. Headshot versus headshot, and Nico very low on health. He's got no more chances left, and here we go. One more click to get rid of him. A quad kill on Nico as he takes down GamerLegion.
Both those pistol rounds for OG. Quad kill from Flames in the first half with a 1v1, an extended 1v1. This one is Nico's turn to step up. Massive. And oh, this one hurts if you're GamerLegion. You get everything. That flashbang setup is so perfect. It works. You stop the initial thrust, you give yourself an advantage, but Nico in the 1v2 just lands some spectacular shots. OG with a 2-round lead and an advantage here in round 17 to build upon it.
He just doubled his scoreline in the pistol round.
Yeah.
Imagine that. That's an inspirational thing to remember for everyone who's having a bad game out there every once in a while. You just gotta hang in there. Deagle boost. Can get a kill, probably. Can you win the round? I doubt it. Yeah, Mac 10 just going to be running in there, the USPs. Trying to slow him down, but it's not really going to happen. Smoke's up, Molotov's going deep. Everything is just working out really well at the moment. OG looking to be at 10 rounds by the end of this.
Flames wants to make some money with that Mac 10. He really wants to turn the corner. Smoke is actually going to mess with him a little bit as he turns. No danger of losing this round, though, for OG, so you're exactly right. 3-round lead now for the T side moving forward. Or hold the phone. He's got a cannon. Emo with one more with that Deagle. But now you're going to see them back off just a little bit further. He'll go for a couple shots on the exit, try and get a few more kills. Shouldn't be able to get much.
No, this time, it really is going to be slowed. A-course hanging around in case there's a rifle somewhere. Maybe you can run in and try and pick it up. No, not even that. Quite far away. God tier observing, you've got to say.
Yeah.
10-7. And that 3-round lead coming true right away. Wow, this is it's a good start. No AWP in the early buy round here. They just don't have the money for it on the GamerLegion side. That's a bit disappointing. I would have loved to have seen that on A-Core.
We'll get it a little bit later on. You know it. You can feel it. But yeah, this 3rd-round buy. No kits as well. Holding on to all 5 smokes right out of the gate to try and delay things as much as possible before using one. There's the first monster smoke that falls. Only one flashbang, only one HE grenade for GamerLegion.
Oh. Triple nade. He shows up right after the fact.
He actually stepped back, and he gets pulled back to the B bomb site. I think he wanted to rotate over towards A, but obviously when you realize there's 3 players outside the B bomb site, you're going to stick around a little bit longer. More smokes being deployed to delay things as much as possible. A-Core still has one over at the A bomb site. He lays that down at the divider. OG taking their time, letting the smoke subside. Isaac has one more for Monster Tunnel if he ever feels the pressure. And it could be, I mean, depending on the timing of it, if he holds onto it a little bit longer, 45 seconds. OG's actually moving up to hit Monster, so if he can get a good timing on this smoke, this can disrupt everything.
Yeah, it really could. But I'm worried about the time that's left here for OG. We're down to 30 seconds.
That's sick. That smoke is going to go, what, to like 17 seconds left in the round?
Yeah, they are really in trouble now. They have to come through, and they're going to try and do it. Isaac's on the other side. That's a good read. Good patience on the side of GamerLegion. I mean, practically winning the round with just a smoke forcing their hand. Sui is going to be there as well. No issue at all. And just Neofrag. Bomb not in his possession. And no time to do anything, even if it was. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's pretty decisive.
Give your props over to Isaac, and obviously GamerLegion as well. They stacked up 4 smokes and Monster throughout that round. Obviously, Acor got to use his at will at the divider, but Isaac deploys that final smoke that forces them to execute through it and gets a double kill off the back of everything. Even this final hit is really just kind of half-assed, I think, from OG, realizing they don't really have the time to do a whole lot.
The war cries are back.
I don't know if I'd call it a war cry.
What would you call it?
I don't know. That's like what drunk girls do at the bar, right? Like the woo girls.
True. I'll take it. It's a celebration.
It's a celebration. Acor is going to find an opening kill. Kiosk goes down next. 5-on-3 very quickly in this round. And OG, once again, not a whole lot left to do. Neofrag and Dex are going to try and recover things. They do have some space to work with out towards long. Sui's dropping some utility just in case, realizing that's kind of the weak point of the defense with Acor pushed up at stairs, with Ema up and aggressive in bathrooms. Long's kind of the only thing susceptible at the moment that could give access to a bomb site over to OG. And with that smoke, Neofrag and Dexter are going to back away.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice, do they? Acor's actually pretty aggressive here, even in the 5 versus 3, which is interesting. Oh, but the spray transfer is just fine. A little bit easier with the M4A1. And Neofrag on his own, going to be walking into Ima right here. No issue. Muted screaming this time, Jason, but,
yeah,
but still.
Not as much cause for celebration in this one.
No, not quite yet.
Haven't seen OG's offense really come online yet in these in the gun rounds. They're going to get a, I mean, that's kind of a buy with rifles and some pistols mixed in. This time it's going to be unarmored Glocks. So, okay, that's not a muted screen. That's not muted at all. That was excitement.
He is absolutely feeling it right now, isn't he?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Just, individually on 11 kills, maybe not the most exciting, but he's there for the team, you know, making sure everyone feels fired up. And actually, OG's kind of not going to be able to do anything in this round. Glocks, maybe one P250, that's about it.
Yeah, no utility either, so this should be a relatively easy cleanup for GamerLegion to tie things up at 10. And then all of a sudden the pressure starts mounting on OG to get something going in their gun rounds. And obviously, I mean, even too, look at the money for GamerLegion. So against 5 unarmored Glocks like this is, or excuse me, a P250 on Dexter, this is a great opportunity to build up even more of a buffer and feel way more secure in your position if you're GamerLegion, if you can have all 5 players survive. Even if one goes down, you imagine Acor is going to pick up the op. So it could go from bad to worse for OG, but Ema should have no issues. Cuts down Nico. No reaction yet from Flames, Dexter, and Neofrag, held off by a Molotov for the moment. Ah. That's a lack of head armor. Huge lack of head armor. Nice spray down. Very much so tapping away. Ema's going to end things. 10-10. Acor does go down, but like I said, that's an opportunity in his mind to just pick up the op and get into things. Get into the thick of it. Timeout taken. That's from OG. They're second of the map. Talking things over before the next salvo of gun rounds get underway.
And they need that right now. Plenty of money on GamerLegion.
Yeah.
And OG in a position where that little lead they had, the 3-round lead, quickly gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the first half, right? They ran up to that 5-0 lead, but it disappeared really quickly. Like, once GamerLegion got going, it just shrunk so fast and so convincingly. Let's see what they're going to bring out in their first gun round in a minute. Acor, 8,700. So he hasn't picked up the op, but I can't see a world in which he doesn't just go for it here.
Yeah.
There it is. There's our boy. He's back.
And Dexter can't afford one, so Paul doesn't want one, but no, yeah, don't have the money for it. Going to be sitting it out for a minute. OG, this T side has... It better be pretty impressive for them to make up for the fact that, again, it's GamerLegion's map pick, and they probably do feel pretty confident right now. Some early damage on both Flames and Fiku at the start of the round. A little bit uncomfortable. And double setup. Immer and Sue both hanging around the connector. With Acor. And when Acor falls back, I don't know. Yeah, he almost has to stick around to help them out a little bit. ENCE are going to take the fight, but that's really uncomfortable when there are a lot of people up there.
Acor's coming in, though. Acor's sliding up highway as well. Fiku could alleviate some of the pressure, but he's distracted, doesn't clear. There's the op from Acor, and all of a sudden, this attack is cut down. Dexter and Neofrag, because Flames has fallen as well, and Acor's op is trained on that position. Good trade, but the round has already slipped out of your grasp. Dexter left in a 1v3.
45 seconds here. He would love a mistake. He would love for somebody to push, anyone to come maybe try and take a look. But they're being very disciplined at the moment, and they should be. You kind of expect it at the major. I would hate to see GamerLegion sort of throw away around to rushing down a player of Dexter's caliber. Oh, he's going to find the kill. Still, maybe a 1 in a million to win this 1 versus 3. Going to make the drop down. Oh my god! He no-scopes him.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. Chaos on the other side, and he peeks right at the perfect time. But my god, that was getting close. You could feel that coming.
Oh my lord. That should never happen, that drop down. That's crazy that he gave himself a puncher's chance in the clutch. Dexter almost doing something really special. And what started as a dominant round is going to make you breathe a sigh of relief if you're GamerLegion. This is filthy.
I wish he would have stuck with the AWP just for a chance to do it again.
Yeah, once you hit that shot like that, you might as well. You might as well. 11-10.
Yeah. A bit of a scary round. You had the feeling for a minute there that maybe it could have got out of control. But you know what? They're back. It's fine. And no money on OG. So in spite of a round that probably does get you a bit fired up, you can't really do anything with it, right? You put some pressure on the GamerLegion economy, sure, but not enough that it's a big issue. And they can probably make up for it in this round. 4 Deagles, 1 Tech-9. And they are trying to put some speed behind this one. Acor, yeah, he's realized as they're almost on top of him that, wait a minute, I'm getting run down in this bomb site. The Tech-9 will do its job. Flames to get the first opening kill in favor of OG here, but a 3 versus 4 to ensue. And ENCE actually still gonna get dropped. That's a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm getting nervous now. GamerLegion, this is the round that's supposed to be easy, and it's already not. Fiku hoping for a headshot, not going to be able to get it, and that should get the job done. Neofrag out here, 1 versus 3, and they know where he is. Sue not going to be wasting any time on that one. All right, good recovery.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey, but OG could never find any comfort in their post-plant's position. You could see Fiku really didn't want to be stuck on the truck because they knew he was there. He wanted to find a new location. That M4 never got picked up and settled into any kind of action whatsoever. So this is over on the B stream. Monte and MongolZ engage in a close affair. As Monte's struggling to close things out on the T side of Nuke, MongolZ is going to bring it back to within 2. Overtime potential. Here on the main stream, GamerLegion taking a 2-round lead, and we're going to get a pause in the action as things are talked over.
Yeah, they really are. Tech timeout. What's your favorite tech timeout, Jason?
I've always enjoyed, you know, the tech timeouts that are, let's see. I like the bathroom breaks, man.
Yeah?
I like the idea that someone just, in the heat of the moment, and the pressure is just like, you know what? I have to pee so bad that I cannot possibly continue to play this game.
Are you even allowed to do that?
I don't think so, but we've had it happen a couple times over the years.
Yeah, you make up
like
something.
The overtime ones, like triple overtime, and it's like, listen, like, I respect the rules and all, but this is unreasonable.
Yeah, we need a break. Oh, that's on the B stream. The MQ is knifing people. Monte, again, also fighting for survival. And looking good, looking like they might win Nuke against the MongolZ.
This makes me happy, because I got Monte in my pick'ems. Obviously, it makes me unhappy, because I do have a soft spot in my heart for the MongolZ. I've got my jacket here. I'd like another excuse to wear it.
Yeah, you did bring the merchandise.
I think I have to. I think it's like a requirement. I think I'm the only non-MongolZ player to have that jacket. And that's old school MongolZ. That's 2016 MongolZ.
Nice.
Yeah.
A rare one.
Yep.
I like it. I appreciate it. But yeah, we'll be on the B stream there.
Good win for Monte, though. I mean, interesting going on with that team. The leadership change coming into the major is always a big risk. Obviously, not having your coach here either is a really tough thing to overcome. I really like SDY. I like seeing him have success as well.
Shout out to LMBT, talking about an old school player.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a shame he couldn't be here, but yeah, it's understandable, I suppose.
But yeah, I like SDY's story. He endeared himself to me when he was on Na'Vi. So I'd like to see him have some success. Boros is obviously a super fun player to watch at the moment.
Yeah.
They got some cool things going for him over there in that camp.
They really do. I hope you and I get a chance to cast Boros at one point during all of this. That's also kind of why I want to keep them going, just because it's really wild.
Yeah,
they got
to make it to the legend stage for us to cast him. But
yeah, it's probably true.
I've watched, when I've seen a couple of the games where he's going off, it is just kind of like, oh, you're one of these kinds of players.
Yeah.
You're one of these psychopaths.
There's something so casual about what he's doing. It's like he's just stepping up to every fight and just being like, yeah, I'm probably going to win it. Casual
and terrifying all at the same time.
Yeah.
12 to 10. Yeah, back into the action. The pause is, the tech issue is resolved, whatever it was. It looked like a potentially headset thing going on. And OG's trying to find the solution to their early woes. And this time it's aggression, it's speed, it's pace through the smoke.
Him playing a bit forward on this one, but otherwise, GamerLegion are quite a lot further back here. And they're not suffering from the same problem on the CT side that OG were, right? They don't have that huge weakness at the B-bomb side.
Correct. I mean, OG haven't found any weakness yet, really.
No.
It's been 5 in a row on the CT side for GamerLegion. Once the guns have come out after losing the pistol in the ensuing second round, it's been all GamerLegion. And without too many issues, even the 1v1 started as a 1v3 and there was 10 seconds left. It was still always going to be extremely unlikely. OG this round just taking basic control, force back the defense on A, and here comes the execute.
Yeah, they're going for it. 45 seconds here. Fiku, that's a huge opening, but the spray is so good for Isaac. He's at least giving them a chance. And actually, it doesn't even matter. Fiku gonna get that headshot. The smoke, it should be up. It's a deep Molotov instead to force that AWP on A-Core back. He would like to get another shot. He really wants to make this a 2-on-2. Doesn't want to give up the round just yet, but the bomb has been planted. And Immer's walking in from the other side. They are still putting a little bit of emphasis into the round. Not that they have that much money. They've got to be careful about throwing away these rifles. Unless they really think they can get the next kill in the next 5 seconds, I don't think this is going to be doable.
Yeah, they have the money to at least challenge and go and see if they're going to get a gift. And they've already called it off. A-Core just emphasizing saving the op. Ima going to go for some exits through Monster Tunnel when they eventually come his way. The chance against Dexter, but eliminated. So, OG find a way on the board. Couple players quickly having emphasis towards bathrooms. Dexter goes down with a bomb. That bomb radius is brutal. Taking control and maintaining some presence at the edge of bathrooms, but not really showing themselves too much, and then just kind of falling into a B hit off of sandbags. Nice opening kill provided by Fiku. He's got 2 critical kills in this round. Isaac does his best to recover the situation, but that one right there secured the bomb site from Fiku. And a timeout taken from GamerLegion. They're 4th and final.
You know what? He's all the way up to 14 kills right now. So kind of getting in that same league as Flames and Dexter, who are at 18 and 24. Maybe not quite Dexter. He's going to run away with it a little bit.
Yeah.
But still, he's really contributing to the team, and that's always fun to watch when you see a player who's having a rough start and kind of getting beat up, which they really were at that B-bomb site.
There's something extra admirable about digging yourself out of the mental hole.
And especially in high pressure games, right? Like it's something to really think about. It's one thing for you at home when you're playing an online Counter-Strike to be able to mentally stay in the game, but at the brink of elimination at a major tournament like this, it's completely different, right? You're going to feel the weight of every mistake you make every time you get shot through that monster tunnel. You know, oh, I could have just screwed it up for my team. Dexter, they trying to do that same quad boost, but no effect at all. And even worse, they lose Neofrag, who is out to take map control on the other side.
That's fair play, though. Dexter got about 3 of those in the first half of that same kind of peak that A-Core just busted out. So GamerLegion was able to recover a couple of them. Let's see if OG's got the same prowess. Now, with that quad boost, again, no map control anywhere else on the map. They're kind of going to have to just fall into this B hit.
And so they will.
Yeah, but here's the issue. Shue and Ima are both in stairs. Kiaz and Isaac are in the B bomb site.
You still need one more kill.
Yeah, at least one's taken out, but you're still kind of boxed in to a certain degree, and you obviously don't know about the second player. Flames, shows a little bit too much. Kios has that through Monster Tunnel. Fico and Nico, excuse me, playing behind the smoke for the moment.
Yeah, I thought they were going to come through, but I guess they have more grenades that they're going to try and throw in there. Smoke off on the one side. That's the AWP making his way in on his own. Dexter, just no fear at all, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are getting blown up on the other side, and he had the scope up. He could not see Acor. Oh, wow, yeah. The fist bumps, whatever is going on. So it's all coming out now. 13-11. GamerLegion, 3 rounds away from picking up their own map right here.
Yeah, talk about the added pressure of an elimination series when you're down a map as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Look at the scoreboard, by the way, for GamerLegion, right? Immer's got 20, then it's 17 on Acor and Sue, and then 15-11. They have a really powerful lineup right now when everyone's kind of doing work.
And also the contrast, like even though Isaac is the lowest on the scoreboard for GamerLegion, he's had 2 or 3 really good rounds of holding the B bomb site when they've executed into it, so you're not seeing like same kind of weakness. There's not something you can really exploit because even though he's not lighting up the scoreboard, he's having impact when they're coming into his position, which is a huge contrast to how things were in the first half for OG's defense. Pop flash peek, ooh, good shot from Dexter. That's a big boy save.
Yes, it is. But they got to know that that pop flash was thrown from somewhere, right? And it's Acor, so they could probably even... They must know that the AWP is back there. Nade out.
Yikes.
Okay, that's actually pretty decent. OG, they were up against the same thing. GamerLegion tried to do this fast long push as well and had some success with it. Neofrag's gonna get one, but it's a swift return right back into a 2-on-3 actually now as Fiku's gonna pick up the kill. The bomb is dropped at the lip of the bomb site, so they know they're gonna have to go for it. Acor, he misses that flick, and now the pressure is on. Flames just running him down with the pistol. And Isaac, you said he's had a couple of impactful rounds. This would be a massive one if he could pick it up. The grenade. Can't believe that Flames is still alive on just 2 points of health. And that'll do it. That's enough. That's another position you have to check. Dexter will take him down. Huge win for OG. They absolutely badly needed this one, having lost quite a few rounds here at the second half already.
Yeah, nice and simple. Good opening kills. That's a very fast, long aggression for Neofrag to get this first kill swinging around dice boxes. That's just great cover from Dexter. Flashbang is going to take his eyes off. And obviously, even though Sui and Acor get a couple of kills, you kind of reveal your position. It lets itself perfectly kind of play out as OG just say, okay, we have to eliminate someone in bathrooms. We have the flanker there for that. Fiku picks up the pace to find the kill and alleviate the pressure. And all of a sudden, it's GamerLegion who have to save. Now, the nice thing for them is Acor is 4,700, so he's going to be able to have the AWP in the next round. The tough part for them, $1,900 loss bonus, which means what? You're right around 2,000, 2,200, 3,900, 4,100 after this round.
Yeah. Yes, I still... It feels like GamerLegion, even if the scoreline is close, it just feels like they have such a grip on the game right now. Bomb is going to be planted here. That's a little bit uncomfortable. Sue is going to be running down Dexter.
Go for it,
baby. The AWP. No, should you want to do it?
Go for
AK
it.
and AWP.
This is an elimination game at the major, Anders. You go for this round. You got a man advantage. You got an AK. You got an off. You're going to find the next round regardless. Go for it, baby. Get in there. Okay.
You let them down. You let them astray, Jason. You're a bad influence on these players.
I still like it. I still like it. Go for it. Go for the win. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See? No kit. He's going to have to stick it. It has to be a 10-second defuse at this point as Fiku have the balls to come through this smoke. And yeah, of course he does.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? I don't think you were wrong. That is close enough that you could justify going for that one. And importantly, like you said, you have some economy behind this. It's not completely dreadful. Wow, that was way more impactful than you would have ever imagined. Some couple of slip-ups here, and some couple of good shots with the USPs, no doubt. Sue having himself a really, really cool round. 13-13, we're all tied up once again.
And you still have a decent enough buy, is the big thing. I mean, obviously, if that's a little bit different and you save those up on the AK, it's stronger, but this is an okay buy. I like the challenge in that previous round with the man advantage. Neofrag going to get pop flashed in to clear the angles. Doesn't go too deep, though. It's just him and Nico who's playing passively in support. Fiku and Dexter working underpass towards blue door. Flames just looking for pushes outside the B bomb site that aren't coming. And GamerLegion this round has emphasis in the early round towards A. Ema playing Divider, support with A-Core's op, and Suhi is going to keep an eye jumping over the APC at Bank.
They've really, it's such a luxury for them right now that they can keep 2 people down at the B bomb side at all of this time. This first half.
A-Core's not looking for this.
No, he's not. Oh, wow. Actually, Suhi goes down. A-Core's quick to adjust at the very least. Neofrag, that's still a pretty successful hit, right? That's not bad. But Kios and Isak, they're going to be put under some pressure here at the bomb side. And they, I mean, this should be a good hit for OG. They should have the right Molotovs and the right flashbangs to set this up. Comes the first flash. That FaMAS is already so blind, and they will run it down. A layered flashbang on top. Isak, he comes up. Oh my god, it's massive. A triple kill. He has got more bullets, and he's taken care of everything. Quad kill on him, and GamerLegion at 14 rounds.
I told you, man, that Isaac, even though it's not the high numbers, the high volume, that impact at the B bomb site is just so important, and he's having quite a game. And this is exactly what OG's defense missed, is this B bomb site anchor delivering time and time again. This is probably the 3rd time at this B bomb site where he's delivered a multi-kill that's saved the day. This one's huge. An important junction in the game. They were out of money as well. He's kept them afloat. He's kept their head above water. They've got a 1-round lead, and it's OG who have to talk about the money now. It's OG who have to talk about what kind of a buy they want to move forward with.
He had 4 bullets left for that final kill, and it wasn't even a headshot, right? He didn't even just straight headshot. I mean, he actually just was so precise.
And also, I mean, he's given the benefit. That's like, I'm not going to say it's easy, but there's the spacing is not there to actually trade that kill efficiently. He got time to kind of reset and prepare for the next fight between all 3 of those. OG kind of had one player hyper aggressive. Nico comes in a little bit after that. The 3rd player comes in a little bit after that, and obviously it sets up a highlight reel.
Yeah, exceptionally well done. Back to the pistols, like you said, the economy. And they're doing a bit of a French timeout. Not actually calling the timeout, just spending the time. Obviously, the coach not going to be involved, but yeah, you can talk things through. Get a bit of exercise in on those T players running around. It's all good. And 1 flashbang on Flames. The existence timeout, Jason.
The existence timeout, the French timeout. How fitting for the Paris Major.
You should take one of these.
Yeah. Is that a bunny with a gun? Why have I never...
Yeah.
Why has that never stuck out in my head before?
Das Kaninchen, I think.
What's that mean?
The rabbit.
Oh, the rabbit?
Yeah, it's the same word in Danish. Kanin, yeah. There we go. Said it many times.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're here for, the teaching, you know? They're eventually done with their timeout, saying, all right, now we feel like we can go for it. 1 flashbang and a dream. Flashbang's okay, but not going to make up for the Glocks that are coming here to try and run them down. Oh, they knife him. That's so
Come on, Flames.
Flames. Oh, yeah, that would have been fun if he could have kept on going behind that.
Oh, that was actually... Oh, this is actually a little bit dangerous. No, we got him very, very low. But, man, A-Core almost got taken down. Kiaz and Suhi very, very low. 15-13. And 1 actual timeout, I believe, still remaining for OG that they preserved with that kind of French timeout in the previous round. So 2 chances for OG to bring this into overtime. 2 chances for GamerLegion to close out this opening map and continue on in the series.
Look at the movement in that replay. He gets the knife, picks up the AK, jumps to take the spot towards Elba, and like he's doing so much in microseconds to get a little bit more information for the next fight.
Hold the phone. Kiaz has a P90.
Nice.
Was that a misbuy?
Nah.
Nah.
Not this time.
Oh, this is a good setup, though. Suhi, first kill. Can't transfer into the second one, but Emo was also being aggressive, so it could have been very easy for OG to kind of lose track of that.
Look, he's got the skin for it as well, Jason. It can't be a misbuy. I think he's... Oh,
Bang.
no. Flames proving why the P90 is not necessarily the optimal weapon.
That's what you get. Don't bring the noob gun into the game.
Flames and Fiku still in a rough position. A little bit beaten up in a 2-1-3. And if GamerLegion pick up this round, they win the map. It is their map pick, so might be a little bit expected. But, you know, OG could have won this map as well. That first half definitely could have been a lot more in their favor. And they're already set up at the B bomb site. They know exactly what's coming. And A-Core is not even that far away. He could be here in a matter of seconds.
No, but you got Flames alive. And remember, he had a great start to this game. He's continued it throughout, a couple quiet moments, but up to 24 frags. Look for him to crack something open. There's the indication. Smoke into the bomb site. Molotov from Isaac to delay. He's been stellar at this bomb site. He's called upon one more time, this time to close things out, but he can't do it.
2 versus 2 to try and hold on to the map. It's a good flick for A-Core. Flames is so low on health. One stray bullet for the smoke, and this will be all over. The gun barrel's showing, and he's trapped in there. A-Core will get him. The celebrations continue. Chaos is loving life right now.
Yeah.
It is 16-13. GamerLegion to pick up the opening map.
Yeah, what a wonderful win for GamerLegion on the opening map of the series. And you think the recovery in the first half from being down 0-5 as well. I mean, this is a great performance from GamerLegion, and it's kind of how Maui Snake said it. He said he expected GamerLegion to be able to take overpass, but this puts so much pressure on OG now. Playing for your tournament life down a map in the series, tough times are ahead. We'll see if OG can recover. We'll be right back with the rest of the series.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's start Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
He's scrims then. He's scrims.
I can flash him.
Holding your left side. You hit it. Nice.
Flashing Monte now.
Do it.
Oh.
Nothing
I'm still in con, guys. Just
I did.
Guys, wait. Go. I smoke Monte and I'll flash you close.
Yep. Do it.
Smoking now. I'll flash down here in a sec. Wait. Scope monster, no? Yeah. Flash monster.
All 3, 4. Last day.
Short.
Okay, nice. Only short.
Nice. Yeah, I was. You're man, he scored. He's monster. He came there.
You can see just how much it means to GamerLegion to be getting the upper hand in this one, truly on the knife's edge, as this is a do-or-die series between OG and GamerLegion at the Blast TV Paris Major. We talk about this one as getting incredibly close, despite OG being up 5-0 in the first half, and despite Jacob, OG getting not one, but 2 pistol rounds, the first they've got here.
All the win conditions we put out for OG, getting good starts in the half, making sure that you convert, they actually lived up to those, yes. So it was a little bit disappointing for me to see OG once again struggle. I will say their CT side was lackluster once more. Dexter was doing one hell of a job finding openings with the AWP. He was very assertive, very aggressive, especially on A-long and towards the mid area. But apart from that, nothing really worked out for OG. I felt Dexter were the one to keep them in the game in the first half. But yes, you look at the scoreline, 16-13. It could have been a lot worse for OG had it not been for the man Dexter.
Freya, you asked me before the game what I would do to make sure that Shuhei and GamerLegion would have a tough time here on Overpass. I said put Dexter B a little bit more. And yeah, yes, he got those opening picks at A. Yes, he was actually doing a good job at locking down this side of the map, but that was not the story of this half. Him doing well at A was only in some ways cosmetic, because he'd get these singular kills onto Shuhei, and then GamerLegion would just go towards B away from him, and they would just win. But Dexter proving that he is the best opper in this matchup for sure. Acor had an okay game, but Dexter clearly had more impact on his side of the map.
And there were a lot of opportunities, or times rather, that we saw GamerLegion, as you kind of aptly said, you know, actually almost walking on into the sites and having the defense crumble in front of their very eyes.
Yeah, it was a bit too easy. A bit too easy for GamerLegion. Looked like they had a good idea of what they wanted to do from the beginning of the game, to be honest. They wanted to expose that B-bomb side, and I was a little bit surprised they kept on walking into Dexter on the A-bomb side. They kept giving away the kill, but as long as it didn't matter, then it's okay. Man on the screen right here as well. Acor had a good T-side showing. Sometimes it can be very tough with the AWP to find impact, but he was constantly put in positions where he could just spin around and do what Acor does best sometimes, which is just playing deathmatch on the server. When he doesn't have to think too much about how he's playing, I think he's a phenomenal AWP player, and he showed that one more time.
I think that some of his success there on the T side, though, was just spurred by the fact that his team was able to push into deep positions already. If his team has trouble, I've seen Acor have some really bad T sides, because if they just don't get space, what are you really supposed to do as an opper? But this time, he was able to find himself in that post plant we saw with that 4K there. But I think that mostly his success came down to the fact that GamerLegion just had a really good idea of how they wanted to play. The fact that they kept hammering Nico and Fiku at B, it felt like that was just the most porous bomb site ever. It was like SpongeBob SquarePants, how many holes it had.
I think I almost got a little bit gaslit by Flamesy having a really hot start to the map as well. And obviously then we saw GamerLegion, as you said, aptly making those adaptations, getting 7 out of the 8 during the mid portion of that first half. Was it the adaptations coming out of Shuhei then that you're kind of giving, you know, the most props to for them to be getting back into this one?
I think Shuhei was the best player on the server in the regard that he was calling and putting up the numbers on the server once more. He had a very rough start to the tournament. Yesterday against Mouz, he was doing a great job individually speaking as well. Same could be said here on Overpass. I think in general, we spoke about it already. OG, you win both pistol rounds, you have Flamesy playing well, you have Dexter playing well. You have all the win conditions that we possibly can find for your team to win Overpass and make it happen, and yet you still lose 16-13. So yes, for Shuhei to call the win here for GamerLegion and for OG not to get more out of all the win conditions they had going for them is to me a little bit disappointing. I think Moses just said it before he went to the desk here. That puts an awful lot of pressure on OG. If you can win when everything is going for you, what happens when Dexter is not showing up? What happens when Flamesy is not showing up? Because Fiku and the rest of the boys didn't do what they were supposed to.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Then we move on into that second half again. We're saying OG managing to win a pistol. Surely, you know, that's breathing signs of life for that second half. No, it's actually GamerLegion to really come out swinging on their CT side. We see Ima really stepping up as well. What do you think was the key for them to be closing it out? Because we saw OG battling back in a couple of kind of scrappy rounds there at the end.
I think that the forward defenses that GamerLegion had were successful enough in their own right that it was pretty difficult to ever see OG getting deep onto bomb sites too convincingly. We saw Ima playing up, we saw Acor playing up, Shuhei as well. I mean, they kind of were pressuring basically everywhere you're supposed to. I saw them pushed up at long, party, connector, short, like it's basically everything you're supposed to do to put together an overpass defense. And GamerLegion came into this map with it being their pick. They showed why.
agreeing with that sentiment, Jacob?
Completely. I think GamerLegion did exactly what you have to do when you play overpass. I hate to see CT sides that is just sitting back and holding bomb side, because all teams today are very, very good at executing towards the B or the A bomb side. So you got to be provocative. You got to go up there and disturb the opponents a little bit. And I think Shu and the boys did that perfectly.
You got to get the people going. Shu, you were talking about him kind of having a, I don't want to say in the similar vein to Boris, because Boris, a very different type of player, having, you know, that kind of showing for higher tier teams, right? You were looking at Shui in a similar light, obviously different role.
I would say so. I think there's a severe lack of great in-game leaders right now. I think there's a lot of teams where you look at the in-game leaders and they are in the role because someone had to do it. You look towards Vitality and Apeks, of course, that whole Cinderella story. He developed into becoming a great in-game leader, but it was not supposed to happen. You look at towards OG. Why wouldn't Shui look at a team like OG and think, I can make OG better? If I had Dexter next to me, if I had Flamesy next to me, I could make even more work in a team like that. So I think Shui right now, of course, focus is on this tournament, focus is on this game, but for the long perspective, the more he's doing at this tournament, the more likely teams like OG, Vitality, and all these tier 1 teams are to look at a guy like Shui. Maybe even Mouz, who wants to bring him back, right? Because he's a tier 1 talent when it comes to the in-game leading role.
I'm very excited for the second map in this series, not least because it is going to be Mirage, but particularly because yesterday, Danny, I believe we saw some chaos ensuing with OG versus NIP. So what have you got for us in this breakdown?
Yes, so what I want to talk about today is OG. They've picked Mirage, obviously, and they actually have a particularly unique way to take short fast on Mirage. So I want to break that down and explain how it exactly works. So what we're going to see initially is that Dexter, he's going to start by throwing this smoke here that lands deep towards short, and it looks like my screen is frozen just a little bit on my side, but I'm going to continue. So it actually lands right here towards that catwalk position, and with the smoke here, what it does in combination with the window smoke as well as the catwalk smoke is it makes it difficult, sorry, I need to back this up, it makes it difficult for the CTs to contest from the main to choke points. It provides an avenue for these players to actually move up towards catwalk. But the main thing here is that this connector area still has to be dealt with. This is where the flashes come into play. Fiku starts off the first player in by throwing this flash here towards the bottom, and then Nico throws these two flashes as well. And these flashes, all in combination towards connector, what it does is it pushes back a CT who could be playing in connector, and it provides a timing window for Neofrag to actually cross over towards Cat. These flashes help him do so. And with these flashes, it allows him to scale across towards the other side of the smoke here. But pay attention right here, notice that he jumps on top of the railing. By going on top of the railing, it does two things. The first thing is that it avoids the spam that could come in from that window side, but also for a player who's playing in connector, he's forced to actually peek deep into mid in order to spot his feet. So it's a very protective spot where it gives him cover from a lot of the common spam positions. But as well, by going on top of this railing here, he's also able to peer over the smoke and spot CTs coming through catwalk. It also allows him to spot if a CT crosses into the ladder room. Here you see that config, he doesn't see this coming at all. And this is really the power behind sending that player behind that smoke right away. So this is a very particularly unique way that OG actually take this catwalk area, and it'll be up to GamerLegion to see what do they actually do to counter this.
Stellar breakdown once again from the Mahone zone, particularly when we're looking at that map that went down yesterday because our OG had such a great T side. Was not the same story when they came onto the CT side though, Maui.
Yeah, we've been highlighting the difficulties that OG have been having on their CT side. Even though they looked okay on Overpass, what they had against NIP was not pretty, not my cup of tea. And OG have to do better if they want to even achieve similar results to what they had in Rio. Rio, they were knocked out in the Challenger stage as well. And for an org that has such a great history, at least when it comes to Dota, they haven't really done anything when it comes to Counter-Strike. And for how long this roster has been in place, or at least how long this org has been invested, you really want to see them do a little bit better here. And if they actually just go out with a whimper here on Mirage, if they're unable to right their wrongs, build off of what they were able to do on the T side, and have even a remotely competent CT side, then OG are going to look worse for wear from what they did back at the last major.
There's no doubt that it will be a disappointment if OG is not able to beat GamerLegion, let's be completely honest. But it's also the budget they're working with, it's the setup they're working with. We even saw when when they brought in Neofrag and Fico, right? Nexa was out saying a year ago that, yeah, we signed the players we could afford. So it's not necessarily a team that we expect to be up there in top 8 or top 10 for that matter. I don't think they have the player material for it. There's some interesting bits and pieces to the lineup. Obviously, Dexter is, at least according to my money, too good to be an OG. And he's also too good to exit the tournament at this stage already. So I would agree with you, Maui. It would be a disappointment for OG, but the way GamerLegion is playing, the way we feel the energy in here as well, they seem like they're the ones with the pants on.
And that CT side yesterday, that was totally a disappointment, right? We're coming off the 11-4 first half. Sure, we have to give props to NIP. They were looking really solid. They came in with a really clear game plan. But do you think this smells like a 2-0 for GamerLegion, or you got hope?
I'm afraid it could be a 2-0. I still have faith in OG being the better team on Mirage.
I'm sticking to my 2-1 prediction for OG. I think they bring it back here on Mirage.
Well, we're all OG up here on the desk, and I believe our Unicorn prediction said the same thing. So Jason and Anders, now's your time to flip-flop if you want to.
Wow, I almost got caught my pants off there. that was a scary moment, Jason.
I'm still trying to figure out what that means exactly. They're the ones with the pants on.
I don't know what it means. I can tell you what the odds mean. It means GamerLegion are now favored. It started out the other way, but OG, I don't want to say dropping the ball, but you know, not having the map win. They're one map away from elimination at the major.
Yeah, and I think if you're OG, you kind of have to take that in stride and say that was GamerLegion's pick. That's exactly where they wanted to take this. You know, the series doesn't begin until someone else wins your opponent's map pick, or the series doesn't really end until you take your opponent's map pick. It could just end straight away. But like, really, if you're thinking about it, like, this is exactly where we wanted to take the fight. This is where we should feel the most confident. This is our home map in this series. This is how we get the job done. This is how we tie things up and move it on to map 3. Elimination on the line. OG potential to go home against GamerLegion here in Paris. We're going to be live into the pistol round on Mirage. GamerLegion starting on the defensive CT side and OG starting on offense. Flames and Dexter with a big performance on Overpass, but obviously not enough to take OG forward.
They lost this map in overtime to NIP, right? That's one of the concerns that I think the desk had initially, is that maybe OG just aren't feeling as comfortable as they should, given that this is their map pick. But we're about to find out. OG going to be starting on the T side, GamerLegion on the CT side. And this is going to be a crunch, three-way crunch towards the A-bomb side. Out of Palace, out of the ramp, and up through the connector. And they're not going to slow this down. They're going to keep going for it, flash their way into jungle, taking down A-core. This is a sick hit already.
Yeah, he actually pushed down ramp. If he'd been able to get that kill, that would have been the bomb. Flames finds another one underneath the smoke. And this is rough. Flames encroaching on the position. Gatsui, but he's struggling. Out of bullets, and Fiku's got another. Oh no, that's deleted so quickly. OG with the pistol round on the board.
Who needs a bomb land? You can just run in and get all the kills.
Destroy everyone.
That little trick of setting up the smoke and then use that smoke as a wall to basically make a straight right coming out of connector, flashing away in to take that fight. That was really sick, really well done. Good plan, and yeah, everyone kind of getting involved at the beginning of it. So it's a good start for OG. It's their map pick. It's kind of what you want to see. I feel like we deserve a third map here. I'd like to see Ancient as the deciding.
We got another P90. That nade's going to go a little bit too far to the left. Tickles everyone, but nothing crazy. And P90 leading the way, but it's the AK with the first kill. But he only spotted one. Now they heard another. Nico comes back, sees two more. They know what's happening on the map, and Dexter comes in to try and frag away, try and boost up the scoreboard, but an AK hits the deck, which means Flames has got to come back to control the situation, and he spots both players.
Yeah, it's under control. Would kind of be a little bit annoying if they could run away with an AK. Doesn't feel like they're going to be able to just now. The Mac 10 here against the P90, surely, yeah. Easy pickoff.
Bang. I'm glad I got at least one kill.
And A-Core now just kind of shuffling around. Not much to really do. You know what the P90's for, Jason?
What's that?
It's for when I'm playing with Flom, and he's in America, and I'm obviously in Europe, and you know, you're playing with like almost 200 ping. That's when the P90 could do its real work. Sick then, because from the enemy's point of view, the bullets are almost coming around the corner before you are.
Okay.
So outside of that,
no real use to it.
Don't buy it.
Okay. How do you do with the P90? Are you a P90 player then? Is that your gun?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Your biggest highlights on the stream?
More bullets, you know. Just it's not about accuracy. It's just on average, you got to hit some bullets. It's fine.
That's going to be the byline of your biography. Counter-Strike story of Anders Bloom. Not about accuracy.
Definitely not about accuracy.
Third
round.
Here we go.
Thanks,
P90,
Jason.
I got you, dog. P90 leading the way. Guns out on the board. A-Core's got the first kill. Neofrag around the edge of the smoke. Good trade. But Kiosk, meanwhile, has found one elsewhere. Look how aggressive OG is, and it's all falling apart. They pressed the issue so quickly and got nothing for it.
Yeah, they really got blown up in the middle. I really enjoy that. GamerLegion, that three-way crunch from the CT side when you just get every single fight. I mean, it looks so good.
Yeah, but if you're GamerLegion preparing for this game, remember, it was very high octane. It was very early engagements for OG yesterday against NIP, so you're going to have to know that's coming. That's like kind of the conversation before the game. Like, guys, they're quick on the T side. These engagements are going to come fast. There's not going to be a whole lot of patience, so always be prepared for those early fights. Fiku is going to be desperate just to get the plant, and that's a nice extra piece of bonus money for the team.
Yeah, you know what? In a 1 versus 3, getting into a bomb site and getting the bomb plant, that's a pretty good job already. You could tell he was rolling his eyes a little bit. I think that's because he wanted that AK out a second earlier. Then he maybe could have had a chance, you know, 1 more second, and he might have been able to get that first headshot. That would have made it a competitive round if he could have had it. Either way, GamerLegion on the board early, so 2-1, and it's not looking too bad.
No, not quite yet.
But yeah, that $800 bonus for anyone that's new to the game, who hasn't been watching any Counter-Strike. I'm sure we've got many new players. We know we do in terms of the records that are being broken in terms of, you know, players online for Counter-Strike at the moment. But yeah, you plant the bomb, even if you lose the round, you get the $800 bonus. Which it doesn't seem like a lot, but during the course of a half, it could definitely make a difference.
Yeah, team play can be the difference between, you know, a critical piece of utility that you do or don't have. OG's going to have to drop down to a pretty labored buy. They do have 4 rifles, but 2 of them without utility. Nico and Dexter missing some nades. Flames has to drop to a Tech 9 just to get the nades required for the tactic. And actually, he's going to activate himself over towards the B bomb site, trying to show B pressure. Oh, it's working. Look at the rotation. Sui and Acor have actually shifted over entirely, which might expose. Important kill here, and Sui's got that.
Yeah, super critical, shooting him in the back as well. They, again, crunch that middle. They make it work. It's such a good maneuver right now. If GamerLegion can make even fighting for the middle difficult for OG, it wipes out several pages of the OG strat book, because there are so many strats on this map that just revolve around being able to get the mid control, and then from there, you can set up, you know, splits towards A and B. You can go into the window like they tried this time. But once you're denied this mid control, it's a very, very different game for the T side. Good little adjustment there for Imma. Going to be taking down Dexter and leaving Flames alone.
Keep in mind throughout this half as well, OG is set up as the series began by the desk. Very, very difficult. They're having a really tough time with their CT side, so they actually need to put some rounds on the board here on the T side. And against NIP just yesterday, I mean, they went into overtime, but it was 11-4 halves in favor of the offense. So, I mean, if OG's not going to get that kind of production, you know, if you have a really rough T side here against GamerLegion, they could be in a lot of trouble switching halves, and then the pressure really, really, really starts to build. If it's not already at peak right here with elimination on the line on this map, it's going to get worse in the second half if they start slow.
Also because, like both you and the desk were talking about earlier, their CT sides are where we're kind of having some questions about OG. So if their T side also suddenly isn't working, and with their backs to the wall, about to be eliminated from the last major in Paris, that's too much. The pressure will really start to mount. But it's still a little bit early. We're not in full panic mode yet.
We don't need to ring the alarm bells just yet. Just kind of setting things up for later. So just keep your eye on the scoreboard. Keep your eye on that for this T side of OG. Pistols. And again, a very slow round out of T-spawn. Just taking a few extra seconds to talk about things before they kind of send themselves into the meat grinder. Good call from Kiaz as well, understanding the economic situation. They know it was a buy round previously. They know this has to be a save or a low economy round, so playing it passively, not getting any of those rifles in advanced positions where they can get picked off. Sui and Imma have good control and good information on middle. Acor obviously knows that nothing's at the B bomb site. You could even probably shift Isaac if you wanted to be really frisky over to the A bomb site. I'm surprised they haven't at this point, considering no one could be an underpass either. There's Kiaz. He's going to have all the information. Utility being spent, but this passive setup is not allowing the pistols to get involved whatsoever. An easy cleanup and a good setup for GamerLegion.
They have a couple of weapons or aces up their sleeves, OG, for this particular map that should make the T side more doable. One of them is definitely Flames and his ability to play entry on the A bomb side, because he's one of these players that will push so deep, right? He will make the push all the way to CT spawn. Sometimes you're walking out of the palace with no flashbangs, no nothing. It's just, you know, walking out to find a kill. Those kind of plays would be really nice to come up with right now to get this team energized once again. And look at this. Suhe in the middle, ready to take the battle to Nico, and he will come out on top of that one. A little bit of a labored spray from Dexter. That actually could have backfired. He's very low on health, so there's the grenade to finish him off. 4 versus 3 after that.
There's a real emphasis from GamerLegion to shut down middle. And it's working so well in the early going in these first 3 gun rounds. 2-for-1 trade off the aggression. It's only Neofrag who's going to back away into underpass, and now you can start to take control of ramp. Sui and Kios pushing up. Bomb is way back towards T-spawn, so Fiku will probably pick that up on his retreat on his path over towards the B bomb site. And all that's left is attack into Isaac, who was a great anchor on overpass for GamerLegion.
Yeah, he was. You mentioned it a couple of times. In spite of him not being all the way at the top of the scoreboard, just when they needed him with the B-bomb side and overpass,
good for a double at least.
Yeah, and that's such a difference maker. And also anchoring the B-bomb side on this map could be a dreadful task in general, because you do get a bit bored back here. There's not a lot happening, and then suddenly everything is coming your way. Flames with a good opening. He's brought it back into the open 3 versus 3, and 40 seconds on the clock. They're at least going to get the bomb plant, but Suhei is coming in for the flank, slowly walking up behind them. Acorn Chaos, they're kind of readjusting in that window. They're actually not quite sure. They want to set up for the retake, but they want to try and make it a 3-prong retake.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I mean, Acor kind of gave up market control. They could have pushed in during that absence, and Chaos takes his position while Acor transitions over to Catwalk. So one player retaking from every position, and that's the first kill for Fiku. Neofrag waiting for his timing, waiting for Flames' contact before he swings. Not even needed, not even necessary. And it all falls onto Acor, and he's way too committed to fall back. Good tap on the first, but OG's on the board.
Good triple for Flames. If he doesn't get that first kill is the one that really matters, right? That's what gives them the bomb plant. That's what gives them the opportunity to actually do something in the round. So 3-3, and we're all tied up. Super important round for OG. I have no doubt about it. And the money is pretty good. 10,000 on Emma, almost 9,000 on Acor. So they got some money to work with. More scattered Danes here, both Acor and Nico, obviously. It's kind of weird to happen to Danish Counter-Strike in that sense, right? We used to have quite a few teams that we could feel like all Danish teams. Charles didn't make it now. Obviously, Heroic are going to be later on. I mean, then we got these Danish agents that are out there.
Yeah.
We sent them out. Little splinter cells.
Taking over the world.
Slowly.
Yeah,
one team at a time.
Only so many Danish teams you can create, really. I mean, it's impressive to have 2 teams in such a at the top of Counter-Strike. Well, 1 team at the top and 1 team battling to get there.
I was going to say, that's generous.
Yeah.
A little bit generous, Jason. Appreciate it. Looks like
At one point, you guys had like 3 knocking on the door of some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, we were brilliant. We flew too close to the sun, didn't we?
That was an annoying timeline.
You're counting north and...
No, of course not. Deep nade. Oh, that's good. Chunks down Flames. A little bit of spam extra, but Neofrag with the rebuttal through the smoke. That's Kios to go down. This time the passive setup doesn't work.
No, not quite. Sue in front of the smoke. Actually, a sick play in terms of them not expecting it. None of the 3 players that were close to that smoke thought that he could be in front. Why did he spin bot his way through the smoke, Jason? Why is that allowed?
I don't know. If you can just make it happen, I will. Why not? Go for it. Acor is going to save this up. He was going to save the M4, and all that money that was built up previously is gone.
I'd actually like to see that from Flames. It looked like he just jumped through and just helicopter AK'd his way through the smoke. Like,
even
here we go.
Pre-firing on the jump as well.
Yeah. Disturbing scenes. But from OG's point of view, I mean, this is what they want. You mentioned the speed earlier, and in the middle it's been shut down, but you can kind of get a sense of how overwhelming it is for that A defense, right? Like, the fight never stops.
It's also a really good call from OG to kind of change and adjust in this fashion and hit this A bomb site, because that, I mean, if you're going to try and you can either keep banging your head against the wall where you know they're going to have that mid presence, but if you can start exploiting the extremities, then, I mean, GamerLegion is going to be forced to respect it and forced to bring a second player over, which just by nature alleviates some of the pressure in middle. Decision time for GamerLegion. Do they want to buy up? They can drop 2 weapons over, and indeed they will.
Yeah, that's the bank that they built. How did they build so much money in winning 3 rounds in a row? That's kind of impressive, right? GamerLegion still able to buy. They just lost 2 in a row. and they're going to go for it again. Nico with a good spray in the middle. Imma goes down, and they're still running. Look at this, just holding W into the A bomb site and going straight for it. And actually, the spray is good. Nico in the middle going to find A core. There was a real moment there where it looked like they were going to lose control of the round, but with the smoke going up here, they should have a good crack at least getting the bomb plant down.
Sui has to, yeah, he's forced away by the Molotov from that fight. Bomb's being planted. So him and Isaac are going to stick around for these smokes to clear. See if they can get a clean shot, a clean fight. Neofrag is going to give him one, but wins it out either way. Isaac goes down, and Sui now has got to find a way to retreat to save the weapon. You're not winning this 1v3.
Yeah, and the weapon is important. That's their tool in the next round to try and cause an upset. That's what you got to be thinking, is we can put the M4 in place, find a kill in the middle somewhere, maybe we can have a good start anyway. But OG, this is something that, I mean, when you set this pace from the beginning and it looks like you're getting shut down, it's got to be kind of scary to just continue with it and say, no, we're doing another fast round and another one and just kind of keep it going. But so far they've been proven right in their approach. Gonna be 5-3, a 2-round lead and 3 in a row here for OG on their own map pick, with Flames and Neofrag actually top fragging both at 7 kills.
This is a really important kill for Nico as well. 1 kill in middle, and that pulls some eyes away from the A bomb site, which opens things up. Nico even builds upon it with that kill onto the AWPer onto A core. 2-round lead, and second timeout taken from GamerLegion in round number 9.
Yeah, they need a chance to breathe, because OG aren't giving them any of these rounds. They're just by so quick, aren't they? Could be very, very hard to play against. And it could be a weird feeling as well at the end of a half, if you suddenly look at the scoreboard and say, wow, that's the first 15 rounds gone, and it just felt like it was light. It was like I snapped my fingers and boom, here we are.
Yeah, Flames is even picking up a MAC-10 in this round because he knows it's going to be likely low economy. The one rifle that was saved, but everyone else is going to be unarmored, so he's looking up to build some money, and all 5 players towards the B bomb site. This isn't going to be a rush, but there'll be a contact. There will be a timing, and Dexter's going to have the opening kill towards Underpass. That is the M4, and a nade to blow the gun away, but it actually blows it towards A core. Doesn't matter. They're already into the bomb site.
He's so aggressive. No matter what he has, just keeps it going. Repeat there. Dexter obviously sees it coming. And the rifle is lost once again. The Molotov going to be... I can't believe it. He probably should have been dead right then and there. He just... Flames. What is wrong with him? He's so hyped up. It's really great. Double for him. Nobody goes down on the OG side, and a 6-3 lead. They could buy into this next round, but so far, none of them are going to have any head armor. Yeah, not a single helmet in sight. OSHA are not happy, Jason.
Not at all.
The MAC-10 could be coming for them all.
Yeah, it could be really impactful in this round. We'll see what they do with it. Last round, obviously, the contact leading the way into the B bomb site. Flames is heading in that direction again. This time, Nico towards middle. Being activated and supported by Degster. Far back with the AWP. They could be setting up a split. They could be setting up Nico to try and take attention again in middle with utility. But they're certainly looking for a timing to get Flames involved, and it's right now.
Yeah, they want to try and see if they can hit the perfect timing for it. Smoke off towards the market. It's going to be a flashbang over the wall. Flames on the entry, but he does go down. Fico gets 1, but Isaac, he's pushed up into that corner. He can't really get out. 3 versus 4 now, and the bomb being planted in front. Sui, he would love to try and stop that bomb plant, but it's risky to swing for it. He takes down Fico, and very low on health is Neofrag. This is a winnable round for GamerLegion.
Oh, good find. Dexter had to give away the angle, comes back for it, now jumps out of the window. 2-on-2, 1 on Catwalk. Dexter's out in the open. He falls for free. Lost himself in the exchange. And Nico, good kill towards Catwalk. And Acor's got to try and bait him out, but there's no kit, and there's not a whole lot of time left on this bomb. And Nico's playing it so patient. Now spots one through the wall. Acor's got it, and onto the defuse, and he seems so confident. Fist bumps already. GamerLegion gonna have a 4th, but it's close.
It's dangerously close. Oh my god. Once you hear that tick over, you know that was close to being the end. And I think Nico even saw it coming, but he couldn't actually get away, right? He couldn't shrink himself even more than he already was. Oh man. That is unbelievably close.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Nico's frustrated, and you can see just how close this is. If Nico's able to just survive, if that takes one extra shot.
That's it, like 100%. 6-4 the scoreline. They got away with one there. But obviously surviving with just one person alive is also a very dangerous position to be in on the CT side.
And now, importantly too, OG's established success at both bomb sites out of the gate. The only area of the map they've really had trouble taking is middle, but this round they're going to get it for free because look at how the defense has to shift. Now that they've lost A number of times, they've pushed one up in towards balcony, that's Kiosk. A-Core is playing back towards Ticket. You have 3 players at the B bomb site to prevent these fast plays led by Flames towards the B site, so all of a sudden you don't have the resources to emphasize and shut down middle in the same way.
Yeah, Boost is going to be pushed back with a simple flashbang because you just can't really stay up there while you're blind. That is one hell of a grenade.
That's beefy. 3
people getting tagged down by it. That's actually really important. But there's a FaZe in play, and that FaZe is going to be a lot more efficient all of a sudden. A-Core, good shot, tries to take one a bit early. Oh no, though. Dexter and Fika, when he just walks to the smoke, takes down Sui as well. So forget about the FaZe. It's already been deleted. Emma and Isaac, 2 versus 4, and with no money in the bank, they've got no choice but to save.
Fika is really coming alive in this map with some really critical opening kills to crack open the bomb site. Double kill here in this round, double kill previously when they entered into the B bomb site as well, even though he lost. Having a good half so far, which is great for him, a bounce back from a rough overpass.
Yeah, good to see him come alive in a game as critical as this one. Again, it speaks to sort of a character of player when the pressure is really, really on, which no doubt it is at the moment. 7-4. And OG, I mean, this is already looking like a beautiful first half. They don't mind losing an AK or 2 here. They got so much money in the bank at the moment. 2 players starting at plus 10,000. So they're going to have the cash to work with. There we go. Dex just holding that line as well. But yeah, this is obviously, that's the shot that decides the round. And Kiosk is feeling the pressure too.
Yeah, all of them are. Winces across the board for GamerLegion here on Mirage. And part of that is Plan A worked, right? The initial defense to shut down mid was perfect.
Yeah.
Plan B and C to shut down, you know, fast hits towards A and B bomb sites has been labored and has struggled. And now you're in a weird situation where GamerLegion are just never feeling comfortable with their money.
Yeah, that's definitely where the problems started to rise pretty quickly. And now obviously made worse by the fact that they have 2 M4s in play. One of them dead on the ground right there. Precision shot coming up from Nico. And they smoke off the window, which is par for the course on Mirage. You kind of have to, because you are walking into a territory otherwise at 3 different open angles. So got to get rid of some of them using the utility. Sui is right here, and it's a very interesting look right in the middle of the window. Flames did not see it coming.
Yeah, nice little gap behind that smoke for Sui to make that work. Flashbang in for Isaac. Goes a little deep. Oh, Dexter misses, but Neofrag's there for the cover. Perfectly played. Knows the position of the last who goes down. Sui tries to hold the line, but gets immediately deleted. And it's all on A-Core 1v3. Trying to get lucky. OG gonna take a 4-round lead into round 13.
Yeah, this is a tremendous first half for them. They actually are just doing a good job right now. And everyone is here. Everyone is playing well. There's nobody lacking at the moment on the OG side. Isaac's had a rougher start, so he's got 2 kills. But again, I would probably chalk that up to being the fact that he's the B anchor. It's so normal on this map to see the B anchor just not either getting run over or not doing anything, because you just never even get into the fight at the A side if that's where they hit. You're showing up late.
Yeah.
You might be a man or 2 down. It's a misery.
And importantly too, I mean, kind of unlike Overpass, when they've come to his position at the B bomb site here in Mirage, they've been able to handle business. He's not getting those double kills each and every time. He's not getting that triple kill to save the day. So even when they do attack his bomb site, he's getting ran over, but certainly hasn't had as much attention as others on this map so far. Another timeout taken. GamerLegion again. Their third that they have to burn as Ash opens up the playbook. Looks like he's got a drawing on that other page. Looks like the water sign in the Fifth Element.
There's a reference for you.
Be like water.
I actually rewatched The Fifth Element like a month ago or something.
Sure. Multipass?
I still really like that. I think it's a really good movie.
It's great.
I was a little bit hesitant. I thought, oh, what if I rewatch it? And I think, oh no.
No, it holds up well.
It does. It really does. Good times. What do you do? What is the plan here, Jason? If you're GamerLegion, what tricks haven't they tried?
I think you go back to some of that mid control that you were running earlier, but instead of leaving Kiaz alone as the passive player, put Acor there with the AWP. Or park Acor at the B bomb site with the AWP and give yourself an extra rifle. And actually, that's what they're doing. Acor's heading over towards B, which is going to make Isaac kind of pair up with Kiaz at A. But this is fast pace. Now they know the position of Isaac. Good flashbangs over. They're trying to pressure. Good counter utility, good counter flashbangs. And I think most of the danger has actually been held at bay this round. And that smoke seals it. 2 kills for the GamerLegion defense, and now they get to kind of settle things down and find comfort.
It makes all the difference in the world, getting that first kill on the player that's trying to entry out of the palace. That slows everything down. You could just tell. Even if Isaac just gets flashed off the corner and gets pushed back, the OG attackers are going to keep on coming, right? You have to get the kill. You have to stop them. And that's exactly what they did. At a critical time as well, because they really are getting run down in this opening half here.
Yeah, they have been. This has gotten a little bit out of control. 6 of the last 7 going in the favor of OG, but finally putting a stop to this little bit of a streak. And importantly, the last time they won a round, it was only a single player surviving. It was the Acor clutch. Right now, they've got all 5 players alive, so they're not immediately going to be in a reset position.
I'd say even if this finishes 8-7, even if GamerLegion get the next 3 in a row, I still think OG are probably feeling okay about it. But given the fact that they're about to be eliminated from the major, I'm sure they're thinking every single round, like as much as they can humanly get on this first half, they're going to try and get their way.
Yeah, that's the pressure of the major, is no matter what the score is, you never truly feel comfortable.
Yeah.
There's so much, the entire year riding on this major, it being so critical for all these players, so important. Good job from Isaac. There's been a lot of passive defenses as well towards Ticket, so Fiku likely just didn't even expect that kind of a position from Isaac to open things up.
Nice.
2 rounds remaining for GamerLegion to scrape together what they can.
Yeah, last 2 rounds are coming up here. AKs have been picked up. Dexter has got the AWP still to play around with. And they pointed out the fact that everyone kind of stays alive with the GamerLegion side. Super important. They need the money to continue even into the next round. Just don't want to be in a position where you're suddenly playing with a FAMAS instead because you lost a couple of more players in the previous one. Mid control, like you said, get back to the mid control, and they are aggressively in the middle right now. Acor just so far forward. Like, very rare that you see a CT player take up that position. Neofrag's gone down in the underpass, and OG might just feel like, okay, we don't have a lot of choices here. It's going to take us all day to go back and clear out the middle.
And now that it's silent in the middle, that's going to put your anchors on notice. Isaac knows what's coming. Misses the initial shot, misses the initial salvo. A little bit of support provided. There's the swing. Well done. Attention taken to Ema towards Catwalk, and Isaac's able to get a double. It's just Dexter. He grabs 1 right at the end of the day. No scope doesn't land, and GamerLegion up to 6.
Still money on the OG team for this final round, but you know what? GamerLegion, they built themselves a platform to still stay in this map, right? That's what they needed to do to begin with. From 6 rounds, you can definitely win Mirage. If you, that's already good enough to stay competitive.
Nice! Let's go!
Right, they're really getting fired up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good that they have the hearing aids on, you know? Not the hearing aids, I guess, but the...
Helicopter headset?
Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful.
First time out taken from OG going into the final round of this first half.
Do you think he's got pushed to talk? Do you think he mutes himself before he shouts?
I would hope so. Probably not, though.
Round number 15 is here. The same by AKs and the 1 AWP. Probably, I mean, it's still a really good first half for OG, even if they lose this round, but it's probably going to feel a little bit different, right? You get such momentum somewhere in the middle of the half, so it might just get to feel like, oh, wait a minute, why 8 rounds? Why not 10? We could have had more. Fiku getting dropped a little bit low, but a nice jump up on the scaffolding as he does take down Imma. 4 on 5, and he sees Sui right there. He knew that he was on the other side of the smoke, but just couldn't quite find him. Dexter most certainly can.
No one sees a challenge that they don't like at the moment.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking for a fight. Back to an advantage for OG's offense, and they're readjusting towards the A bomb site. Isaac pushing up B, but Fiku's going to meet him on the stairs. A little bit of a 50-50 duel, and Fiku should have the advantage, and indeed it's extremely easy. And Fiku's just going to push forward. The rest of his team is elsewhere, and he's just like, let me see what's happening over at this spot. Actually, he's so confident, knife out as he jumps out the window, not clearing anything. He knows this is clear.
With 50 seconds, the rest of the team is just called a freeze. They're waiting for his cue, and he's coming his way all the way through this one. You could say they're not ready for it. They don't realize. Chaos has no idea that he's about to get shot in the back either. This is going to be super upsetting. Oh, did he not see him? I don't think he did. Fiku, there we go. The free kill is in, and just no chance here for Acor in the corner and stuck 9-6 at the end of it. OG well on their way to get a third map, but they're not there yet. The second half will prove if they can actually make it. We'll be right back with it.
I'm contacting I'm ready. Okay, watch out shot, all shot.
I'm planting default.
Yeah, backside clear. I'll play Modi. 3 versus 3. Yeah, one was kitchen before we rotated. You can blank on the contact.
I have B up flank.
Yeah, kitchen one. Two kitchen, two kitchen. Oh, jump shot. Yeah, I think one kitchen safe call. Yeah, I'm holding kitchen though. Be ready to pick.
Yeah, I'm B up dead.
Nice. I'm ready to kill kitchen. Kitchen very close though. Very close. I'm holding kitchen.
I'll pick under contact.
Maybe shot. Nobody heard shot. Nobody heard shot.
No one is there. No one is there.
Open. I think he jumped shot.
Short. Edward. Left side.
Edward.
Below.
Nice.
Well played, Shahar.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you. Important round.
An important round, Jason. What do you make of the line? I think one person kitchen safe call. Now, safe call in my book is when you know for sure, but when you preface it with "I think," it makes me real concerned. But either way, it's a good round. It's all good.
Yeah, a little bit back and forth. There's a little dual meaning there, but yeah, look, they made it work. That's all that matters. They win the round at the end of the day. CT side up 3. Trying to bring this to the third map. That would be Ancient if we could get there. Ancient for one of these teams. Elimination. A-split coming in hot from GamerLegion. They're moving up real quick up connector. First kill goes the way, but too quick in rebuttal, and the exchanges all across the board. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a great shot from Dexter. He's got 3 headshots in the round so far.
Yeah, he's just deleted them. He doesn't give a damn, does he? Immer on his own, and Dexter, oh my god, that's beautiful! Do it again, but he can't. Fiku will hunt him down instead. That really looked like it was about to be the start of something very cool. But OG winning this round is a bit devastating for GamerLegion, right? They really probably were looking to pounce on this one, and they got very, very close, but this is pure art from Dexter. You could tell the confidence here. Boom, 1, 2, 3. Wow. Just absolutely gone.
That's a sick performance in the pistol round. That's so well done from OG. That's their second pistol of the game. Second round coming in without a plant. GamerLegion decide not to invest anything into the round. One flashbang to be set up right now. Dexter, it's going to go past him. Run boost fails spectacularly, which sets him up for an easy mowdown. Dexter with a quad kill. Flames adds 1 and some assists, and quickly we're up to a 5-round lead.
It wasn't a run boost, Jason. That was a human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Take him. Take him.
Take him first.
Oh, man. And it's Dexter again having a little bit of a say. I feel like we deserve Ancient. It's an elimination game. I want to see both teams fight to the, all the way
to the bitter end.
Yeah, they deserve a chance here. OG and GamerLegion, they've already proven themselves in the first map, but why not? Why not play a third one to the side? Oh my God, he's dead, isn't he? So much for that. Now, an interesting, not that necessarily GamerLegion are looking to go. They don't have the players in play, but the fact that there are 3 people here and one of them dies so soon, if they just, pressed forward on that and say, okay, let's go, the fact that there are 2 more people behind can actually be a bit of a problem for the attacking side there.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just it's a good call from GamerLegion not to do that too. There's just no reason. You get that kill so early in the round, and it's like, why give up that advantage with kind of a risky blind explosion onto the bomb site? Let's play this one out. Let's play this one out with the advantage.
2 on A, 2 on B. I don't really like this at all.
They're shifting. OG. Yeah, they're shifting as we speak.
Yeah, good. Even if they're shifting the wrong way, I mean, it just makes more sense to me to try and do what they're doing here. They're going to eventually, and now that I think they've heard that, so they should realize, okay, there's not going to be that many people on the bomb site. In fact, no people.
Playing it really conservative, OG, with money. Not trying to recover in this round. Nice, easy, free win for GamerLegion to get their first on the board in this second half.
Yeah, I think this is respectable, though, right? You have the lead. You need 5 more rounds. Why try and battle it out of the A bomb site with 2 MP9s to look for a defense against 5 AKs that are coming in?
Right.
That really make a lot of sense.
And without having to reinvest anything into the next round, really, for OG, you get that money building up even in a loss.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very true. But 7-11 is a scoreline. I mean, it could go any which way, right? Still a very open game. I'm sure OG are feeling confident still, but that confidence could be shattered pretty fast. And again, a reminder that their CT side, you said earlier, that the worst so far at the challenger stage.
Like a 38% win rate, 39% win rate on their CT-sided rounds. Not the prettiest thing in the world. Now, GamerLegion did win this map earlier in this tournament against Mouz. In the series they played against Mouz. They won Mirage 16-12.
Okay.
We're able to muster up 7 rounds on their T side.
That's interesting to think about. And obviously OG lost it to NIP. Now, Mouz have gotten knocked out in the meantime.
Yeah, that one's a head scratcher.
Yeah, it is.
Especially 0-3, the fashion in which it happened. Ooh, Dexter spots one. Smoke's gonna plume, goes for the timing shot that's not there. Isaac has control of Con.
Ooh, that's a decent nade. A-Core down to half health before anything could even really be done. But look at how deep they are in that connect to Neofrank getting caught. He was almost slipping through. That would have been a huge play if he could have made his way past there, but 4-on-5 to begin with.
You don't expect this if you're Kiaz, right? Heads up to get Neofrag, but you'll never expect Flames in that position. A little bit of an off angle, but look how close they are. Dexter, what an adjustment down onto Isaac. Takes his head clean off. Man advantage for OG.
Surely he doesn't know that. I'd actually need to see that from his point of view. That has to be just raw mechanical skill from his point of view. 3 versus 4, and the bomb is making its way up here. Sui, this is...
I can't believe this.
This is so dangerous. If he dies to Flames, the round is over. They can't really adjust it, and there we go. 40 seconds that they can't get back here.
Yeah, I'm so surprised he's actually pushing up in towards Palace, where they'd already seen Flames, where you don't know he could be in any different angle. And now you're exactly right. There's no real recovery you can make happen, and that just seals it. Ema, the last one left in a 1v4. He's got to recover the bomb. He's got 24 seconds. This has got to just be a save the whole way, but I don't even think that's going to happen. Fiku's already pushed up in middle to wrap around T-spawn. Ema's going to be lucky if he just gets away with the AK-47.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a questionable call there. Maybe you're just banking on the idea that because Flame's position was known, he would have fallen back anyway, and it just said, okay, I'm out. I've already got the kill that I needed. But that is risking a lot on having the bomb. Generally, having the bomb on a solo position could be dangerous. And then, like you said, lucky to save the AK, and he will not be able to. Fiku takes the shot instead. And OG, 12-7, they take the round away, and a lot of the money with it. GamerLegion, they can still force up in the round, but it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, I think that from Sui's a pretty big mistake. It was still going to be a tough round to win, even if he goes a ramp and a 3-on-4 in that fashion. Even if Flames is still up in Palace, he's in a strong position. True. Dexter's off, but yeah, that really kind of sealed that round was going to be impossible to recover. 12-7.
A lot is decided in this round. If GamerLegion lose this one, they will not have money to buy in the next one, and as a result, OG almost are finished playing on Mirage. They probably get to 14 almost right away. And that's going to feel like such a lot of comfort. But we'll see. 4 AKs, 1 Galil. And they have enough smokes to make this interesting. They have the 3 smokes that you generally sort of need to, put that 1 smoke towards the ticket booth, the other 2 towards jungle and connector. You can definitely make a reasonable execute out of this. Maybe they won't even. Maybe they're just going to walk out without any warning. Yeah, they will. They've just crept on out. This is so sick. Dexter, is he going to be aware? They know where he is because of the Molotov. They actually know almost everything, and he's still good for the shot. They're up close, and he can't do just in time. 4-on-4.
Ema with the second kill. Bombs planted. Kiaz goes down. Flames is still here. Flames still has something to say for the round, and they're going to come for this. A-Core's on a very long flank, so it's just 2 defenders here in the post plant.
These long flanks are so dangerous, though. It can backfire, but it's not going to this time. Isaac just jiggles and sprays them down. A double kill for him and a triple kill for Ema.
Now, they do a little bit of an execute, GamerLegion. It's more of a fake. They throw the nades for mid-control. They throw a window smoke. They throw a base of catwalk smoke. There's only 1 player there. That's when they start sending A-Core on that long flank. But it keeps eyes towards middle. It keeps communication and focus within OG's defense towards the middle of the map. And that leaves it nice and easy for GamerLegion to just slide out quietly and not give away the game before they're ready to make contact and trade off Dexter. So a little trickery thrown into the mix by GamerLegion to get their 8th round. And keep them fighting.
Oh, Flames, that is dangerous. Position revealed. You've got no teammates in here. Dexter's going to show up anyway. Sui trying to see if he can run him down. Grenades are being thrown on top. Flashes to try and help out Flames as much as they can. They know that he's being hunted. He's just at the edge of the smoke. It's fading, and he just spins the 180. He'll slap him out of the round. Wow. He looked like he was in a terrible position, but no stress at all on him.
Sui again with the high-risk play, like previously kind of going into Palace to follow up on Flames' position, this time without any kind of a smoke and connector, just a Molotov. He throws caution to the wind. Neofrag spotted that for sure. Now he definitely knows. Jumps up for the check. A little bit of attack through the boards down to 88 is Kiaz. So a bomb site being pressured, but not too heavily yet. And with Dexter here, you're going to be a little bit confident. Frag gets away. Flames is going to grab one more in middle. I mean, he's just been in this position the entire round. He's basically in fight until I die mode. And he's won everything.
Look at how he's moving around the map. He's jumping, running. He's just so active.
He's gaming.
Yeah, he really is gaming. A lot of the time, you would say it's very dangerous to play Counter-Strike like this because once you give over those audio cues to the opponent, that generally you're at a disadvantage. But the way that he's playing right now, I don't think he even feels that.
I mean, it's fine considering the position he's in, right? Because like after the initial like kill comes out, he gets the first one, and after that initial mid contact between the two teams, it's kind of like, bro, we're not helping you out. Like you're on your own. If we try and overextend to help you out, that's actually really dangerous. So like, you're just you do your thing. So for him, it's just like whatever. You know, we have a 2-man advantage. I'm gonna go a little bit crazy here. And obviously, it worked quite nicely. Isaac's left with the bomb. In a 1v4 and time running down, he's going to save the AK-47. And OG back up to a 5-round lead, 13-8. GamerLegion really haven't shown us anything yet on this T side that make us think they're going to close the gap in this scoreline.
No, I agree. It is starting to look a little bit grim.
Good job on Flames having the timing on that smoke fade. Absolutely wonderful. And Acor might have thought he retreated through the B halls, but that's not the case. So 2 kills for Flames.
Some of the earlier games that we saw here at the Challenger stage for OG, we talked about it. Where are Dexter? Where are Flames? Why are they not showing up to play? Well, they certainly are now. Today has been a different day for them, Jason. Dexter is at 21 here. Flames at 17. They were really good on the first map as well. That's just the core of OG that just has to step up to this level. So it's cool for them that that is actually coming true at the moment. They see them down to the ramp. Gonna drop a little nade on them just for the fun of it.
Good nade, really good nade. Neofrag, however, is the only one here, and he's about to get split. That nade's not going to hold anything off. Kiaz and Ema going to come out Palace as soon as that smoke fades. There's the pop flash to get up ramp as well. Dexter and Flames not yet reacting to come back to the A bomb site, so Neofrag is all on his own for a little bit under a lot of pressure. Dexter now has the angle, but they've already dropped down on him. Neofrag inside the smoke is going to grab one, and there's the off sliding out a little bit further, and it's being handled so well despite the pressure. OG up to 14.
A credit to Neofrag for keeping his cool in that moment. There was so much going on. He could have easily lost his mind inside of the smoke. If you just start spraying and you empty the entire magazine of that AK-47 into the smoke and you don't hit anything, they're going to run you down. But he really was patient in that moment. So that's really well done. 14-8 scoreline. 23rd round is coming up. And even now, the money, I mean, for GamerLegion, I'm sure they're going to buy into this round. They have about 3 people that can definitely buy some in, but you need to do it now.
It's desperation, too. It's like we need to start producing something. Remember, they got 7 rounds against Mouz on this T side. Their offense today has fallen flat. No production. Just 2 rounds on the board, and they're split up. They haven't been able to string them together. Not yet finding a solution against this Flames defense that seems to have buckled down here on Mirage. 2 rounds away from OG. For OG to take us to Ancient, take us to that 3rd and deciding map in this elimination series. If you're just joining us at the Blast Major, we're out in Paris. We're sending 2 of these teams home. One of GamerLegion OG, one of MongolZ Monte, which is over on the B stream.
Yeah. Monte, I think, are 1 round away from completing that mission at the moment as we speak. But back here in this game, we could be having a 3rd map. We deserve a 3rd map, don't we? Flames.
We deserve all the good things.
We do. Oh. Bullet on Flames. He's been very hard to drop. But Emma's going to be in charge of it. Nico just standing out there, fighting with the AK. It's so bold. He could have been peeked from 3 different directions. Kios thinking about it. Does he want to try and flash his way through? They need the space for the bomb plant, but Fiku's there to take him down, and it's right back into a 3-on-3 as Acor does get a kill and a crouch shot coming in from Suhei. Looking really good at the moment, but that's easy for Dexter. He's dropped Acor. Emma sees the gun barrel and a 1 single tap. That's confidence, but it's going to turn into a 1-on-1. They don't have any health left. Neofrag, he knows where Emma is as well. There's the flick, and it's 15 rounds. OG, they've almost done it. That is a critical flank coming in from Neofrag.
Yeah, he took his time on that one as well. Remained quiet while all the action is happening. That's really well done. Here's the B stream. Mongols with their backs against the wall. Almost eliminated on the verge of it. This clutch is necessary. Oh, man, Bartek's in a horrible spot. I think MongolZ is going home. Yeah, there's no time. There's no time. It's over.
Oh.
It's over. All right, so we say goodbye to MongolZ. I don't get to wear my jacket a second day.
You can still do it if you want, Jason. We're not gonna make fun of you for it. It's a cool jacket. Here we go. 15-8. 1 more round, and already fire at their feet as they try to get up the ramp. Dexter with the AWP range, they are getting blown up in this one. A-Core, the last one left, and only for a second longer, 16-8. And we'll get the third map. We'll get Ancient for the decider here. We're going to send one of these two teams home, but OG, they wanted to fight on. This is their map pick, and they win it.
Yeah, this is a dangerous series for GamerLegion as well. You mentioned it. Dexter showed up today. Flames has showed up today. They were good on the first map as well, and critically, much more comfortable on Mirage. When they encountered issues on Overpass, it seems like they got cooled off and put on the back foot. Here on Mirage, they just came right back each and every time GamerLegion offered something. Ancient is up next. The deciding map is up next. Elimination is up next, and we'll be back for it.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
We haven't seen
chilling,
fake.
Chill, maybe fake.
I'm blind.
One ramp.
I'm behind him.
Got city dead.
Nice.
I'll go jump up, check it. Default and naps.
I'm going to get him. Follow.
1 HP default.
Yeah. Relax.
Default.
Yeah, though. Nice.
Default. Two is one sandwich. Just wait.
Sandwich and default. One is sandwich.
Jungles,
guys. Yeah. Bomb default. Jungle and here, this guy. Jungle.
No! What is up?
Go on.
Cries of joy and relief, arguably, as OG managed to salvage themselves on the grounds of Mirage. Finally able to piece together a CT side, and it could not come sooner, gentlemen. We talked about these win conditions for OG to be necessary to be closing this series out, or at least pushing it to 3. We had them winning the pistols. We had that CT side. We had Dexter showing up. Finally, a map victory for OG.
Yeah, there was enough win conditions for OG to go their way. I think we discussed it coming into the map that we had them as favorites on Mirage. We saw them play yesterday against NIP, where it got scrappy at the later stages. It didn't get to that point here for Mirage. It was actually a very convincing win coming out of OG. You mentioned the name Dexter. He was again lights out. You know, some context to his stats. Of course, best player on the server. He owned Acor in head-to-head duels. He won 6 out of 8 head-to-head duels he had against the other AWP player from GamerLegion. He also owned Shui 7-0 in duels, right? So Dexter was all over the two, I would argue, the 2 most important players coming out of GamerLegion. So yes, not only did he look good on the scoreboard, not only did he look good in the pistol rounds, but Dexter was owning both Acor and Shui specifically.
I'm glad we just got to see a variety of setups from OG as well. We saw Dexter obviously fighting towards there. We saw Flames pushing towards Underpass. We saw some closer ramp setup for Neofrag there. Overall, it just felt like OG went back to the drawing board. They fixed up some of the mistakes we saw from them yesterday when they played against NIP, and they needed to do that. They need the time is now for them to improve and show that they have more left in the tank, because that performance yesterday, what we just saw in Overpass, it wasn't going to be enough to get them through this series. It wasn't going to be enough to keep them alive here at this major.
Tell me specifically about the improvements on the mistakes then that we saw coming out of OG. As you know, the CT side, we've been harping on about it, and for damn good reason, because they are the lowest current team in terms of that win percentage for the CT side. Where did you see the improvements then, Jacob, coming into today compared to that game against NIP yesterday?
They were successful with the early round aggression. I think we saw a couple of times FlameC pushing in towards Apeks, getting a lot of information, even getting kills at the beginning of the round. So in terms of how they played and approached the game, they were disruptive to what GamerLegion want to achieve. The fact that FlameC was allowed to go deep inside Apeks, the fact that they were allowed to push out middle and win the duels early on in the rounds, made the work conditions very, very tough for Shui and GamerLegion. That was something that didn't work against NIP. Whenever they were pushing aggressively against NIP, they were waiting for them, or they were getting punished in that mid duel we had over and over again in the game yesterday. So that is the one area I feel we see it here for FlameC, all the way into Apeks a couple of times, getting the kills and just shutting down GamerLegion before they even get to do their strats. See it here with Underground as well. FlameC, CT side, all over the place.
I would say that GamerLegion versus what NIP did yesterday, they were not as procedural with how they were getting mid control, and OG was able to feast because of that. We saw Dexter there, we saw Flames there in that last highlight, and if they're able to fight for that space, if they're able to control that, you kind of can't even really call a great T side. So that, to me, almost felt a little bit bad for Shui. You would have thought that his team would have been able to bring a little bit more to the table there, but I did think that this was going to be an OG game, or at least that map. But going into the third, I really want to see them also just kind of bring that sort of disruptive nature, because Flames has really been such a great X factor for them in every single map I've seen from them thus far.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, if you're looking at the glass half full or half empty for the side of GamerLegion specifically, because, yeah, just a completely different face, I would argue, particularly on that T side of things. Nobody, in terms of the individuals, posting above a 1.0 rating for the side of GamerLegion. No, it wasn't that firepower there.
It was a bit disappointing for GamerLegion. You'd argue that OG played a good half and they were being disrupted, but sometimes if you're a good team as well, you know how to handle that. Maybe should have got into some more basic strategy, you know, go for a B execute, go for a fast mid execute, something like that can rattle out OG, or at least catch off FlameC, you know, pushing Apeks or pushing somewhere else. That wasn't the case, and yeah, I mean, as much as we want to praise OG, I think GamerLegion also made the playing field quite easy for Dexter for that matter as well. A lot of his kills, obviously with the pistol round was fantastic, but the AWP kills, it didn't seem like he had to work too hard for it. A lot of open kills, a lot of, you know, rounds and smokes wasn't really deployed and wasn't really putting pressure on towards Dexter. So I think work condition-wise for him, it was too easy and a little bit too flat for GamerLegion.
We were just able to see stark contrast in terms of player quality here, but I also actually want to just give a little bit of credit to OG and the coaching staff behind him.
Yeah.
I think that Rugga and Kakafu definitely put together a solid plan for putting together a good T side in this one, and I do think that's more or less where this game was won, for only finding 6 rounds on CT side. For GamerLegion, not going to be enough probably, and I think early on in that game, I think maybe 3 of their first big gun rounds for OG. They did a B hit, A hit, and they had mid control. It was like, what wasn't working for them?
Mary Snake, you mentioned the third and final decider map that is going to be Ancient. And if we're rolling back the history books just a month, we saw GamerLegion going up against OG at the RMR, and you were talking about this specific map, or this specific series rather, this best of one, as being somewhat of a turning point for GamerLegion to actually get their feet back into the RMR and qualify for this very stage.
Yeah, I feel like we're in the same situation. That game as well, you looked at the paper, you looked towards OG taking on GamerLegion, you felt OG were the favorites. Even in the RMR qualifier, GamerLegion were by far the better team on Ancient, fully deserved win that game where OG never really got going whatsoever. I feel the same here, just the other way around. Again, OG are the favorites. OG are very solid on a map like Ancient. I remember with NEXA as well, for the vast majority of time, that was the go-to pick for them. That was the one map where they're competitive against the best of the best teams in the world. Now, NEXA obviously no longer here, but we also did hear in the interview from Fico that Nico have been trying to replicate everything NEXA was doing. Coach Rocker has been trying to educate Nico and teach Nico how to call like NEXA. So you'd assume the identity of the way OG approach Ancient is the same, and to me that should be enough for them to make the favorites. You also do learn more from losing than you do from winning, so that's another thing going for OG.
Yeah, and speaking of the loss, it was a lot of Shuhei finding a lot of opening impact. I think in that matchup he had nearly double-digit opening kills. Not quite, but almost there. And that was a lot on the CT side. And so he's going to be playing Cave in this matchup on the defense. And so for OG, if that's really the one problem spot you had in the previous game, there's a lot of ways with dealing with Cave. Just the mollies, the way that it's kind of a 50-50 in terms of timings now, if you have a good enough spawn. So I think that if they just looked at that loss, if they recognize why Shuhei had such a pop-off performance against them last time, it's actually not too difficult to just game plan around that if some of the other pieces in your puzzle fit together already.
And I think that's where we're looking at things and going, okay, on one hand, you've lost NEXA, you know, your primary in-game leader. Nico is stepping up to the plate, and a really apt point that you brought up, Jacob. We're not expecting him to innovate, become his own style of in-game leader, right? We're looking at the coaching staff, but that begs the other hand and going, if they've prepared, if they've practiced, if they've understood the mistakes from last time around, surely they have the advantage coming into this.
They do in my book for sure. We also talked about the win conditions and Dexter playing well and FlameC playing well. Both of them are having a fantastic series as well. You look towards the last 3 months on Ancient individual performance on the map for OG. Well, guess who? Dexter and FlameC. In particular, FlameC in that mid area on the CT side, he will always try to be disruptive. He will always try to go out there, fight for it, fight for donut area, fight for middle, fight, just generally constantly fighting and looking for it. So I'm worried for GamerLegion. I haven't seen them play that well throughout this tournament. I mean, the win yesterday against Mouz was good, right? But I think OG is a different caliber right now, and I think FlameC and Dexter should be too much quality for them to handle.
The way I would characterize yesterday's win versus Mouz was that it was very inspired from GamerLegion. It felt like they had something to prove. There was a lot on the line for them. Acor looking at his past team, trying to defeat them again. Shuhei looking at the team that should have promoted him. But against OG, I just don't think there's necessarily the same kind of mental fuel. The morale isn't necessarily in the same kind of picture that you would have expected that would have fired up GamerLegion yesterday, which is why I would have OG to close this one out.
Apart from getting eliminated from the major.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, arguably for GamerLegion, they were up against a dead Mouz yesterday. So you're looking at this and saying OG should be getting this one. Are you saying convincing fashion, or do you think it doesn't matter how they get it over the line as long as they're not eliminated?
Yeah, I don't think OG is good enough to convince me to win in a convincing fashion, to be completely honest. I could definitely see GamerLegion make this game competitive. That much trust I don't have in OG, but again, as I said, I think Flames is playing a good game right now. He's by far the most important player on Ancient. Same could be said for Dexter, and I just don't see enough quality within GamerLegion to take it all the way. So yeah, I have OG winning, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's double digits.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion made their mark in this major as a mousetrap, but I don't think a mousetrap is going to catch a flame.
Yeah, that's a duel that doesn't work, right? It's rock, paper. No, I'm not even thinking the right thing. Rock, paper, scissors.
We can move off the metaphor.
Water,
it was kind of difficult
fire.
to catch that one.
Yeah,
it
was difficult. I guess we've got a couple of seconds to be talking about this one before it does.
What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the music that OG walked into. Remember when we were getting ready in the green room? They had some tunes.
They have some anthem.
Banging out. They were. So that gives
music.
me faith. Chicken versus music. Who wins out of that one? I'm unfortunately siding with Chicken, but...
You think GamerLegion's going to take this, Freya?
God, no. God, no,
oh
I don't.
Oh my gosh. Wow, Freya.
I'm
you rarely put yourself out there.
No,
but you just
I said no. I don't think the chicken's going to win.
That when you push it, it makes the most obnoxious noise ever.
We had one in Rio, and it was amazing. I don't know. We've kind of derailed this segment, so I think it is time to throw it on over to Jason and Anders. Chicken or music? Who wins in your book?
Music, but Mousetrap was a great board game. You ever play that?
Why are you continuing with their madness?
I don't
Why
know.
are you doing it?
Freya had a Deadmau5 reference, so I started getting Deadmau5 5 music in my head, and then they went to Mousetrap, and I thought of the board game. I'm on a whole word association thing at the moment.
Yeah. You think about that, Will. You think about what you've done, Jason. The odds are favoring OG once again, which I suppose makes sense. But I think Jacob kind of, you know, I'm on his team for this one. It's hard to be really confident in OG.
Shockingly, you sided with the Dane.
It's what we do, you know. Always got each other's backs. That's how it is. Yeah, I think OG can win this one, but I don't feel super confident about either. Where you stand?
No, I think I'm gonna stand firmly in the OG camp. I think like
firmly
with Dexter and Flames playing the way they are right now, Fiku coming alive on Mirage, I think they should be able to handle business here. But obviously, you know, there is that element that you never really know. P250 not landing shots. Flames has the opening kill, goes back for more. Look how confident he is. How can you side against this man? Flames doesn't care at the moment. Him and Dexter shut it all down. Just the pair of them, all 5 kills. And that's the pistol for OG.
Man, they well and truly murdered them in the middle, didn't they? I can't believe it. Think of how hard it is to keep up the fight versus the CT spawn position when you know, and you know because you jumped to take a look, right? He knows, oh, there's a whole army of people, but you know what? I'm still going to trust my teammates and that they're holding this position while I'm fighting on the other side. That's actually so difficult to do. Dexter and Flames just destroying them in the middle.
It's the way he just holds his hand out because he knows the slap's coming. He knows it's coming in.
Yeah, but it's kind of bad. It's impressive he doesn't wince or anything, right? He's just like...
His hands are probably all calloused and beat up now. It's been a while since Dexter's been on the team. He's used to it.
You know how those people like who work with hard machinery, how their hands go all white in the end because they're just like, there's no nerve endings there anymore? Like that's Flames. Just can't feel a thing.
Well, another pistol round for OG. They won both on Mirage. They won one on Overpass as well. GamerLegion having a tough time getting started with these pistols in some of these halves. Another time for them to recover. But they got nothing here. They got, what, a Deagle on A-Core? That's it. Nothing to write home about. And you have Nico and Dexter holding the line as well. Like, Dexter's going to take contact. Nico's there to keep some spacing. There's still 2 more players in middle as well that can just spin and help out whenever it's necessary. I don't know if this is going to be super successful. They're crossing over, however. They've gotten past things. A good dink onto Fiku, but now Nico slides in.
Yeah, easy stuff here. Make some money with the SMGs. Why don't you?
Bang.
Imagine how strange it would be as well, Jason, if you did write home about it. Hey, Mom and Dad, I have a Deagle. I'm out with the boys.
Yeah, I think that letter would get flagged somewhere along the route.
Probably. 3rd round, and it's way better than Deagles. AKs. Something to write home about, Jason, is that?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Now let me know. Now I'm in. I'm invested.
Yeah, well, so are GamerLegion. They're invested into this round. And this is always one of those weird positions in the game, right? Because OG haven't really upgraded their weapons yet. They got 2 FAMAS, 2 MP9s. Call it a bonus round, because if you win it, you're going to be really well set for the CT side. You lose it, you think, okay, we kind of knew this could happen, and you just kind of try and rock on with it. But those MP9s on this map, there are definitely positions where they could be really good, and there are definitely some where they're not going to be valuable at all.
Well, at the moment, Flames has one over towards Donut, so close range fights for him. Might not be able to stop anyone crossing over towards the mid stairs, but Dexter's there with an M4. Nico's got the other SMG playing in Cave at the moment. And Kiaz has slipped the net. So is A-Core. And actually, Sui's going to join up with them, considering they have all this space, and this is quiet. Fiku has no idea this is happening. Oh, this is an issue. He doesn't realize it yet. There's the swing. A-Core takes him down with ease. Now Nico's got to push forward into safety. Dexter shifts over, and he's gone as well. A quiet march up the A-ramp. No indication it's coming, and GamerLegion secure the bomb site.
Yeah, very, very well done. And Nico just kind of in a weird position right now. You're not trying to win the round. You just would love to get something, maybe especially if it's an AK, but the MP9s at that range will not be able to stand up to it. So it's a flawless round for GamerLegion. And Neo Frag, he's got a FAMAS, but you're not even excited about that at the moment.
Yeah, handled also well this round by GamerLegion. Now, when the guns come out and AWP comes out, utility comes out, I don't think they're going to get that kind of a free access into the B bomb site the same way they did. But certainly this time, a little bit of a mistake. Fiku not having eyes and not having information. And think back to the first map of Overpass. It was Fiku and Nico holding onto the B bomb site at Overpass that got exploited time and time again. They're paired up again here at the B bomb site of Ancient.
Yeah, that's definitely, it's way too deep, right? Normally you want eyes on this position long before they can just walk on there. But you're right, it is probably down to the weaponry and partially also the economy of the grenades and all the rest of it that are missing. Still, great stuff for GamerLegion, really well played. That'll get them on the board right away, 2-1.
Early timeout called by OG heading into the 4th round. I mean, their money's in a little bit of an interesting place, so I think they're probably talking that over, but there's also an element of not wanting this to slip entirely out of control. And actually, I think they're going to play like a really, really conservative economic round. They could get out, what, 3-4 rifles in this round if they wanted to, but Fiku's picked up a deagle, Nico's got a flashbang, so I think they're just saying, you know what, let's not put ourselves into a weird hole in terms of our money in the early stages of Ancient CT side. Let's make sure we have everything we want in our next buy round. So they're going to descend to just some pistols and give a great opportunity for GamerLegion to tie this up early.
Yeah, I don't necessarily hate it. It sort of depends on how much, I suppose, you believe in their upcoming really good buy, where they have the AWP and they have all the grenades. If that turns out to be sort of a lockdown CT half, then sacrificing this one round to get that up and running is just fine. But yeah, it all kind of rides on that. Stacked in the A bomb site with a single flashbang in case there was some aggressive push that was coming in. They could maybe wait to pop that flash just as it's stepping onto the A site. Doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. The bomb is way outside of B, and GamerLegion are figuring things out, getting the information. A bit of a slow start here in some of these rounds.
Yeah, should be nice easy though. I mean, slow start, but once they kind of realize what's going on and countering no resistance over towards B.
We can talk about this real quick though while this
What's up, baby?
On the other stream. Yeah? You made a sound, Jason. Do you wanna it could be a little bit of therapy. Like, do you wanna talk about it? Do you wanna
Actually, I don't want to talk about it.
It's repression doesn't really work, Jason. Like, you need to get it out, you know, out of your system.
I don't really want to talk about it at all. It's liquid complexity on the B stream.
Jason, we're all here for you.
Which is obviously unfortunate for the Americas region.
I think it's important to talk about.
One of them has to get sent home.
Yeah. Which one?
I know. That's the problem, isn't it? It's like that weird thing where I really want to see this complexity lineup have some success. This is actually pretty costly.
Just not at the expense of liquid.
Yeah, not at the expense of liquid, but also you think about it in this way as well. Like, liquid has despite what we've seen so far in the challenger stage, they have a better chance of going deeper and challenging into the legend stage to get top 8 at this event.
Yeah, it's probably true.
And you want to have another Americas team get to that point for the slots at the major. Because we had a slot taken from us after Rio for poor performance in the region, right?
Yeah.
So we had a slot taken away from us in the Americas, which caused that weird, funky play-in situation that allowed FaZe to get to the major.
Right. Yeah.
And also prevented another one of our teams from heading to the major to begin with. So we want that slot back.
Carry over into CS2? Is there going to be a reset at some point?
I would assume so, but you know, as we all know, we don't really have official word on if anything along those lines are going to be changing.
Yeah, that's true.
A-Rush, it looks like.
A-Rush. Yeah, we're back into it. A lot on the line in that second game. It's on the B stream if you want to watch it. Neofrag alone. He puts out a grenade, but they are right on top. It's beautiful. Imma with the opening, and actually the problem, they're not even rotated out of the B bomb side. Flames and Nico are kind of getting close, but do you really want to do this? This seems like a massive risk. This happened so quick. I know it's unfortunate, but maybe you just call a save for this round. You don't have the economy to throw this away. It's a lightning fast bomb plant, and one mistake here and it's done. Fiku getting tagged. I agree. I would say definitely don't go for this.
Like, get out now before it's too late. Oh, see ya. See you later. Flame's gonna back away slowly. Nico finds one over towards Donut, but that's it. They've just got to bail out. That's a nice call from GamerLegion. A good uppercut towards the A bomb site, and with its pacing, with its speed, Neofrag's actually caught putting out a Molotov. Didn't even have gun in hand for the initial engagement, so they get a great read on his position and an easy first kill, and GamerLegion takes the lead.
Yeah, and you know what? Given what the metagame is a lot of the time on this map at the moment, is much more about having those two A players. Sometimes it's just one, but even if they are two, sometimes they're both playing in the donut towards the middle. It's kind of rare for there to be a big amount of people on the A-bomb side early on, because you can't have both a strong presence on A and strong mid-control. And since mid-control is pretty important, you usually just sacrifice the A-bomb side early on, because the rushes are a bit rare. So very in-meta rush for GamerLegion to pick up that solo player. Really well done.
Yeah, executed very, very well. Nothing OG could do about it. Thankfully, they didn't lose everything, just the 2 rifles. So Dexter still got his op. He's in donut. Neofrag is deeper into the A bomb site with a deeper angle initially. And Fico to anchor the B bomb site. He's got Flames in support.
A boost on top of the already existing boost to look way over the smoke. I mean, these are the kind of tricks, right? You're facing an elimination. If you win this round, OG are in a lot of trouble.
I don't think he didn't fall off that boost, even though he was blind. That's well coordinated from GamerLegion, so Acor still has the angle. Long time that Flames could be in danger if he goes to peek that, but obviously, as we know, at this point in this map's lifespan, everyone's aware of this possibility, and no one really wants to challenge that kind of an angle. A lot of resources used, though, by OG's defense. Nico in cave is out of utility. Fiku anchoring the bomb site is out of utility, and Flames has 1 flashbang left.
They're actually going to fall back with the bomb. It's quite a long way to go. You can see Suhei is running through T-spawn at the moment with it. Acor is going to be joining him. Chaos is left outside of the B-bomb site to make some noise and keep people honest over on this side. That's fine. Pretty normal stuff. They're going to have to walk past Dexter because he's in donut. He can hear them. Oh, a Neofrag. He just got a bit curious.
I think he got pulled out by the smoke. I mean, that's Chaos throwing that little bit of a fake, and Neofrag didn't feel comfortable in that back corner, trying to get a jump on the rotation, but now Dexter is smoked off, bomb being planted, and you're in a similar situation to last round, where you're shifting over, but you're so far out of position and so well beat that you kind of just have to save.
Yeah, no question about it. Chaos is even kind of close to the... he's going in the middle to check, but I was going to say, he can turn from being that distraction and the potential lurk into being someone who actually hunts for those the rifles that are out there. This is a really fantastic start for GamerLegion. Their understanding of this T side so far looks really, really good, and that's going to be a problem for OG. You can tell already. We're back to talking about the economy now. Yeah, some kills going this way. The round is already lost, but at least they need to save these 3 rifles. Real important that they do.
Okay, back-to-back rounds. A bomb site's exploited.
Yeah.
This time, though, it's Neofrag who gets pulled out of position at the very least.
Yeah, and you might be right. It's just a little grenade goes down, and it's just enough to pull his attention. He gets a little bit curious. Not just dangerous for cats, Jason.
Sure. Dangerous for Neofrag as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a situation, too, where you wish you wouldn't get pulled out, because you've already got 3 defenders at that B bomb site. Nico, Fiku, and Flames were all there. Like, have some faith that your 3 guys are going to be able to hold on to the bomb site long enough. Round 7. Mid presence and push from Flames.
Yeah, and the kind of defensive setup that we just talked about, there's nobody at the A bomb side, right? So you sacrifice A to try and take mid, which could be fine. There's no one rushing the A bomb side this round, so I guess that's good news. Flames, getting outplayed. Flames plays that same role when they get to the T side as well, so he knows what this fight is all about, but he just couldn't win it. Sue also taking down Nico over in that cheetah cave, and it's a 3 versus 5.
Yeah, Flames gets caught out by a gap in that smoke, and obviously, I mean, I think Nico's just trying to address the mid situation, see if he can get anything at least for the death of Flames, and didn't expect Sui to come right through the smoke. Five on 3 for GamerLegion. Kiaz and Sui over in Jaguar. Fiku to defend. Dexter's here. Neofrag's close by in middle. So they have a decent enough lean, OG to recover the situation.
These rounds are really one-sided. There we go. Another shot. Comprehensive. Decisive, Jason. Definitive. Neofrag.
Dang.
He is on his own in the middle as Dexter gets run down. Nobody's died yet on the GamerLegion side. They're living up to their name. A legion of gamers, Jason.
Shut up.
I would, but they pay me to talk, so.
Yeah.
If you pay me to shut up, it's possible. We can work something out.
We'll negotiate that into the rate.
Yeah, we can. Maybe like a little card where you can put it down and it's like 30 seconds of...
Giving me a timeout from Legion of Gamers.
Exactly. That's my esports team that I'm making.
This is your contribution.
I know.
5-2.
Yeah, I'm really, really surprised, but in a positive way.
Yeah,
but what they're doing looks so well drilled right now.
Yeah, there's not even a whole lot of opportunity, like chances for OG in these fights. I mean, Dexter there is completely blinded. Flames was caught off by a gap. Sui comes through the smoke to get Nico for free. Ooh, and he's directing it at them. Yeah, that's beautiful. We like that.
That's exactly what you need to do, you know?
Second timeout for OG. And we mentioned it, the pressure of these third maps, these elimination maps that decide everything.
When you used to play back in the CPL days, Jason, how did that affect you? When obviously there weren't the same noise canceling headsets and all the rest of it back then. And people shout at you. Did it make you feel stressed? Or did it make you feel fired up?
We were the loud team.
All right.
We were the ones doing the shouting. Actually, we had my brother was my endgame leader in one of the first CPLs where they actually started having cameras. He gave us a little hype speech at halftime that used many an expletive.
Okay.
And the CPL staff
deleted it.
Warned us. Gave us a little penalty. Pulled him aside. We're like, we can't have you, dropping like 10 F-bombs in a single sentence.
Well, that's a shame. They didn't have the chicken mute like we do. They didn't have the technology yet.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there yet.
Yeah, this round, obviously, they had almost nothing, and even what they had, they couldn't put into play necessarily. Dexter and Nico have both been wiped out. 5-7s and an MP9 are left here, but this is just, I'm just really impressed. There's nothing really to say from GamerLegion other than just keep doing what you're doing right now. Just keep this up, and you will end up sending OG home. That's it.
Yeah.
OG, it's all on them. All of the pressure, all of the emphasis right now is on them to try and figure out how to recover this first half.
Good job from Isaac swinging out after the boost. Flames recovers with that 5-7, and Kiaz realizes the danger in such a narrow choke point. Flames how aggressive does he want to go? Seems like he wants to turn the corner, waiting for some kind of indication, biding his time. Still going to be very difficult to recover.
Yeah, he's really thinking about it, but couldn't find anything immediately. That's a long range for an MP9. It could be done, but not against Imma. He's having himself another good game. He's really been one of the more solid players for GamerLegion so far, and Flames just inside of the smoke. 10 seconds left. If he could find a kill somehow here, it would be interesting, but Isaac will take him down, and that's 6 in a row for those of you keeping count at home. On to the second hand.
Yeah, this is pretty freaky.
It is. I think the desk talk, we were both saying, yeah, OG, there was that little bit of an asterisk with people saying, yeah, but they don't look rock solid OG. But I was still expecting them to come up with more of a swing early on here. Economy all the time a problem right now. And this isn't a map where you can easily go very aggressive on the CT side. Yeah, you can fight for the middle, but pushing far outside of B or A can just be very, very hard to do. And again, they're going to put the pressure on trying to run down that AWP. But Dexter is a little bit of a different caliber than Neofrag right here. He comes up with a huge double. Neofrag, he doesn't even make it through the smoke. Imma instead back with a kill, and it's a 3-on-3 again.
That's a horrifying decision. That decision from Neofrag is saying, I'm going to be the one to make the play. That's not teamwork based, and obviously punished entirely. This round looks way different if it's a 4-on-3 at some point rather than the 3-on-3 off that swing through the smoke. Fiku waiting for the fade. Ooh, and he's just past his crosshair. Easy tap to the side of the dome. Flames has to back away.
Do you think that is the kind of play for Neofrag that more than anything says we are getting positively spanked, and I feel the pressure now. I feel like I need to do something.
I think it's the reason I feel like I hate that play so much is because it's a play that says I'm getting spanked and I'm going to do something to get myself back into this round.
Yeah, instead of relying on the team as a whole, because they could have been in a 4-on-3 there, right?
It's one thing if Dexter's like still fighting.
Yeah.
Or makes his way into the bomb site. It's another thing if he dies and 2 seconds later you're the next swing through the smoke. Without a flashbang, without utility, like nothing really to activate it. It's just I'm hoping they're not looking here. 7-2, 5-round lead. GamerLegion in cruise control. And this is the third time they've punished the A bomb site now with a hit?
Yeah.
Once early in the round when Neofrag was alone, once late in the round when they pulled Neofrag out of his position. And now obviously going at Dexter with the op. Even though they take 2 losses, they still manage to overwhelm that defense and comfortably win a round.
Yeah, because the by-the-book approach to defend that would have been to keep the 4-on-3 intact after Dexter got the double kill. Even if he goes down, you say, okay, we're playing 4-on-3. We can allow the bomb plant, let them we'll retake it. It's going to be a little bit more reasonable. Out of money again. Pistols back in action. Flames obviously saving the M4 from the previous round. But wow, I'm shocked. Still impressed by GamerLegion because they did not look comfortable at all on Mirage, and they did get beat up a little bit. Flames and Dexter on that map were just running them down.
I will say, you do have to, as much as I hate that decision in the previous round, you got to feel for Neofrag a little bit. He's getting absolutely bullied at this bomb site at the moment.
Which is what you want to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, lean on it.
Trying to make the fight as unfair as you can. And
ooh, that's a team nade.
Not ideal. There we go. At least get the Deagles warmed up. Get something flowing right now. I feel like OG need one of those feel-good rounds. Even in a loss, if somebody gets like a good triple Deag, it just inspires a couple of people. You know, you feel like, all right, we're doing something right. The bomb radius is massive on this one, and people forget all the time.
Oh, I don't know what... they don't need to be hunting if you're A-core. That's an AWP lost, and they want to hunt it down. There's the 5-7 out, and yeah, that's a free op passed over. He gets it at the end.
Okay.
A little bit dicey. But that's kind of scary now because that's an op passed over that Dexter has to spend money on. That's going to be an op that Dexter can buy later on. That's another M4 saved over as well. So some resources brought forward even in a loss. But you got to say, OG need to get started pretty quickly here. It's not like some point soon this needs to kind of snap in and they need to wake up. Now, this map, I think it's kind of weird at the moment because I know a lot of teams are feeling uncomfortable on their CT side just by nature of the spawn changes. So you're seeing it lend itself a little bit more to T sides. But this is looking a little bit out of control even despite that.
I'm wondering where the timeouts are for OG. I feel like this is so quickly spiraled, and it's just been one round after another.
I think they've taken 2.
Did they really?
Yeah, they took like 2 in the first like 5 rounds.
Okay, well maybe that's the answer.
The second one was going into round number 6, but yeah, they might be at a position where you burn a third.
Because this is risky, right? I agree with what you're saying. There are a lot of teams that do have a little bit of a hard time figuring out how to play the CT side. And we already mentioned a couple of times already the stats for OG in general, not looking good on their CT sides, just across the board. So I guess we'll see how this plays out now. We're in the 11th round, and Neofrag going down again. They set it up. It's an easy follow-up shot from Acor. He just only had to cover that angle. That's the round done, Jason. It's over already.
Yeah, Flames is like, I don't want to fight Donut. Are you kidding me? I'm out. I'm going to go search middle, and there's nothing here, and now I'm going to back away and save.
Over on the B stream, Liquid are about to be up 5-0. Jason, do you want to celebrate early? You want to order some champagne?
Look, there's no celebration in this match.
Okay.
There's no celebration. There's nothing happy about, you know, sending Complexity home.
Okay, you're gonna be sad.
Or Liquid home, I guess.
Sad and moody all day.
Who'd you predict to win this B stream game?
Liquid.
You have Liquid?
But I feel super uneasy about everything that I'm seeing out of Liquid these days. So I did predict them, but you know, also it doesn't really matter what I predict. I'm so far behind in that game. Like, nobody cares.
I'm not trying to keep. I don't care about the score. I'm just wondering who you picked for it.
No, I did pick Liquid.
Okay. It's funny because like everyone, it's like the whole world gets to join what my experience has been for like the past like 6 years. It's just like everyone's like, oh, this Liquid team, wow, I have them going through, and all of a sudden they're on the verge of going out 0-3. Like this is crazy. How do Liquid fans follow this? And all of the Liquid fans are just like, yeah, first time, boys.
Yeah, welcome.
Buckle in. This is the ride.
Get used to it. We do it a lot.
Well, you wanted a timeout from OG. This is their third they're spending here in round 12.
Freddy, stop blowing my mind!
Thanks, yes.
Why do you put the voice into it? Shout out to Machine, who's casting over on the B stream.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Hugo and Harry clocked out early.
Yeah. Nice, easy day for the young boys.
Good on them.
They deserve it.
Yeah, timeout. OG, how do you mentally recover? I think more than anything else, this is about a mental switch up in this CT side. They have got so little going for them right now.
The problem too is like these haven't even been competitive rounds.
No. They have really not.
Like, I wish I could hype this up in some way, but it's like not only is the scoreline bad, but like this has never been like a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3. This has just been like, oh, GamerLegion's in the bomb site again, and oh, we actually don't even have a chance to think about the retake.
I'll give you something, Jason.
Okay. Hype me up. Sell me a dream.
A-Core is trying to play its way into the A-Core arena. How do you like that?
I really do hate you. I was actually interested for what you were going to say there for a moment.
You fell for it.
You quite literally sold me a dream, and it's the worst.
The worst, but not if you're A-Core. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the A-Core major, apparently. He's in the middle. He's been playing pretty well with the AWP. And OG have given up mid-control to try and reinforce that A-bomb site. I can't really blame them for it. It's just that if GamerLegion know what they're doing on this map, this middle position opens up a world of opportunities.
This is like the fourth look this A defense has had as well.
Yeah.
None of the first three worked. Dexter's here, but he's over in Temple, so it's Neofrag behind the single box. Oh, and this might make Neofrag move. Indeed it does. It pulled him out. Isaac's gets the swing. And like that's where you got to feel for Neofrag, as I mentioned earlier. He's had a couple of his own mistakes, but like a lot of like that round right there is just like the push down A ramp fail. So he's like, okay, now I got to go for information. I got to get out of my position, prepare to rotate, and you get pulled right into things. And that's just GamerLegion setting up this attack really, really well. So I'm not even going to lay that one at his feet, but it's still, if you're Neofrag, just feels like you're getting absolutely bodied and bamboozled no matter what happens, no matter what decision you make.
Yeah. It's so hard to even sort of continue to talk about, right? That they're not getting the kills they need. We're 12, 13 rounds deep, and they're getting flattened. It's 10 in a row for GamerLegion. They just took over.
Do you have any confidence that OG has the mentality to handle this?
Not even a little bit. I hate to
Not
say
even
it.
like 10%?
Well, the problem was, I mean, what Jacob was saying at the start, right? He said he thought they could win, but that he was never gonna feel really confident. So that would probably be true even if this was like an 8-7 half and it was like really close. You'd still be like, oh, OG could still find a way to lose this, right? Because they just look like a shaky team, and GamerLegion do too at times. But the fact that it's 10-2 and it's been 10 in a row, you got to think for OG, the mental recovery right now, it would be almost unprecedented. I feel like historically, when you get a mental comeback here, it has to start with some really spectacular round, right? It's got to be somebody getting like, you know, just preferably like a sick 1 versus 4, something out of this world that just everyone lights on fire. And then you're like, all right, hold on, like we can still do this, right? But you need somebody to pave the way, and that's not happening right now. Although they did get the Sui at the start of this round.
Yeah, which isn't going to give you that same energy reversal that you're talking about here, but at least it's a 5-on-4. At least it's an advantage.
Yeah, and they're set up really. They're hard to pick off at the A-bomb site, but again, the middle of the map is open, and it does give a different level of strategies that GamerLegion could try and play with.
Do you think Neofrag and Freeze Time was just like, guys, screw this. Someone else play this bomb site?
Yeah, I keep getting shut down. And
he's like, Nico, come here. Your turn.
Yeah, it could be, you know. I wouldn't even blame him for it. I mean, it's better that than just getting trucked over and over again. He almost lost that fight. That could have been a really unfortunate. Imagine if he gets called to a different position and then they show up there anyway. 3 versus 5. This should be their round, no doubt about it. 19 seconds here as Nico does get the kill on Chaos, and he's going to continue. So round is 1 already. Question is just if they can keep the rifles alive. They don't really need to hunt Isaac. It's not really important here. Just keeping the money flowing is the only thing that really matters. And they're going to get out of their 3 rifles. I guess that's decent. 10-3 after losing 10 in a row. They're back.
At this point, if you're OG, you're not even thinking about the weapons you save. You're just thinking, let me get rounds on the board. Good aggression from Flames to find the opening kill. And yeah, nicely done from Neofrag in a new position. We'll see if that kind of swap up of him to the B-bomb site and someone else over at A kind of actually sticks moving forward to the end of this half. Only 2 rounds remain, round 14 and 15. And no, Neofrag is back to the A-bomb site. Dexter as well is going to join up with him with the AWP.
Yeah, he's back looking into the middle from Donut. 3 people on the B-bomb side early on. They're still really worried about some speedy attack that could be happening there, which I think is a justified fear. It's kind of a popular way to do it. I mean, if the CTs let go even for a second there, You could just be running up that ramp and straight on there. They've shown it once early in the half, and then they never really went back to it with the same speed. But doesn't mean it can't come out either in, well, not in this round, obviously, but the next one. So I don't really blame them. No mid control, really. Just Dexter keeping an eye on it. And OG letting clock run down. They're not really going aggressive at all. GamerLegion, they've got Isaac over at the A-bomb side trying to take a look in there to see if he could find anything. Trying to sneak out, in fact. It's going to be a little bit aggressive here. Fiku will take down Sue. No shot through on this one, and a 4-on-5.
Okay, here's the next play. Isaac through the smoke. Ooh, that flashbang doesn't even touch him. Missed shot from Dexter. They know the op is over in Donut. And although the A-bomb side hasn't been lost, there's a lot of pressure applied to it. And the fact that Isaac is in this position, I don't think Neofrag is going to have any idea. When that smoke fades, he's actually in so much trouble.
Does he really not know? He's thinking about it. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. Again, they find him. Mollet, they know where Dexter is. He's already got a shot in the middle, so they realize he's going to be here. Everything is on fire behind him. They lose Nico, even trying to get to the bomb site. And they could have lost Flames as well. He was 1 pixel away from death, and now it's all on Dexter. His position revealed, and with an AWP running into it, what a shot. Tries to put up the smoke, and there we go. Long flank around coming in from Imra on the other side. Dexter, their whole tournament life could be on the line for this one. You don't know if this is the round that you need at the end. He fakes it. He gets the shot, but he lives. Oh my god, he's down to 16 health. GamerLegion will take the round and make it 11-3.
All the credit in the world to Isaac. That opening kill, what a beautiful route to run behind the smoke and just park yourself here. And what a precise shot on Neofrag, who just is getting bullied at this bomb site. And I feel bad, but there's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
Unreal. 11-3. Elimination on the line, and it's OG who is falling apart in this third map. Aggression from Fiku again to find an opening kill. They've at least found that kind of success, right? When they've gotten aggressive on this part of the map, they found some opening frags. It's just a little too little. It's too little too late.
It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? Very, very hard to imagine there could be a comeback from the scoreline. 5 versus 3 here, and all right, Neofrag again repositioned.
Yeah, just get me out.
Taken out of the mix zone. 2-on-5, so 11-4.
It's just not enough. It's just not enough, and with the pressure of the implications of this game, of the consequences of a loss here and no victory for GamerLegion, obviously, I think like the momentum is going to be built up too high. This is a nice round with a flank, but this isn't going to matter whatsoever for GamerLegion. They don't care what at all. They've gotten everything they need. 11-4, a dominant half. Unbelievable. GamerLegion have set themselves up nicely to stay alive in Paris. OG facing elimination.
Smoke cities. Let me also not. You should go naked. One is CT. I have CT push. Big box up. Nice.
I plant for donut. City.
CT close. Don't overpeak, guys. Nice. Hold is CT.
Hey, player.
Hold him in. Oh, you have him. I have him there. Just hold him in, man.
He can
The only thing he can be is this one. I push. Good fucking job, good fucking
Guys, keep this up. Insane right now.
Don't overpeak guys into an immediate wide swing towards CT spawn. It still nets them the round, obviously. I don't even know what to say. There's not much you can do to hype up OG at this point. They just got battered. Then the only question you have to ask at this point is how much fight do they have in them to come back into this half? They switch sides. They get to be on the offensive Ancient, but everything rides on this for OG. They're going home. They're on the verge of going home from Paris far earlier than they would like to.
Yeah, that is exactly where we are. I mean, don't overpeak is probably the right call, but when you're feeling this kind of momentum, you just do it anyway and win. That's how that goes. 11-4 in the first half. Second half is coming right up. It's now OG on the T side, and my God, they need a strong start. They must win this pistol. They got to win the first rifle round, and then we can start to talk about a comeback. But it's quite a long ways out into the future. And look at this, they're running right into the stack. The dualies are here. It's a crossfire setup. Flames, good opening, but Aiko, he's executing them left and right. Good, a couple of headshots there. Bomb is on the ground now. They're going to lose Neofrag as well. Fiku goes down without a chance. Chaos to end the round, and GamerLegion now 4 away from defeating OG and sending them packing.
Ran right into a stack. 3 players. Even though they get the first kill, I think Ima's thinking that Acor is going to have a deeper angle to be able to like keep some space. You can have some communication, but it just doesn't matter. So many bodies. Isaac chimes in as well, and yeah, they can feel it. They can feel how close they are. 12-4, an economic advantage in the early going of Ancient.
You wonder what it is like to play on a team that's 4 rounds away from elimination. You know what? How do you get the energy back into it? I mean, presumably that's where you want the coach. That's where you want some sort of leadership to bring it back. But man, it can't be easy.
And they've already used 3 timeouts in the first half to try and get a little bit of life into them, right? To try and come up with solutions, to try and get that energy up, to try and get people to kind of stay focused on the fact that you're not out of this just yet. And none of those timeouts really worked in any meaningful sense. Dexter somehow gets an opening kill. That's a P250. Thank God for Ema. Double kill off the back of it, and oh, Acor gets caught. Doesn't clear things. Fiku's got an M4, and that might be their salvation.
Yeah, that's a big weapon to give up. Although, without any real armor, he's going to go right down in a good position with Chaos as well. Not an issue. Flames with a Glock and a 1 versus 3, and he's already been found. As soon as that position is given up, the one thing that he could have played off was maybe the element of surprise, but yeah, they're going to find him out. They know where he is, and even with the dink, it will not be enough. 13-4. GamerLegion just not letting up at the moment. They just keep on pouring in the pain here. Immer has got 14 kills. Isaac has 14 kills. They're having a really, really good performance.
And here's the thing, all the pressure that is on the shoulders of OG, this weight of elimination is all bearing down on this one round. OG really only have this one chance. If this slips away, they don't have enough runway to make this comeback happen. They have to win this round. It's imperative.
Immer in the middle, just spray right through, and he just gets the double kill like it was nothing. Sui's going to be taking up Neofrag, and it's Fiku and Dexter left.
And I love that play call from GamerLegion as well. That's like, even with the inexperience of the team in games like this, in situations like this, you're still saying, we know we have these guys beat. Let's keep the pressure on. Let's put our foot on their throat and make sure they don't have any space to come back into this game. And that's exactly what that push does. Fiku tries to recover the situation. A nice first kill, but he's brought so low. And Dexter has to do this individually, and he can't. 10-round lead. It's going to be 14-4. GamerLegion 2 rounds away when all is said and done in round 18.
Call them GamerLegionella because they're sick, Jason. Fiku on his own.
I think it's Legionnaire disease, isn't it?
That's another thing. Legionella is also... Listen, let's not.
Let's not?
I'm sorry I said it before I even finished the sentence.
I feel like that you've had a lot of those moments today.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on. I think it was the tea that I got earlier.
Sure.
That did it.
Yeah.
Emma with a double, Sue with a double, 14-4. There's just, the problem is, there's nothing to talk about on the OG side. We can only say it so many times, right? They've needed the comeback, they've needed the mental turnaround, they needed somebody to show some sort of leadership or just inspire the team or whatever you want to call it, but it hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened for the last 10 rounds or more. They have just been so utterly destroyed that there's really nothing left of OG. And GamerLegion, to their credit, I mean, we talk about this quite a bit, especially with teams that can be struggling. It's one thing to get ahead, it's another thing to close the game out. And so far, that's all they're doing, right? They're letting them not at all back into the game. They're feeling that killer instinct, and they're 2 rounds away from doing it. What a relief it would be for GamerLegion to make it through here. And for OG, obviously, it's devastating to fight your way back on the second map and look comfortable, look like you know what you're doing, and then come into the third map and it's just, boom, blown up. And in fairness, even the first map, OG could have won.
Yeah, that's true.
It might make it even more heartbreaking. Here we go. Round number 19. With everything on the line.
And this is just buy until you're eliminated for OG. Lining, setting up and execute. They're going to have to go through this smoke. Kiaz is ready and waiting on the other side. Here's the nades. Oh, no blind. Flashbangs don't work, so Kiaz gets the first. That's a nice gift. See, Sui comes through the smoke, gets eliminated. 4 on 3 now in the post plant.
Very tricky retake potentially. They have a smoke, so they could try and go for it. They could have hit as well. Yeah, smoking off towards the cave, actually not on the bomb. But Aho gets the shot onto Dexter, and you got to be careful because Nico's a little bit low on health already. GamerLegion have such a lot of space to work with here. Such a long lead that they're just going to go for it. They're feeling it. Hot as all hell right now. Aho gets one more. Nico down here. He's going to get shut down instantly. What a shot coming out. And they have time for the defuse as well with that kit on their back. 15-14. Even a round that looked like OG were about to take it. They just can't have anything.
Yeah, the confidence is just flowing right now for GamerLegion, so everything's working out just fine. They're even waiting for the jump through. It's spotted as well. Good cover from Acor. And even again with that final headshot onto Nico. Oh, they've got so much space to work with. 11 chances to close out this map, and they might not even need, they might only need 1 or 2. It's got to be dead quiet inside the OG team speak at this point.
Yeah, I don't think many of us will ever know what this feels like. Spray coming through. Emma just sending some bullets. Why not? Everything has been working. You might as well give it a shot. They're quick in the donut, and they want to go for the A-bomb side. They want to try and see if they can keep the speed on here, but Emma gets one. Isak on the other side. Dexter goes for the kill, but that's all they get right now. Nico on a bit of a double. Maybe this could turn it around. They need something, anything, just a reprieve from the madness, and I guess if they lose, they will get that as well, but the bomb not planted yet here for OG. Still 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Oh, this gap in the smoke, though, it's faded now, but this is such a scary position for Kiaz to hang on to. He can swing at any point. They can't do anything to stop this at the moment. Fiku's being patient. Nico's being patient. Looking for the follow-up peek. Sui's being respectful of the other side of the map. Good shot from Fiku. That's going to pull Sui back into a 1-on-2. He's got a minute to work with. And Nico and Fiku still remain patient, still not planting the bomb.
Yet they have no idea where he is. They really want to find out, and they're going to find out with a headshot there. 1 versus 1 now. And Nico with his team's life in his hands right here. No bomb plan in 38 seconds. He's just going to go for it. Ice cold, out in the open, no smoke, no nothing. He's ready and waiting for it, and Sui.
No way. He thinks it's the other bomb site.
No, does he really?
Oh, he might have overthought this one. Okay, coming back now, but he's certainly lost track of everything. Nico out in the open, though, is going to give him a chance, but Nico wins it. OG survived just barely by the skin of their teeth.
That's so scary. But well played on Nico, I suppose, you know, just planting out there. He knows there's nothing more I could do. I just have to hope I'm not getting peeked. And even after the fact, even after he planted the bomb, he's just standing here. He's just saying, I'm just going to channel all of the energy that I have and just take this fight. And you know what? It worked out this time. 15-5. They need to go on a 10-round streak, which is what GamerLegion did do in the first half. OG need to mimic that to get into overtime. Nobody believes this any longer, right? There's no one left watching that thinks that can happen.
No, I don't
If it does happen, it would be one of the most impressive comebacks of all time.
In major history.
So difficult, yeah. Not even necessarily because of the scoreline, but because of just the complete collapse of a team, right? Destroyed by GamerLegion in that first half. They look so dejected at the moment on the OG side. Here we go. A little bit of a low funds on the GamerLegion side, but they're still dangerous here. 3 Deagles, an AWP, and an MP9. All right, there we go. Chaos. He was just meant to boost up Acor. We get knocked out.
Probably didn't expect the pace of that boost up from Dexter as well. That was very quick, very early in the round. Convincing shot from Dexter. But as you mentioned, there's still some dangerous elements, and if they get kind of too far away from themselves and a couple people picked off by that op, you never know what can happen. Spam coming through. Acor's tagged down to 90. Jaguar control is going to get slowed down. Excuse me, aggression jumping through. Neofrag is lucky to be alive. Acor comes in with the deagle. Off back out in his hands, but Nico shuts him down, and Dexter responds in the A bomb site, or the B bomb site as well. And all of a sudden, it's just Isaac, but not for long. 6th round on the board for OG.
And a good round for Dexter. 3 kills, some of them really snappy with that sniper. I'm getting really worried when they're fighting Acor like that, when they're sort of keeping the pressure on, because that's exactly the kind of thing that he loves to be up against. But now they're really out of money. USPs at 15-6.
Yeah. It's okay. Obviously, you'd like to fight for some of these, but 9 rounds remaining to close this out. That's it. You can have plenty of save rounds still for the moment. Oh. This is going to be fun for Neofrag. Give him a gift. He's had a rough game so far. Give him a couple easy ones. He's got 3. Dexter chimes in with, I was going to say the final 2, but Nico steals the last one away from him, 15-7.
He deserved that.
I think he deserved a 4th.
Yeah. Rarely have we seen anyone get pushed as hard as he was in that A-bomb site. It was really hard to watch.
Repeatedly. Yeah, you started to feel bad for a little while.
8 rounds down still, and it's the gap that makes the really big difference here, right? The problem is, all you need to do is have one mistake. Be a little late, be a little slow one time, Jason. And how are you never going to be late? How are you never going to be slow? You've never watched The Wires, you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I've never seen it.
You have to. I'm making you do it one time. I'm going to duct tape you to a couch or something.
Okay, Clockwork Orange. Opening kill for Ima. Spamming down Flames, who got an advanced position, but wasn't ready for that fight as the smoke subsided. Ooh, a chance there for Ima to actually challenge against Nico as well. Fire's making this really uncomfortable. Ima's just deploying utility to keep himself safe. A second Molotov, but he somehow comes out on top with a kill. If that doesn't encapsulate this game so far, I don't know what else does. Dexter might be able to get one, but Ima peeks him from below. He's on a tear, and he's going to shut this down. He's going to keep GamerLegion alive. He's going to send OG packing all on his own, 16-7. GamerLegion, they move on while OG are going to depart Paris heartbroken.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. Yeah, for GamerLegion, what a performance on Ancient. Third map just looked rock solid for them. They had a plan and they followed it through, but for OG, yeah, this is a really, really rough day. I have no doubt about it. You wanted to be able to pick this up, and they looked good for a while, but they just couldn't hang on any longer.
Yeah, it's a day, too, where Flames was performing well for the first 2 maps. Dexter was on point for the first 2 maps, and this third map, Ancient, just a complete stomp. GamerLegion came out just with an attitude, with a vengeance. This was never even a contest.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And I mean, again, in light of the fact that they maybe could have won the first map, it goes to, they sort of fight their way there, they win their own map pick on Mirage, and things were looking up, and then here we go, into the third one, and they don't even get to feel like what it was like to play on Ancient. They never even really got into the game whatsoever. It's hard to leave like that. You're probably going to be looking back thinking, man, we could have done something more, we just never got the chance.
You at least want the fight. You at least want the fight, and you didn't get it. So congratulations to GamerLegion. Commiserations to OG. We've got the desk ready and waiting.
OG battered, bruised, and banished from the Blast TV Paris Major. GamerLegion lived to fight another day here after a third deciding map that, if we're just being honest, gentlemen, was not even competitive. OG completely deflated after that loss.
Yeah, really hearts out to OG there. Obviously difficult circumstances playing with Nico, who not really born and bred to be an in-game leader. You could see that they really struggled for plans in this one, and I think that was kind of the tale of this team for the last couple of months, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, simply heartbreaking for OG in this one, but let's get a few departing words down in the booth with Dinko.
Yeah, I'm here with Flames. An unfortunate early exit here for OG in the Challenger stage, but Flames, just talk me what's going through your head right now.
Yeah, disappointment. I think, like, you know, the feeling in the throat that it's like bad, but like other than that, you know, I think they played very well. It was a very good map for us, Ancient. I think we came, like, we had a lot of confidence because we beat Mouz like 2 days ago or yesterday. And I think it was just like, you know, it felt like a shit show.
Is there anything you kind of want to put out there, get off your chest a little bit over the recent months? Has there been any struggles for you guys?
I think I'm very proud of the team. I think, you know, considering Nexa took the mental leave and, you know, Nico comes in and our main goal was like just make the major. And then we make the major and we beat Mouz here, and I think, you know, we fought through the games, but it wasn't good enough. But I think I'm very proud of Nico. Like, I thank Nico a lot. I think he's just an amazing teammate, and he comes and stands in and takes an IGL role, and he helps us a lot, and he helped us a lot to improve. And I think everybody gave their best, even though it was not so good. But, you know, we didn't give up on those. Like, even the last map, 15-5 and stuff like that, we were all in the game.
Now we're looking at the last sort of months of progress. Have you been happy with how the progress has gone for OG?
I think our progress stopped when, like, Nexa left. I think, you know, it was like when Nexa was out of the picture, it was basically like, you know, now we need to reconsider what's happening. And then I think that we progressed a lot, sort of, when Nico came. Somehow, like, we felt like there is a progress going forward. But I think that right now, I felt like we improved a lot. But just in this tournament, I think we choked very hard.
Yeah, and you know, when you're looking at everything you've left out there, do you feel like you left everything you could there?
I think individually, I tried my best. I think there is some lessons that I know for the future about, like, you know, how I approach stuff in my life, and like excluding the CS parts. But I think as a team we learned a lot, like as individuals, like our relationship with each other. I think this tournament was like just a specific one that always gets the team, you know, they know what's up with the team. Like if you can progress a lot, or now you need to take a step back and stuff like that. And I think we kind of figured out our stuff, and I think every individual figured out like what he needs from each other. And I think we talked a lot, and we talked a lot before coming to this tournament about like how we want the relationship to be. And I think that it teaches me a lot about like how I want team dynamics to be and the relationships between the teammates. So I think, yeah, I've taken, you know, like this tournament or like this run specifically was just like an amazing sort of, because I learned a lot.
Well, commiserations once again, but thanks for your time. Freya, back to you.
Props to Flamesy for some really mature words, despite being in such a tough situation. A couple of things I actually want to pick up from that interview. First of all, it sounds like we actually had higher expectations for OG than internally they did in the team. Flamesy saying it was just the goal to simply make it here. We wanted them to go further.
I think when we first initially saw that Nexa were going to leave the team and we saw Nico come in as a replacement, we weren't even sure of who was going to be the in-game leader. Then it turned out to be Nico. He was the one stepping up for the occasion. And I think back then we said, yeah, OG, if they can make the major, that in itself would be a victory for them. But then, as you also said, they showed progress. They were remaining competitive. They were doing a decent job in certain tournaments. You have a guy like Dexter who have Flames himself as well. So I guess we raised the bar a little bit for OG because we know they can be better. But when you think about it, sure, you don't have an in-game leader. You don't have any sense of direction right now. So for OG to make it to the next stage, maybe we did set the bar a bit too high.
Maybe, but I think we just looked at the results that OG have had lately, and we thought that they could do better. And that's why I think we're disappointed with this, just because, sure, they set their own goal lower than we had, but that almost feels too cushy, like too much of a putting yourself in your comfort zone and just kind of staying there. I wanted to see them just push themselves. I wanted to see them actually go for the Legend stage, because in terms of firepower, in terms of some of the personnel and how they were able to rise up, I thought that it was very possible. I had them in my pick'ems to advance, actually, because of the recent progress that they've shown. So even though Flames says that that wasn't their expectations, that it was just their goal to qualify, they're better than a 0-3 team to me. They're better than a 1-3 team.
Yeah.
And so for this, to me, it's still a disappointment either way.
Incredibly eloquent thoughts from Flamesy as well regarding the relationships and partnerships that he said, have been bonding within the team. Sure, it is an incredibly tough situation to have Nexa take that personal leave. The team incredibly supportive of that as well, want to support him through this tough period of time. But for Flamesy to sort of be talking about that, because going forward, we're looking at the rest of the season for OG, there ain't much left.
There's nothing left. There's absolutely nothing left. They're not going to Washington to the last spring finals. They're not going to Dallas either. This was basically it for OG. Perhaps there's going to be a couple of online tournaments they can participate in, but right now it's just looking very dire for OG. I said it before coming into the tournament as well. I find them rather boring to watch and invest into because I don't know what direction they're heading in right now. I don't see a clear path to victory for OG, so they need to solve the issues internally, and then maybe afterwards we can start picking up our interest again.
This could actually be the last CSGO tournament, not just the last major for OG. This could be the last CSGO tournament because that's supposed to come out in the summer. We don't know what the integration cycle is going to be like, but this would be a bit bittersweet for some of these guys, especially people like Dexter, who so many of us had such high hopes for when he impressed us on Spirit, and we wanted to see him once again compete in the playoffs like he did with Spirit.
OG eliminated, but for GamerLegion, they live to fight another day. So let's get a few winning words with Dinko.
I'm here with Isaac, of course, just after their win. Massive win for you guys. It feels like you guys play better under pressure. When your backs are against the wall, when you take some losses early in the tournament, you did it at the RMRs, now you're doing it here.
Yeah, I think first it was kind of a wake-up call for us. I mean, no one wants to be in an 0-2 position. We just have to improvise and play better than we did that day.
Now, Shui's not feeling so good either, right? And he's got all that responsibility being the in-game leader. Can you talk me through that a little bit?
He's been having a sore throat and not feeling so well. So he kind of rests a little bit more in the mornings to, have energy throughout the day. But still in game, you barely know that he's sick because he's playing like normal,
When you're in a tense scenario like this, right, we obviously talk about Shui's in-game leadership, but is there any sort of spiritual leaders, emotional leaders in the team that get you fired up when your back's against the wall in tense games like this?
I mean, I feel these games, everyone was contributing everything. Different people were hyping each other up. Everyone was calling stuff and bringing great ideas, and I think that's why we came up with the win today.
What was something that was super strong for you guys, in your opinion, today?
Our reads, I would say, and our mid rounds. I feel like we played really well. Everyone had great ideas, and I would probably say that.
Yeah, and now moving forward, you get yourself into this position. Best chance to make it through the Legend stage now?
What do you say?
I was saying, you've got yourself in this position. You feeling confident you can get through the Legend stage now?
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll definitely. We've been thriving for it since last time we went out, and I feel like this day or tomorrow we'll probably make it.
Perfect. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you so much, Dinko. Yeah, some incredibly insightful words there, particularly on the reads that the team had. And I think that wasn't more, apparently epitomized on that third map, right? We're talking about a T-side where they were just fully in control from beginning to end. Then it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
Yeah, I picked out a round I think we should revisit. Round 11, a very great example as to how easy it was for GamerLegion to win this game. You see it right here, 45 seconds into it, you push up Acor into a position where he's allowed to just hold an angle, and they're just walking into it. Just like that, 2 kills, nice and easy, and round is basically over. You lose 2 players over towards the B bomb side. GamerLegion can now just walk in, plant the bomb, and the rest of OG is forced to lose the round. And as you said, Maui, as well before we got on here, this was not the only case of an easy round going the way of GamerLegion. They had to put in minimal effort in order to get the maximum outcome, and I think that in itself kind of describes the performance from OG right here. They didn't even push GamerLegion in that first half.
OG just felt completely disconnected in this one. It felt like after, say, 6 rounds in this, I don't even know if I really witnessed a clean trade frag. They barely were working together. It was individuals that were just getting picked apart on bomb sites. And almost, that round was one of many where it looked incredibly simple for GamerLegion. I saw them execute just into the B bomb site and just get clean entry after clean entry. No good counter utility coming out from OG. I feel like the comms there were just non-existent for OG.
It wasn't just the strats that were working well for GamerLegion. It was the screams too, so you won't want to turn down your volume a little bit for this mic'd up moment.
Keep banana. Attack.
Sorry guys, I had to do it.
Nice! Nick has no voice for game tomorrow.
Oh, I will live. I will live.
Yeah, man, Kios, save your screams, because you have got another game that you're going to be playing tomorrow. We don't know who the opponent will be just yet, but they do find themselves now in that 2-2 category. That is going to be very interesting to see if they can make it through.
It's still really hard to place GamerLegion in terms of, do we think they're going to make it to the Legend stage or not? Because the results that they've had so far, beating a deflated Mouz, a deflated OG, sure, they actually look impressive in terms of the org standings. Like, those are some partner teams that they're beating, or at least some teams that are, you know, competing in Tier 1 competition regularly.
It doesn't make any sense when you look at this.
Yeah,
though.
I feel like it's flipped.
So
like, it should be the other way around.
Yeah, you're losing to complexity, you're losing to the MongolZ as well, and then you beat Mouz, you beat OG. Those are very legit results. Had we switched it around and we would have talked about GamerLegion being 2-0 with wins against Mouz and OG, the story would have been entirely different. I think the way they're playing right now was much, much better than we saw in the best of 1 games, and it does strike me as a team that is slowly but surely warming up. And yeah, 2-2, depending on who they face, they have a shot now.
Yeah, they do indeed. We can take a look at the other teams that have been eliminated as well. Of course, 4 have been slain from the Blast TV. Paris Major over on the B stream side of things. Unfortunately, the MongolZ do find themselves eliminated. Sure, they probably did one better than what most of us thought by managing to get a series, but unfortunately, they were bested in this one, Jacob.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise, to be completely honest. Them and Fluxo were supposed to be down here. I'd say OG and Mouz are the two that stands out for now, but overall, it is starting to shape up now. I think the good teams are the ones thriving, and the bad teams will exit the tournament sometime soon.
It is certainly starting to hot up. And from elimination to qualification, as we move on forward with the competition, it's going to be TechGirl to guide you on through as FaZe take on Forze after this.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up MongolZ.
Forze FaZe matchup is coming up next. One of these teams will be heading through to our Legends stage, coming to you live from Paris, France. It is the Blast TV Major. And joining me on the desk to keep you company over the next two best of threes, we have Prof and Maniac, and of course, the Forze FaZe. I'm gonna mess that up at some point.
You will.
That matchup, this is something we've seen before, recently in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll cover it extensively in this segment, but of course it's a rematch of the quarterfinal in Pro League. I would argue it's a very high quality matchup. Honestly, I wouldn't be mad about any of these teams making it to Legend stage. I in fact hope both will, but we have to make a choice. They were sending one team already to Legend stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one is a favorite, one is an underdog that has chances to do something at this event. Obviously talking about Forze as the underdog in the matchup. FaZe, though, we know that this year they won the Pro League event after beating FaZe, but other than that, they haven't won an event in almost a year. So they aren't the peak FaZe that we had from last year. They're a team that can be challenged by Forze.
And they have serious candidates against them here. We have this lineup, Forze once again, making waves, sort of being annoying with top teams. I think that's how we kind of named them, described them. You know, they can take the head of any of the ogres in Counter-Strike.
The spoiler team.
Exactly, the spoiler, you know, the party poopers. They've played a tremendous amount of Counter-Strike in 23. We're talking more than 120 maps this year in official. So that's a regimen that is very high intensity. And I just want to say they've operated a very interesting turnaround in this challenger stage. Remember, they started with the catastrophe of the comeback against Greyhound. That was a 12-3 into losing 14-16, and then they finally put Liquid aside, destroy Monte. They've completely turned things around.
Can they turn it around against FaZe, though? Do you think that this is a team that could upset one of the favorites, Prof?
I think it's possible. It's possible because FaZe still, we haven't still seen them dominate, right? They haven't been super convincing in this group stage. They have got their wins when they needed to. They lost to ENCE, which is playing very well. But obviously, Forze have Zorti, who is the best rated player of the challenger stage. He's playing better than Monte, who everyone's raving about. He's kind of under the radar because no one's watching Forze match. No one really cares about Forze, but they're doing pretty well for themselves.
From your side, Forze coming into this, like you mentioned, they were able to pull themselves back after the challenges. What is their game plan as they get ready for this match?
I think your game plan is to avoid getting to map 3. If you're Forze, I think you're looking forward to quickly. Across the board, when it comes to the map pool, I think FaZe got the upper hand. And last time when they faced in Malta, it was, again, a third map very decisively won by FaZe Clan. I think the contest kind of stopped after map 2. So Forze, you're hoping to just steam run your opponent if you ever can.
Prof mentioned him, Zorta, he's the player that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on, and Dinko has caught up with him just to find out what's going through his head before this matchup.
Here was Zortse on Forze ahead of their game versus FaZe. The first question I want to ask is, I think a lot of people who watched you in your old teams knew that you had this individual skill, but you didn't really show this level in Forze until now. So for you, what has changed that has allowed you to be so good now at the Tier 1 level?
It's actually hard to say what changed. As a team we were making before this tournament, but actually we do the same things as the previous for ESL Pro League. We did the same things, we did the same strategies, but I don't know, it's this tournament I just popping out, like, I don't know, just feel confident when I'm playing. Just after the game I just feel I can make a difference in our team, just like in my team as well, feeling it, and just like trying to make more space for me. I just do my job, that's it.
Yeah, we're looking at your stats now, and you're one of the best players in the world at the moment as an AWPer, right? It's kind of crazy. I think some people are saying you're a top 5 AWPer in the Challenger stage. What do you think of that?
Actually, it doesn't matter for me because like I played actually 3 maps. Just like I didn't won any trophies. I didn't we won only one team from top 5 is Liquid, I guess. I don't know what like. What's the place of the Liquid in the top HLTV? Actually, I don't know, but Liquid is a good team. But we won Monte. It's like quite a decent team, but it's not top level. And the first game is against Greyhound. It's like it's decent team, but it's not a big achievement for me. Like only 3 games. If we will qualify for the next stage, and I'm trying to keep this rating. Trying to keep this rating up, and maybe after this stage, I'm trying to, I don't know, feel I can do the same things like in the stage. Yes.
I think we've seen when you were playing in some of the smaller teams like Team Unique at times back in your career, you know, we've seen some big performances from you, but when you went to Forze, we didn't see that immediately. Have you just got more comfortable? Have you just kind of figured out the AWPing differences maybe?
Actually, I think that the major changes like I have more experience because I'm 24, but I actually was starting to play when I was 19. Like only playing 5 or 6 years. It's like I spent 1 or half of 1 year trying to make a confident in a game, 10 level face it, or what I mean. After that, trying to get to some competitions. It's like, yeah, quite a thing. When I joined Forze, I struggled a bit, but it's, for me, it's like I had less of experience. That's it. Now trying to just recovering in this case, and I'm doing a great job, as I see.
Zorte mentioned there that he just does his job, and a damn good job that he does. He said it earlier, at the end they said good job, but I think it's a damn good job that he's done in 2023.
Look, being humble is one thing, but we have to come back to reality. We are witnessing the birth of a superstar. That is what we're looking at right now. Zorte in 2023 has played 27 maps against top 30 oppositions. Based on these ratings, he's the 4th highest rated player in the world. That's a 1.23 rating for Zorte in 23. And we are talking about Pro League 17. We're talking about the RMR. We're talking about the Challenger stage here in Paris. He's doing way more than his job. He is turning into an actual star.
And that's what I'm talking about. No one is hyped about him right now. He's definitely under the radar. And there are some guys that are hyped about him, for sure, after seeing what he pulled off in the group stage so far. And this is his moment to break out, especially against a team like FaZe. Like, if he performs here, they beat FaZe, go through, I think a lot of people have their eyes on him.
And I'm happy that you mentioned that just very quickly. When they played in Malta, this was one of the caveats that we exposed to people, we presented to people. We say, hey, it's going to be Zorte Brook, he's going to be incredible, he's going to deliver. And he didn't. He let us down completely. It was a flat, shadowy performance from Zorte. I rewatched the game this morning, and I could just see he was, besides his shoes, just completely lost on timings, making mistakes that are very uncharacteristic rather for Zorte. So this cannot be what we're seeing today. We are selling you a potential upset based on the fact that there is a superstar in Forze.
We've spoken a lot about him, so let's showcase his play style in the Mahone zone.
That's right. We've talked about him being a strong AWPer, but he's also a pretty good rifler too. So I want to break down his best round so far in this challenger stage. And it came from this match against Liquid, 14-14. It's this 4K highlight. So I'm first going to show the round to just show you what this looks like. Gets the 2K here towards ramp, the third one, and then the last one onto Liege. But I want to break down some of his decision making and kind of just how he was able to pull this off. So the first thing here is that he's in this 3v4 post plant. He's tasked with being able to defend ramp. First thing he does here, he throws a smoke on the left side of ramp. He throws a smoke on the left side of ramp, and the reason why is because with 2 particular choke points, it's easier to deal with this push if you can kind of funnel the CTs into one side. So that's what the smoke does right here. It funnels the CTs to the right side. What this does, it allows him to play on this right side here, where he can essentially use this spot to focus only here and use the pillar or this wall here to cover the very left side. As the push comes in, he's able to find the first onto Nitro. Pay attention right here. After he gets that kill, he's immediately expecting that peek on the left side. But that peek doesn't actually come through. And because it doesn't come through, now he realizes he has time to peek again on the right. So he moves over to the right, catches Naf, and then catches OC trying to trade from that left side. And then quickly, he's able to identify that Liege is coming out from that wall, from that door, on the left side. And how was he able to do that? The reason why is because Krad, his teammate, was actually here towards control room. And you can see Zorchi's right here. Krad is behind him in this control room side. At the same time, Liege was taking down his teammate here in the vent. So that means with the Liege in the vents, Krad, he doesn't see him come out here. He doesn't see him come out from this back hall side. So Zorchi's first instinct is that because he has that teammate over here on the left side, doesn't see him come out there, it means he has to be coming out through that door. And that's why he was able to make such a quick adjustment over to that door. So that's really the proudness of Zorte. Although he's a great AWPer, he has these moments where he can shine with the rifle as well.
Thanks so much, Danny. And of course, Forze might have Zorte, but on the other side, FaZe has Brokey. So how do they compare?
Well, the link, I would say, is right in this Mahone zone. It's the clutching abilities from both snipers that have to get you excited at home. They share a whole lot of DNA in how they play Counter-Strike. You're looking at players who, compared to the likes of Simple, compared to the likes of ZywOo, take very little opening kill attempts. Because if you're FaZe or if you're Forze, your game plan does not rely on Zordi and Brokey finding opening kills. What you want is put them in a mid-round to late-round situations where Zordi can display the game sense that Mahone just highlighted, and Brokey can do it too. So I'm hoping, Prof, I'm hoping to hell that we get a couple of these clutches late when Brokey is alive, when Zordi is alive, and 2v2 and shit just hits the fan.
I'm pretty sure we will, because that's how these teams play. Like that's how you build up Brokey, especially combined with Twists and Robs in these 3v3s. Yes. FaZe are the late game kings. Last year, that was what defined them. In the closest matches, in the late rounds, when everything was kind of going to hell, these guys would manage to cling back the rounds. And I think Brokey has been playing pretty well this tournament so far, but Robs has been outstanding. So these are the two key fraggers for FaZe so far.
And what is actually incredible about FaZe is it's always our selling argument is that, you know what, even if one or two players from that lineup maybe just have a rough day, the probability that one of the teammates will compensate is 95%. And this is currently what is happening. You could look at the numbers and argue that a man like Twist, for example, isn't exactly displaying the quality that we expect from him. And that is true by the numbers. But guess what? Robs is just turning into a next level superstar. What does he have right now? 1.39 rating during this event. So when you have such quality, there's always someone else that can pop off and buy time for your teammate. We've seen Twist have moments, even if the rating is not great, he's going to have a couple moments, and he's got teammates to help him get into that zone.
We've spoken a lot, and we do this all the time before a game, what to expect from these two teams. Is it even possible to guess when it comes to Forze and FaZe, Prof?
I mean, to some degree, yes. I think what's interesting is that kind of their map pool kind of aligns. Both don't like vertical, and then some of their stronger maps are the same. So I feel like it is going to be a game of the big upper, for sure, like if Zorte shows up, but also about the two IGLs.
No. Absolutely. I mean, the chess game between Jerry and Kerrigan is fascinating. Because, of course, we know Kerrigan to be one of these jokesters when it comes to the executes, and when I rewatched again that quarterfinal against Forze, there were a couple of moments where the gamble plays from both sides were just chasing their own tails. You think you're gonna go B, we are 4 stacking B with our defense. We don't think you're A side, immediate A execute from Kerrigan. So we have to keep an eye on these two men here. They're gonna have to decide where to put the pieces, and I will have to favor Kerrigan because he has proven time and time and time again that he can get the better of, and that's what happened in Pro League.
TLDR, this is going to be a hot match. That's what I'm getting from all of this.
Yeah, and the veto is coming through as well. This is where I'm not really happy with Forze's veto.
You're not happy, Prof.
I'm not happy.
Can I do something for you? I want you to be happy.
Maybe you can go back like 2 hours and ask Forze to do it differently, because I'm not a fan of the underdog banning the map that both teams don't play, right? Use that to kind of flex the veto in your favor, but they go for overpass, the same map they played before in the EPL matchup, but FaZe go for nuke this time.
I feel like the has to be a 2-0 now. The tune that I sang earlier changes just slightly, because having Inferno as the last map, I think could be a very close call. So for Forze, you have to win overpass. You have allowed nuke to come in, and you knew that if you were going to float it, there was a very high chance of pick for FaZe. So I hope Jerry's ready for that, and we have a banger of a game.
I do think we're going to have a banger of a game, and it's going to be even better because Scorny and Launders are going to be casting it.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you, gentlemen, for your analysis as well. That's right. You got the corn dog and the big L to take you guys through this one. Forze versus FaZe. It's a rematch from not too long ago. We get some similar maps. We get some differences. We get some mind games. And I think that there's going to be a nice battle of the in-game leaders.
We have an answer to the veto problem. Me and Prof were there scratching our heads like, why wouldn't they float it if they were the higher seed? Well, apparently Kerrigan left in Vertigo because they floated it a time before and played a mind game against Forze. So even with the better seed, Kerrigan still managed to get the better veto. Sorry, even with Forze having the better seed, Kerrigan got the better veto. And it actually, really ruined the veto here for Forze. I think before that, with a potential for Ancient coming in, maybe we're looking at a higher chance of a 2-1 or even a potential for a 2-0 for Forze, but now I could very easily see this being a 2-0 for FaZe. So the mind game god of Kerrigan maybe got an edge before the game even started.
All right, that's all that experience coming out of him. But without further ado, this one's live, folks. Forze coming at it on Overpass, their map pick, and we have to keep close eyes on Zorte. in their last head-to-head between these teams. He got a little bit quiet, to be honest, and I feel as though Forze were definitely leaning more so on a performance from Result. That's not something we've got so far. Rain's gonna tap 2 out. Brokey comes up from Connector, so all is good here for FaZe. They contain that initial burst out through bathrooms. But I'm concerned for the Forze formula because of the fact that Result has been absent in the first 48 hours of this event. It's not the Result that kind of took them as far as they did in Pro League. It's not the Result that challenges Shalfie as role of top rifler. But at least the silver lining for Forze is that Zorte has gone above and beyond, even more so than the last time they met. Agush comes back, and Zorte is now low, done and dealt with. Looking like a CT-sided pistol here for FaZe. Great way to kick off the first map.
Very much is. And yeah, Forze will need every little inch here. So good interview as well from Zorte before the game started. I think my favorite part about it, well, first of all, such a clear speaker, and obviously, you know, English not being his first language, I think he did a fantastic job of explaining his thoughts. I thought the cool part about the interview, the part that stood out the most to me, was how, you know, Dinko described him as one of the best players right now, one of the best players in the stage, and him saying, well, you know, we've played some good teams, but we haven't played a team as good as FaZe. And that's, you know, air quotes on that. That's to say that, you know, he's accepting the praise, but he's also understanding that he wants to keep his rating the same way it is, and he has to elevate his game to, you know, deliver versus FaZe. There's no question that he can. I think that's for sure. But really cool to, you know, sort of not be overrating himself when we know how good he is.
Can't get ahead of himself. Even after that victory yesterday versus Monte, we heard Jerry's words and just saying, you know, the classic, I feel like, at Majors, one step at a time. One best of one, best of three at a time. Can't get ahead of themselves, but it is if they get to Legend stage. Then the competition kicks up and up. Then we get to know if this, as Maniac painted it, is really the birth of a new star in Counter-Strike.
As if we need one more good CIS opper.
Yeah, right. I mean, as a North American, like, how do you guys, like, where are these guys coming from?
Yeah, but you know, with no Jane, no Shiro here, right?
There's
welcome in the challenger stage.
Very true indeed. Rain, gonna just rack up some easy ones. USP's out, 4.5. Brokey Jack's the ace, but Rain, that's somebody who, you know, while we can sit here and say that Zorte looks fantastic, doesn't get to play against the best, Rain at a major.
He is the best right now, yeah.
Is there anything better than Rain at a major?
You know, he's on around the, you know, 25+% opening kill attempts here for FaZe, one of the best can openers on sites. And I think that when we talk about Rain, we have to talk about Rain in the context of big events. When we talk about Rain at Antwerp, he was the MVP. And that can be after like a really dismal smaller events that preceding the big ones, and he can still somehow just get it together when it matters the most. So pressure, not a problem for Rain. Consistency when it matters, not a problem for Rain. And because he's such a front-facing figure on the team, Kerrigan's stats aren't that good. His stats are so much more important as an opener for FaZe. They've got one of the most passive oppers of any Tier 1 team. Brokey and Shiro, the two most passive oppers in terms of opening attempts. So really important that their two riflers that take the entries really do have a high percentage of 5v4s to start off rounds. And on top of that, Rain has just been, I mean, I think he's gone from, you know, just a really great, reliable entry to a very smart, you know, player in certain positions, like doing a lot with Cave on Ancient, to now, I mean, playing some really cerebral Counter-Strike on top of having great aim in these past couple of days. I feel like he's only going to power up further. And just as I say,
he gets picked off by the Zorte, who tries to pressure in. They start stacking up in front of that MP9, so Robs will rob one back. Brokey on the A1S gets busted back by Result. Good sign for Result to be kicking it up a notch already. Kerrigan, whose individuals have been in question, if he can just get the jump on Jerry, right now with this timing, Shalfie goes down easy. Shalfie's so low on health that one single bullet will make a difference here. Shalfie, AK in hand, and Kerrigan doesn't know where he's at. Come on, Kerrigan. You don't need to best everybody.
Oh, he did such a good job here. He's locked off the rotation out, and they're looking to be a swing. Xiaofi is wondering if you could put the bomb down. Kerrigan hasn't moved towards the other side of the map.
One bullet. Oh, one bullet anywhere on Xiaofi. And Kerrigan's got the 1v2 queued up to keep FaZe's win streak going.
Yeah, that's solid. The trades were on very slim margins after the 5v4 rain going down, but FaZe kept one going every single time, moments before death, one after another. So it ends up having to be a 1v2, but a great 1v2 it was. We might have been, I was thinking, how does he know for sure that Xiaofi hasn't left the A site? And he might be realizing that there would definitely be footsteps just below him if he had left. And so maybe that's why he just went for the lock off. Either way, really smart there from Kerrigan. They earn the 3-0. Half buy comes in for Forze.
And Rain's going right back at it. Catching him along the wall. Nice and easy. Gets to the bottom of the magazine, just deals with Jerry. P250 chase kills Robs. Rain happy to stay up on an aisle. Brokey will deal with Connector. Nice shot under pressure there. But we do get the response back from Zorte, so just leave. You know, you've clashed towards top mid, kills both ends, just leave. Worst case, they grab some weapons. One of the things I like about Forze on Overpass specifically is I think that this is one of the maps where they can show their strengths in their ability.
What was that?
Show their strengths in their ability to raise the skill floor. Okay, we talk about Jerry and Crad as the bottom pieces of this team, one the in-game leader and the other in Crad. Overpass specifically can get pretty good statistically for both of them, right? We're going to be watching Crad down towards that B site at times, just kind of doing his own thing inside of short water. And I think that's why Forze do have this comfort for Overpass. Just feels as though they can play the time, good communication, well tethered, and get the best out of two players who they otherwise don't need to rely on. Resalt also up there.
I like some Forze propaganda here on Overpass because the map that's missing because they got out mind gamed in the veto was Ancient, and they're on something like a 10-map win streak on the map. And that's not one of the teams we're looking to be like, they're the best Ancient team in the world, but they've actually got one of the strongest streaks, including wins over Monte, Navi, Mouz. Lots of tier 1 victories here.
8 seconds, Mo. Bomb's getting planted, which means hands busy. Nice swing. That's a shot from Kerrigan. Won't finish it all off, but Zorte gets flanked by Twist, so it still goes down smoothly. Kerrigan, that was clean. I'm talking insta headshot with an AK-47. And I think that's what we need from Kerrigan, because despite the fact that FaZe just picked up their Intel Grand Slam, Kerrigan has been quite
quiet.
Took a bit of
a siesta, yeah.
Very quiet, I think, through the struggles of those last events. And if we're being entirely honest, no Canadian bias, if it's not for Twists going above and beyond, then maybe that, you know, Cloud9 finals doesn't get picked up. Who knows? But he obviously went into superstar mode to make that happen, while Kerrigan's struggles have been so consistent.
Yeah, the Twists recently only okay as well. Definitely a lot
that
of
one-off event, man. Yeah. You know, he said he did fully focus on winning. That's all he wanted.
Yeah,
and you could see it in his gameplay and in his performance.
We have the Twist tweet after Rio talking about the exhaustion, but you know, a bit of a break coming into the major and still coming in a little slow.
So Kerrigan's taking heads off like he did it inside the A site. We're good, but Xiaofi's going to get hyper aggressive. Already through Monster. Frag grenade with his name on it. Half his health is gone.
Oh, they do such a good job of countering. So they counter this lurk smoke by, first of all, nading to delay, spamming, and then throwing a late molly after 7 seconds have passed to make sure no one can scale on the outside. That's a tactic shutdown, and a counter tactic here with the boost.
Ooh, Brokey.
Lucky that's a leg.
Yeah, gonna take Jerry down to 16. Still a comfortable amount of util.
Oh, there's massive pressure on the default right now.
You could see Forze not liking that. I mean, they had a player out of Monster who decided to bail back. Shelfie tries to get into a corner. More nades land on him.
I do like that they're working simultaneously on the other side of the map at this timing. They actually move fast into this decision while maintaining some presence. Even smoking that molly out shows that there's somebody here. So Shelfie's sort of done his job. He can clock out. Attack comes towards A, and FaZe, if there is a sliver of timing, they might not be worried about long in the way that they should be right now. But they have an op here ready. They have the 5v4. Players low on Forze.
Some pieces shuffling as Kerrigan pushes out Monster.
They're sort of worried about it, but not maybe as severely as they need to be, but they've got 3 rifles here.
Yeah, bolstering this defense, and down to the final 20 seconds. Utility indicative of the hit. Jerry, low HP, as the tip of this spear. It's 3 to come in from bathrooms. They half-ass clear the corner, and Rain's gonna punish. Immovable at the moment inside bathrooms. Bomb taken down. They just want to try to save that Zorte op. He's got 1 health. He is done. Or not. Okay, no scope to hang on, and it looks like he's actually gonna get away with this. Rain gets a chance to peek. Denied. Nice. So 2 down from Zorte to keep an op, a silver lining if there will be anything offered in the next one, but solid defense yet again.
It's always annoying to know that that op's coming into the next round, even if it's a T-side op, and even if, you know, there's probably not going to be a full buy behind it. So big save here from Zorte. Let's see what he can do with it, but I'm going to be talking about Rain a lot this half, and I want to even, you know, considering the circumstances, this 2-1 game going into Legends, Rain playing so well right now. Overpass, such an important map at Rio, was the most played map, I believe. So it's going to be coming up a lot. You better believe it. And Rain, even though he's not the inventor of CT aggression, he learned from the best, which was Fur back in the 2016-2015 days. And all throughout his FaZe career has been the guy pushing Fountain, has been the guy taking over con control. And he follows closely in the footsteps of Fur, a little bit more tempered in terms of how aggressive, is not going for balloons pushes every single round. But when he does do it, he does it extremely well, you know. And right now, he is there's no kind of Fur to contend with him in that regard. So it'll be very important to watch his spot. 11-4 after 5 rounds. And man, off the Zorte save, they've got a full buy with the op that they couldn't afford otherwise.
Yep. Take what you can get. Oh my God.
So, damn. They don't smoke the molly, run through, and wait.
You support that?
I don't know if that was a misplay, actually, because if he was going to continue on too long, then he could catch a timing and not alert them by smoking it. But he just took all the damage, didn't move.
Shelfie wants to clear, and he will get that corner claimed.
Hey, maybe there is still a timing here. Let's pay attention to this long player for a second. Even though Krad is low again, timings are more important than aim sometimes, so if they're not ready for this.
Rob seems wary. Point blank. Krad locking in. Gets a chance at both players, and he's definitely got them preoccupied. Uh-oh. Nade doesn't kill him. Oh, but he doesn't catch the player on the fallback. Jerry exchanging damage down towards B. He gets across. 1 bullet would have finished that.
Oh my God.
And surely he heard it.
Yeah, eyes on Robs now.
I mean, Robs is between them both. Enemy's making a ton of sound. They're still wary that this push comes out, and Zorte's gonna stuff it.
And there's that op.
Now he has to move that bomb up with him. Both his teammates incredibly low, so it still feels like Zorte has to do it all, and even he only has 26 health. This is not a comfortable one, but still made possible by the fact Krad used that long play. And as Zorte's hands busy, now he's back in action. We've got a flash for Shelfie. We've got no nades on the CTs, but they drop Krad first. Op v Op still in this mix. Twists with 100 health, and we've got both CTs heading towards that dumpster.
Yeah, they could speed up towards Optimus, knowing that player dead on the cross.
They take their time for the moment, making sure that they clear close. Now it's starting to head in. Bomb at that halfway point. Opper over towards long. Contact found. Brokey dead. The duel is won. Op v Op. And Twist's front sight switches to the sniper so he can fall back and save. They call it quits. And Forze, saving that op from the last round, using Krad through Playground quick, will find their first in these 6.
Yeah, such an industrious round here from Forze, both using the op that gets saved. No one else to credit but Zorte alone in those final moments of the last round. And then, of course, Krad taking this timing, running through long, you know, barely surviving through both mollies, but ultimately continued forward with the same plan. Just made sure, I guess, to wait so that there was no long push that could counter him when he didn't see any action. Got up close, and honestly, the fact that he stayed alive for that entire thing, even though he didn't get a kill until much later, was very impressive. So,
I mean, when he crosses between Long and Dice and that 1 bullet whizzes by, that could have been the end of him. That could have been a completely different outcome.
Now we just got FaZe's money teetering already. Oh, that's a mistake, but it's relatively unpunished. You know, door gets blown open. You've got to respect the fact. I mean, when Twist goes down into con, there will never be. Oh wow, what a spray! Leave it to Rops.
Not only Result down to a quarter, but Jerry just straight up killed from 2 sprays on the wall bang.
Let me tell you right now, when Twist starts going down con next round, there will never be a round that he walks into that door blown open without a smoke. And that's just the modern meta right now. So, you know, Forze trying to play cheeky. Of course, that's who they are. Oh, Rops with another spam wall bang.
Nasty.
Into Result in the back of con as well. And you can see Forze just kind of trying to cheat all of these little timings when they can, but taking some overt risks in FaZe's eyes.
Well, these risks come with no reward. Down by 2 already. We've seen a couple of really late round A hits, but Rain's just floating around top bathrooms. Rops still inside sight. There's some uncertainty in the timings as to whether T's are close bathrooms, but I mean, 30 seconds and nobody's moving. Feels more like a save unless they get something like that. It could serve as an invitation, but do you want to run the risk of running in?
You know, if that bomb was on the other side towards B, I would think they might try to go for it, but they're really pushing their luck if they attempt it at this point. They knew the kill was coming, they might have been more ready, but instead it looks like it's just going to be this 3-piece save as the clock runs down. FaZe will take a breath. This is going to allow them to get all their nades back up, which is huge. They came into this on sort of no money and spending everything, not having full kits of utility, so this is a pretty big win for FaZe to keep the momentum going. Yeah, so already what we're seeing, though, is, you know, if Forze are finding timings, you see FaZe are aware of some of these gaps. They're aware of the thought that Forze might be trying to get a little bit faster to get an advantage. And so Forze's game plan sort of has to go somewhere else right now. I mean, if that means more optimized, that's something that Jerry has to think about, but it doesn't feel like they're that, you know, the idea that they can sort of get away with these things is even something FaZe is worried about. And Rops is rotator right now, responsible for all these wall bangs with his current performance. I mean, he's going to be a threat.
We've seen a round where the utility pressured Forze back through Monster, and once Shelfie got in short, we've seen that boost in the previous round with the wall bang. So I feel like right now FaZe doing a grade A job of just pressuring outside of the B site without even taking risks.
Yeah, this one's kind of interesting too because they leave the door closed. They have Rops pushed up on short. And I think that for Forze, this might be unnerving, right? They get up con control fast, which is their 4-second rotation. But this might also feel like FaZe are just going to lean heavily towards A. So we'll see if they get scared. Oh, Shelfie shoots.
Yeah, he's going to clear it. Oh, he just gave up on the clear. Didn't go all the way in.
Probably felt a little uncomfortable after making noise, too.
Puts Rops on high alert.
And now the late smokes come down. It's getting dangerous here for Forze.
Passing another one back, allowing Brokey to face forward. Result about to attempt an entry. He's got Jerry with him and the other 2 over on long. Zorte picks off Rain first. That forces Brokey back just a bit. A little more space offered up, and he's losing teammates left and right, but he holds at least with 1. Rops comes out from bank, and Result triple kill on this entry. Bomb plant with it. A stack site, smokes behind it, the utility the CTs would have needed, and Forze, this feels more like a strong arm. And Kerrigan back with another 1v2. He clutched it out last time, but now Zorte stuck behind Dice. Finds the peak, the timing, and another one here for Forze. Back and forth we go. FaZe couldn't hold on to the A site.
It actually looked like up until that point, Forze were coaxed into the decision of trying to hit A. And when the late smokes came down in front of bathrooms, Forze probably had their heart sink for a second, but they decided to speed up instead of slow down. And then Result, 3 kills on the entries. Beautiful work from him. You were calling for a better performance out of Result. Here you've got it. Zorte also the difference. That op coming through again, winning on long control. You cannot take bathrooms and win on A without long at the same time, so his op pick is pivotal.
You see that second kill from Result as well, staying locked in on Optimus. Perfect crosshair placement, double instant headshot, snap over towards the bank for the next one, just, you know, kind of in the zone in terms of reacting to the right place at the right time. Reminds me a little bit of the Mahone zone breakdown prior to jumping into this match where we're showcasing Zorte's rifle ability. And this is what I call from Result, right? It's the fact that he can challenge Shalfie. They've got 3 strong riflers, and we're not even talking about Jerry or Krad. I'm talking about the Opper and Zorte and the other 2. The same snappiness in their decision-making, their engagement, priority, so smooth. When Forze are on it, those are the kinds of clips you can come to expect.
There's the money drained here for FaZe Clan as they're on the pistols. 6-2 lead is pretty, but it's also looking a little flimsy now. See if Forze can capitalize.
Looking for the boost. Would make sense. They threw it up to get that connector damage in just a couple rounds ago. Round 9 is when the economy finally falters for FaZe. 5-7 pushing out on Robs. Honestly, he's got great timing here. Shalfie just looked away, but reacts quick. Even with 8 HP left over. Headshot on Robs, denies the short push.
Yeah, the kill is something though. Bomb's still staged back in this default, so they're not going to commit to any site just yet. And it looks like it could have leaned towards the B site. This buys some time for FaZe to actually go for another stack if they want to, and they will actually rocket back now. So the mind games begin. It's not like there's great guns here. But just because of the stature of this team and the players, I'm just going to entertain the idea that this could get close or uncomfortable. And it seems like they do have the right idea, even if they don't have the right weapons behind it. Utility has gone out of the round here for Kerrigan, used them both towards B. And Forze smartly not going to buy into this Greek gift and rocket back.
Bit of a chase going on here from Jerry. Offers up a lot of damage. Kerrigan's USP looking for a kill, looking for a skull to crack. Zorte gives coverage with the Galil. They get the kills they need to at least soften things up. Bomb is coming, all is good. Still down to the wire and an uncomfortable amount of damage done to Shalfie and Jerry. Not enough to dent the economy in a follow-up. Still 4 up from Forze, so they get through it all. Back and forth, played the clock, but just goes to show how afraid you can be of FaZe even with just USPs.
Yeah, as you should be for sure. So 6-3, good one to build up the money. And as low as the health got without the kills coming down, this is an overall solid round from Forze. On top of the win. So this half is far from over. Now I think we reset and go back to the moment where we have to look for, in the meaty rounds, the rifle rounds, what's Forze going to try to do? Are they going to skip steps, or are they going to start to optimize a little bit? Oh, and that push gets covered by Rain. He never needs a babysitter, and Brokey gets half cleared.
Ooh, he backs up, though.
I think there's the half temptation to go for it. You know, if it's 5v4 in favor of Forze, maybe he does go a little deeper. He probably gets a kill, but at the same time, sort of the mindset like, why risk it at this point?
Instead, they move him over towards B site, so we got 3 defenders here. Oh, spotted. Tries again. Dangerous. Brokey now primed and ready. Fully expecting a walkout like this, and if Shalfie does it dry, he's dead. No chance. 5v3 makes this one even more uncomfortable for Forze, and Rain is going to continue to play active. Could very well catch a flank off.
Yeah, there is a checkmate timing on long where they can't go long at this point, so it makes sense for him to just turn this corner, and now they're getting stalked.
Yeah, he knows. Everybody knows here from FaZe. They're on high alert for the A holds. Even if they tried to back up, things would go south. Rain, well timed. We'll see what goes down. Hold on. Resalt's cracking open that A site. Resalt's made some space for Jerry to just run away if he wants to. Run in and, or excuse me, Zorte, you've got a plant. Can it be stopped? No, because he jumps over towards Optimus, so at least Bomb's going to go down. Resalt still has health to pull something crazy off, and if Zorte's just going to hit those zingers, well, that would be another problem. But taking him down first looks good. Feels like with Twist having bank control, they know Resalt is stranded over towards Dumpster. He's going to continue to pump out damage, but Twist keeps him so preoccupied, the defuse comes through easy. At least getting a bomb plant, at least keeping one up. That's better than what it looked like Forze were going to get away with. But it's just FaZe racking up more rounds.
Yeah, no kidding. They would have loved that not have a plan in that situation since they earned the 5v3 so quickly, but they'll still take the round win. Here's Brokey not taking a shot on the stairs, but then also sort of killing the player at his final destination on short with a rotation all the way back through A and into B. So, okay, FaZe continue to be good. Forze with another chance to play. Ideas win matches. So what have we got to work with? Whoa, Brokey's not playing games. I don't like. I feel like Zorty didn't even get his. He didn't see anything yet.
He came out of that step and was just splattered. And I feel like we just saw Brokey hit a shot similar. It wasn't as aggressive of a peak, but the pace of which he left click down on B site last round.
It was fast. It was fast.
Right?
They didn't say anything,
Deleted.
but it was actually.
Yeah, because he's just holding an angle.
His knees didn't bend yet.
Yeah.
He didn't crouch yet. It was so quick. Okay.
Well, then could use one
it's
there.
not normally that you go, this player's fast today, you know, because they're either fast or they're not. But it does feel like Brokey's just been on human benchmark for a couple minutes before the game started.
Good flash.
Yeah. Nice.
Twists sets up Rain perfectly. Another round where Forze are just getting dented as they slowly get closer to the A site. We've seen a couple Hail Marys break through to the bomb site, though. I feel like at this point, we can't write Forze off in these moments. But I am now coming to expect FaZe to have a 5v4, if not 5v3, round after round.
Just so good at knowing when they need to try to get info back, doing it safely.
Util's coming. We know Rain loves these positions outside bathrooms, but Result and Shalfie trying to even this out. Robs kills the long player, so they've got confirmation on the two left up.
No retake utility here.
And while Zorte's been stealing the show, I think we often forget just how good Shalfie can be. It's meant to be his right-hand man. Result gunned down by the MP9. A 1v3 attempt queued up. Now he could be bank, and you see the CT's worried about it. Shalfie decides to come out ever so slightly. He's gonna shave the player off the bomb first. Concerned about long, peeks out and twists instant headshot. Gonna keep FaZe in full control. But it is another moment where you can see the ability of Forze riflers if you let them get close to a bomb site.
Say that. They do set up these moments where big plays can happen, but the denial of these big plays is just as impressive. So that's why FaZe are telling the story right now. So there's a quick wow. I mean, that was that? Okay.
All right.
That's a millimeter. The difference is a millimeter.
Sure. Go ahead.
The definition of instance today is Brokey. And finally, Forze are without money. They'll have the 1 AK. And the half buy to follow. Starting out fast towards B. I think Rops got some information, however.
Flash misses. Pistols push beyond him. There's a singular AK in this one. Now an M4 acquired. And no Brokey inside Con, but Rain in the corner. Result just runs in, throws caution to the wind. The Pistols try to stack up and get gunned down. USP is not enough to finish it all, but fantastic one from Rain in the corner.
Man, that's Pistols with armor, right? So that was not going to be free. Some beautiful rifle work from Rain, all dead in the same place, yeah.
This is Rain's artwork.
You could fit him in the same casket right there.
Frame it, hang it. Let the people come see it. He's just been so efficient with that A1S. And I've seen a couple of moments already this game where like he gets a 2K with the rifle, then has to swap out to the sidearm dies. This is just perfect in terms of ammunition usage.
Yeah, you can't ask for more from him right now.
I can't ask more from Result, though. I think being 10 feet ahead of your teammates and jumping out the corner with the M4 when you've got pistols just right behind you, it didn't feel like the timing was that important. I don't know. I would have rather him trade out or at least given the pistols a better chance to trade maybe. But they gave Rain that 2 seconds to reset before the rest came, and, well, we see what happened.
Well, that's what they tried to do with the second and third guy, not make the same mistake of running out.
If only one of them had a rifle like Result did. Zorte has found a chance to plant. He's going to get run down and denied in the last second.
Oh.
Nicely done by Brokey.
Well, that's not small. Plant could have very easily gone down. You know, Brokey's not taking any time to think right now. He knows when he's got it lined up, he's clicking. And they don't stand a chance here. Completely mauled. The chairs can take it.
4 bomb plants, 4 fours in rounds they've lost. Openings have been found.
Yeah.
But always at a disadvantage first, it feels.
With a little magic today, Forze could have done a lot better in this half. It's not like they're that much worse right now, but I mean, it is FaZe playing extremely well. And when FaZe are playing extremely well, as Twist said, they are the favorite. And that's an important note for them in this major. Coming out of LCQ, of course, that could be a wake-up call if you want to call it that. I think Rio was a good enough wake-up call for FaZe, but now they've already shown that they've not really had struggles getting to this point in the challenger stage. But this half is almost gone here for Forze. Maximum potential of 6 rounds. Chance to play for 4 on this one. It's a good enough buy.
I don't want to sit here and just huff copium either, but if Forze can get a couple more rounds on this half, I've seen what their CT sides are capable of. I've seen the comebacks after a quiet T half. You know, Pistol could definitely dictate how many buys and chances they get. But like you said, with a little more magic, you know, a little more luck in some moments, I would expect more of those to occur on the CT half. So don't tune out just yet, folks. Unless Rain gets another multi-kill, and then it feels like he himself will just win here on the first map.
Actually studied a ton of FaZe overpass T side coming into this.
Perfect.
So there's a ton to talk about in figuring out which style they're going to bring today. A few rounds away from that action. Rain up to the plate once again. He knows they're close. He can feel it.
He's ready. Util comes over. It's Resalt and Jerry. Shadow advantage for Rain to play through the fire and stopped by Brokey. Nobody else to really jump and pounce just yet, so Brokey gets the op back up. Good flash to get out from Bank. Crad tries to re-engage, and Rops's M4 meets him. Another 25-second push at the front of this A site, and this time it gets mowed down. This time, Forze mopped up.
I ask you, how many times have we seen in the middle of a round a flash from FaZe not net them a kill, but net them positional dominance? Every single time they need to rotate into something, whether it's Rain taking a peek on the outside of bathrooms, or getting into a better spot, or learning for sure what the site is going to be that's going to be hit. In this case, getting out of Bank. FaZe's flashes have been so well placed.
Feels to me as well as there's just as many moments where we could maybe point at Forze skipping that step, right? Getting those slight advantages have been FaZe. I mean, how many times has Rain played closed bathrooms and there's no flash support in the corner? It's just felt a little too comfortable for them at moments. 18 and 11. The first 13 rounds of play on Overpass.
The call is wait for B. So, you know, Rain can get slowly flanked in this spot. Of course, the molly has been waited out. There's actually a chance for a timing on this, but majority players here waiting on the right side.
Sorte just missed it on Rain. Rain, nope. They're going to exchange glances.
Still no, though. It's a heavy stack outside B. Forze can't even execute right now.
They went for the triple nades on Kerrigan. Almost enough to kill him. Deagle on Resalt doesn't finish the job. The flank comes out from Rain, and with the door off its hinges, dude, he is such a nuisance. He's going to continue to pressure outside short, expects Jerry fully to come flanking behind him, calls that out. Twist adds in a wallbang to help, just screwing over Forze every step of the way.
Yeah, information is king. The call from Kerrigan for the setup is perfect in terms of the read. Forze setting up for the B attack, and information is king. Rain is computer here, making the move to go downstairs to cut off the only other rotation. Of course, that was open with no other players on A, but he did it just in time.
Now FaZe are putting on the masterclass. Clean and easy. FaZe on fire towards the tail end of this CT half. That's 11. Rain with another multi-kill. 20 frags already.
Yeah, these are the protocols that we want to see. I mean, the main criticism of FaZe as a team when things are going south is when they look lazy, but oh, this is the B stream?
We could have a second 16-0 in Paris already.
But not like this, right? Not... Man, why couldn't it have been Liquid versus anyone else? God damn.
It's an NA.
We actually saw on the first map, Complexity had to stage a, well, they staged a fake comeback. They got some dignity rounds on Anubis, but I don't know about this one. It's Could be final moments here for Complexity in Paris. That's brutal.
Team Liquid really making the most of a domestic run through the challenger stage now. Dispatched of Fluxo yesterday, despite that getting dangerously close.
Well, they only try this hard versus their own kin. What's going on?
They're here to disappoint us in more ways than one. Final round of the 15 here for FaZe. A stellar CT side with Kerrigan's new Batman-themed autograph sticker.
Love that, wow. The geometry on that?
Big brain.
Beautiful. He's got a few chances at majors, too.
Yeah,
autographs.
Yeah, he's worked it out. Deep nade out of rain. Goes beyond the mark. Jerry gonna find Robs. Finally, the wallbang fight goes the favor of Forze. Finally, a 5 versus 4. Something that it feels like was just eluding them forever. And some util pressure to keep Rain back so that Connector can be cleared first and foremost. You gotta be on your guard. We've had Brokey in there. We've had Rain nearby. But Robs gets stuffed to start this one, and Forze are just going to use this as a chance to group themselves outside of the B site. 4 from Monster, 1 on short. Kerrigan, caught in the transition, but Brokey on this position is usually good for more than 1. Twists now needed in the multi-kill, and it's just efficient trading coming through from Forze at the tail end of this T side. A T side that could set them out to lock out FaZe on the defense, but why not give Rain a chance to close this half with some impact? His presence has been felt every step of the way, and he'll kill Krad first. He's got the kit already on him, and with that flash, he's gonna drop. 1 to the right, and Zorte to try and challenge. Mahone told us he can rifle. Well, let's see it to try and close out the clutch. Little fade away as he crosses over. Time now starting to force his hand. He has figured this out. Oh, he's figured it out, and then some! A defuse on top. Insult to injury. Well, quite a nasty 1v3 to close out the half. Flashbang after flashbang. The kill while he's in the smoke, the spray to finish Zorte. Just a magnificent moment here from Rain to ice out what was a masterclass on the CT side of Overpass. 170 ADR, a clutch to close, 7 multi-kill rounds, and 6-2 in opening duels. Just dominance out of Rain. It felt like A site was closed every single time they tried to go for it, and that was Forze's priority. And then we had these leans towards B that were met by either connector wall bangs, utility usage outside Monster. Forze probably felt suffocated on that T side, but now they'll take to the defense and see if they can bring it back. Rain wants a quick day in the office though, so he kicks it off with the kill. 16-0 denied as well, by the way, towards the B stream, so put your pants backs on. We got FaZe and Forze locking horns still here.
Yeah, more important than anything else is denying the egg. 2 eggs in 1 major? I think not. I'm hoping Forze win this pistol round so we can at least talk about this second half. If not, well, I don't know if we'll have any time. Jerry, he's got the dualies, good spot to be in, great flash as well, but oh, no kills.
Ooh, Resalt maybe picks up a bit of slack. It's still a one and done essentially.
Rain's still pouring.
Krad's looking for the kill, gives him a little room to work out. Rain's just gonna put that bomb down. Can't stop it. Zorte on the flank. Trying to slide up behind them. Nobody's really watching Monster at the moment, so this timing could work out well for Zorte, just as Kerrigan has an inclination. He gets stripped of a chance to stop it. Then a Gush comes back. Krad is dead, and Rain from start to finish. Fantastic round yet again out of Rain. Multi-kill after multi-kill, looking for his 4th in this pistol. And Zorte's not even gonna offer it here. FaZe will take it. Their 13th is the 2nd pistol win, which means this Overpass map is nearly done already.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the stats, there are better players here in this stage, but in terms of what we've watched, Rain has to be the star. I mean, he's done such amazing work, map after map, and he's got both halves flooded right now. Kills in every direction, just turning the key whenever they need him to. And well, now, yeah, 13-3. I don't know how Forze feel about Overpass at this point, but
nice! No fail this time to do speed Hovey.
This is Forze's map pick.
Yeah, let that sink in. 26-11.
And this is, they could have floated the Vertigo ban, got Ancient.
CZ good for 1.5.
But you can't just kill Rain. That's the thing.
But Kerrigan tries to cheese a smoke. The scout goes down. Slight chance here for Forze. I mean, Brokey could be finished off pretty quick. Rain was at half health despite getting a kill. Ooh, Shelfie. He's okay. Oh, he's okay. All right. If that's spread, I feel like he's done. Rain's going to come clear it. Still gets the frag. Doesn't even take a tidbit of damage from Shelfie. And so all is looking good here for FaZe.
He's just got a terror aura right now. Robs with a clip off, and one last here in Resalt. Looking despondent as he just walks up all the way towards A, knowing that the round ends here. MP9 in hand. A couple players low enough that, you know, he could make things interesting, and I don't know what he's feeling like, but saving this gun doesn't seem like an appealing option.
I mean, dude, Rain's ADR is going to be through the roof at this rate.
Yeah.
Another 2K round. Rops closes it. And this is FaZe showing no weakness whatsoever. Yeah. You know, them not getting the 3-0 spot to ENCE yesterday, close matchup. I think, you know, personally, it took a bit of stock out of them because we had seen the struggles through the last chance qualifier. We are talking about a FaZe that, if not for NA's sacrifice, wouldn't even be here.
Absolutely. But it also does speak to ENCE's power as well. They've shown tons of strength so far.
No doubt.
But yeah, single digit.
So it's nice to see them come into this one and just absolutely curb stomp Forze.
But even versus ENCE, actually, they took the win on Overpass. So, yeah.
Fair.
At least there's that. Well, there will be a save.
When it comes to the post-game interview, I'd love to find out, you know, what either Jerry or Kerrigan have to say about those mind games in the veto that you had mentioned, that you alluded to. The fact that they weren't able to get Ancient in this series. Fanning out Vertigo quick.
And it's not as if Ancient would have been free, but it probably would have been better than this.
Sorte's gonna deagle down one. Jerry catches Brokey, skipping steps. Ooh, a double out of the P250. Kerrigan, though, from the corner, gonna close things out. That's 15 secured for FaZe without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, no kidding. It's an advantage to not even have to play both halves, you know, like to end the map, have people terrified of your overpass, and, well, not give up any new data, not be pushed to your limit here on T side. And I, for one, was curious how it was going to look, but Forze's last chance to get anything interesting out of FaZe. It's been 9 rounds in a row that FaZe have won, leading into the second half.
Also, Rain on the brink of getting that coveted 30th kill as well. Just the cherry on top, but he'll get stopped by Zorte. It's gonna have to be the flawless 12-round run. Guns in hand. I feel like I can't even put blame on any one individual from Forze, even with some low fragging numbers out of Krad and Shelfie. I mean, maybe Shelfie deserves some flack just because he's supposed to be one of the stars, and we did get an improvement from Resalt, but it just felt like they never even really had chances. Constantly battling back from 2v3s, 2v4s, planting bombs on A with an opening frag here and there, but it's not a moment in this game where it felt like Forze had control. The one round I think we get FaZe with pistols. That wasn't long lasting.
There's a lot of space being taken here. The smoke's gonna come up soon. It's actually not impossible somehow that FaZe somehow pull off a round like this. Okay.
Resalt's gonna make sure Toxic Barrels is held. Now it should be. Rob's gonna come at this. Even with Twist's kill from short side, just gives them the full picture. And sure enough, finished off by Jerry and Shelfie. So Forze will have something left in the tank, looking to give us a showing on CT side.
Yeah, a good setup here with the 3 players and Op on focus to make sure that playground can't get cleared. Kerrigan goes for a faster call through the stairs. So the one thing is with Twist, if he's going down con, he's going to go slowly. He's not going to die. If he ever goes fast, it's either because Kerrigan is fast clearing the top of bathrooms or running with him through con. And actually, it's usually with a MAC-10 in both instances. Here, okay, stage for a fast B exact. The CT's purveying the scene, but not pushing A exactly. As the train will pass, I think the exact will come in.
Jerry holds off short. All is good. Not going to get in with just Glocks. No mistakes out of Forze so far from the defensive side. Just the fact they lost pistol makes this nigh impossible. But they're making the most of what they have, which is at least a few gun round wins. And Nuke up next after this one. I'm sure FaZe very much looking forward to that, how this is going.
Happy to take it there. I think there's just so much confidence across the board for FaZe with this veto. Having Nuke on the horizon as well. That is one of the maps that they lost yesterday to ENCE. No shame in that, of course. And they don't have a spotless record on the map overall, but not exactly sure that that's going to matter. The preparation coming into this event. From the save to the half buy. Slight upgrades here for FaZe.
In March of this year, the last time these two teams did play Overpass, it was indeed a 10-round CT side out of Forze. They can just think about that and not the fact Rain just dominated them in the opening. Step by step, boys. Jerry's also been doing a good job of cutting down bodies on short. Another double for him. Last round was just pistols. This time they're armored, and still no opening at this B site. No success, no chance to break through. Krad's gonna catch Rops to really take all of this one away from them. Forze, it's 6 at the very least.
Clean one here.
And that's what it's gonna have to be every step of the way. Can't let the economy falter, can't let those clutch attempts occur because you know what FaZe are capable of. You know what Rain is on the brink of doing. Spectacular game already, 30 kills.
Yeah, with a player, with him playing the way he is right now, it's like one round where he manages a 3K entry, and it's it. So they've
just waiting for it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of what this feels like. It's the Rain 30 bomb waiting room.
And based on the conversations leading into this game, you know, Zorte could be the other answer, right? An unbelievable performance from him. He's been taking over the game regularly.
But isn't it too late? Krad's up on Playground. Gets around the corner with a kill and out of there. And Rain doesn't find the trade. No, he just finds a grenade with his name on it. Drop to half health, a second frag finds him, then we get the op pick, and just like last round when they only had pistols, this is Forze coming out swinging.
Yeah, 2 huge counters towards A with the op in the right position.
Love the connections there between the nades, the op peek, all was good. Resalt spot's gonna catch one off guard. FaZe could try to force the issue by just running into B. But of course, Jerry's been quite the nuisance, either locking out short from inside sight, or now in this case, locking in.
Yeah, there's no one. Okay, they're starting to get now into the back of pit in the usual positions. This will be more than difficult. FaZe only has a single flash on Twist to try to scale.
And Jerry doesn't have to give them an opening. No need to move a muscle. Shalfie feels as though there's space to squeeze, and sure enough, he'll do it. Both their necks dead. Shalfie double to close it. Forze slowly but surely getting closer to double digits.
Yeah, create some dignity here, at least in this first map. One foot in front of the other until we cross that sort of double digits mark, then think about overtime. But for now, thinking about dignity. And like you said, strong CT sides, trusting in them. Another half buy here for FaZe coming in. No flashes. 3 smokes, actually. What's the plan?
Ooh, Robs has slipped past. Oh, Shalfie's gonna find him. Law of averages. Shoot enough bullets, you will be rewarded. Rain still not finding that 30th. Why does it feel to me like when he finds 30, that's exactly when FaZe are going to find 16? They leaned on him in the first half. They'll wait for him in the second. The classic group pistols inside bathrooms just hope to pop successfully onto A, but we've got a lot of bodies here for Forze, plus util, plus smoke spam. So the numbers continue to dwindle, but Brokey's Deagle finds a mark. Big kill on Zorte. No weapon to be picked back up. And Shalfie controls it all. Rain will offer another Deagle kill. A chance at his second. But then Krad comes through to close it. 5 in a row out of Forze, finding themselves on fire. And yet still they're 7 rounds back.
Nice cosmetic victory here for Rain to get to 30 this early, that's for sure. But overall, yeah, the CT setups are looking solid right now for Forze. Answers for everything. Not looking scared in the ENCE ecos. And not looking uncomfortable, even despite a couple of nice shots coming their direction. So what's the plan with Zorte? Because following him, I think it's always amounted to an opening duel. He's in the right site, at least. Right half of the map, most of the time. Expected of an early B. His opponent in Brokey over towards Playground. FaZe will show some respect, going for a real passive default, and Jerry wins his duel over Ops. Knows he's the lurker, of course, outside of B. But that's with short control and an important player down. There's just not enough information that comes along with that to know what the plan may be. But at a minute, it does put pressure on FaZe to move. Forze still look like they can sense it. Not setting up any big flank in this position, but just enough bodies here. And Jerry on the op inside of B.
Low health to boot, and they're ahead of the smoke. Ooh, they're ahead of it. The pressure's there, but it just gets instantly alleviated. Jerry finds his mark. Brokey's now tagged. He can't get out, and Kerrigan's killed. Look at that, trying to press into the B site, thinking they had a chance, but just met by straight up duels.
And looking every bit as good as FaZe were on their CT rounds in terms of their protocols, all of their spams. You know, your B rotator in between that spam wall on CT is the guy who's outputting so much damage into connector. Forze are getting the exact same amount of unconfirmed damage or kills playing that spot. And the op, again, right place, right time. They've got to appreciate that in terms of Jerry's setups.
I like Jerry's rifle work from Shortwater as well. We've seen him stuff the T's when they're in there. We've seen this short pipe peek at the perfect moment, fall back and tuck behind sandbags when they do get monster control. It's just good decision making from Jerry, and on an individual level, bringing up the floor, right? I brought that up in the first half, trying to mention that this is a map where Jerry and Krad can deliver, and I feel like we're starting to see Jerry's strengths on the defense.
Yeah, and remember, this is FaZe with a pistol coming into this first half, 9 rounds in a row, to go from 12 to 15, and now, and if Forze had won that, well, this game would actually be a whole hell of a lot closer.
A pistol round that was Rain's 8th round with a multi-kill, and his last multi-kill since. Rain slows down, dies in this one, and all of a sudden, FaZe stop winning rounds. But Shalfie's getting close. We've got an op on Brokey still, saved from that last round, so sure enough, he'll be the first point of contact. Gets tagged. Shalfie getting closer, gonna catch him as he tries to cross back. Op gets picked up, Shalfie doesn't want to die. Zorte, he would love to get in on this though. And so would Krad with the flank back around. That is all they need, that one's done. Forze have gotten to 10. First it was about respect, and we said once they got to 10, we'd start the discussion about overtime.
Absolutely. I mean, then Zorte, again, no questions for him here in the second half. Positionally, if it's his calls that are saying out of spawn, I want to do this, they've all been right. If it's Jerry setting him up, full credit to Jerry. But as a team, I don't think they care. It's just that, you know, the right amount of patience, good positioning. Shots are actually relatively easy across the half so far for Zorte, which is sort of like the best compliment you could give someone like Device throughout his career. He's always looked like someone who's just there in time. And that kind of positional dominance speaks to the reads, I think, right now. So, well, another buy comes in here. The op isn't really making a huge difference for FaZe. They're going to pick up a rifle on Brokey. They'll try again. Full strength on both teams, but now FaZe are sweating a little bit.
Double op between Zorte, Shalfie. Let's see it. Short water control quite instant out of FaZe. And we don't have Jerry down on this B site as previously seen.
Yeah. Forze actually do have some interesting bathroom setups with 3. Reinforcing B with this strong line from Zorte on short.
Valuable angle.
Creating tension, waiting for that one mistake or FaZe. And Forze, they never want to get out of the position. Oh, they missed the lurk smoke outside of Monster, so this will save them some time and utility to not have to re-clear this properly.
Jerry's getting active, not afraid to play for info right now. How long before Krad comes downstairs? Krad's actually going...
They know it's B now with Jerry in this spot.
Yeah, Krad's doubling back. For sure. Resalt, blind as a bat, can't see a thing. Wait. Rain's gone past him. Resalt between them is able to kill Rain back, but there comes Brokey off the short side. We've got a 2v2 to close it.
We gotta watch this flank.
Oh, the nade perfectly on top of Kerrigan. Brokey turns around and dies at the hands of Jerry, the in-game leader, Kerrigan. As he presses up past them towards Graffiti, now has a corner. The bomb is on the edge of it. No, it's planted behind, so he's foregone the control, but he could still catch them off. Galil in with a little bit of damage. Shalfie's looking to support, and there it is. A retake out of Forze, and what was a completely blind result, which could have been the end of him as Rain comes through. He's lucky enough that Rain goes by, and so he gets that instant trade frag.
Yeah, things definitely could have gotten a lot uglier. So the retake comes in, kills come down. 11 rounds here for Forze. Things certainly starting to heat up now. I mean, these are a couple of rounds where FaZe have not gone for those land fast calls to really show how much better they are than their opponents. They've gone for very passive, very safe and comfortable defaults to look for mistakes coming out of Forze. Forze have given them absolutely nothing on the re-aggressions, and all the other rounds Forze have found opportunities to move forward with an aggressive play and start off the round 5v4. So, hey, it's still another bye. All of the bomb plant, but Zorte turns from the flash, turns back, no problem. IGL out.
That last bomb plant is the first in the 8 rounds that Forze have streaked together. Jump into round 27, instant 5v4. Zorte leaves a mark on FaZe for this one, and Rain's toppled down to 42 health before he even sees a soul.
I'm feeling the fear of Zorte right now. I mean, none of these defaults are even clearing up bathrooms before taking it downstairs into B. They're either avoiding the problem entirely and playing full patient, hoping there's no push coming down, and then execing. Outside of that, I mean, nothing is very fast at all, so. Still one good entry.
Timing, right? You find Jerry on a cross, result with the trade. Now his position's gonna be known. He has support still from Shalfie, but a lot of pressure coming up. A lot of players pushing out. Krad is also here to help, but the smoke grenades let them get that much closer. Shalfie wants to slide just ever closer. Then the peek, the double kill. But the bomb plant, now they know. Brokey caught by Zorte. Ooh. Another plant on B, but another retake out of Forze to keep this comeback coming.
No, I think they're respecting Zorte's aura a lot, and honestly, a lot of these B hits, well, they're getting shaved down before the attack comes in, so everything that Forze want before the attack happens is working out for them. I'm not really feeling the strength of what we normally see out of FaZe on their T sides here in this game. But the reverse is certainly true. The comeback is certainly real. And I don't think Forze have to do much more innovation. Done a great job of conditioning their opponent. Zorte hasn't missed a shot in front of him. I think there's a lot of a trust between the 5 of them.
But man, was there a chance. That twist's peek out short. You had Jerry dead and Result right there. That could have been the double kill with everybody ready to jump.
I'll say that's even with that kill. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's with that kill. After Forze already got an opener, that was something where they clasped their hands and thought, okay, now's our chance, and they still lost. We haven't seen FaZe do any A-hits, man. No bathrooms control into... I think they're terrified of Zorte. I gotta be honest, and I don't think Brokey's an answer for him at the moment. But that's not like Kerrigan. Kerrigan is not the kind of caller to avoid your best player. He's the type of caller to condition your best player into being scared. And the best they've done so far is sort of work their way into playground. Never taking over balloons, never pushing up long, never even threatening a long flank into B to work on their attacks. I don't think feeling like they have... Oh, they missed that molly, man. That molly is so important. Even if there's no one there, it slows things down. They have to trust that this spot is free. If they use more utility, they're going to have more problems. It's getting a little sloppy. And that's major CS for you.
Krad's going to hear that movement towards connector. That's going to put Zorte back on this angle.
Oh, they're just re-jimmying the same strat.
Zorte,
yeah, he's ready for it.
But they're holding the angle, so if he peeks further back again, oh, he just takes Kerrigan down from the back. 3rd player in line. And Kerrigan gets clipped. Krad gets active. Finds timing. Doesn't finish off Rain, although puts him on the brink of death, and Krad just wastes no time getting back around those corners. He's going to hear this. The rumblings of a pushback from FaZe. Instant headshot onto Rain to just make sure he goes down.
Oh,
but a double back. They're going to move this into the B site with 18 seconds. Result looking to deliver. Concerned about Monster. Oh, Brokey with the AK entry. Result empty-handed. Robs is coming back. This is what they needed. They rock the boat back to B. And a grenade for Brokey takes him to 17. They've softened them up, but can they kill them? Shalfie up in heaven. Twists locks it in. Jerry getting closer to the graffiti wrap back. All they need is to finish them off with Shalfie up in heaven. He has to go graffiti. It's the double fake. Back to bathrooms, commit to B, and Shalfie now desperate at this point. They nearly line up. He taps away the first, and now these last two will just sulk back into their positions. FaZe absolutely tested on this T side, but they will close it when push comes to shove. 16-12 in the end.
Wow, they looked, honestly, a little bit fortunate at the end. It's a flexible call. They chase Krat up the stairs, who doesn't get that kill. That was for him on a platter. But then after that, going back to B, that's such a Kerrigan moment. Either way, he had the individuals to carry him through that half. Obviously, we see that Forze's CT side was every bit as good as theirs, but FaZe winning that second pistol was the difference.
Right, a second pistol that had that coveted Rain multi-kill just constantly throughout this series, being the bane of Forze. However, I think that the fact we get that second half means we can look forward to the next one. Even if Nuke is more so favored to FaZe, the individuals on Forze, and most notably Zorte, have shown up this evening.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going fish. Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player. He's been at more than 10 meters.
Cool, Sarah. Let's go continue and get this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Kerrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Kerrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats of Southern Point. Lost it.
FaZe was able to take the victory there on Overpass, and of course it was Forze's pick as well. They're not going to be too happy about that, but Before we get into analyzing the entire map, we have to give kudos to Maniac. You called it, my friend. You said this was going to happen, and then in the last round, it was like you were a fortune teller.
Yeah, exactly. The last round was the chess match between Jerry and Kerrigan that I was talking about. We can probably just jump right into it if we have it. The idea that FaZe, when in chaotic situations, will have this last call and they will call the bluff of Forze. Here, the situation is as such that there is an over-rotation from Forze, thinking that everybody's going to be on A, and that completely isolates Result. I have to be honest, Zorte was sort of in position, but he got absolutely demolished.
It's also the game of milliseconds. If he was there like half a second earlier, I'm sure he gets a kill and the round probably plays out differently, but he's not, and essentially take him out of the game. A pretty good game for Zorte. We called it and he delivered.
Now, I know we're being annoying and we're looking at details, but my anger, my upset comes from the fact that Forze had no reason over-rotating in that moment. They were very much in control of this round. They had Krad, who got a kill, stayed alive in bathroom, was very able to give the information as to whether A was in jeopardy or not. So for Forze, why do you panic? But that's because when you are here in the challenger stage of the major and there is 18 seconds on the clock and you have 15 against you, you're not that lucid. You might make a mistake. You might overthink. It's exactly what happened to Forze. That's why FaZe were able to go over the finish line.
We're going to jump all the way right back to the beginning of this map. And I remember writing, actually wrote it down here, where I was like, does FaZe have any vulnerabilities? Because on the CT side, it looked like they didn't, Prof.
I mean, yeah, they started well, and Rain was on fire. You saw in the middle where Forze got 3 rounds that they do have a decent game plan when they can get that bathroom control and execute towards A. The trading is there properly, but Rain, 24 kills in the first half.
It's ridiculous. 7
opening kills, 7 multi-kills, and 7 assists in one half. Like, when you have him playing in bathroom, and this is his position, this is iconic. I think if you think of a best bathroom player in the world, maybe he's not the best, but he is definitely coming to your brain the first because of his longevity and some of these games that he pulls off so consistently.
It's just the attitude that he has when he's playing. See some of the positions he's in. Rain
this is also kind of a gift.
I mean, that's a gift. The trade should be better. Granted, his spray control and cross placement is perfect, but he is all in his mindset. As in, the way I see it, Rain pushes the envelope on how far and how in the open and aggressive he is supposed to be as a solitary rifle playing on the A side. These numbers are completely bonkers.
124 ADR.
Just like trying to think what it is to FaZe, that's a horrifying sentence, to FaZe Rain on overpass when you're on the T side. You either have to choose between fighting a man that is going to multi-kill you every single round, or you ignore the A side and you know that he's so aggressive that he can relay the information to Kerrigan and make sure that Brokey is over the B side or there are 4 players over there. It's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no right answer to that.
But what happened afterwards when they switched sides? That was where FaZe, I said, do they have any vulnerabilities? Then it looked like they had a lot.
It was really rough for Forze, the fact that they had such a poor T-half and then lost the pistol as well, because overpass today in the current meta is very CT-sided. It's very usual to have like 10 CT, 12 CT rounds. So obviously, when they switched to the CT side, got the first rifle round and started rolling, it seemed like, okay, this is a team that has something to show. And maybe to the untrained eye, when they saw the first half, it's like, oh, Forze getting dominated. Why are these guys saying that there was a chance in this game? But obviously, there was a chance, but they didn't allow themselves that breathing room. They literally, one round, that one misjudgment cost them the map.
And that's the position they were in, right? There was no breathing room at all. I do respect the fact that, in spite of a scoreline that looked dire, I thought that Forze were playing the CT side how they were supposed to.
They were playing like it was a normal.
Exactly.
Like it was not 15. They were playing like, let's just see what we can do, play our normal game, and yeah.
Zorte, once again, exceptional performance, I would argue. On the T side, struggled to find an impact. He had a couple of moments, but they were so rarely in positions to kind of close these rounds. But on the CT side, he started being that annoying opening kill, providing AWP, did that a bunch of moments, helped Forze be in the right position.
So it turns out Danny actually has compared both of these teams' CT sides here on Overpass. So let's head on over to the Mahone zone.
That's right. It's actually quite interesting that we see 2 strong CT sides, and really, it's actually a comparison, or rather, I want to contrast the differences between their game plans at the start of the round. So first, we're going to go through 2 FaZe rounds. So what you'll see with FaZe that in their game plan, what they want to do was to actually punish the connector position. They do so with one of these boosts. This first boost here with Rops and Twists, this here is designed to punish a player at the door side. You'll see that with the door blown open, it allows them to catch this player at connector. And as well, Brokey here towards short, he's able to punish short. Here we see another example. Couple rounds later, same thing. Rops boosts on top of Twist's head, and they want to punish door. And for Resalt, who's coming in, his feet are getting shot out by Rops, and he's forced to fall back. And really, whenever you punish this door position, it's really to try to disrupt the default as much as you can. Off of that, Rops was able to get another 5v4. Now that was FaZe. They were punishing more towards the connector side, more towards the B side. But for Forze, their game plan coming in was to actually punish the A side. So right here, we're going to see right off the bat, Zorti and Jerry, they get aggressive towards A. Zorti gets close towards that playground side. Zorti, he's here towards bathroom, or rather party. He gets that kill onto Rain. This is one example. The next round afterwards, you'll see similar thing. This time, it's a little bit different. Crad, he gets aggressive towards balloons, and this time, they have a flash to help him peek that left side of Fountain. This allows him to get that 5v4 onto Kerrigan and allow him to fall back. So I think it's actually very interesting that in the CT side comparison, we see two different approaches. One towards that B side to punish connector, and the other was to punish towards the A side. There's many different ways to play the CT side on Overpass, and I think this match was a great showcase of how you can do so.
One of the really rad things about being here in the studios for the Challenger stage is obviously the players. You see them all behind us, they walk past us, and Forze was coming in as the Mahone zone was on. They saw it on one of the TVs, and immediately I have no idea what they said, but
I was going to ask you.
I'm going to translate it. In my mind, they were saying, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. Danny's got it right.
No, I think he was like, how did we allow this to happen? Because it was exactly the breakdown of the Rops boost, and
you're probably
so
more right than I am.
They were upset about losing maybe a duel there and how they were controlling the CT side.
I mean, this Mahone zone was great, and it's a great shout out. I agree with him. There are definitely contrasts in how both teams play their CT side, but there is a major point of intersection is being proactive on the CT side and setting up your teammates for opening kills. And this is what I obviously appreciate that for FaZe, but even Forze, being backs against the wall, they didn't play not to lose. You will see at times teams in a bad position starting to try to avoid mistakes, and I feel like this is the highway to a catastrophe. You still have to kind of get ahead of it. You have to force the duels, you have to go for it, and I think Forze did that even in spite of the scoreline, which is why we have an actual game. Well, we had an actual game.
You have to face FaZe and
force Forze and face FaZe. I'm sure there's a rap song that we can write. I'll get on that right there.
You get on the rap song. We're moving on to Nuke now, and this is the thing. FaZe is now 1-0 up, and they're moving to their map pick. So they're going to be feeling pretty confident, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. Even though I don't think Nuke is in any way given for FaZe. I don't think their Nuke has been super solid. They have been losing it to teams left and right, and also even the game against Pain that they played earlier in the tournament wasn't super convincing. They also needed kind of a gimmicky round, a low buy to break through. So I think definitely Forze have a chance here. They played a lot of those outside takes against Liquid and made their mark on the lower bomb site. I think that could be difficult if they want to do the same game plan against Rops. I think, and Brokey playing on the lower side, I think that could be a hard nut to crack. So maybe a change up, maybe something different today.
I think Forze's only chance at surviving in this best of three is shutting down what I suppose is going to be a quick start of the game by Kerrigan and FaZe on the T side. That's how I envision it. I envision FaZe being able to put a couple of rounds early in the board, forcing Forze into a very deficit situation, financially speaking, just picking up the pace. Having this quick A split, hot pop, door pop. We've famously seen Twist dropping down immediately, Rob's move on the main. They will do this as soon as they feel like they're allowed, both financially and mentally. And if they get to that point, I think the game is going to be too fast for Forze. They're not going to be able to keep up with the pace. But if you start 4-0, 5-0, you force Kerrigan to take a step back in terms of tempo. Suddenly, you might have a game.
I think also the second half of the last map was very important for Forze from that exact point of view. Like, if it was a blowout 16-3, I think they just run over you. I think now FaZe still have to respect Forze, and they can't really just run like A executes and run all over them willy-nilly. I think that's going to be an interesting point of view. And also, obviously, how much impact can Zorti find, how much impact they allow him to find.
Yeah, you're right. And listen, one of the things I talked about, the lack of aggressiveness on the T side for the Ops, but on the CT side, that's the other way around. They're very much the first line of defense. Both these players, both Brokey and Zorti, are around 65 to 70% success rate on their CT side whenever they look for that opening kill. And this, in terms of number, might not be that impressive, but it is pretty much the guarantee of a 5v4 if you position your sniper where it needs to be. And it's not just the IGL's role, it's Broky's role and it's Sorte's role to say, listen, this is where I want to start. And in terms of aggression for FaZe, you talk about the rhythm, talk about the crazy Rain running around. The Zorte versus Rain matchup in the first 20-25 seconds of the round, that's something to keep an eye on.
So there you have it. You've got all the insight as we move on to Nuke. This is it. This could be FaZe's opportunity to make their way through to the Legends stage. Going into game number 2, I hope our casters are ready.
Yes.
Always.
And I hope Zorti's ready because, listen, they have a map win over Liquid on Nuke, 16-14. And that was close, but honestly, Nuke's Liquid, not that strong, right? And in that matchup, Zorti went nuclear. I mean, he has such a huge scoreline compared to his teammates who none of them had a positive KD.
Yep.
He had 30+ kills. So this is a situation where he's got to go above and beyond, and Forze have to upgrade their Nuke from what we saw last time. FaZe are shaky recently on this map, so there is that working for Forze in this situation, but it's also Kerrigan who picked it into them.
Yeah.
Game plan, he's ready.
Oh, he knows it. He knows it, he wants it, he's got it. And we'll see what he can do as we jump into map 2 between these teams. It's a spot in the Legends stage on the line. Second chances for Forze if they do indeed lose it. And as this CT side kicks off, I also want to call to Krad towards ramp. He's going to have his hands full. And as the second highest rated player on Forze within this map in the last 3 months, responsibility. Twists, kicks it off, kills one on A. Resalt with the double frag inside of Hut makes things a little bit weird. Drops bomb. He knows that they could double back through Squeaky as they'd already pushed out, and his teammates are hoping to alleviate some pressure, but we've got Rops wrapping outside. We've got Krad locking him in, seems very aware of it.
Yeah, but he took the long round and actually avoided them, but whoa,
okay.
Krad, he was just going back to the window.
Okay.
However,
Twists, clears out inside of the hut, gets the reload in, that draws them out, and Twists just one headshot away from impact in a pistol, from a multi-kill in a pistol. Does his best Rain impression to kick this one off clean.
Oh yeah, he says never ever shoot below the neck. Beautiful round from Twist, scaling towards that opposite vent and then all the way to the back of the site. You know, funnily enough, this is how he always paths when he's entering A, whether it was the Canada call, of course, famously on top of Mini into the back of the site, or here on the pistol running out of Squeaky, and he's going to do that more than once. Looking for a big Twist performance to complement FaZe's recent results, because he is obviously a core player on this team. That's a good way to start for FaZe.
Krad towards ramp. He's going to have his hands full every step of the way. Immediately falls back, tries to draw him into the Zorte scout. But FaZe are content to just pause for a second. Let that smoke fade. Piece it all together and maybe even head back to the A site straight up. Jerry and Hut with the CZ.
This is a crowded default inside of lobby. Powers up the CZ a little bit, but Jerry can't control.
No, sir, nothing. It's a welcome invitation for FaZe to just flood out. Scout can't do anything from heaven either, just because the speed of which things went south. However, Krad will get one with the Deagle on the flank, and Resalt's MP9 is right there with it. An upgrade to the Galil, and a chance to keep things frantic inside A. Kerrigan point blank, though, alleviates a bit more pressure. Deagle spam means nothing. And Zorte still not comfortable enough to push out towards heaven. So FaZe will convert. I like it. Go take ramp, create some uncertainty, double back into the A site, play the trade train, walk away with the conversion and the 2-0 start.
Yes, and the attack, you know, falls with Resalt, not catching Kerrigan, who was in the most vulnerable spot, but I think lucky enough to get the kills that they did. Here's an extra.
Freebies.
Good upgrades, good damage here for Forze, despite losing. This round's a favorable stat so far here for FaZe Clan. T-side going strong. Winner of this game, of course, qualifies to Legends. And they both know the opportunity at hand. Forze trending up. FaZe trying to prove they're strong.
Looking to dispatch of the doubt created because of their RMR performance.
And it was Kerrigan who talked about when you win a game, you want to win it dominantly. And Forze did answer back in the second half of Overpass to show that they should be scared of him.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, That one smelled like a comeback. It was getting real fragrant. Just couldn't end it. Twists, double kill. Gonna drop that Galil that was saved towards the tail end of the exit frags, and Rops expect him to be in lobby this entire game. And expect him to tear them up when they're not equipped for the situation. 3-0 start, nice and comfy.
Yeah, Rops hates cardio. That's why I relate to him so much.
He's just sat inside lobby doing squats. Holding, waiting, and delivering when he has to. On for an MVP performance, maybe.
Yeah, he's right now in that territory. And with FaZe, the MVP is always open. Because if Rain could win it at Antwerp, I mean, that speaks volumes, right? Typically, after Kerrigan, sort of the next highest average performer in terms of stats, and as an entry makes those MVP performances that much more special. But Rob's flying start here in Challenger stage, best most recent performances for FaZe coming into this event, despite wins and losses. I think FaZe at their worst. We criticize them for looking a little lazy, not having the pieces or that sort of thing. But you know, with that way that first half on Overpass went, the protocols, the thoroughness and the defaults, all of the flash assists, along with some of the individual level, like with Rain, there are fewer of those questions than there were, you know, at Rio. Some recent events, and there's Brokey looking for an opening. Zorti actually clips off Rain.
Oi, good wallbang damage back though. Takes something away from it, but guns look good for Forze. Immediate man advantage. Brokey nearly dead. Zorte's still looking for something outside, but there's nothing else here to be had.
Maniac on the desk brought up Zorti versus Rain, which is awesome because we oftentimes just phone it in and say op versus op or rifle versus rifle. But the reality is, when it comes to outside, we talk about players like Nico and Rain and dominating outside in yard, sometimes by themselves, sometimes on lurk, sometimes with the pack, but almost every round on their T sides. CT will be a similar affair, but Zorti will have more expectations here in the first half to continue what he did on Overpass and to continue what he's done so far in Challengers.
We got an uptick in results performance from the first couple of days of competition to today. That's something that definitely lends Forze a needed helping hand. As of late, we've actually had underperformances from Shalfie on this map specifically. Will not be something they can afford this evening. Krad catches Brokey on the cross, catches bomb. And now as they double back, ooh, Krad straight up beating Rops. And Zorte, he's got Kerrigan on the fallback. No chance to survive this one. 5 up for Forze, none alive for FaZe. Didn't even get footing on a bomb site.
Yeah, decimated inside lobby before their attack even came forward. And FaZe obviously didn't scare them when it came to that control. Here's another shot from Zorti. That's quick and easy. And I think that's, again, the biggest compliment that we can give him. You know, he's brilliant when it comes to the flicks, but most of his kills are so composed, positionally, looking extremely sharp. Be great to have another emergent storyline from a team like Forze, who grinded the hell out of last year into this year. FaZe have made some magical things happen on Nuke. Expecting that this map will be no different. But yeah, I like eyes here on Zorte, looking for an opportunity, spotting a couple. These folks don't mean anything by themselves. Kerrigan speeding up. Jerry will calm that.
Oh. But how many more are behind it?
He doesn't want to get cut off on a drop from the top of mini. Has to be sparse, conservative with his ammo.
Zorte concerned with the same thing, but that's why Krad's here to try and help. They know that Outer's a big question, and Shalfie drops the fire, falls back. A lot of things that could go well, a lot of things that could go wrong here for Forze.
This is so interesting. I mean, look at the spread right now. I mean, they did some lower pressure when Forze are spotting it. They have outside. They're readying a potential to go back upstairs. Resalt dies, and now rotations get a little scared downstairs.
But Zorte, he's going to lose that line of sight towards Mini. Misses a shot as well. Kerrigan bests him. Crad preoccupied now with the idea of somebody climbing up over top the building. Great Molotov timing over towards Mini. That slows things down just enough for Jerry to come in with one. Trade is there from Crad. All that's left is Shalfie, and he's nowhere to be found. So sure enough, FaZe squeeze it into this A site. That Incendiary gave Forze one more chance.
Yeah.
One last attempt to slow down what was looking like a really bolstered split.
Yeah, but no multis. No multis there for Forze to make up for the openings won by FaZe. And yeah, you got to appreciate the attempt, however, from Heaven, from back of the site. That's all I've got. And honestly, Twist has been maniacal so far, whether it's the kill feed, whether we're watching his POV. And we see how important Zorti's kills are, right? He almost defines the round with that one frag. And that might be the first time I think we've seen him miss. Honestly,
true.
In terms of our POV, spectating him usually pays off, but...
Sorry, Chev.
Yeah, even he's fallible. I mean, you definitely... You take a bet on him every time you spectate. For sure, based on what we've seen so far. Star of the show for the FaZe Clan. Damn, disappointing start though for Forze.
Definitely.
Yeah, this is
they've had chances.
This is everything on the line.
Spot in Legends.
Yeah.
I think, you know, expecting FaZe to go forward to the Legends spot, most people have them. Even with the struggles at the Copenhagen RMR, they go to Rio, they show improvement, they warm up, they get here, could have gone through 3-0. And just for the level of competition that we want at a major in a Legends stage, the success story that is G2 3-0, the success story of ENCE causing the upset against FaZe in a close match, it means that competition is coming to those that think they're safe in the Legends stage.
And we know it's actually valuable to be able to warm up with some of these games.
No doubt.
These are the only officials, you know, leading up to the stage, at least as close to it as it is.
Here we go, though, fast.
Oh,
Kerrigan.
That's a massive find.
Yeah, Jerry will be punching that headrest as Kerrigan just flies through the flames, but it is brought back. Man advantage lost.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, you know, sometimes you do a play like that and you squeeze for space, push an extremity, and in this position, it looked like they were just going to take over the upper site on maybe an individual call from Twist on himself to just try to join up with Kerrigan and take an advantage here, maybe win the round easier than they expected. But I wonder what was the idea from Kerrigan, because in this moment, you know, it's not a full-on A attack coming out. They've squeezed for a little bit of control. We've got Rain back Mini. That's something. But they don't have that much information, and two trades come down in favor of the defenders. Brokey doesn't find the timing. You know, Forze can kind of rest easy. They get good spots. Got to credit them for their CT positioning. A crossover pass. And at 40 seconds, options become limited. This bomb is in this late cross position outside. And Zorti, here he is. Right place, right time.
A lot of time being burnt off. A lot of patience being shown from the CTs. Similar angle here for Shalfie. He'll finish it. Headshot found on Brokey. So while FaZe do just temper things down a bit, it's walking into angles, 2 additional deaths. Nothing for their efforts. Forze claim a second round win, 4 up as well.
We'll see if this can get interesting. But yeah, actually really wondering now after watching this, because, you know, full-on A hit is not an unexpected play for FaZe to make. We saw how often they attempted it earlier on. But there wasn't a follow-up behind that opening jab, right? And I think Kerrigan was actually lucky enough to get that first kill. There was so much pressure towards Squeaky. They were looking to shut that down in the early round. So I wonder what opportunity they saw there.
This is a nice sight for the sake of Forze. Crad with a marked improvement from Overpass. And again, second highest rated player on Nuke behind Zorte. Critical role playing over towards ramp. And I think he's quite liberal with actually giving up ramp for free and coming and playing in hell, being supportive to Zorte outside. Crad will take eyes off his original position when he feels the need. But here we get the pop. Quick cut push. Result, it's just the one, and Jerry, oh, good thing Krad's there. Comes out from heaven. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, man of the hour, Krad.
So quick to come and save his teammates, and you could see white-faced in Jerry. He knew that death was knocking on his doorstep. That USP out, hands shaking. The fact Result goes down with only one, but here comes Krad from the heavens, saving Forze and giving them a third.
Yeah, you don't want to kill by the ramp player on your immediate upper take at that point in the round. So good counter to the call. Good coverage from the CTs, and again, good rotations. We'll keep hammering that home.
I think I'm starting to notice something about Zorte as well, and it's not relevant from this round, but just in the grander scheme of things, he's got a little Jame in him. I've seen Zorte walk away from a lot of rounds, constantly surviving. You know, if we bring up his deaths per round, I feel like it's just going to be lower. And we saw what happened when he saved that op back on overpass, giving them additional chances. You know, I love a good player. To me, hinges a lot sometimes on risk assessment.
And we talk about the modern meta coming out of 2019 into 2020. It was about the CIS oppers and favoring KD over any other stat. And honestly, I think even players like Brokey are sort of born of this movement to make sure to keep that DPR as low as possible, carry forward the op as many times as they can. And I think, yeah, Zorte definitely lives that. But at the same time, I never see him late to a position. I never see him playing it too passive in the same way that it can be a negative to think about your DPR above all else. But more importantly, right now, he's got a team as well, especially with Krad on ramp. Something they want to answer back for, some frustration. But once I made a whole pizza in the oven and then I dropped it on the floor. And that's how I felt, actually.
Did you eat it still?
Well, yeah, you know me.
Quick and easy ones here versus pistols. Nothing for poor Brokey. Just instant death. And that's going to be the sad reality for FaZe. Ooh, see ya. Jerry ain't falling for your games.
I appreciate FaZe's proclivity to do tactics early on nuke T sides to get, hugely strong positions that you could do slowly and more composed later on into the round, whether it's the squeaky drops or getting secret control quickly, even if they might not do that as often as like Na'Vi do. But right now, I think Forze's game plan, just make sure squeaky isn't an option early on and then be comfortable outside because they know Zorte's here with a watchful eye. Means that some of these options are limited for FaZe. So I don't know if they keep banging their head into a wall and try to put pressure on Squeaky continuously. But ramp is an idea, and Fast Secret is still open for them. And I think game plan for Forze as well, early rotations to upstairs is a perfect answer to the style of play from FaZe.
Ooh, that could have been.
Yeah, it could have been.
Information at the very least.
It is.
And he's content and confident enough to still look for that pick. He's got support in mini, in front of him on blue, and over on secret. Look at these positions.
There's no one ramp. There's no one ramp at all here.
That's what I'm saying. Krad very happy to just give that side of the map up, to run the risk, but this time the risk will be punished. Rops has slid out on the timing to take an instrumental portion of the map. That's an instant rotate down to the B bomb site.
Oh, and you just got to win control space right here so that door can't get open. This opens up for a plant potentially. Rops, his only goal is to stay alive. He doesn't go farther than this.
Oh, does Jerry play this too quick?
I don't think so.
He's walking down. Rops is ready. Gets the advantage. Gets the kill. Gets the man advantage. All of a sudden, Forze punished for no ramp control as they tried to bolster outer, thinking maybe there were more numbers. And there was indeed, but with Rops sliding out.
Oh, surely. Are they still attempting this? Well, we've got some good utility left over. With the time, it's just not favorable. And I think they'll start to walk away.
Yeah,
maybe Jerry just really hoping they made a mistake. Maybe hoping they went for a Nico plant that he could peek out with at exposing himself to control side. But Rops is the is the MVP of the round. He takes over ramp space. He takes out Zorti, shooting him in the side. But man, you got to appreciate that Forze were willing to pull goalie on ramp, play heavy towards outside, have a secret player ready for the cross as well, and get all that damage in. But this is what I like from FaZe. 2 ideas at once taking place so that they have options if things go south on one side of the map, and that's all about ROPS.
Feels like that's the world of possibilities that you have in your arsenal when you've got a guy like ROPS.
That actually does play into the idea that we saw Crad in heaven within 20 seconds of the round versus the upper hit. Okay, maybe they don't play ramp all the way to the end of the round just because.
Yep. Little love tap. It's an invitation to ROPS. Try it again. Don't expect Crad to go anywhere this time.
Zorte has been a kingmaker on this angle.
Could be one of the reasons we get Zorte inside of the site as opposed to outside. Just having Crad hard dedicated to the ramp room this round. And they're coming at him. Oh, he's barely alive already. Takes a headshot on the fallback. Shalfie's thinking about making a play. There's a lot of eyes trained on that peak. He's got to be cautious. They're still nervous about outdoors. There's been a consistency from FaZe on that part of the map, but not here in round 10. Yeah. They see that weakness in ramp. They look to exploit it from the round last into this one.
Something interesting, fast rotations, right? 3 downstairs already with just ramp control being taken. Typically, you have 1, maybe 2 players getting ready back clock, but why we don't see these rotations early this often? Much harder to rotate upstairs than it is down. So FaZe turning around, but Forze also going 1 level deeper, clearing out ramp entirely and getting this information back. A few bullets will be shot. Honestly, maybe blessed that it's an M4A1S and not the A4. But Jerry, he's got it all to do now.
Let's see it. Oh, the flash sets himself up wonderfully. Flanks coming. Shalfie and Jerry. All the kills inside A. Twists can't get it done.
Wow.
Full house between Jerry and Shalfie on their own, and that's probably because they're on such high alert.
This is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we talked about rotations upstairs. Now we've got great ones downstairs, and it's also not just staying static in the spots downstairs. It's moving forward, making sure they can meet back up with Jerry just in time. And it's very hard to call against that, right? FaZe at past a minute. I think a minute 5 they have ramp control. That's a good pace for them. But even when they do that, it's still not fast enough for the reclaim of ramp. This puts so much pressure on you to even slow down further, to leave a player in a position where they're not as useful, just for the off chance that a CT might meander up into your position. And that's just not something that you want to do. You're going to get thinned out too much on the attack. So great calling here from Forze. Another half buy-in for FaZe. And even though it was a bad start for the defense, it's an even better comeback.
Tons of utility behind these upgraded pistols. Chance to maybe pounce. Chance to play behind those smokes. Bunch of util burned quick, and Resalt wants to take position up in the vent. Here we go. Out through hut. They're trying to pressure back sight, and Jerry's dead with nothing. And Resalt had just gone downstairs. Oh, it's just pistols for better or not.
Wow.
Twist's a victim of it all, but what a pop out of FaZe. An absolute smash. Throwing themselves out from hut as Resalt jumps downstairs. It must have been that utility outside that gets him a little nervous, or maybe he's expecting just a vent drop. But the fact they flood the A site and take this one away, we haven't seen many rounds like this in this series, and that one's going to sting if you're Forze.
Yeah, it's about time FaZe got away with a round like that. Pistols or not, it's about the space they can get fast enough before getting shut down inside of the hut as they're coming out of the door on Squeaky. And it could be for a number of reasons. It could be the fact that Forze, for the most part, have shown FaZe that they've locked down upper. They've been fast on the rotations. You don't want to try another upper hit at the same tempo. And for FaZe, we go to the last round. They got close to winning something special with that ramp hit. And then coming back to upstairs later, maybe Forze thought they were going to get a similar play coming out. But one thing has been consistent. It's Forze willing to gamble when they think they have a read. And that's honestly the only way they're going to be able to beat FaZe. No surprise that FaZe are going to be able to be cerebral enough to stay one step ahead when it matters. This gets the money back on track. Forze, lost opportunity versus the half buy. But they've still got enough for their own.
Xiaofi, Lady Luck, blessing him in round 12. Zorte, only his 4th kill of this map. The worst map at the major so far from him. And that's just because he's dominated every other time. It's not as though he's having a bad one per se. It's just he's not in the middle of the action. We've had Krad racking them all up. Krad has been everywhere. Ramp room, heaven, hell, secret.
This is a lesser played site. Listen, this is the best position to be in for the situation in Krad. And he has had a fantastic half so far, but his friends are quite far away.
Oh, they pinch him perfectly.
Wow, they take the step out of control, walk out a single door, and now the op comes in.
Predicting Zorte's peak. Softening him up with a nade. We get this little bit of a lurk from Rops and Trophy.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, it's 3v5, but Rops gives him odds.
Oh, and Xiaofi makes a little bit of an audio cue as he falls back to go into the retake.
Zorte can't rotate now.
He's pressured. Now they're preoccupied with him. They know he's in this position. Rops doesn't actually have to activate, but if all of a sudden Resalt and Jerry start to retake on B, that could open up Zorte. He's found Rops. That's big. Still time, but they've got to go now, and they're clearing out players. It's Brokey in the corner with the bomb for him. 2 right in front. Brokey back in cover, denies. As they jump back on that bomb, it's going to get close, but I don't know. No, sir. No time. And FaZe will win their 7th.
Oh, well played from Brokey. You know, pinpoint precision on the shot, and then the tuck and cover. So no chance, even though it comes so close on the defuse. That one's because, you know, FaZe played to win the round in the sense that they had Rops all the way here in a 3v5 position, right? That's 2 players lower working on taking a site by themselves. And between Twist and Brokey, get the shuffle from a player playing back clock. They get out single door, Twist gets the entry, and it's too hard to rotate in. They neutralize Zorte, they slow him down, and Rops gets a follow-up kill.
Another buy from Forze, trying to get something going. Full spray. Pistols out. Rops is somehow alive.
Oh my god. He won't know what's happened. But Zorte above.
Yeah, finally given something to shoot at.
Man, and I love the amount of times that Zorte is going for higher ground. You know, never on the same plane whenever he can find something to stand on to get an edge over top of a smoke. Try to get vision outside. Last round, 3v5. The 2 entries of FaZe Clan out early. Rain done in quickly once again. Wonder if this round ends towards Krad. Or, sorry, Zorte here on, man, right place, right time, potentially.
Give him something to shoot at. His chances have been far and few between with the amount of A floor hits, ramp play, so he's posted. Oh, missed shot, another chance. Oh, and he will at least get Twists. Nice recovery there from Zorte at the 30-second mark. Holds on to the man advantage. Vent could get dropped into.
I think they're coming back into Hut, actually.
Robs is clearing out outside. They're going to try to split this from 3 different directions. Jerry's going to have to put something up or resalt. But with him dead, they know Jerry plays backside time and time again.
Oh my god.
And they die empty-handed. Kerrigan himself unravels the setup and gives FaZe a likely 8th.
Damn, it's insane mid-round, man. And Zorte pushing up. Unfortunately, the way it works, obviously, is in a 5v4. That's like your best chance to pull off a push play and actually get a kill, but it also sacrifices your advantage, right? In 4v5s, pushes are more expected, but in this position, even though Zorte only gets the 1 kill, now they instantly have to be worried about ramp. They rotate 2 down to make up for the fact that they're a little weaker and lost their op, but coming back upstairs. Beautiful clear of Tetris, and that was just a great read on the upper setup. They perfectly cleared Tetris, knew, as you mentioned, that Jerry, unfortunately, he's been copying and pasting backside over and over again. And with the amount of confidence you have swinging on the angle, it's one advantage to be a CT and be able to wait, but when you know someone's there, that's when the odds change.
And it's not just always backside. I feel like it's also a very passive backside. We never see him taking that little bit of a dangerous angle into Hut. He never stops them from getting out onto the floor, and I feel like that's kind of left Resalt worse for wear more often than not.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. I mean, you've just got to have variety, right? I think at a lower level in the game, people have tendencies, and at the higher level, people still have them. They just have more. They have more options. They have more good spots that they can rely on or feel comfortable with. But in this game so far, Jerry has been pretty much glued there to the back of Silo. Another timeout will be called here from Forze. Disappointing to lose 3v5 and then 4v5 back-to-back. They'll still surmise another bye, but this is towards the end of the half. If FaZe win this round, it's almost certainly going to be 10-5 T-side.
Yeah, at this point, Forze just not even giving themselves enough of a chance for the comeback. And we saw them try and pull it off.
Yeah. And FaZe's CT is definitely much better.
Nice to see Mr. Van Dolken having a good map this time. We talk about his struggles in recent months. We know the capacity for greatness is definitely there. And the capacity to hold back on ramp yet again. Krad making sure that that portion of the map belongs to him.
Yeah, well, Forze only have 5 rounds. A lot of them have been because of Krad's output.
Big time. That heaven play up into the A site. That one was looking like it was going south until he saved the day.
The lobby wrap as they were trying to exec upper.
Support to Zorte when we had that one outer hit through smokes. Yeah, no, that's like 3 rounds right there of the 5. Krad stamps his name on them, but met by smoke in lobby. Rops will have to wait.
But FaZe's confidence grows, you know. Even if it's 3v5, they've already done that. Looking for a new challenge at this point. So they'll give it the best chance. Lots of time left on the clock. We've never had the full wrap outside. Forze have opted to push other parts of the map first. There'll be nothing to challenge here. On the outside chance they do, 2 people watching. And now it's time to make a move. Pushing their limit though. 4 people here waiting for the attack to come in. This will take heroics.
Yeah. Fire takes them out of their position, so they're in the open floor, but Resalt's got the trade, and Zorte locks in backside. Poor Rops. He'd love a 1v3, but with 7 seconds, with 14 health, he concedes it. Okay. It's a 6th for Forze, at least.
Yeah, they survive it. They come in with 1 MP9, but just, you know, speaking to the fact that they still had the op, they still had a good amount of other guns. And of course, it's the MP9 to turn into an AK, to turn into another frag. Another great map of CS here, even if it's leaning towards FaZe on both starts.
Excited to see what Forze have in store for us on their offense. I'm also nervous for their sake because we know the defense from FaZe goes hard. It feels like a little bit of a grudge match between these 2 teams as well, starting to prop up, right? We go back to Pro League, FaZe eliminate them. That's kind of Forze's biggest success so far this year. You know, they are a team that's trying to crack into the top 10 at the moment, trying to show consistency in results. And even though it's not elimination, so Forze will have one more chance, they robbed this one away at least. 2-0 in the best of 3 head-to-heads, looking like it. Kerrigan, he's had enough. Looking real sharp on the attack. Twists with the pistol best Jerry, who still can't do anything from the back of that bomb site. Empty-handed, time and time again. Krad's ramp flank activates for 1. It's a retake they have to play for. Maybe Zorte can give us some fireworks, put on a show to end this, but 9 rounds to FaZe on the offense. Excellent first 15, map in their back pocket, looking to truly put a good amount of gap between them and Forze and the rest of the pack before they get started in the Legends. Zorte misses his shot and Krad will pick up again. Another frag to try and move it forward, but that bomb's ticking quick and Brokey makes sure to end it. 9 for FaZe's T side with its strong defense lying in wait.
One side. Hot. Side. Hot. Heaven. Side.
Can hold heaven.
Heaven. Hot.
Okay, one is still tapping hot, bro.
Hot walkers.
Pick him hot.
Heaven one.
Head bomb.
Maybe both.
Go down.
Right.
Pushing him.
Nice! Insane rush. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
See, Canadians don't say, yeah, I'm amazing. They say, let's go, team.
Let's go, team.
Let's go, guys.
You all
Together.
contributed.
Yes, but
when
no,
in
reality was that in the first half, those first few rounds, Twist was doing everything on the entries.
Yes, sir. Finished 15 kills.
What, the 15 odds for Forze now after half number 3, I guess we'll call it.
So far, every pistol.
Won by FaZe. Looking for 4 out of 4. Whoa. This is tricky.
FaZe.
This is sneaky. Does Rops actually go a little too far? Nah, he's such a suspicious one, isn't he?
Right?
Oh,
okay.
Doesn't matter.
Crad. Also the second highest rated player for Forze on T-sides specifically when it comes to Nuke. It's just kind of his playground behind Zorte. We didn't get too much from in that first half. Shelfie can't be dropping things like that. Can't be opening a door for the retake because you know FaZe are going to play for this. They have no kit currently on them. Kerrigan again with the taps.
Oh, and the door's getting closed now.
He's been looking good in this series, Kerrigan, and that's nice to see. He jumps right on top of that bomb. It's a 10-second stick. Door is closing, but here comes Resalt. All looking good. This one's going to pop, no doubt. Forze will win their first pistol of the series, and it couldn't come at a more important moment.
Yeah, that stay saved there for Forze. By Resalt, of course. Single door. We've seen antics there once or twice.
Yes, we have.
Usually Brokey on the other side of things winning.
Yes, it is.
But in this situation, does good to make up for, unfortunately, Shelfie's. And unfortunately, the games are so tight with how good people's aim is that, you know, we look at a whiff like that from Shelfie and it just jumps off the page, even though it's only a few bullets. That's just how tight it is. Looking for 10 are FaZe, but yeah, and there is a buy coming into this. So yeah, even though Forze just won the pistol, this one won't be free. 2 on the horizon if they grab it. Rops on CT side here on ramp is something that I think we have to talk about. Unbelievable rounds that we've seen from him so far. He has been a force.
Ooh, well, the dinks don't make his job any easier. Brokey trying to go out with the tags. Jerry gets a pick up while Resalt's nade finds its mark. So all is good here. Perfect conversion from Forze so far. And they'll be able to comfortably wrap around Heaven, which means, unfortunately for Twist, his time is limited. I feel like there's been a rise in CZs again lately.
Yeah. Well.
And if you make them look like that...
We've got the best CZ player of all time right here in Twist. He's probably influenced a player or two.
Reigns Deagle very capable, although we have had a pretty stark drop-off between his domination on Overpass and his 3-kill half here on Nuke. I'm sure they're thankful that he did what he did on the first map. Here's a chance for him to body bag a couple. They've got backs turned to them. Twists serves up the distraction. Rain serves up the damage. And so close to the 3K2.
Man. Bro almost created the Bermuda Triangle and sunk them all right there. That was some beautiful work, but can't adjust for the head on the last kill. And Forze get away by a hair.
Yeah, but that's the kind of slap upside the head that Forze don't really want to deal with right now. You know, you want that clean... Oh. Poor Kerrigan.
He was ready to pop off. He was happy about that for a second. Rain asking for better reg.
Don't worry.
The buy comes in again, actually, because of the one death.
All right.
So the one player left over. Oh, and they're going to get mauled.
Just ground to beef.
Oh, my God. Maybe they didn't think about this enough.
Slapped, spanked, smothered. No entry. You thought you could just run an A play on FaZe? You thought you had a damn chance? You're gonna get gunned down by MP9s at this point.
Oh my
Put
God.
some respect on it, Forze.
There's about 3 seconds from when Rain gets 2 of the last 3 kills into FaZe winning the next round, because they snap by knowing that Forze are teetering economically after getting 4 frags. Forze are not expecting any kind of buy like this, running into upstairs and get absolutely crushed. Oh, would have been beautiful for them to get away with this round, getting 2 ecos as well for some leverage here in the second half. And instead, FaZe take the pen. They turn the page.
FaZe feeling it now. Legends beckons. Krad's Tech 9. Gonna pop Brokey. Careful now. Forze on a bit of a recovery, but they've lost their bomb, so they'll wait for the smokes to fade, try to take these duels. Jerry's got a gun to do it. It runs dry. Momentary pause in the action as Twist repositions, calls for teammates to come up from both down in secret, and also that A floor. Kerrigan's locked into vent.
Honestly, quite a risk, right, for the AK to be the one pushed up in that spot, and then to go down with only the 1 kill. See what Jer Bear can do. He's got the AK now. They're stuck in a tough position, though. Outside in a 3v3 is all right if you've got some utility, but as time ticks down, you start to get insecure about the potential lobby crunch that could come in. It's a natural adjustment here for the CT side.
Twist clearing it out, though, gives Kerrigan a chance to check out her.
Yeah, and he can hold for this. And the longer they hold for this, the more confidence Rops has that it's going to come to him.
Let's see it. 2 of them are just working with pistols. Jerry's got the AK between them. There's talent here with Shalfie and Zorte, and they all get all the closer, trying to keep their heads spread wide. Rob's going to take a crack at it. Will kill Jerry. That's going to be now 2 rifles in the hands of the remaining players. 2 rifles in the hands of FaZe's players. 15 seconds on that clock, and they get caught. Kerrigan's flank finds its timing. Zorte, gun up, tries to fall back. Nice selection, and even better headshots.
Oh, he's so calm. Zorte, the difference. And again, with the AK, another clip for him in the lower sight. This time versus even better competition.
Mahone don't miss. This guy's rifling is just as good as his op.
So impressive. And obviously, look at him backing up. He's not only sectioning out these fights, but he's avoiding the danger in control room, knowing that Kerrigan had just killed his teammate Shalfie coming out of the vents.
Oh, that's so clean.
Can't even afford to jiggle.
Oh, that's so clean. Let him know.
With the calmness.
All right, little back and forth bloodbath.
Yeah, makes up for some tragedy, but FaZe once again know the money's low.
So they'll try to force up again.
And they have an arguably equivalent buy, you know, the op as well.
Twist's not blind. Clean with the FAMAS for the first. Kerrigan locks in Squeaky. Brokey peeks out with a back turn to him, so it's a comfortable 2-man advantage. Krad gets the better of Kerrigan. There's an upgrade there, but the vent play, nice and quick on it is Rops. Zorte to another clutch with another headshot to start it. But he's got to get that bomb back. You know Heaven's a problem. He knows Heaven's a problem. And Brokey, with Ops trained on it, but a second player in the rafters, that's what's going to catch him off. And if Zorte's not looking at you, then you finally have a chance.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. So, yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of power, but it would be too much to ask.
He is still mortal.
He is still mortal to get back-to-back 1v3s. Even though he can do the calculations, executing again. Versus FaZe, who are sharp enough on this round to put themselves in good spots, especially Brokey up in heaven as the execs coming in. That's upstairs shut down a couple rounds in a row now. 2-round lead here for FaZe, and it's this economic game of chicken that's been won for FaZe Clan.
Yep.
Investment comes through just because, but best gun's a scout.
It's not a comfortable place for Forze, and they know it. Scout prize. Secret gets closer. There's a lot of space to be had outdoors, but as if these Deagles could win a duel. Strength in numbers here for Forze this round.
No, listen, maybe they don't win this round, but if they get 3 kills again, they do keep FaZe in an interesting spot. It'll still be precarious. And they're not going to blow this one on an upper exec. Ross gets spotted here from Rain.
But then the secret player makes his presence known, and Rain tethers nicely off of Rops, getting all of the job done. Ramp all the while starting to be taken by Shalfie, but he's not able to find anybody. Broky's doubled back towards the CT spawn. Zorte still kept himself back behind Red. They could very well kill Broky here. There's nobody else outside. Rob starts to press out through Squeaky, or Secret, and that's where Zorte stops him. This one's starting to get upended.
Yeah.
But I mean, such little health, such little time. You'd think that Forze would love to win this.
Ramp rotation is the next one. Twist has got to get comfortable downstairs maybe, and it looks like he's not even worried about it. So we'll see if this is too slow. Yeah, plant, you know, could be hard to get in. Twist gets the memo a little late. They'll drop fence, but he'll catch the cross.
There we go. Clean as ever. Also low HP, 12 between the two. And I like the fact that they run that down towards B. If Bomb gets behind Silo, it's a bit more money. It's a chance to take another, all while Shalfie had already conceded helping out for the sake of saving an op.
And Twist had just enough time to make sure it wasn't going to be a heaven play. And that's all he needed to know before running it to the lower site. And that's it. That's Forze with now $0. Bomb plant would have been nice. The 2 kills are nice, however. But of course, FaZe are going to be the ones more relieved.
Getting ever closer to the Legend stage. Ooh. Ready for it. Zorti was definitely given a chance with the scout last round, but with the lesser weapons, couldn't get it.
This was the matchup talked about by Maniac on the desk about with Rain and Zorti outside.
How the head-to-head could unfold.
He's a very reliable rifler, of course. An op is a good answer for that, but hard guy to find.
Yeah, big guy, hides well.
Yeah.
Tucks behind
he
blue.
Only tweets twice a month, so it's hard to find his location.
Yeah. Ooh, but 3 cross. Reigns kind of missed this, could still deal with the player top red. Then the blue swing with just the pistol. Jerry bests him. That's going to be a gun picked up soon enough. Robs wants to deal with Jerry first, but he puts himself in the open for Zorte to pick up the frag. Now the Heaven player drops, grabs a weapon. You know, Forze, despite the disadvantages still here, they're fabricating a chance. Again, it comes down to 30 seconds. Again, we've got defenders inside bomb sites. But Jerry's going to call for a different direction. And Twists had just taken a little peek out towards lobby. Pistol at the helm. Krad's going to try to press this out. Twist will have to kill him first, and that one goes down smooth. Brokey slides out of the vent quietly.
Time pressure.
Smoke here is denying him vision for the time being, which means Bomb gets back sight. Kerrigan could come out from Heaven, and he gets the frag but doesn't stop the plant. It's more money for Forze, but nothing thereafter. FaZe win yet another round.
I think FaZe look at that and think, that's cute. At least you get the bomb down, a couple of kills, but we're the ones now winning. We're dominating. We're on our comfort zone here in the second half. CT side might only get easier from here. Zorte tries, gets some trades. Definitely been consistent throughout the first and second half. And versus Liquid, he actually, you know, did put up almost an equivalently good T side, actually. Could be moments away from victory. And a struggle-some defeat from Forze. They don't have anything left. Twist leading the board in a big way here for FaZe Clan.
That's the beauty of FaZe. You never know who it's going to be.
In fact, the only player even positive right now.
But it's always going to be one of them.
They've got a lot of options in that regard. Who's going to pop off today, they ask.
The beauty of FaZe is it's sometimes map by map. Looking to lock in the secret peek. Flashbang's there for it. Rain, perfect. Set up wonderfully. Gets the numbers on top of the kill as well. So now Forze are going to feel like they've been red. They immediately hit the eject button, dive back, and try to reset this round. They've still got a minute to work with, but FaZe are probably feeling real comfortable in a 5v4.
Yeah, they have to go back. I mean, they don't have to, but they can go back and try to clear out lobby. They're expecting a push to come in. FaZe are just saying, maybe you're going to do that. We don't really care right now. Comfortable now in this position. Looking to hold. No ramp push because it's actually Rops on that ever rare AWP.
Molly for Kerrigan though. Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Kills one, sets up Result. And now we've got Shalfie to respond. What's next? Rain's relegated down to the vent. Crad feels like he's got some space, but with the paint smoke, that does give him a chance to peek over. Crad gives the cover. It's a fake plant. They reposition, and Crad, will he realize already is Rain stoic in his approach, just sliding through the open floor, knowing this one's his.
Yeah, no time to calculate right there. Rain coming up the vents with the trade, and a second player sneaking out into the paint can smoke, and that was too hard for them to see. Unfortunately, Shalfie shoots Result in the back of the head.
And if that bomb doesn't fly all the way forward, Rain can't run this distance without the planter coming off it, but thrown into the open.
Ooh, so many close rounds won by FaZe. They're tipping the scales almost every single opportunity, and that speaks to the fact that, again, Twist is the only one positive, and yet they're so far in the lead right now. You could argue the frags are even there for Forze, but not the X factor.
No. Absolutely not. FaZe doing an excellent job of shutting down what is the highest rated player at the Challenger stage. Coming into this with an above 1.5 rating is Zorte, trying to make a name for himself as a top 3, if not top 5 opper in this.
And that's why despite losing, if they lose this game, there's still, of course, another chance for them. They put themselves into a good spot in 2-1. But FaZe were, of course, always going to be the favorites in this matchup.
There's always the possibility of that Greyhound comeback haunting Forze for eternity. Quick setup from the T's on the other side of Squeaky. Tons of util damage and a perfect little lineup. This one goes down smooth. Zorte is going to stop that ramp flank, and we still get the press next to Squeaky Door. Brokey knows that nobody's getting out just yet. Smoke creates a bit of ambiguity, but he gets the bomb dropped. It's full possession, full control, full stoppage, fully FaZe.
Yeah, no questions here on CT side, right? Everything's gone extremely well. Forze got almost no answers. And again, both teams have had such solid CT sides, both here on pass on overpass and here on nuke. FaZe showed up in their suits today, ready to do business. Forze signing on the dotted line, giving them what they want.
Fast one, Twists. He wants to end it.
Would have been a fun way to go.
Yeah, met by an AK barrel instead. Let's see what Forze can do with the 5v4. See if they can turn this T side into something. Brokey's gonna lose his line of sight. Rain, perfect peek. Drops Zorte first. Big pack of players here, but still trade frags to be had. And Brokey's even got the fallback. So they get back to the even keel. But Brokey, going all the way back up the ramp, just offers up the headshot for Crad to take. And with his level on this second map of the series, 23 and 17.
We've had a 3v5-1 here for FaZe, a 4v5-1 from FaZe. And now they're into a 2v3 situation. I don't think Forze think this is an easy opportunity to keep the game going.
We've got a kit for the retake. We've got a smoke for the bomb.
We're going to be looking desperately around for these FaZe players. No one's rotated down lower. They do like the quiet, inconspicuous approaches to lower. And they have been paying off. I mean, scoring a plant here would be massive. And, ooh, it's a pretty kind of loud rotation downstairs. But Rob's so clean with it, just hits his shot. Maybe he gets a second.
He almost did. That damage on Crad's still substantial.
Here he is, Captain Kerrigan.
Yeah, queue up another 1v2 to close this series. Why don't we?
See if it's Kerrigan with a C.
Kit's right at the base of ramp. Doors closed in front of him. It's Resalt on the other side of the rampway. Got Crad in the backside, low health. Smoke off one of the two options. Force the peek to the right with the Molotov. That should block him, but I think the smoke goes too deep. So unfortunately for Kerrigan, this one just has no legs beneath it. Forze will get to double digits as they did in the first one. A little bit more on this T side, But does it come so easily if Twists isn't so liberal with the aggression off the bat?
Yeah.
You know, they could afford this chance. I get it. Also, slight mistake, Brokey, just creeping back into Crad. Didn't expect him to be posted up top red. But it's another chance that I'm sure Forze will be happy to have.
Yeah. Unlike last map, though, dignity matters less. They just need to close. Pistols here for FaZe. I don't care, though. Odds in every round. Forze will take it seriously. Last time, they thought it was an anti-eco. They made it into an upper rush, got decimated. This time, it'll be a bit slower.
Ooh, good flash, but it blinds both sides.
Yeah.
Twist tries to join it. Looking comfortable here as the lobby kills come through. And soon to be the mini split to deal with Brokey. But his Deagle finds its home. He's got the bomb held back, and Zorte's going to deal with the pressure. Last man standing, Rain.
Nowhere to find him.
Good for a headshot or two, but this will be Forze to 11. No doubt.
4 rounds to get to overtime. Infamous scoreline here for FaZe when their backs are against the wall, of course, but it's been a long time since that shining moment for NA, and now they've even recruited the help of NA to get him through these tough times. And Twist has been a star here on Nuke. By and the answer back. And look at Crad, you know. Zorte, of course, on the op. It's not going to get the ADR to show off how good he's doing, but for Crad as a rifler, score a 90. Makes sense even in the 10-5 half. So many good multis.
Oh, but
oh man.
Shelfie just stands in the middle of the door. We get the drop around Mini. Doesn't get caught. Actually takes Rain out of this one, but then the peek out of Kerrigan. Pressured from both sides. They've got Jerry stuck behind that box, and still Forze trying to force their way through that squeaky doorway. Kerrigan's been killed, but then the dinks come out from Rops. The bomb's been dropped, and Brokey comes up from Vent to close this. Done! Are Forze in this one. Another set of legends steps forward to join the others in the top 16 of Paris. FaZe only falling to ENCE in a close affair have found themselves alongside them. No longer are the woes of the last chance qualifier on their minds. This is a FaZe with a good pace running through Paris.
Yeah, we don't have too much jubilation here from FaZe. They signed up for this. They knew what was coming. They expected to win, and they did their job. As for Forze, they know that they've got one more opportunity before everything could go wrong. And a team that looks so strong, even in this matchup, could potentially not make it through. But at least for FaZe, they know that they've survived expectations, they did their duty, and now they move on to a stage that they also expect to get through.
And of course, a third day of competition that shows us Zorte is indeed mortal. His next opponents will be looking at that and hoping they too can stop the Star Opper.
One of the Fab Five is through to the Legends stage. FaZe, a favorite for many. Potentially an opportunity now to still cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time, and they did that relatively easy on Nuke Maniac.
I would say the job is done, and it's been done correctly in the entire series. Sure, there were stretches where Forze did push FaZe on the brink, but overall it felt like it was controlled. I'm having a look at their run here at the Challenger stage, and the only really dark spot that I see would be that Clear and Newbies lost to ENCE. Otherwise, it seems like it's a FaZe that's very much in sync, very much ramping up to the level that they need to have, because this is necessary to peak now. Nobody's asking you to peak in challenging stage. In fact, it might even be counterproductive. You just want to make it, keep your energy, and be an actual contender when we go further down the line.
He was a superstar in this game. He did some epic plays we got to enjoy. Rain is now with Dinko, so let's hear what he thinks about making it through to the Legends stage.
Yeah, I'm down here with Rain. FaZe freshly qualified for the Legends stage. After Rio and the RMRs, it must be an absolute relief to get through at this stage.
Yeah, it feels good going 3-1 here. Sucks that we didn't go 3-0 yesterday, but we're happy with the result, and we played a good game today.
What is it with you in majors? It feels like every time you're at a major, this elevation of performance comes in. You've had some crazy maps here. Is there something about the majors that gives you that extra percentage of performance?
Well, I'm not going to say that I'm good at every major, because there's been many majors that have been pretty bad, but I feel like I get a little bit extra motivated for the major. It means more to me, and it's something that I work harder towards as well.
We were talking to Kerrigan, and you said at the start of the event as well that communications may be a bit of an issue. He said a 3 out of 10 so far for the event. What would you rate this match?
I'll go 4 out of 10 maybe for this match. It still was pretty lackluster. I think we have a lot of things to work on before the Legend stage, so it's good that we have a couple of days off to figure stuff out.
I'm interested in how close you think this current phase is to the major winning phase.
I think it's like Finn said, like I think we're all hitting shots. I think we just need that extra spark and motivation and like to be able to communicate and make sure everything is clear for your teammates, right? I think that's what we're lacking at the moment.
Do you see the signs that this will be possible during the duration of this event?
Yeah, for sure. It's just a couple of talks and figure it out as a team, and it should be fine by the Legend stage.
Now, Blast TV viewers have an opportunity to vote and have their say and pick a question for you to answer. So the question they've got for you is, if Valve were to add a new gun to the game for CS2, what would it be?
Bazooka.
There we go. Nice and easy. Very quick. FaZe get into the Legends stage. Back to you.
Imagine a bazooka in the game. What?
Can I put my veto immediately? Would you like a bazooka?
Valve doesn't care about your veto. They care about major MVP reign.
Yeah, my opinion really not at the top of the list.
No.
Directly into spam emails.
You mentioned the ramping up, and this is the thing about FaZe, their tempo. So this is not a sprint. It is a marathon. You've got a lot to play for. There's a lot you need to do. And they are very good at doing this. They know how to conserve their energy, if you like.
I mean, they said it in the past. The longer the tournament goes on, the more dangerous they are. So I think we saw it in this game compared to the ENCE game where Madden really stepped up, and that was enough for ENCE to kind of turn the tides. I think in this game, they managed to survive Zorti, survive Krad on Nuke, and not really be too scared throughout the game. Even though both maps were double digits for Forze and they had a good showing, I don't think we were too scared for FaZe in any point of this game.
No, and it's also based on what we get from Rain in that interview, right? When he says, all our players currently are hitting the form that we need. What we need to focus on is communication and energy. That to me is something that you can fine-tune from one day to the other. If you have a player who's in a slump for weeks or months, it's very unlikely everything's going to come together right here, right now. But the players are here, so you just have to be careful that you have that extra communication, which I'm sure they will down the line.
I mean, you have to also take into account FaZe before this tournament. They were complaining about a very tough schedule, burnout. Like they went to EPL, they won the Grand Slam, and after that, the energy, the motivation, everything dipped down. So they took like a break away from the PC for a few days. Their bootcamp was very short compared to other teams. Like Liquid, two-week bootcamp, they had 4 or 5, I think, FaZe. So their bootcamp is here. This is their bootcamp. It's playing at the event, playing against a different opposition, and then having a few days off now to practice as well.
Is this just what comes with being an experienced winning team, the ability to understand when to push the tempo and when to hold back?
Yes, if you have found your formula for playing Counter-Strike. If you have your book laid out in front of you and you have your philosophy of playing, I think you can afford to just play off with the gas pedal. Sometimes you just take it off a little bit, you give yourself a break because you're not feeling like you're running behind the train trying to catch up on meta. I've always thought that the FaZe philosophy was long-term and you had longevity in how you were playing Counter-Strike, because we never really talk about FaZe saying, oh my god, they had this incredible execute that no one has been using, this smoke, we've never seen this. It's not their modus operandi. They have a way to play the game that they can replicate, and as long as the players are in, that's what they need to focus on. They need to focus on all of these potential stars. We know 4 of these players here can just make the difference on any day. If they have them, then it's just about maintaining energy and managing your kind of potential. And I think they're on track. I'm not worried for FaZe.
FaZe through to the Legends stage, but let's look at the other side, the competition. Forze, they looked really impressive in this. I know that they went down 2-0, but I do think Zorte, this is his audition. We've said this before. It's an audition for a bigger team to notice him and potentially pick him up, Prof.
Great series. You saw some clutches, the clutch on Nuke in the second half as well, keeping his team in it, not forfeiting when things were going wrong and when things looked pretty much lost. I think what they showed so far gives hope that they can make it through the 2-2 matchups. Obviously, who they're going to get, we're not sure yet. That's going to play a part. But I think whoever's left against, they have a good shot to make it through.
Yeah, they're not going to be an easy opponent to draw in the 2-2. I don't think anybody would rejoice at the idea of playing Forze. What they do display in terms of weakness, I believe, at least throughout this event, is an inability to keep up with chaos in quick-paced Counter-Strike. I think compared to the likes of FaZe Clan, there were moments where you just feel like the game is going a little too quick and the rotation is a little too fast, a little too precipitated, rather, and that's been a problem here.
It just feels like on the individual basis, aside from Zorti, they don't really have the second, third star to match up against the second, third star of other teams. Even a team, for example, NIP is going to be playing. We know that they have 3 very strong riflers. That rifling power on Forze isn't really there.
But Zorti eats any of them alive.
I mean, he's definitely better than Hedrick, so.
So what is it? I mean, they don't have the rifling power. What is it that Zorte is going to have to do, that they can actually do here at the Major in order to get themselves through to the
it is the
Legends
game
stage?
plan as well. I think Jerry helps there. Their coach Fierce that came in fairly recently. He brought in a lot of new micro compared to like previous coaches that they had, or just kind of macro elements and like motivational and that kind of approach. Fierce brought in, okay, this is a solution for this smoke. This is a flash you need to do to retake this area. So I think their protocols are pretty good, and we see them. If you can break down Forze's defenses, FaZe's defenses, then you obviously are doing something good.
Yeah, I just worry about the quality across the map pool. To me, that is the issue with Forze, and unfortunately today, as I said, it was either going to be a quick 2-0, or as soon as FaZe would win a map, I did believe the series was going to come to an end. If a team can challenge Forze on maps like Nuke, unfortunately for them, there was this vertigo float in this very specific matchup, put them at edge, but they're not in a position where I can give them 4 to 5 very strong maps. So they have to be a little fortunate with the map pool.
I'm just sad we didn't see Ancient, because FaZe is also looking good on Ancient recently, but they banned it in second rotation because Forze has a 10-map win streak and against some very good teams, including like Monte, Navi. So there is, depending on the map pool matchup, there are some matches I think Forze can run over people.
They are now heading to the Legends stage. FaZe, obviously, and Forze still in the competition as well. But let's take a look at some of the Legends that are going to be there, some of the teams. I call them the Fab Five, and you can see them there. Heroic, Na'Vi, FaZe now, Vitality as well, and G2. Those are my Fab Five, but this is starting to stack up to be an interesting stage.
As a fan of Counter-Strike, I don't think that list can make you feel anything else than happy and excited about what's to come in the Legend stage.
The order seems a bit confusing, right? Usually you're...
don't worry about it.
You're used to having like all of the best teams at the top, and then you're like, okay, you have Heroic, and then you're like into the breach, and then at the end you have FaZe. It's like, oh, what's
But doesn't that mean like with our good old friends Buchholz that, you know, once team at the very top actually lose to the people coming in from Challenger is going to go completely
but
crazy?
I think it's good that with FaZe and G2 going through 3-0, 3-1, they're not going to be facing against Heroic, for example, in the first round, which is pretty nice.
Do you realize that the best teams is completely subjective right now? There are a lot of fans watching who believe Into the Breach may win the Major.
There are certain rankings in the world that are very objective.
I just thought my opinion was kind of an objective truth. I didn't subject. What's that word? Subject? Subjective.
Subjective.
I'll look it up later.
Prof, we'll discuss the we'll discuss the rankings in a bit, because I'm under the impression that those are up for negotiation as well, based on some of your Twitter conversations. But let's focus now on the matchups that are on your screen. This is the results, as well as what you get to see next: Greyhound versus Ninjas in Paris.
Ninjas in Paris, indeed. That is going to be the game we cover in a couple of minutes. Very quickly, we've seen, unfortunately, MongolZ and Complexity finding the small door. I think MongolZ did put up a better fight than Complexity, which just barely avoided the 16-0 against Liquid. But we'll sure have time to recap this down the line.
We will recap it a little bit later on, probably at the end of the day. We are going to take a quick reset so that you can get some refreshments, because when we return, Ninjas in Pyjamas is taking on Greyhounds.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny. Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada. Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away.
No damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Challengers stage here at the Blast TV Major. We are in Paris. All the teams, you can actually see them getting off their shuttles now, coming into the studio, getting ready to play because it is NIP up against Greyhound. And here's something I didn't think I'd ever be saying. The winner of this matchup is going to be going to the Legends stage. Would not have called Greyhound at the start of this competition. I did, however, have NIP on my pick'ems. You can actually do your pick'ems now on blast.tv if you want. But I did put NIP in there because I believe they blow hot and cold, but I felt like they could blow hot this time.
Well, I mean, talk about causes and consequences for NIP. Remember, the only reason they are standing today at a 2-1 matchup versus Greyhound to get to Legends is because they had this comeback versus OG. Arguably a game where OG had everything they needed to put NIP to bed. And now OG has been the one already going back to the shuttle and back to the airport. Now it's NIP here fighting against Greyhound. It's a fortunate matchup for them to be able to make it straight.
Yeah, that was a game where, as Maui called it, an Alexi B masterclass, T-side comeback on Mirage. And Mirage maybe is a map that we're going to see here again in this matchup.
You have the right to say masterclass once per segment. You've used it once. Are you happy with your usage?
I'm happy.
Okay, there we go. We can move on.
I stopped myself.
It was a masterclass. Like I was watching that
That's
game,
two now.
and I did not expect an NIP comeback in that magnitude on the T side in the current meta. It's not really something you get every day, but it started convincing me of this NIP. Honestly, that T half is like maybe they're cooking here.
You say masterclass a third time, they kick you off the desk. I
have production on comm. They will mute your mic.
Maniacs ready. Let's take a look at this lineup now. NIP, again, like I mentioned, I said this in the green room, I don't think Headtrick or Config have really performed as well as I would have liked to see them on this lineup.
Well, listen, I think we've been fairly demanding with Config over the months, over the years, and if anything, he hasn't really let me down too much at this event. The Headtrick conversation in itself, that's a topic that we can open, that's a Pandora box we can open. Headtrick is still relatively new in its infancy when it comes to the very top level of Counter-Strike. The question is, how much do you expect from the guy and how much do you need from the guy? I don't think he's been doing poorly considering the team that he's been brought in, the space that he's got, and the level that he has now. But are we satisfied? Is this the end station? Is there something more to be seen from Headtrick?
I think this quote here from Rez shows a good thing from NIP, and that's that they're trying to lower the expectations from him. Like a lot of these players, new players coming from the academy rosters, get thrown into a tier 1 team, and everyone's expecting them to just blow everyone away, to be the new Simple, to be Monacy at least, right? And I don't think that's realistic, and it's not realistic for Headtrick, for a player that kind of recently swapped to the opping position. He was a rifler for a period of time, started opping kind of towards the end of his academy career, and then got into NIP, probably kind of fast-tracked his career. It felt like he needed a step between these two levels.
Okay, fair enough. I'll join you there. I think if you're the NIP staff right now, and my friend DJL is at the helm right there, you have to find this sweet compromise between, hey, we understand where you're at right now, and we are satisfied with what we see, but here is the difference between what you are now and being one of the greatest and being an extremely good opper. And there are a couple of numbers we can pick apart. Entry attempt from Headtrick, much lower than the greatest out there on the CT side. We're talking 15% versus the 26-27% of the likes of Simple and Zaiwu, right? So there is a gap in terms of how he takes control on the game, and we're not going to see that difference today, but that is a path that they have to be on for the future for NIP.
You did mention there that Config's never let you down, and you know when he never lets me down in an interview, because he always says something great. So fingers crossed he does it again. He chatted to Dinko.
Config here from NIP ahead of the matchup versus Greyhound. We've seen NIP start to play very well, and I think individually you're looking pretty confident. You made the play in that 15-14 round where you push out Palace yesterday against OG. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling great, honestly. I think that we managed to get some good rounds together and created a lot of good stuff at the boot camp. So I'm feeling both confident in the team game and also in my own game.
Now, when you first joined NIP, it wasn't the level we know that you can get to, right? And now we're starting to see that start to rise up. Do you have a reason for that?
I'm more comfortable, I think. We also made some changes and changed a little bit of style. And I think that helped me a lot. I think that gave me like a lot of more room to play with, and I think that's what I need as an individual.
What were some of those changes? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
We were changing our style a little bit more into like a free calling, like people make their own decisions. They weren't like set to do a specific thing in the round, and like I'm a little bit of a freestyle player, so I really take the benefit of that.
How would you rate the performance of NIP right now at this major so far?
I mean, I think we've done pretty good. I think we've beat the teams that we were supposed to beat and lost against the team we weren't supposed to win against. So I think right now it's like we are in like a place where you would say that we're kind of good, but we all can also lose to the good teams. So I think we are like in the middle stage.
Now we're looking at your opponent, Greyhound. Is this your best chance to make it through the Legend stage?
No, not at all. I think that if we should fall today, I still feel like we have another chance and we should still give full force. And of course, Greyhound is a good match. We got kicked out of the tournament by them in Malta, the Pro League season. So we wanna have a good rematch here.
Now, your team is full of so many different really solid riflers, right? We've got so many players in this team that can pop off and have a big performance. Who do you think the star player is on your team?
Oh. That's kind of a hard question. I think everyone could be star player. I think everybody has the potential to drop a 30 bomb. I don't think we have like one specific guy we are reliant on. And I think that helps us a lot in games where someone goes missing, then someone finally steps up. And yeah, I think it's a good team environment.
Such a good answer from Config there, but that is one of my favorite questions that Dinko just asked, because especially when the player goes, well, me.
Yeah, but an answer that I disagree with. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing that there is a or two designated players who are going to take the positions that give you the most freedom and the most impact. If anything, that's an issue. Sure, you can have everybody having a good day, but what is your blueprint? What is the formula that you're following? Look at NIP very quickly. Beside from Hetrick, which is a relatively passive AWPer, you have 3 rifles who potentially could be taking star roles and just running around like happy horses. Brolin, Rez, Config, all of these can have impact. Who is the shush in that team? Who is Perfecto in that team? Who is Interns? Oh wait, he's not there anymore. who is that 4th player? That is my issue, and I think this is why NIP is struggling to find consistency, because they haven't found yet how they want to approach that situation.
Yeah, I think shush on this team is Alexi B, honestly, and the rest of the rifling core
doesn't bother you?
Kind of similar to Heroic, but Heroic's floor of each of these players is much higher, weirdly enough. You maybe wouldn't think of it a few years back, but like Rez, Config, and Brolan, big names, but not great form in the last a year almost. I think Rez last year was great until he started opping, and then things kind of went down for him. That happened. Sorry to remind you, that did happen. And then Config up and down. Currently at this tournament, pretty good. Rez is blowing it out of the water at this tournament. I did not see that coming.
Would you not argue then that NIP's win condition is Alexi B putting a leash on those 3 and deciding who gets to be taken off the leash when the time is right?
Yeah, but my problem with that statement is that it is a win condition months from now, because that is the path that you go on. You can argue that the players are not delivering and inconsistent, and then they don't have a formula. I'm arguing that they're inconsistent because they don't have a formula. That is what I'm telling you. You want to get better at your role? Have a role. You're Brolan, you're playing A side on Mirage, and then suddenly you're A on Overpass fighting everybody. You're Rez, you like to fight from Catwalk, suddenly you are in B, Pillar, having a barbecue on Overpass. Where's the consistency?
It's a pretty tricky balance to strike, and I think also if you go towards a team that I compare to Heroic, they have a clear identity, and that identity has been built over 3 years, 4 years, probably. KDN, also it's a domestic team, so everyone's on the same page of how to play Counter-Strike. So it's I think that is where they're heading with their experiment. That's maybe the prototype that they're trying to pull off. And I'm kind of on the same board with you. You want to have clear star players, and especially if you have Hetrick, who's not a star opper in the terms of the current meta star oppers who like dominate all the time, best stats on the team. It's hard. It's just hard to have consistency.
Let's turn this around. If you're Greyhound, how do you take advantage of this so that you can potentially win this and make your way to the Legend stage?
That's a great question. I don't know if Greyhound have the quality, unfortunately, to abuse that. Right? I don't think they have the ability to counter essentially all of these players and their possibilities to pop off. I think also a player like Config, there's going to be a dose of disrespect, regardless of their latest encounter where NIP actually lost and were upset by Greyhound. Look at that jacket. That's amazing. Look,
that's great. Is that Versace?
I don't know, but the mustache is even better.
Boys, focus.
Listen, no, you talk about that first match that happened between Greyhound and NIP. I think it's a very important red thread that we have to follow here. When they played, the first map went into NIP's favor 16-2. And I talked with DJL today this morning. We had a bit of a run-in, and he explained to me he thought that his players just left the foot off the gas pedal after that 16-2, thinking, you know, it's really easy. Like, who are these guys? We're having it in the bag, that's going to be fine. And we know in Counter-Strike how deadly that can be. We have the results right here on our screen, 16-2, and then suddenly things just completely turn around. I do believe we'll see it down later on the map, but I think the maps are going to be slightly different today. So if anything, this results right here leads me to believe that the disrespect is not going to happen, and we'll see NIP very focused.
Let's pull up the veto if we can, so we can see what those maps are going to look like. Greyhounds had like a bit of a rocky start here at the Challenger stage. So obviously they had the surprise victory, but then they went into the record books for all the wrong reasons. 16-0 loss. I mean, that's not a pretty one. So how are they going to cope here? Because there is an inconsistency from their side, Prof.
I mean, that Mirage that they played against Apeks and lost 16-0 obviously was very bad. So I don't think I need to go into the details, but just lacking a lot of protocols, couldn't punish the oversteps maybe from their opponents. The utility wasn't there. So it was I think NIP is a lock-in on Mirage. I think that's inescapable. But then Inferno, or ENCE, as they like to call it, ENCE has been playing very well. I think that's where they have a chance. And then maybe on Vertigo there's something that can happen. But it's starting 0-1 down in a series against a favorite. I think that's never a recipe for success, essentially.
Pretty much for Greyhound, I think everything rides on Inferno, right? And the fact that they can push this series to 3. We said last encounter, Vertigo win their favor 16-9. And then also, considering NIP picks Mirage, you have Greyhound starting on the CT side, and this is where they've done their best, because on the T side, if you combine both the Mirages here, that's about 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
Exactly, that's 3 rounds on the T side. So in terms of pressure, you better start 0 to 100 real quick, because if you don't put that many rounds on the CT side, it might just be over for the first map.
Alistair from Greyhound is with Dinko right now, so let's find out if this is part of his game plan.
Well, coming in off that 16-0, it must have felt good to get a win back over the MongolZ guys. So you feel much more confident now after that?
Yeah, no, I think we're pretty confident after all that. So it's good to get another win over it.
Now we're looking at you guys being 2-1. I think the usual meme is, destroying everybody's pick'ems in a different language. But, we're looking at now a chance for you guys to actually make it through the Legend stage. Have you got that feeling in the team now, like you guys can do this?
For sure. Yeah, no, we've beaten it before, and I believe we can do it again. Keen to make it to Legends and do it all over again.
Now, the sentiment is always that in best of ones, the underdog teams always have more of a chance. But now we're in the best of threes. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think the maps are pretty much as we expected. We've played them before in a best of 3. And, yeah, we're just happy to... I mean, we're familiar, so we're fine. We're keen.
Now, looking at NIP, you played them before. You're familiar with them. What are you looking out for today?
I wouldn't say we're looking out for anything really, more focused on ourselves, making sure we're not getting shook. It's the cliche, play our own game sort of thing, but I mean, that's what it's going to come down to, making sure we're not shook by the nerves or anything, just play our game.
I feel like you guys have picked up a bit of form recently. I think at the RMRs you had a really strong performance. What would be the reasoning for that?
I think we're just slowly learning that we have the right pieces and we're actually able to perform in matches and not just scrims, because felt like we're pretty comfortable, and obviously scrims are scrims and it's not as important as games, but it's a good indication of the level you're at, and we've been able to do well in scrims for a while now, and it's nice to be actually able to put it in the server and show.
I know Major is always kind of a global celebration of Counter-Strike, so we get all the regions coming in. I think for a while, the Asian region, the Oceanic region, definitely been weaker, but we're seeing MongolZ even rise up. They had some good results this year. You guys are starting to play stronger. Do you feel like your region, when you play there, it's developing?
Yeah, for sure. I think the more we come over here, Mongols come over here and play all these T1 events, we're bringing all this, I guess, new experience and meta back to our home countries and regions. So the more teams that actually travel for a smaller region, it's just constantly going to grow and spread, I guess, experience for everyone.
Now, if you get through the Legend stage, you have another chance to mess everybody's pick'ems up in the 0-3. That must feel awesome too.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Alistair saying there that they've just got to play their own game. Is the Greyhounds game good enough to beat NIP?
So I think on the CT side, it might, although arguably, but the thing on the T side is that if Greyhound keeps playing so mid-centric into map control and they actually willing to lay it all on the line to fight, they better be ready for some resistance on the side of NIP. Like, we know we're going to see Config flying out from Catwalk. We know we're going to see Rez and Connector trying to contest. I have the feeling that the whole game is basically going to be decided on who wins some of these trade exchanges in the first 20 to 30 seconds. I don't know if that's going to be the plan for Greyhound. It sounds like they're going to keep just doing what they do, but surely NIP have it ready.
Yeah, great stats here from ENCE from the tournament. He was a huge factor in their wins. But like, even though I feel like Greyhound now is better than Greyhound maybe 6 months ago, as Alistair was even saying in that interview, their wins are still not that convincing. It's like teams like Complexity, MongolZ a couple of times. It's not the same caliber that we're looking towards here. But I think for everyone watching from home, a reason to support Greyhound. Alistair did promise a Shui if they go to Legend stage.
You're not letting that one
that's
go.
On the line.
That one, I know you have it in the chamber. You do want to see the Shui happen.
I mean, who doesn't?
That can be kind of cool.
We need to organize it here at the desk if they win. I'm gonna chat to production, get them on up here if they win. I mean, maybe I change my.
If they get one map, then we can start planning.
If they get one map, are they going to be able to get that first map, though? I don't think so.
I think there's a way. I think there is a way, especially because we have seen NIP kind of get into their own heads. You look at the game versus OG, and it paints the perfect pictures in all its complexity that what NIP can be in the same game. The first half is OG full in the lead. It's a very silent NIP, kind of shy demeanor, no one really trying to fight or resist. And then suddenly on the T side, you start seeing them picking up some rounds. Alexib becomes a bit more vocal, and then suddenly they take the pace. And this is the NIP that we like. But OG managed to put them in their teeny tiny little shoes. Can Greyhound? Like a roll. Greyhound. That could be something.
I mean, there's one more factor that could maybe help Greyhound crack this code. And that is Alexib's record against Australian teams. That is awful. I know this is not really something that we bring up often in Counter-Strike. This is more like a football stat from like 7 years. This club has 28 losses in the last 50, but Alexib has lost 5 out of the last 6 encounters against Australian opposition. Is there something going on there? Does he hate kangaroos?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, maybe he's seen too much of these like very dangerous insects that can actually literally kill you if you just look at them, and now he's worried about it.
Yeah, maybe that is.
I'm so sorry. This is the hardest level of analysis I can give you.
We have to go. We have to dig deep.
So what we're trying to find a phenotype of Australian Counter-Strike,
to some degree,
Counter-Strike?
it is going to be. Alexib is a guy that likes to prepare and likes to have a good game plan. Maybe the way they play is kind of off of his classic understanding
of
Counter-Strike.
Everything they see is in reverse, right?
It's upside down.
It
is
so
true.
how are you supposed to prepare? The B side is not even in the same place. Maybe we just fix it out right here. Oh, is that not what we were supposed to do? I'm so sorry.
I had a question, and I thought, oh, it's a bit arbitrary. And then you two went off, and I was like, oh, I can ask whatever I want, because clearly we're going into that world.
We set the stage for that.
I like the mental game for players, and I do think that the major is very much a mental game. As much as it is happening in the server, that there is a mental aspect. And I wonder, if NIP loses their map pick, do they have the mental fortitude to come back? Because I doubt that they do.
Honestly, I liked Config's interview. He looked very, very chill. He looked very... the question that Dinko had about what if they lose here, is this their best chance? He seemed pretty relaxed. He's like, no, never mind. We can still win the next game. Obviously, it's different when you actually lose. But that's a very positive outlook from Config right there. So I'm okay with it. As I said, NIP is growing on me.
It's a good answer from a PR perspective. I think it says.
But is Config a PR person?
Maybe they're just working on it. It's like a project, you know. I think he said the words that he had to. The reality is still that this is the golden opportunity. I'm so sorry, and I mean no disrespect to Greyhound, but if I were to find any of the teams out there with a contract and say, listen, if you sign this contract, you're going to be in a 2-1 position playing against Greyhound to be in the Legend stage. Will you sign this contract? And I think I'd have no problem making it signed by everybody.
And instead of like going through against Greyhound, playing Liquid in the next round,
you could technically
play
Liquid.
Maybe we did fuck up.
Suddenly the situation is very, very different. So yes, you have to find this kind of sweet spot where you're not being complacent, thinking that, hey, this matchup is easy, we're just going to be Legend stage, because obviously you're going to go down the drain on that. But you still have to acknowledge that opportunity that you have, and you have to seize it with a level of gravitas, which I think is important for NIP.
You know what, we're going to test their mental fortitude a bit more, and we're going to keep them waiting before we enter into the game. We have to take a quick break. When we return, NIP will face off against Greyhound.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Scrawny and Launders to kick off what will be the last best of 3 of the day. And remember, have a nice day. Look at that. We've got production leaving us love notes, making our days better. And I think that a little Greyhound competitiveness in this series would also make the day better. The Ninjas in Pyjamas want a clean run to the Legend stage. I think they're very happy with the opponent they end up getting. There has not been an Australian core in the top 16 of a major since Berlin 2019 when the Renegades pulled it off. And from that point, they went to playoffs. Maybe we're on the brink of Greyhound's greatness. Maybe the Ninjas are going to jump into Mirage and absolutely body them. I don't know if a team who's ever been 16-0 at a major brought it back, but in this case, Greyhound looking to do exactly that. We've seen their lows, we've seen their highs, and let's hope for everybody's sake we land somewhere in the middle. Of course, in the server at the moment, the 4th and 5th highest rated players of the Challenger stage. We've got Rez for the Ninjas, ENCE for Greyhound.
Yeah, ENCE had a fantastic map, but we had the displeasure of casting their 0 and 16 Mirage, so poor taste in my mouth personally looking at their potential odds here. Now, there was some great propaganda in favor of Greyhound, whether it was Alexi's struggles versus Australian teams, or actually, you know, their most recent best-of-3 victory at Pro League. But I wouldn't bet on the rematch going in favor of Greyhound personally. We'll see. Let's let the CS tell the story. Sicko stopping him from CT, but Alexi finds the more important trade. This is CT open and a bomb plant down.
Yeah, nice and safe here for Alexi to plant the bomb. We're going to have Liaz just holding off for a second. Looks like he might come back at it from Khan. He's making his decision as his teammate gets ever closer towards Ticket. Bomb didn't actually get planted.
I don't like that.
And Liaz picks up a frag. Suddenly, that same plant position is all the more sketchy. Another headshot comes out. I mean, Alexi's going to have a chance at a clutch, but remember, he always loses to Aussies. That's what we've been told. That's what the desk set up. And right now, he's got Liaz. A lot of experience on him for an Australian player, and he's getting ever closer. Instant headshot from him. That could have been a Ninja's pistol, 100%. I doubt nothing. And at this point, Greyhound walk away with it.
Yeah, that's a massive misplay, actually, from Alexi to not just plant. When they had cover, of course, if someone peeked off Cat, you know, they might be feeling great about it, but this really just gave them an opportunity. They felt the need to search farther into jungle when that really isn't what they're worried about with their bomb going down. So locking off the angles, waiting, and then seeing no one pushing off of Cat should have been enough to warrant that bomb going down. But Greyhound will take it. They're looking to repeat history. And even though Ninjas, but the thing is, Ninjas, their uptick recently has to be noted. Like, they look so much better. The T-side calling has been good, and it was sort of a meme with Liquid at this stage talking about how, like, their different playstyle is coming in, and Nitro talking about how they don't have there's no way they're going to have a slow start. Well, for Ninjas, they have changed their playstyle, and it's really worked.
What are some of the most notable changes that you think have been the key to success?
It's definitely a lot less, I think, as Config talked about in the interview, a lot less management on these micro decisions on the team with all of their players. Config's recent form says volumes. You know, when he says that he's a player that likes to freestyle more often, who are you going to believe other than Config with that statement?
Yeah,
he's definitely been that player in his lifetime. And when he joined the team, he was clearly not himself. Like, it was a good pickup, but the stats did not make sense at all, and that has changed drastically.
Yeah, genuine uptick from him. ENCE gonna get some nade damage in on Alexi, but Cat very much compromised. Liaz about to have his hands full. It's him and Vexite for the B defense. They've already dealt with the first one. They may not expect it, but he gets jebaited. He can't bring it back. The bomb carrier jumping out and then bouncing right back in. Brolin, hands busy, head trick watches towards Market, a second smoke to lock them out. Greyhound lose their B sites.
Yeah, that's it. That's when you got two players that far deep into the site, it really comes down to the kills, because if you're playing off of Cat, you got an early warning system for the rotations, but you shouldn't be relying on rotations, especially after you win a pistol. You should just be able to clean up with the guns that you've had. But of course, we see that when the bomb goes down, the T side does get a very formidable buy, and it's as hard as possible. So Ninjas, sucks to lose the pistol, but it definitely feels better to win the second round. So, well, that's a good start. And yeah, and Ninjas and their T-sides, especially on Mirage, have been something to watch for. I thought the veto was going to get a little bit more hairy for Greyhound, actually, because they, for some reason, weren't in a position to give Greyhound the first ban. I thought that Greyhound were going to have to ban first, which would have opened up the potential for overpass, I think. But they banned Anubis, and then Greyhound were able to take that out. And I think it's very similar, actually, to their Pro League veto. So Greyhound will force down with the players saved. Taste the opportunity here for Ninjas.
Vexite going to stick around on the cat play. Looking to bolster that.
Oh, wait, is Vexite? I think he's playing the exact same position that Alexi was playing up on cat, where if you look below his feet, or sorry, it's ENCE, where he's so far to the left that he's not standing on the bricks at all. Alexi used this.
He's just dangling.
Yeah, and it worked so well.
Gets his damage in versus Alexi, who's been sharing trade secrets with the enemy. Couple flashes, config no contest to get up into connector. We do have the cap peek coming through, but Vexite just catching the tail end of the play, so he'll peel head trick off it. Then the under palace player's dead. Sicko with nothing. Config double kill as he turns attention back towards catwalk. Very good job of at least pulling back pieces here. It is 3v3, but Alexi's nearly dead.
Oh, Config, he's sort of hunting this one. I think he knows that there's someone up in CPL.
Doing a good job of keeping them busy, but then all of a sudden, Liaz at that distance with the MP9 double headshot does a ton of damage. Config in with a third on the round.
Yeah.
And just with that, even though his teammate's low, it's enough for the Ninjas to convert this point. I mean, losing the third player up from connector, feels like Config had to go big. He did exactly that, fight all over.
Yeah, he fought all over connector, and it was actually the jumping across that made that difficult for the CTs to re-engage. He kept forcing them to take brand new angles, and every time he swung back out for a frag, he got it. So really just juggled them, basically, in all those CT positions, even with no utility to work with. That's the Berserker in office. Beautiful round out of Config.
A quick execution of the scout player just to make it clean. On our pregame, we had Maniac talking about how he thinks that the inconsistencies of Ninjas come from the fact that we don't necessarily see roles within their game plans, within their individuals. Is that something you agree with? Something you also kind of flag?
I think for me, the only thing I wonder is why isn't Brolin the star player of this roster as the rifler? And then, of course, Hetrick as the opper. Coming onto this team, Brolin was the best Swedish talent to not be on the best Swedish lineup. But since it's happened, it's been nothing but inconsistent, honestly. And I think we are starting to see some stories blossom. So I want to hold my tongue on saying, like, they're not good enough, whatever, because they're clearly improving, and it's the perfect time to prove it. If the major doesn't go well, nothing else really mattered leading up to this point. But recently, Brolin's entries have looked solid. When we talk about Brolin on overpass, playing the A site as a defender, he's one of the best passive players on CT side. We don't see the star player stats, the consistency out of somebody who I think should be right up there as, to match up to those from the Fnatic era.
USP, not going to get too much. But how many more are there, asks Rez. Of course, right now, Alexi about to go carve a path through the A site. The bomb could still double back through underground. Death can be avoided. That much is for certain, but Headtrick wants to dish it out instead. Now the apartments player will take over to clean up these last two, but he actually dies. So Liaz can grab the Galil as the bomb heads A, and Greyhound get at least something out of a measly USP round.
Honestly, nothing but headshots out of those USPs. So not bad, but one kill is the only problem. But yeah, Brolin was sort of like, what are the equivalents? It's like Mihu coming into old Virtus Pro to try to help them save a lineup that was supposed to be god tier in their region, and then coming in right at the end. So not getting, the pick of the litter when it comes to spots, being set up, but maybe learning a lot from really veteran players and sort of forming a pedigree to make him ready to carry the best Swedish lineup. Similar to Phelps coming into the SK lineup. I think Brolin is that story out of Sweden, but far fewer players from Sweden that have proceeded to be as dominant. I mean, I guess the same can be said for both Poland and Brazil in that way as well. But he sort of got to lead the charge. Unfortunately, I guess for him, not a full Swedish lineup. Even though it feels like they've got a very amicable team. I think these guys like each other a lot.
Yeah, I definitely think they put stock in that, no doubt. What do you think of Rez's comeback? Because to be honest with you, I'd kind of just forgotten about Rez and the impact he can have, and yet here we sit in the Challenger stage. He's 4th highest rated behind just some godly oppers.
Yeah, well, ever since Oakland 2017, we've been talking about how good Rez can be. And I think right now he's showing he's even better than Brolin, but I think that Rez has the potential to have like unbelievable entries, for example. Obviously, some of the best headshots.
Yeah, speaking of which, Alistair gets popped by him towards the ramp. A-Site's going to get peeled apart. Double kill out of Brolin's Palace push. Leaves Vexite and Liaz on the other side of the map, and this is looking so comfortable for Ninjas. They catch the ramp aggression. Clearly Greyhound wanting to get active, but Rez so ready. Brolin, in response, wants to go above, you know, pulls the thread and keeps on yanking. And poor Greyhound, that A-Site just absolutely evaporates.
I sort of see Raz in my mind as like a, really good opening to mid-round player. Not so much of a closer, and of course can be relatively aggressive, but not as complete of a star player rifler as some of the other names in history, the Nikos, the Electronics, or anything like that. Whereas I feel like I see more depth with Brolin, but the stats might say more, honestly, with how well Rez has been playing lately. And he's obviously got some of the cleanest mechanics that we've ever seen out of Sweden. What about you? I mean, who do you think should be the star of the show, or the 2 stars?
Yeah, to be honest, man, I still believe in Config, despite all the struggles that happened at the start of his inclusion for the Ninjas. I just think about how he, alongside Blame F, was basically just keeping that Astralis lineup alive. I know that his departure from Astralis was his fault, but it did kind of feel like he was still ready to compete, still wanted to compete, and did stick around, found a new home very quickly. I think he wears that chip on his shoulder very obviously, and I think he still has what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, we look at, he's still got the map like land kill record, I think, right? Yep. Yeah, so in terms of potential, of course, we always talk about that with Config.
Ooh, potential on this one with 2 saved guns. There we go, boys. There we go indeed. 2 rifles saved from that B site. And we saw it last round a bit slower. The rifle creep into ramp. That's how they ended up losing man advantage. Well, this time they just take it mid, 3 kills quick, and a deagle headshot over on B. Speaking of Config, suddenly he's the last man left.
Well, that's how you get value out of low guns. Put them all in the place where the Ninjas were going to go to. And they have been trying to take over mid a lot.
I think Config is still always fair for criticism because of his inconsistencies. And I think a lot of that sometimes comes down to mental.
He's such a confidence player.
He's a real confidence player, and he'll be the first to admit it, that like when he has a good start, oh, you know that Config 30 bomb is coming, which is a good look for the beginning of this matchup this evening. And if Config starts slowly, expect him to stay there.
Yeah, and he said, he's exactly said those words, so I can vouch. He said that that's his biggest problem for sure, is just not being able to come back from, I don't know, a bad pistol round, maybe. A couple shots get missed, and I think there's a part of him that believes, well, it's not my day. And that's not a good sign for somebody, to match up to star players who have to be consistent all year.
Just knows in the first 3 rounds. Like, nope, go Brolin.
That's why we all cheer for him, because he's just like us.
Yeah, right. No, I'm the other way around. I'm good for the first 3 rounds, and then you'll never hear from me. Oh, God, keep jumping. Kangaroo Jack here, stuck outside the underpass. Deep molly to try to escape through mid, and he'll get away with it. Vexite lucky to be alive on the escape. But it is not the mid clash that the Greyhounds were hoping for. In contrast to the last round, we're still 5v5. There's no immediate slaughter of the Ninjas top mid, and therefore this is more of what we had seen from the Ninjas in the slower paced moments. All of these rounds have gone their way. But we do get that ramp aggression with nobody to keep it in check. No res above on the smoke ledge. Brolin gone. So information gained for Greyhound, and they could definitely justify a rotate towards that B site, and they better get one in soon because the numbers are coming from Ninjas.
Well, the information goes now, but now it still could actually be the formation of an A attack. They have some info on the lower ramp, but they don't know if it's halls connected with connector. So that means that Ninjas, it might be hard. It might be hard for them to be stopped.
Ooh, man, Liaz leaning real far back. Not the best place for the A1S. Config's gonna get taken down a bit. ENCE, there we go. Double kill out of him. And it's Liaz's chance to pick up some slack. Vexite, fast flank, right into the kill feed he goes. And Liaz, excellent job of just keeping his head down. Config hunts him though, figures out where he's at. And now his head trick plants bomb. Sicko comes in from catwalk with no targets yet. The Opper just backing up slightly, but it's not a kill. And Config awaits that flank. Alistair is coming, revealed to Config, who's pinned against this wall with a second CT inbound. They've got him, and they've got another. The Greyhounds win a retake to keep this game close.
Yeah, not bad. They got themselves all in great spots after A ramp control to quickly flank B. And ENCE, of course, his first 2 frags on the hold. It speaks to how well he's done recently. Just enough in the way of delaying. And Ninjas letting their guard down about where people could be. I think they spotted Liaz from the van and thought, well, he's probably solo in this spot, but that's actually the second time Greyhound have used this setup.
Game on, boys.
Yeah.
Game on.
Well, Ninjas have slowly won mid-control a couple of times. Now they quickly do it, and ooh, lots of bullets dodged here, even though Vexite can call the timing, but that's fast ladder control.
I didn't know Config could do ballet.
And it looks like right into the idea. Palace under pressure, connector under pressure, rotations under pressure.
Not the best of spots for Sicko, but if he can serve up a distraction, if Vexite can keep it in control, that's great. ENCE now revealed. We've got 2 kills to each team, but ENCE is stranded, stuck down beneath, able to bail back to triple. No, he decides not to. Okay, wants to still play on default, calls for the assistance over towards Ticket. That's Alistair on the op, ready. But Ninjas decide to pull back, and this whole entire time, Config's still up in ladder.
Yeah, and he's just here to try to lock down rotations. He can tell them cat's clean. There could be the op rotating in back through CT. They've got to worry about it, but Greyhound also have to worry about a re-aggression. So a lot of this could come down to Config's timing if he takes a peek and finds the frag, or if he gets caught off guard. However, they are actually going to go for the re-aggression. Wow. Well, they have time to do it, and they find the kill on Liaz. But is going A still the best idea? Here is Alistair.
Ready, waiting. He's going to have to react with a downward snap. Ooh, but first Config dies out towards window. Evened out again. When does the Palace player strike? Right now, and he lands his shot. Alistair looking for the counter pick, looking to keep Rez from getting up connector. Now flashed, has to hide, and his counter Opper's out. But Headtrick's not watching Ticket. He's not ready for this yet. Bomb still goes down. No pressure on Rez. Takes a chance and gets away with it. The creep in from Alistair, the trade back from Headtrick, and a CT exchanging fire. He's got him locked in, but a missed shot suddenly gives ENCE another chance. He closes that gap, getting dangerously closer. Headtrick inching around, defuse coming through, ENCE all the way.
What? He actually just stuck it. Pros don't fake. Oh my God, I can't believe ENCE went for that. I was so sure. I mean, Headtrick knew that the bomb got tapped, but who would defuse out in the open like that? I mean, of course, there's a smoke down, but brave move, and it pays off. They took full advantage. This round did have some flaws from Ninjas. They did come up with some cool ideas towards the end, but, you know, too many people falling in without being able to guarantee the trade, and Alistair sneaking in made this difficult. Headtrick missed a shot at the top of stairs as well. That could have ended it. It was brought up on the desk. Mistakes can be made from NIP. They can get inside their own heads, and as good as they can look sometimes, they can also fall apart. So a second timeout will be called. Sanity check here for Ninjas as they go into the next round. Make sure the game plan is still solid.
Oh, I'm just so relieved it's not another 16-0.
Yeah,
the more I think about it, you know, coming, you know, Aussies versus
really
European CS, I didn't want to have to go through that again for their sake. But quick reality, here's Headtrick. Doesn't manage to get the second. Love it. Vexite right up in their faces, applying that pressure, clawing it back as ENCE was taken down first. Brolin doesn't want to take this chance versus the op.
Unfortunately for Hetrick, you know, shots you can't miss. Missed that top stairs in the last one.
No, good point.
Goes for the repick on this, gets decimated. Vexite had every reason to take that duel.
Alexi bouncing back, though, from bottom mid. He can disengage if he chooses to. Brolin could go grab bomb. Tries to chase the cat player. Smoke on con, so he knows this space should be unchallenged. Ooh. Makes contact with Vexite, but that's all Alistair needs to go for the commitment. Takes his peek, takes his kill, sets up the round nicely. And Brolin's gonna try to keep the pressure on the op. Oof, bada boom. The extra headshot for Alistair puts Greyhound on a CT lead.
That's a nice shot. And Alistair's got some great movement. He hit some really great shots as an opper, honestly. And they set this up. Good to see a big moment from Vexite and a couple of big moments in this match, honestly, because he caught some attention recently. We've been talking about him for a little bit. He's the newest addition, I believe, to Greyhounds. Unless I'm missing anyone, I think he is. And I don't know. I've seen him play some clutches that absolutely turned heads.
Quick yet again to set up close. Rez just sending it. Uh-oh.
Everyone's missing grenades today.
Rez does jump out of the window, though, so a little bit of pressure. It's good enough to get ENCE back on the other side of Murder Hole. Window, jungle, seems kind of susceptible, and Greyhound are content to just leave some portion of the map open for the taking. Also makes Liaz's job of holding Catwalk a little more difficult, but he's still floating around.
Yeah. Well, they've got him scared about window, and Greyhound aren't here to try to take it back, so there's that. Ninjas will also keep tabs on it. And now the rotate back around is in for the T side. Somehow feels like Ninjas have equivalent guns, but they really are coming into this with a half buy. Doing connector as the split starts to take place. The A-site holders have been doing a great job.
They've been doing a good job of just also playing along the wall. Tuck back in these corners. Giving Ninjas an outwards look into the bomb site. And then taking it all back. So here we go. 3 out from ramp at the 25-second mark, and Vexite's just gonna buy time. No rush, no panic, even with the flash. Cool as ever. Stops that bomb plant, and just like that, Ninjas suddenly, all of their hope gone. Poor Brolin looking for some impact back. Vexite comes in for second servings, and they almost pick that up with time to spare, but with the CT peak, it's all good Greyhound.
Yeah, and they almost die here after time. So Ninjas, I mean, they've been able to win map control, whether like mid on a number of occasions here, but converting has been a struggle. And I think they're getting nothing out of getting the rotations when they take mid control, whether it's winning window or ladder room. And then they're also coming up negative on the trades when they're trying to open the sites, right? So the only reason you really want mid control is to compromise as many spots as possible on the sites, but you still got to kill the two guys there. They're just in less positions, less good positions. And so the entries are really failing, I feel like, here for Ninjas. But solid for Greyhound to rely on their anchors in this way.
Alistair point blank, let's see it. Rez is ready. Oh, wow. Gets smoked.
That's huge.
Blasted. First shot belongs to Rez, but Alistair with the bigger bullet. Let's see if Config can claw it all back. We've got one stuck in sandwich. Got one jumping back on ticket. ENCE reveals himself, but Hetrick's got the trade. It's at least something here for Greyhound to work with. All the while, Vexite waits, and it pays off. Patience to a T. Alexi B in from mid with an answer. Hetrick still full health. But Alexi's in a tricky spot, so he'll lay down the smoke top connector. Vexite's gonna get active on the flank. This could end up haunting Ninjas if they try to hit that B site, just because he'll be up in the apartments.
Yeah, this is perfect mid-round here from Greyhound. And they've got a position on the ramp, don't have to watch their back at all. One option, and Liaz will do his job over on B.
Little burst.
it feels like Ninjas are playing 70% good. I mean, some of their defaults are solid in terms of map control, but in terms of execution and closing, I mean, again, losing to just the anchors. When it's the T-side is all about creating that 4v2, 5v2, and removing information from the CTs to big flank, who push another extremity. And for the most part, fundamentally, they're getting that out of it, but like they're losing out on the gun duels. Greyhound looked very comfortable to just play full passive in a lot of these rounds. And the one time that they had like low guns, they went for mid control. Well, they won all their trades there too.
Yeah, that one stings. Nice patience from Vexite as well, capitalizing on the best moment. And that little 4-bullet burst is clean. Yeah, 2 good players indeed. 3rd timeout from the Ninjas already.
God damn, that's fast. I mean, burning on the T-side makes sense. Oh, wow, over on the B stream. Well, we're looking to get to a 1-1 potentially, as our pride and joy from the Americas, Pain, are up 14-8 over Apeks on Vertigo.
Yeah, we've got a couple teams left from the Americas region looking to claw back our 6th major spot. Give it back, Euro nerds.
Maybe they just reset it all for CS2, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's open the floor to negotiations. Sleep on it, Valve.
Maybe once Furia win the major.
Yeah, then we're a lock. That's no LCQ for FaZe.
AK on Alexi, pack of players behind him, looking for the A hit. Two here and 2 over towards Catwalk. Sicko under pressure with the Molotov. He's kind of taken out of this. Alistair, turns, misses, and Alexi with the only AK gets the double entry, smokes as well on the other choke points. Ninjas. It felt like that player under Bout could have gotten away with one. Alistair just looked away before the Palace jump.
Yeah, 2 slight timings.
Perfect. Exactly what the Ninjas were hoping for.
Yeah, and you know what? Tragedies like that are only brought to you by not playing for the space, like not having deep lines and angles, not pushing up. And unfortunately for Greyhound, they have been taking a ramp control a lot, but in this situation, one goes down and that causes the other to die as well. So perfect situation and remedy for Ninjas. So I have a really strong call to try to do an A-take like this and take advantage of the fact that Greyhound have tried to play a little bit quieter, wait for the attack to come in. But do they learn anything from it? Because overall still, Greyhound are having a great half. And when the full guns are out, they're ahead in rounds. Double entry from Alexi. It's one of the only guns here for Ninjas.
Good on him to get his moment as well. Because I feel like Alexi is one of those players who can ultimately contribute as an in-game leader in the frag department too.
Yeah.
He's the one that survived. He had the AK. He decided to play it.
Yeah, when Config said any one of his teammates can get 30 kills, that's actually true. And with some IGLs, that's not. So, ooh.
Luckily, Vexite's there to kill Config instead, but Rez has got the return. So a little back and forth here in middle, but that's going to put pressure on Lee as they walk through smoke. Brolin, a victim of it. And Alexi tries to chase this. He sees the retreat from Liaz. Molly on his feet. That's going to force him out, but we've also got support inbound. And Liaz does a good job for a second of dodging danger, but he's still found out.
And we've got one in the middle of here to Rez to catch rotations. 2 coming in his direction. They're not looking.
They're going to turn their backs, and he's going to gun them down. At least the first. Sicko's got a chance to trade, but Rez doing a beautiful job of just buying time, sucking him out into the open.
Oh, and they don't plant. Wow, they always take their time doing this.
Done.
Sometimes it's sketchy. This time it's not. Great round from Rez.
Great round from the Ninjas. Alexi isolating the fight inside sight, not rushing anything.
Yeah, and not just chasing him down with a rifle, going to the utility first. That was a sound movement.
Rez with the trade as well. Remember, this was a 5 versus 4 for Greyhound after killing Config. Rez with big impact, just wasting Greyhound's time and then wasting them as well.
It'll be interesting to see what we get on the, on the attack for Greyhound, because that's where they got 15-0'd by Apeks.
Fair.
Really struggled on the flashes and stuff like that. And of course, they've had some time to talk about it as well, so expecting some improvements.
Also where they failed versus Forze. 2 flat T-sides on Mirage are why Greyhound have losses.
Oh, well, awkward setup. No smoke down, and Alexi adjusts with the molly going down, and extra information on this player inside of mid. Oh, Vexite coming forward. They had him on both sides. That one was really risky.
Felt stranded, felt desperate, and we see the result of that. Looking to tie this game up on the T side. Config gets a duel before the smoke pops. Catwalk player getting ever closer. Bomb heading towards the B site. It's a great call from Alexi. Feeling as though they would have pulled somebody up cat is dead on. Liaz trying to help ENCE, but leaves a glaring problem over here towards apartments. Looking to hold it back. Smoke is behind them, so they peek straight in, and Head Trick nails the op shot. Not even going to take this chance. Greyhound looking to keep some pieces in hand in order to shoot for an 8th in the follow-up. It's either team's lead at the end of the half, tied at 7-all.
I think Ninjas are getting better within this half, of course, going back numerically, but even just in the sense of taking map control, but not really like overstaying their welcome, which I think earlier on they were lingering a lot, and in their default, they got the map control off of good ideas, but when they got it, they didn't really know how to convert. Whereas here, now they're grouping up a little bit faster after quickly taking over mid, so I feel like it's fitting their playstyle a bit better. Oh, one of the last 2 guns here could be hunted down.
Yeah, done. Poor ENCE. They didn't take a chance at the retake. They may not get a chance at the save. Brolin's going for it. Gonna get close. Oh, but Sicko holds on. So a silver lining here for Greyhound to round out the half with a chance, a small chance, as not even everybody has money. So that M4 could be very valuable.
Yeah, well, they may not be looking forward to the second half. But first of all, that was a great shot from Alexi. Like, Alistair had a chance to get underneath his crosshair, but oh wow, that was also another great shot. He was not aiming in the trajectory of the smoke, and Lias, victim of a great flick there from Head Trick. Well, that final gun save could make a difference here for Greyhound. They've only got 2 rifles.
I like that they take an initiative, though, up into Palace. Grabbing a bit of control where they can with what they have. Frees up Vexite to get closer to mid. Feels like overall, 15 rounds through, Ninjas really did win the middle portion of this map. Pretty constant battle. One they definitely capitalized on early as well. Alexi, ooh, given a gift as Vexite decides to walk smoke. Just like that, we've got man advantage for Ninjas to try to round out the half. Can Sicko bring it back with a kill towards ramp? Brolin still with eyes on it.
I think.
Oh, the timing there is going to work out for Brolin. Ooh. Sure enough, headshot is his. Config looks for one, and Liaz stuck back with an MP9. He's still alive and fighting, and the bomb's stranded back in middle, so things are going to get weird, but both players are inside of that B site, and Alexi, he's figured it all out. Moves up through jungle. He's going to lock him in on the other side. Cerebral calling from Alexi B again.
Yeah, they took it, huge punish with Vexite walking through the smoke to try to kill him off of Cat. And you could very easily not watch that and get a little lazy and think, well, this smoke will be respected, but they were careful this time around. So it looks like round 15 may belong to the Ninjas, borrowing some heroics. And there is an AK on Liaz, and there will certainly be an attempt from the CTs to retake.
Flash stuns them, though. Ninjas throw one back. We've got util for the retake. No kit on them. It's going to get going, and it's got to go now. And it's not going to be too pretty once they push past that ticket booth. They'll try their damnedest with the util. Rez waiting and ready. And Head Trick's gonna knock them both down. M4A4 to close the first half. It's Ninjas with 4 at the end, 4 at the start. There's some success here for Greyhound, but will it be enough on a side that they've struggled so often on?
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, ColdSir. No, he cannot be ColdSir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and ColdSir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, the Ninjas brought that one back. 4 rounds at the tail end to just assert themselves again. There were some Greyhound moments. There was some energy, some positivity, a little bit of pop-off. But ultimately, they now realize that with so few rounds on the T side versus Forze, with no rounds on the T side versus Apeks, they have to show us an improvement. They need to work on the failures of this stage of the major. All the doubters look at this moment right here, right now, and think Greyhound will flop this map. Whether they bring it back on Inferno, whether we need Vertigo in this series, or whether they have to play again tomorrow, take this chance. Take your time.
Well, 4v5 to kick this one off. And yeah, it's the flashbangs for the T side that was the biggest problem. Whereas that's actually a huge molly to try to separate the attack, but 2 players slip out.
They do manage. Now the bomb can come outwards as well. Config's waiting for someone to try and challenge back market. Alexi kills ENCE. Ooh, getting weird. Vexite through the market. Oh, that's what they needed. Oh, that's what they needed. An individual moment where he jumps through window, through smoke, and catches 2 looking the wrong way. Then the remaining CTs have no life. He has given them this pistol win. He's going to take it one further. Finish off Alexi B. Vexite, take a bow. You've given Greyhound a chance. You've tied this game at 8.
Yeah, that's such a play. I mean, okay, Pain have actually won, which means a 3rd map in that series, if I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
Yeah, they split it up now. So, okay, well, this game is certainly not going to be a gimme for NiP, as we've just seen. Vexite is ready to game. And a fake attempt on the retake here as we press out, but not saving in pistols. That's what we want to see.
Liaz will enjoy, or excuse me, Alistair will enjoy the moment. He got a little quiet in that first half after having a round or 2. Here it is. Vexite through market.
Oh, wow.
That second shot.
Beautiful.
Poor.
Was wondering how that went down. No
Poor
shots
ninjas.
back. Tough way to go. They were set up in such a beautiful position. Lots of frustration already here.
Yeah,
With such a tight first half, with a history of losing to Greyhound.
I feel like they would have felt as though that one was a shoo-in. Under lock and key, that B bomb site. But Vexite jumps through market window smoke. That's so rude. That's so rude. Rez has got the deagle point blank. 3 players in Palace with automatic guns. Surely Rez can't kill them all. In fact, he'll kill none. Head trick gets 1 frag. Sicko with the trade. ENCE gets aggressive up in jungle, and we've got a conversion here from the Greyhound, so they're back in the lead.
Yes, good start.
They don't step on the landmine that was the Palace player.
Yeah, so they had a a pretty good victory over Ninjas last time on Mirage. I mean, I think it was 16-12 if I recall correctly. And of course, there's going to be 2 rounds involved in that.
Owned.
And I think when you suffer a defeat like that with the whole night to think about it, and it was the flash assist that was the huge problem, you're going to put some real work in, to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And I think in the game that we saw with Apeks, the real problem was it looked like if there was an op on both sides of the map, and even if there was 3 ops on the map, they would have all gotten kills easily because of the low efficacy flashbangs over a ramp. And it's not that the flashes were always misplaced, but there wasn't a player ready to swing at the exact moment that it popped in a lot of those circumstances. So it's also the spacing and basically the dry runs that separated them from having an opportunity to win any rounds on T side. Could have been an off day. Could have been just real rough on Mirage. Here's where they can prove that, well, today is a new day. But I don't think this pistol is just quite enough. Ninjas will have a good CT side to follow up, certainly. This is their map pick, and I think it's a very reasonable one for them to take. And I think they should absolutely be betting on themselves again, even if the veto is similar to the last time that they lost.
Just don't lose that bomb. Alistair's on his own right now. They're going to try to force him, but he's got a route out.
Well, he's still thinking about taking A. Oh, they leave a gap in the window. That's huge. They're not ready to rock it back just quite yet either, but the CTs are starting to get frisky, but no kill. They really want to get that one.
I want that gun, but it's being guarded. They've given up all the forward A control. It's not as though they went out and checked ramp and saw anything, but they're just gambling incorrectly now.
This is definitely a brave call from Greyhound. So, I mean, if this is a read on an opponent that they understand, well, and it comes from the right place, they're going to find a completely open, vacant A site, which should be an easy plan. No retake going to take place with USPs. They are going to make triple sure, though, of course.
Play every second. Go ahead. Ooh. A little bit more from the deagle off of Catwalk, but it's really looking like it's just Config's kill. Greyhound to 10. And you know, Launders, 10 is only 6 away from the win.
It is.
Go ahead, Sicko. Ow!
Well, he got down the ladder eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Counts. Oof, Config with another off of Cat. All right, all of a sudden we're getting, a price tag. AK picked up as well. There's a silver lining here towards the end for Ninjas.
They got a lot out of this.
No one's taking that 10th round from him. Greyhound, double digits. And Config dies as well.
Ooh.
They get the AK back and they make sure he doesn't keep it.
Yeah, that's not bad. Still some good kills. Extra careful there from Greyhound, even versus the lightest of investments. And now we'll find out if Ninjas can show us why they deserve revenge. Op and play with all the utility here to kick off a T-side rifle.
That's what we're waiting for, though. Let's see it. Ninjas on the guns. Opt for head trick. The Grenadier of Alexi B. But his nade is a miss this time.
Some of the best nades since Astralis. Alexi B's got him.
Still holds the utility damage record.
Over 1,000 in one half.
Dust 2.
Yep. Rest in peace.
Gone but not forgotten. Actually, I've been playing enough of the CS2 beta.
True.
I'm glad that.
Yeah, just even knowing it's coming back so soon.
Yeah, just good riddance.
Change the map a little more, I think. But the one smoke cross makes it interesting, though, on long.
That's fair.
Being able to nade the smoke as well also makes it interesting.
Yeah, well, I want to throw smokes on nuke, okay? Let's go. Chop, chop.
True. All right, organization here. Past 1 minute smoke into mid. Op on a great angle, it's going to see one. And now should be holding a little bit wider, I think, for the cross. Surely spotted that, right?
Should have seen two, and oof, Sicko's dead first.
That one's a little easy.
Hedrick sits on it, then the Molotovs come out, the flashes drop from the windowsill, the catwalk player starts to pry forward, and he's gonna die to Alexi, which means they still don't know about the guy on Arch. Down beneath the window is Config. Easily dispatches of Liaz, perfect connector timing peek here from Rez, and this one falls so incredibly flat.
Yeah, I got a little deja vu from that round when thinking about the last time I played Apeks. Like where Hedrick falls back, not flashed. Not flashed on his first pick, not flashed on his fallback, no rifles flashed in the sight. So that's not too good. Now, sometimes if you work on a bunch of stuff, you might get nervous and misexecute the first try of it. Maybe they can say that that's the reason, come in the next round and show a better self. But right here, just way too easy for Nip. I'll put it that way. Mixed bag of buys here. Well, Elistar, of course, keeps the op in hand. Kind of fun to be an op in this position, have some freedom to take a risk or two.
Ooh. Oh, doesn't shoot.
My God. It's just so close.
And Alexi's having a great game, 14 and 9.
He's going to phase that smoke screen. Oh, and Alexi can just snip
it
out.
He knows.
Yeah, these two do know each other, so could be some rounds in recent memory that they're calling to. But look at the mid setup, man. It's untouched right now for the T side, which allows for fast rotations to both A and B, so I need to have that much info on where the site will be hit for sure. But the weird part about this split is, I mean, all choke points are being approached from Greyhound outside of middle. So this is a chance for Ninjas to make a mistake or forget about an extra player. It's about time Greyhound make a decision.
Remember, pistols on majority, so
there should be a top. I mean, if they had a flash in top mid, they could try to rock them out of this, but no pressure because they're on low guns, low utility.
Flashes only. Those come over the top of the A site as the ramp players start to walk closer. Alistair also looking to join them in from mid. Rez timing. Manages to get some damage, but it's Config to pick up the slack. Meanwhile, Brolin, it's a one and done. Good trade out from Vexite. They needed one of the two weapons to pop off, and with the op drop towards mid, that Vexite kill is all they need to at least get the bomb down. Hedrick plays patiently, waits for the plant and his teammates to get into position. Config wastes no moment, running this one all the way back around. A missed shot from Hedrick, but it primes Alexi B perfectly. So poor ENCE, great player, no gun. Deagle up. Is that enough? Goes for the peek to Hedrick and falls to the AWP. It is Ninjas to tie it at 10.
You gave it a thought because of ENCE, of course, hitting 30 in one of these Challenger Stage games. But yeah, overall solid round from Nip. Not enough to test the setup there, and I feel like we're obviously, you could see the idea was to just get this A split going with as many choke points as possible after pushing up to B a little bit earlier on in the round. But again, some bum flashes, you know, like even trying to flash inside of connector with Hedrick holding the angle. You can at least, if you get Hedrick off of that position, you can at least threaten the fact that someone crossed the triple, that push to CT if he has to fall out. But they miss it, honestly. So tie game now, but full buys. Oh, smoke will be missed, but the spray is good.
Shot, Vexite. Whoa, let's go.
How? What? A second
I don't know
one.
where that comes through. That some kind of wallbang deep into jungle.
Oh, into CT. He got Brolin in CT.
Ah, get him down. Contain the ticket. And look for that 1 round lead. It's a man advantage at least. It's a chance for Ninjas if you wanted to just walk away.
Yeah, I don't even think they want to try to do this.
Slip
they
back.
Could, but
give it up. Write this one off and try to tie the game at 11 all. Or reposition over towards ticket. But, I mean, bomb's ticking pretty quick already. You've got 4 kills you need to get, and you know some of these guys are going to be just deep in these positions, entrenched in safe spots. And so sure enough, they do decide to concede it. Or at least 2 do. Config dies in the end. And with bomb popping, all good. Everybody else is going to be able to hang on to the guns unless Vexite comes through, but that's just a death sentence. So sure enough, a pop out onto the A site.
Dude, Vexite.
With a double from Vexite.
Yeah, man, he's been a game changer. I mean, some rounds are just him and his 2 kills. So real beautiful entries, and I don't think this shot's that easy. Clean tap on Hedrick, and yeah, that's it. The spam into CT spawn. That's after Brolin's opening too.
4v5 win looks good on the Greyhound camp.
We're ready for that pop.
Hey, pistol plus conversions. Now their first gun round win, but immediately out of config. Roosting up on top of Catwalk, posted for the kill. And just like that, Ninjas with an edge. Missed shot from Hedrick, a duel for Vexite, but versus an Opper, he's gonna let it go. No ego on this one. Brolin gives chase. Here's the movement. Alistair finds impact out towards middle. And with Rez dead, they've clubbed this back to even keel.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Brolin's in a great spot to catch one coming back.
Here's it. Vexite's not hiding anything from him.
Yeah, so bomb outside B. Maybe this ends B. Kind of hard to get back Palace. And right now, no defenders on that side of the map. They've seen the reaggression from Greyhound into the danger zone, so maybe they're thinking, don't move too quickly. This might play to the favor of Greyhound. ENCE could also catch a Cat rotation if they go off of Cat and turn the corner. We'll see. Maybe Alistar can barge his way into the site, but no, that rotation is not caught or punished by ENCE.
Here comes the utility bomb on his back. And
assisting the lurk.
Yeah, there's still a chance to leave. Sure enough, ENCE could get up through jungle, could find a back turned. Hedrick is watching this though, so NIP seem wary. But if Hedrick misses, which we've seen 1 or 2,
yeah,
then all of a sudden that bomb sprints, and Alexi B's catwalk presence is the only thing that becomes a problem. But you can see Ninjas already
you can hear
starting to suss it out, and here comes Alistair. If he doesn't look towards Cat, which he won't, this one's flat. Having to drop back ENCE means he's done. Exposed to Alexi B means it's a tied game yet again. The Ninjas to get their 11th.
Yeah, we could see some of the opportunities for Greyhounds in these moments where, like, yeah, they can actually create a good position. The bait does ends up to the top of connector, but before that, ENCE could have potentially punished Alexi for rotating into the site in the first place. And then when ENCE is the one at the top of connector, he's not supporting Alistar on the rotation through underpass. So there's an idea there, but they're not actually complementing the idea with, like, you know, an opportunity to trade frag. So that's why we've got an 11-11 score line. It's time for Greyhound to make a wish. They've only got 1 AK.
Ooh, dink. And dead. Got 2 down in underground. Bomb offered over. Well, at least Liaz pulls them back. I mean, these CTs definitely don't feel comfortable, but swapping out to the sidearm, it's such an advantage.
That could have been
Rez
worse.
Finds it easily.
Yeah, that's a situation that could have definitely gone a little bit worse.
Money's still not great, though. 3 players for Greyhound within $3,000. They're going to buy up, but there will be limitations here in Galils and shortcomings in utility. Definitely not ideal, but as we get to the tail end of this game, they feel like they've got to force this.
Well, this is the quote that Ninjas hit last time.
Nice.
They played at Pro League. Some relief, of course. Is there a push through the A ramp? Oh, but they disassemble the boost and see the op at the same time. This will take away some wind from the tactic. Config not much help here, but seems very suspicious that somebody has snuck by.
And at least there's nobody still middle, so him offering his back to the top mid push goes unpunished.
That head trick op rotating in through into the marketplace. Might be just in time. While the smoke is still fresh. Good timing here. Double push off the cat.
One nice and easy. 2 do cross. 1 drops. Bomb right behind it. Alexi B duels, and now all of a sudden, head trick. Oh! Head smash. 2 dead in the open ground. Take a bow. B site closed.
Yeah. Popped him like some melons there. That was beautiful head trick. Even shocked himself, I think. Hell. Well, there were some sitters that head trick missed. A round like this in the 4th quarter could make up for it. Beautiful third shot. My God.
That's so nasty. Poor Liaz, man. I feel like he's been getting bullied in those kinds of moments.
Yeah, but there's another position that needs to be flashed. The window on the cross.
Well, you're
Flasher
right.
smoked.
Yep, no, dead on.
There's too many highlights coming out of Oppers versus Greyhound on this map.
Feels like it's all too often that is the point of criticism as well.
Yeah.
You go back to IEM Katowice when they got beat by MIBR. When ENCE had his crazy Vertigo performance versus Greyhound. Ramp on Vertigo every single round. He's got line of sight. Every single round he seems so comfortable. And those are the moments that Greyhound really do collapse. Back to the pistols, which didn't work for them before. Ninja's making a run for that 16th round here on Mirage. It is their map pick. It is Inferno next. And it's a legend spot on the line.
Looks like there'll be some lead-in time into this attack as Greyhound defend against 14. Excited with the Soul Flash. And we've seen some of their anti-ecos lead into Connector very late into the round. But Ninjas have, because they haven't really abused top boxes and crossing at the top of mid, Ninjas have felt very comfortable at like holding lines to the top of mid, playing inside of window late, and getting some free frags.
More where that one came from. He's got support too, so go ahead. Oh no, man, does it with the pistol.
Don't knock on his door.
Yeah, it's all good. Rez is here to help. Alistair, get him. Glock's out.
Not bad.
There we go. Something to be
make it a movie.
Working off of. 7 seconds has to die, and we'll do exactly that as Ninjas take 14 without even breaking a sweat.
I think Ninjas don't see themselves losing this time around. I think they are characterizing the last matchup as a little lucky, and they think, all right, well, this is the Ninjas we know are better and have made improvements. And you know, to be fair to Greyhound, it's not like they're like lagging behind in any specific ways. The Ninjas have clearly gotten a lot better right before the lead up to the major. No better time to do it.
Oof. Down goes Alistair. Double. Head trick's been powering up these last few rounds.
Oh, yeah.
And Config's going to clear one out in middle. So I'm sorry, Greyhound. They just simply can't get past the individual levels now. They've given Head Trick enough time to warm up. He's on the brink of 30 kills. Config yet again towards mid with a multi-frag, just doing what he has to alongside Alexi B, giving Head Trick a second and third teammate to play off of.
Barely letting go of any grenades on this round, man.
It's so comfortable.
Oh.
It's so dominant. It's honestly so impressive. One of the We Play Academy League stars, and not even one of the biggest stars to come out of Navi Junior.
Yeah.
Right?
He was the best player after Monte, after Bit on Navi Junior for sure.
But not even as an opper. That's what everybody forgets.
Yeah, not even as an opper. Definitely started out as a rifle. And then when he picked up the op, still kept the stats up high. But yeah, for the long time there was just on the AK almost exclusively. But making a name for himself here, of course, jumping onto a tier 1 team and trying to carry.
And crazy that, of course, who does he replace on Ninjas? Device. One of the greatest AWPs to ever do it.
Light work.
Now Ninjas seemingly do have op dominance in their repertoire. On full display here today versus Greyhound. Smokes up in the face of the pressure. Here it comes. Greyhound's attempt to get into the A site. Smoke spam from Vexite certainly helps. You'd think that means plants, but the bomb's in the back. Vexite's dead. Double kill, still impressive. Liaz holds connector smoke, a slight gap, but it's not something that we're going to see them punished for.
Ooh, one cross to the right.
Yeah, Liaz is real close to this, ready for the connector play. Head Trick's coming out. Utility goes first. Head Trick playing around with it though, not letting his guard down, looking for impact backside first, and Sicko's gonna kill him. Alexi clears Liaz from the corner, and now this 2v4 has already been evened out, but Rez finds perfect timing. Bomb planted for the A ramp. Alistair has to do it. No, not this time around. A 2v4 to close it. Just enough time for the defuse, and the ninjas on the defense stuff Greyhound's T side yet again.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
You can see NIP celebrating there because they've just won their map pick. They are another map away from potentially making the Legend stage. They just need one more win. What do we think about that map, Prof?
It was a good map, pretty much what we expected, with maybe the caveat of the first half that at some point looked open. It looked like a possibility for Greyhound to get a good first CT half, but I think what was crucial was 3 timeouts in the first 11 rounds from DJL, coming in, making sure that NIP don't give Greyhound the momentum to to upset them here on Mirage.
Yeah, and I like that you talk about these 3 timeouts very early on by NIP, because I think they were caught off guard by what Greyhound put onto them in this first half. I thought personally that Greyhound would play much more disciplined and defensively on their CT side, and you could see it was completely the opposite. They were very aggressive. They had a couple of double pushes into underground. They had flash pops from catwalk and from connector to fight towards mid. And at the very beginning, NIP got caught. They gave away a few multi-kills here and there, and they had to rethink their approach.
You actually saw it though, because we had a few moments where the player cams came in and you could see NIP, they were not happy, because I don't think they were happy with their performance, but you could even see the config looking a little bit unimpressed, a little bit triggered.
Yeah, we're talking about it before the game. Oh, this doesn't matter. Like, we have another chance to bounce back. But when you're in the server and you're playing against Greyhound, who got 16-0'd on this map and has like three rounds on the CT side, you expect to just win, especially because Alexi B's T-sides on Mirage are pretty solid. And I think as the half developed, we saw that Alexi B T-side, the mid-control coming in and being very deadly for NIP.
And it felt like they've done the job. They've done the job after the first half, notwithstanding a little bit of the frustration signs that we could see. The second half is pretty much what we had expected from Greyhound. They win the pistol round, they convert. Aside from these 3 rounds, the only success that come from Greyhound is a double flying multi-kill from Vex side out of Apeks. That is it. That's basically the whole T side.
Not really a formula you can replicate. Maybe really. go out of apps, kill 2 guys again.
So we are going to go over to Danny at the Mahone zone, because he's going to break down an Alexi play that you got to see. We were speaking about him now. So Danny, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so it's this round here that I want to talk about, where it was the round that really changed the tides for NIP. So they were down 7-4 at this point, and take a look at the buy in this round right here. So what we're going to see is Alexi B, he has the hero AK, and you might think that this AK carries the round, but actually it's really the utility that the rest of NIP have that really makes this round work. So first, what we're going to see here is that these 3 Ts, they're grouped up here towards this ramp position. Alexi B, he's going to get ready to come in with this AK along with Config in front, but it's the utility. So as I mentioned before, what we'll see is that Broland, who's over here towards Palace, he's going to start by throwing this Molotov for under balcony. Now this Molotov covers this under balcony position, which is very common and especially effective against pistols. But with this Molotov, it forces his smoke out. But with that smoke, this is where the next step comes in. These flashes are so effective. This is where Headtrick, he throws these flashes over towards the jungle side. These flashes pop right about here. And what that does is it allows NIP to take a more explosive approach out of this A-ramp position, because with these flashes, it now pushes back anyone who's over here. But on top of that, it also blinds anybody who's playing under balcony. With this utility combo, you'll see that as Alexi B comes out, he has the trust of this utility to help him out. He's got that Molotov here, it pulls out the smoke, and at the same time, the flashes are popping behind him, which blinds Seiko right here. That allows him to get this kill and puts him in position to catch Alistair behind triple as well. A double 2K. Now, if we look at this from Seiko's point of view, you'll see how effective this utility was. The Molotov comes through, forces his smoke, the flashes pop right there. And that is what allows him to die to Alexi B there. Now, in addition, because this is such an explosive tactic out of ramp, Alistair, who's right here towards this triple position, he's not really expecting 2 people to be right here in front of him. That is why this tactic was so effective. So although Alexi B had the gun, it was really the tactic that was called. This is a very set tactic, very common, especially on the A side of Mirage, and they pull it off perfectly here.
Breaking down the plays there from Alexi B, and obviously another player that we spoke a lot about on NIP in the build-up to this game was Headtrick as they open. What did you think of his performance?
Well, I think it's a perfect segue from this Danny segment, right? Because one of the reasons why Greyhound suffered in that execute is how finely tuned the execute is from NIP and how many utilities they have and how complex it is. What the problem is when Greyhound moved to the T side, they don't have that same level of finesse to their game. So a man like Headtrick, who popped off massively, and granted, had a couple of flicks, had the easiest life, just very much enjoying it. Exactly, you're kind of farming when you have an operator that gets in the zone and he cannot be put uncomfortable by utility, he's just gonna shine, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the issue with Greyhound, and has been consistently the issue for Greyhound, that this is a team of the best Australian players, some of them star players playing out of position practically, that they can, when they play in their region, just destroy people on aim a lot of the times. But when you face the tier 1, tier 2 of Europe, and you face a guy like Headtrick, we see this round here,
That's a good example.
You can't just dry peek him 3 times and expect to win.
I mean, the third flick is beautiful.
And 4,
right? But there is no smoke into window. There's no flashes at all. He can basically just fight them straight on. And if you do that to an upper that's in shape, then you get 30 kills in your face.
This is something that I actually have like some familiarity with coming from South Africa. We struggle because we can't play overseas teams. So all we've got is who we have in our region. And I think it's the same with Australia. So it is really difficult because you're practicing against those players. And then when you come here to adapt your game to European teams, it is really difficult. Other than picking up and relocating.
It's not even, you can't even be like, oh, I want to change my game, because it's the fact that you're not getting punished for things and getting away with it, that you don't know what you need to change and where you need to add that flash, or like, this is a peak I can't do because you're getting away with it consistently.
Yeah, because I mean, the information is out there, right? I will acknowledge if you're not practicing to the highest level, maybe you don't get used to it, but anybody can watch a demo of Counter-Strike, anybody can watch a VOD, anybody can see what's the top of the moment flash, but you have to get used to use it regularly so it becomes an automatism. Now, if we move on to the second map, this is probably where I'm ready to favor Greyhound from a tactical standpoint, right? Inferno, much more comfortable for them. NIP, last few results, been very complicated.
Yeah.
There might be, what is it, sun in the shadow, sun in the clouds, or whatever the hell we say.
Silver lining?
Yeah, I guess silver lining. It's one of my most hated idiom in esports, probably.
Yeah, there's also a movie, I don't like it either. Talking about Inferno, or Inferno, Inferno.
I just left him. I knew it was coming, and I was sort of sad that Maniac took it from him, because I knew that
I
told you. I told you.
I'm pretty sure this is your spot, right?
I mean, it could have been
I would walk away if I made that joke.
It could have been worse, because there's another line that I thought he was going to drop with it, and then I would.
And on Inferno, we're expecting ENCE masterclass, because he is their best player.
Do you have any kind of private bet with someone at home taking shots of water when you say that?
Maybe.
There you go.
Shots of water are great,
happy,
and I'm going to take one right now.
Prof's happy. He got all his little lines in, which we told him not to do. But there it is. But this is the thing. This is an opportunity for Greyhound to potentially bring it back.
Yes, it is. And if we reel in a little bit and we keep on seriousness here, when it comes to NIP on Inferno, last 3 months, it's a 32% win rate on the CT side. It's very, very complicated. And Prof and I, in the green room, we try to figure out what's the current lay of the land in terms of positions. And my surprise was to see a config playing towards the pit area, which is diametrically opposed to who I think he is as a player. Pit, I can tell you, I played that position. It's more like for calm, maybe older people, bit of patience, you know, not at all for a fighter who likes to go ahead, get stuck in. So I'm really not sure that NIP have figured out on this quite yet.
I think he even said it recently. I don't know what he was talking about, but he said that he was too hyperactive for a position or for a role.
Typically Pit.
So, and Pit is one of those where it's just like, you just have to wait. You just have to wait. And even when they're executing, maybe you want to peek, you want to like catch them as they're coming in. It's probably a bad idea most of the time. So I don't like that. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're struggling on Inferno. I really do feel like Greyhound have a good shot of winning this map. Like I'm not confident in their beating NIP overall, but just based on the results, I feel like there's a chance.
Were you surprised with the veto, though, that NIP let this one through, so you knew that this was coming?
No, I knew, and from my conversations with AJL as well, I think this is a scenario that was very much anticipated, at least the idea that would Inferno be floated, then definitely Greyhound would jump on it. So I'm hoping that they are not flying in blind. In fact, I would be very surprised if that's the case. I think NIP just laid a trap and Greyhound step into it.
I was going to say, are they baiting the dogs here? Because this is what it feels like. They know that...
The hounds even.
We just keep going with all of these. Prof and Maniac will quit by the end of today. But this is the thing. I mean, Greyhound's obviously feeling confident. We can hear them howling in the background. But NIP, maybe they have something up their sleeve? Am I clutching at straws?
I mean, for sure, it's Inferno, right? Everyone knows how to play Inferno to some degree. I think also the more we have seen this map develop, the more T-sided it is becoming. And I think as a T-sided team, Alexi B does have the edge there. So I think they have something in their pocket.
Just a quick reminder of the stakes of this game. Whoever wins is going through to the Legend stage. Will it be the boys from Down Under, Greyhound, or will NIP be able to claim a spot at the Legend stage? We are about to find out as we move into map number 2 with Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah. That's us. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Mathieu. The Unicorn odds got NIP as the 1-8 favorites at the moment. Understandable with map 1 in their back pocket. Yes, Greyhound put up some numbers, but again, it was the T-side struggle. And honestly, Headtrick looked like the best player in the server. So do they have their hands full? Can Greyhound actually bounce back within this series? or are they going to have to try again tomorrow in a 2-2 game?
I think the focus of the desk made a lot of sense to talk about Config, who is just not a pit player in terms of how he is. Like, it just doesn't make sense when you think of the great pit players in the game. Too hyperactive. I think it's the perfect way to look at him. If he has a crazy game, he's going to peak everything and get all the kills because the pit is the strongest position on the A site, but a lot rests on that. Greyhound have proved in a lot of their matchups, most of their wins, and they're on like a 6 or 7 map win streak on Inferno, have been single digits for their opponents.
Okay.
Now, we'll say Brolin would be the natural pit player in my opinion, but of course, too valuable over on the B site. And so it might be a role problem why Ninjas can't find any success here on Inferno, but the quality of losses that NIP have gone up against, they're playing way better teams. So the last 3 games are Heroic, Forze, and Cloud9.
Okay.
You know, no shame losing to those teams.
I'm impressed.
And that's some really good practice.
Yeah, most certainly. So enough practice, you'd think, to deal with the likes of Greyhound. We'll see. We got 2 CTs, one up in apartments and head trick within the pit. A couple players come jumping by. Config can just stay tucked in cover, wait for the teammates to rotate. No, Alistair, Vexite, they clear this bomb site, and it is a near flawless start to the pistol round, near flawless start to map 2.
Yeah, and so Greyhound, their biggest win is actually their most recent one, which is BNE. They 16-6 them at Melbourne, which
take that.
Very impressive. Yeah. And I think that they at least, even though they haven't had the best teams to play against, since they beat all of them, they're kind of ready for the next tier of challenge. Ninjas might be a great stepping stone to that. A win is something that they can see on this map. They have a good game plan for both sides, and they have a lot of confidence, which NIP don't.
Valuable insight as well from Maniac on the desk, saying that he had spoken to DJL that Inferno is something they'd expect, and therefore you'd assume be prepared for. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve to counter that, the Greyhounds. But for now, it's pistol, and hopefully for the Aussies, a nice conversion with it.
So we'll see if we get a makings of a third map here, if Greyhound can do something special. And conversely, if Ninjas have shown what their practice has, if their practice has paid off, and their specific prep for a map they knew was coming into a veto, matters, which is nice.
Bunch of bodies behind that smoke. Ooh, they get spammed. Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
Oh, that's worth.
Love the nades, though. Resin Config gonna blast away ENCE. Big scalp to take, and Liaz quick on the trigger, just running up the lane, gunning down head trick, but Alexi's got the 5-7 trade frag and a little bit of cover and a chance at a second, or at least enough to set up Brolin. Alistair's taken a ton of damage, and we've got Ninjas in a 2v2 they had no business getting to. When they lose Config through that mid-smoke.
Oh, they're going into retake protocols. The bomb hasn't gone down. They immediately started walking to lane, so they might be a little fast here. Sicko in the best spot to defend against lane.
But with a Mac 10.
Yeah, that's
right?
something. Better gun gets picked up. Let's see if it gets cleared properly.
CTs have this now, you'd assume. I mean, Alistair's so low on health, tagged up even more so. Still worried that a CT could come at him from Moto. He's toast. He's done. And the Ninjas with the force buy bounce back.
Yeah.
The triple nade down mid.
That's huge.
To get the return frag off the smoke spam, it goes wonderfully for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
You could see it with Config not canceling that nade, just going forward with it, ready to die because he knows that they're going to be grouped up in that spot. They make great use of the smokes they have on this round, right? They funnel them into the lane attack. They get kills while they're going up lane. They rotate in with the guns they have. And then they also, before the motor smoke even comes up, start working on the lane retake. And Greyhound are thinking they're going to come through the smoke and fake plant, which gives them extra time to get cozy.
You know, whether or not it's going to be successful from Pit with Config's aggression, I do think that that really is his mantra. Ready to die.
Yeah.
You know, for his teammates, on his own, for the big moment.
That's the problem with Pit, though. I think you actually got to be a bit more selfish, and you got to be a little bit more careful because you got to make your utility go a long way, and you've got to try to stay alive more than anything because we've seen site hits on the T side, right, where you can take the whole A site, but your Pit player doesn't die. That's how strong that position is. The bomb can get planted, your Pit player is still alive. And Config, well, he's going to go out battling almost every step of the way. Oh, good flash here from Alex. You don't often see that, but that's an AK handed over.
Tech9's get out. Famas from the Pit in the hands of Config. He's got head trick in the site to help him. And they've stunned Greyhound for now. He activates.
Oh, that's the activation.
That's what you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
You give up a spot where it's like super good control of the map sitting there.
Did he need to peek close cart?
Yeah.
It's not even like he could have seen anything other than that position. And you're just putting your face on a silver platter for the pistol. So that's the warning sign. You know, this round it seems as though the slack will be picked back up, but...
Oh, I think they both spotted each other,
yeah,
actually.
I believe so, too.
So this helps out Rez quite a bit. Smart move to come back. Let's see if he clears boiler properly. Looks like he will.
He's got this one. So ultimately, Config's decision doesn't force ninjas to get punished.
But it's moments like that that, you know, can jeopardize the situation on A.
That's what everyone was talking about.
And that's why, you know, I think, you know, Alexi did do a lot of micromanagement when he was on OG. And you can kind of vouch for why he did that, because Nexa said the same thing, that he didn't feel like they could trust everybody on the team to like make individual decisions to like win rounds cohesively. So the IGL had to do a lot of work in that regard. And so, you know, that habit from Alexi coming into NIP, you can see why it stays. But when Alexi has players like this, it also makes sense to try to adapt and change, because look at the roster. I mean, they don't have any questions in terms of roles. Maybe here on Inferno, things get a little weird in terms of who's comfortable where, but much better individuals, I think, overall. Even though there are some nice peaks on OG between like Flames and Dagster, for example.
Nade, but nobody's home.
Greyhound like to scour map control with no utility and see what kind of open space they can take on these ecos. And the way the Counter-Strike is made, the longer you wait, the more smokes come out. I mean, the later into the round, the more your odds, even if you don't do anything with just pistols. But this is deep and out of control for NIP. Everyone in pretty good spots to play actively, but still safely. So we'll have to see. A Deagle can make the difference.
But outside of that, Greyhound just avoiding what is the inevitable. Death waits for no man, and yet here we are. They go off the pop of the flash. Head trick. He got one, Config the other. He's going to farm some, mop him up. Down they go. Okay. Easy anti-eco for the Config.
And even if he plays a little haphazard, if he has a game like this, if he is really aiming super sharp, he can take some of the risks that's in his blood and then still get away with it. Sort of special in the landscape of Danish Counter-Strike players, just because he's an aggressive rifler, and that's just not something that happens that often in Denmark. We look at like Astralis, it was Dupree, but outside of that, there aren't too many that are more than explosive, right? I think it's the difference between aggressive and explosive is explosive, you're ready when the fights come to you. Aggressive is you're taking the fight to the opponent, and that's where I think he carved out a place for him on some of the top teams.
Oh, head trick with aggression.
Oh, he's so careful about this angle, but oh.
Misses.
Yeah, misses but stays alive.
Is there really nobody else like Config in Denmark?
Yeah, that's always been a thing in Denmark, just not having as many aggressive riflers as other regions. But you could argue there's very few players like Config, you know, region agnostic. Yeah. I guess you know, Heroic, of course, have a lot of players who move to do CT re-aggressions overall. Down and Cadian would be the other kind of candidates, but also rifle or hybrids and oppers as well.
I feel like once we start having like a Heroic blowout, you know, when Heroic play a team that they really don't respect, that's when they get aggressive.
Yeah,
you know, those notorious P90 buys we've been seeing from them in their blowout matches. You know, they're playing around with their food in some of those games. Roland can't capitalize. This is a gun round that he gives up the opening kill. Should have, and most certainly could have, been a free one on Sicko. Config up in apartments, though, with a smoke to exit. That's just a safety net for him to just jump back down to pit. Alexi, oh, close on smoke. lets that one go down. Config with the trade frag, challenged out. A third from Config's A1S. And with damage on Sicko, Config continues to fight. Rez comes in the nick of time. Bomb is planted, and the carry of Greyhound is alive. He strikes back first down towards Pit. A second fight versus Rez. They line up, and he nails it. A clutch for Greyhound to give them early T-side success.
No emotions here from ENCE. Cold and calculated. Push out through the flash. Takes a good angle, and after Config goes down inside of the pit, ENCE knows he can expose himself to lane. He's got a favorable fight here over top of this box and takes it one step further, laying down the aggression. Just in case they forgot.
Just in case they can't count.
That's huge.
1v3 indeed. And that's what you're talking about when you say aggression versus explosive. Explosive moment from ENCE to clutch that up.
Yeah. You know, it comes in slow, but when he has the fight coming towards him, is ready to make that aggressive move in that moment. So we're seeing the Nip W on Blast TV. If you're not watching on Blast TV, what are you doing? 4K with no ads. Need I say more?
Easy to access highlight features, interactive chat moments, and exclusive content like the Launder Show.
Launder Show.
Can't believe they gave you a show.
I know, me neither.
Buys back up. Little 1v3 to kickstart a Greyhound T-side. And it felt like if they were going to create a win tonight, if they were going to fabricate success, it had to be off the back of ENCE. 5th highest rated player at the challenger stage coming into this matchup. Versus number 4 in Rez.
This boost is so good versus teams that just try to have one player cross on as a rifle to get across when there's no smoke. So we'll set this up. You could stand here for so long, and because the player underneath you is tucked, they're pretty safe as long as it's smoked as well.
Config's not that patient. Liaz is also not that safe.
Yeah, being a bit of a busybody, but he's cutting off the alt rotation back to mid, so they're pulling almost all their A players, and Liaz catches off Config, which throws things into disarray. It'll be Alexi to rocket back towards A. However, they're still ready on B.
Yeah, they feel like they have to put one on A site, leave majority B. Utility coming over the top, a smoke grenade for the pistol to play behind, so Rez is just going to wait for them to come to him. Brolin should do the exact damn thing. Hedrick's waiting for a line of sight off the off. Shadow advantage, Vexite falls down, gets the assist to Rez as well. And we get a swarm from the Greyhound overtaking the B site. Hedrick can offer no hold, and honestly, little hope that he can even exit.
Dude, I can't even imagine the team without Vexite because of the entries that he's gotten across maps. Honestly, very impressive stuff. And somewhat of a closer, right? That 1v5 you had at Melbourne. That's right, I said it properly.
Melbourne?
Oh, man, but this will shove Ninjas back, who kind of set themselves up really well for this. But once again, you know, Config, he gets a little frisky in a position where he's holding alt for the fallback, and then Alexi could have made that even worse over on B. And it looks like they actually needed that extra assistance.
Sicko will die to bomb, but so be it. It's a tied game from Greyhound.
Very nicely done.
Keeping the op up, so that's how it goes down. Liaz just backs up.
Yeah, really readying the full flank, you know, but you don't really need to. If your teammates can't win with 4 on B, then it's already a lost cause. So really just got to make sure there's no last second movement back towards A.
And it feels like in that situation with Config locked into apartments and with Liaz right down beneath him, like Liaz has such an advantage, just creeping your eyes over the balcony. Makes it way easier for him that Config's standing in the open.
Oh, he's holding for this, but they can't actually see over top of the smoke. Actually fortunate, honestly.
We saw Alexi pick up a solo AK round win on Mirage T side. But his teammates at least had some Kevlar. And right now we've got the Ninjas about to lose a B site. No contest can even really be made here with Brolin on an unarmored USP. Done.
Done.
Yeah, bomb's gonna come over off the back of that. Second smoke for the cross. We've got Greyhound putting up a T-side. 4 rounds nice and early. Of course, we know what the Ninjas were able to do on Mirage in that first half, closing out with 4. So by all means, Greyhound, take it while you can.
These pistols coming into mid. Just trying to look for headshots if they can. Not too worried about their own lives here, but doesn't look like any further kills are going to go down. $300 above their head for anybody who wants to collect a bounty on T side. But the AKs also in hand. And Greyhound will be quite happy to win this. 5 alive. Bomb plant down on the B site. Clean movement so far. And officially a lead. See what the buy looks like now here for Nip and what the ideas are going to be if they change. It's unfortunate to see moments where the setup looks good, but then someone loosens up a little bit too much and suddenly you don't win even though you had a good position. That's just not what you want to see. Knowing where to stop is honestly half the game, it feels like. And Config is risky enough to get into great positions, but then also just, you know, something in his bones that makes it so he wants to adventure forward even more.
Risky enough to get them, frisky enough to lose them. Just can't help it. He's got the itch. But I feel as though as many moments that he's kind of offered over to them, he's also had impactful times here towards A. So let's see if he can just kind of rope it back in a little bit, find his impact now that it's a full buy. Flash catches him, frag thrown out, footsteps chasing. He's got the headshot to Vexite. Big kill to pick up. Sicko gonna get cleared by Head Trick, and now he can help out Config with a smoke down towards the Balk. This is a comfortable moment for the Ninjas. Alistair's looking to recover with the op. Config doesn't need to give him anything, but still the Ninjas try to press this issue.
Yeah, this should be a done position. Honestly, Greyhound have very little counterplay. You lose your first guy coming out of halls. It's clear it's going to be an A take.
Nice, Brolin capitalizes. First burst of damage on ENCE, takes a break with the cover, comes back after that little second, and now down to the 5v2. So Ninjas with a full buy, excellent recovery. Another rock-solid A defense.
Yeah, puts their hold in a good place. Staying on the balcony is obviously a powerful position. I remember when Swag played up there, and it was Ocean to come and clear him from mid. When Swag shot him down from up on the balcony, he said, "Look at this little kid in his treehouse."
Oh, Ocean. One of Canada's greats.
Yeah, yeah.
I heard he's making a comeback for CS2.
Ooh, we'll welcome him with open arms.
Yeah, him and everybody else.
Counter-terrorists win. You need that next Canadian IGL. Had so many throughout history.
Clean protocols from Config that round. The frag into the drop, into the kill, into the smoke. Head Trick also offering some assistance there by bodying top mid. Anger.
Don't take it on the desk. Everyone's got to use that.
And a first timeout called from Greyhound.
Yeah, ENCE, the very severe sort of affect. Not excited to win the 1v3, angry to lose the round.
Yeah, sucks, eh? Can't be happy when you succeed, get angry when you fail.
Yeah. Never good enough.
Never good enough.
Never good enough.
That's why these guys are competitors.
Almost good enough isn't.
All tied up. A 1v3 from ENCE gave Greyhound a couple to the scoreboard, but now the Ninjas are back. And we await Head Trick to kick it up a notch. Maybe he won't even need to as Config continues to put up numbers on his own. The other A defender tethering nicely are the two of them at the moment. Barring that 1v3 from ENCE, feels like the A defense has been better than not. Brolin not going to shy away from a little bit of aggression in Banana.
And he is one of the best in navigating those smokes.
Oh, yeah?
And, yeah, all the mollies, all the nades. And that's that. I think that's partly the reason why you wouldn't want him to try to change roles and learn Pit, because he is usually a rock for the B site.
I'd rather hope that Config can take his explosiveness and just add that little bit of tempered decision making instead. It's looking good. The formula's there for the Ninjas. You can definitely see it. Again, barring that beautiful clutch. Greyhound definitely could be down in a 6-2 deficit at the moment, but we're all tied up and they're out mid. Headtrick looking for the timing. 4 defenders here, of course, for Ninjas, 40 seconds to the clock, and it's not like Greyhound have added any other pressure up Banana since Brolin went and cleared it, so it feels as though things are comfortable. Perfect little lineup for Headtrick. He's got a few more shots before he has to dive back, and just a 5v4 is good as well. Liaz lurking in slowly. Bomb is doubling back. Brolin has put a smoke down, so they would have to desperately try to jump through this. They've got a frag, they've got a flash. Oh man, ENCE, he slides through, but Brolin takes his head off, and now the bomb is so desperate to come in. As Liaz gets the entry over towards the A site, they don't want to chance this, and they can't rock the boat back to A. Liaz just wants to run, and they've actually gone back into Rez, who knocks another weapon out of their hands. Look at the health that's left over. They are lucky to even be alive.
Yeah, that was almost dying after time territory right there. 1 second away from it, but winning the last trade. So 2 stay alive into the next round, but overall, I mean, that was an impressive CT defense. All the smokes in the right place, calling out the one pop flash through the arc smoke, them having to lurk through another smoke over on B. That's exactly where you want to find yourself on the CT side. Roland does a solid job here, but that was partly because Greyhound did not test B at all. I mean, there was no reason Ninjas should even have to worry about playing 4A in that position. So even a simple flash could have changed the tides, but we didn't get it. Uh-oh. Getting too hot. Oh, every piece of utility.
That's my Maui impression when he tries new food. What you got, Alistair? Down a man, but still leaning into this with 4. That's a man advantage within this site, at least. But every time they try to emphasize lane, I feel like they get stuffed. So they'll go for the op boost.
Yeah, they're constantly being coaxed into this decision.
Woof. Config knows what's coming. At least 2 on short side. He puts the smoke up.
Of course, he has no plans to play with it. He's just going for a new way of attack. He's got to be careful. Last time he got killed this way, but he finds the head of Liaz.
Yeah, 1 and 1 in terms of success and failure on the play. Then he gets back into the smoke. So that's a little more tempered. Vexite tries to sprint in with bomb, dies to the hands of Headtrick. And Sicko can't get anything going over on Arch. So now Alistair, surely he considers a save. But Sicko cracks it open with the Deagle shot. The op does land, but doesn't strike down. Poor Headtrick, wounded, and yet still fighting back. Headtrick and Config, side by side, successful yet again.
Yeah. No, a lot of eyes, a lot of criticisms about the style of play, but overall, you gotta respect the output here from Config. He's doing a lot of work. A lot of opportunities to frag, nailing most of them.
And it's, you know, that's the duality of Config. In that moment, you're watching him do the same thing that cost him last time, the same thing that opened up the site, that allowed ENCE to 1v3, but he doesn't shy away from when he does make mistakes. He'll just rewrite it.
Yeah, his confidence with a K.
He writes the wrong. Oh, and Headtrick now. We've seen him kind of muzzled, sat back inside A site, awaiting the offense. This time he feels the need to go for the mid-peak, and it pays off instantly. Alistair's getting bodied, 2 and 9 on the half. Yeah. And while his team creeps up through apps, it's going to be a slow one.
You may get a chance to shine on CT side, of course. Inferno T side does not do you any favors in this role. But still. Might forego the op in the first place here on the attack for now. Just not enough pressure towards B. They can't forget about this part of the map, but for the moment, there's not one person here. There's 2, and they don't have vision down Banana either. And just comfortable to sit and wait here with 3 floating around this arch smoke. into within the site. Pit is open, which calls for a Halls pop, of course. Greyhound don't know this, but this could be a favorable call. Timing is everything here for Config. When does he pop up? Oh.
Second delayed, puts his hand back on his keyboard, and dies. Sicko. Ooh, double headshot out of Sicko. Hello. And with it, bomb plant's coming through. So sure enough, Greyhound able to squeeze the defense out of position.
Wow, that's kill. Was it Vexite to get the trade on Config?
No, it was Sicko both times.
Sicko both times. Oh wow, okay, beautiful stuff from him. I mean, that was that could have been a good counterplay position, absolutely.
I know it's a little detail and you never really know, but if we go back and watch the player cam right before Config dies, he was scratching his face.
Oh, okay.
Literally the half second before they pop out, he's trying to put his hand back on the keyboard.
Okay.
You know,
he's getting bored. 3 seconds in solitude is all he can take.
Yeah.
What do you mean I have to play Graveyard?
Yeah, right. Not sure what it actually changes, but I'm sure it's not him on the highest of alerts.
Yeah, tough one. He's even set up for success here with the first player from the site taking the duel, but Greyhound continued to fight, and Halls was a great option for this, you know, lack of pit play, which is not the wrong call to make, of course, from the CT side, both coming in blind, but we'll call it the correct gamble here on the attack. Timeout called for Nip. And they could talk about what to change. I think, again, like it's sort of like on Mirage, majority of the round looks pretty good, like in terms of their setup. Towards the end, things, of course, can fail, but I wouldn't say they have to change too much about the way they stage the round. However, DJL, you might have some interesting ideas to take them to the next level. B-Stream update here. Apeks with a pretty serious lead right now, 14 to 8 actually.
Oof, JL.
And Payne started out very strong on Anubis, and we know about Payne's Anubis, but this could be death's doorstep for Payne, unfortunately. Apeks had to fight hard after surviving their first best of 3 to get to this point, and are definitely now on people's radars.
Nobody wants to have to play again tomorrow. Not when you've got a chance tonight.
No kidding.
Everybody currently playing between these 4 teams definitely still has that chance. Fighting back is Greyhound, 5 to the board, but instant exchange of death towards Banana. Rez calls for help, and he'll need it. All of Greyhound ready to go.
The flash retake here. Let's see what the ante looks like.
Pops. Oh, everybody blinds. Doesn't finish his second kill. The nade comes through, and a Molotov for Alexi. That's going to turn back ENCE unless they extinguish it, and they can't. Or at least not immediately. They throw those exec smokes first.
This angle is so good.
Flash towards the pit. Alexi's going to catch one, and then Sicko blinded by head trick. Perfect support from the kid. He waits as smoke soon fades. ENCE looking for yet another 1v3, but this time he's going to have to do it on 12 measly points of health, and Alexi's going to execute him. It is ninjas to hold off on B.
He left a massive stamp on this round, and it's fluid transitions that define Tier 1 IGLs, in my opinion. When you talk about, oh, what setups that you can use that are good on CT side, that's one part. What's the variety and T executions that you have, or how good are you at picking the right site in the middle of the round? These are a few things that all good teams have, but being able to fluidly transition into, you know, when's the time to pop flash, when's the time to retake, when's the time to rest and chill, and picking all the moments to decide. That's, I think, when you look at FaZe and how they were able to fluidly transition on Overpass to win their map versus Forze, where they could have struggled. That can make a huge difference. Now, head trick, wow, another kill. It's obviously just versus pistols, but he's been very good at those pickoffs.
Missed chance here, but Config will capitalize. So, Ninja's back to winning ways. Headtrick's got it, huh? He's got it.
He does for sure. Yeah, I'm very much a Headtrick believer.
Still always find the coolest part of all that is just the fact that he transitioned into this op role.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Monte leaves. Like, we talk about Monte as the prodigy, as the future of Counter-Strike. And Headtrick's the kid who had to step into his role when Monte left, and now here he is, you know, doing a comparable thing.
Yeah, we were talking to Jonas at Rio about the prospect of Headtrick coming into the team, and Ninjas were in need of an opper, and this was a big risk for them to take somebody out of the Academy League. Just because it's worked once, just because it's worked twice, just because it's worked 15 damn times, doesn't mean it's going to work 15 to just pull any random kid out of the Academy League. But Headtrick, well, he's showing that, yeah, he was worth a shot, and you know, some of us could definitely see it. Some of us definitely believed in it.
Oh my god.
And the fact that he can drop that up at any time and still be extremely useful is another huge value that he brings to any squad.
Rest of the buy still yet to come in. All right, full util, still no op. Gonna leave Alistair on the AK to try and flex that instead. Headtrick again goes for the mid pick. Feels like he's just had so much wiggle room. Not once has he been counterpicked. And at this point, Greyhound no longer even buying the op. So he'll confidently take that first peek, just like Brolin. Wow. Like you said,
so good at navigating.
Navigates this well.
Yeah.
Smoke, fire, bullets whizzing by, not a problem for Brolin.
And that specific pathing, you know, the opening of the smoke on the other side, and if he wasted any more time jiggling, he wouldn't have had that chance.
He's getting his numbers in. 3 players out through middle at least. Headtrick, he wants to challenge this, but he's going to wait for the fire to fade. Alexia waits it on the other end. Nobody's watching. The third player delayed. Liaz just a step behind, a little pre-fire to clear out Headtrick at least, but still the op saw all it needed to. These defenders on high alert. 2 leaning pit, not just config, but Rez quietly tucked in with him.
Yeah, and now Greyhound have an opportunity and a question here. You know, they could take it back towards the B site, but they're running low on a chance to be able to do that with the time remaining. There's still 3 players here on the CT side ready for the A hit, the re-aggression. That looks like it's inevitably going to come down. In through lane once again our Greyhound. Sicko, tip of the spear. 2 in pit, and Alexi ready to re-aggress mid.
His timing could be important. Alistair still looking to keep him locked in. Config could be a challenge, but there's eyes on that, and perfect timing from Alexi. Peels the last player off the back of it. Rez gets cleared from little pit. Sicko with the double kill. Bomb on his back. Plant challenged. Alexi slides through, and the Ninjas take one more step forward.
Yeah, it's all about his timing. Of course, it was being watched on Arch, but there's only so much time you can tie a player up when you need to get that bomb planted, and that's always the risk of running it down to the final few seconds on the attack.
Brolin, can't believe it. In between all the utility. And Alistair starting to feel the gravity of the moment.
Yeah. This is the best run that we've seen from Greyhound, right? Coming into a major, now all but 7 rounds away from being eliminated in a matchup where they could actually see themselves winning in a best of 3.
No matter what, they play Liquid tomorrow as well, so you know, it's not as though things are going to be easy in their final attempt, but this one's a quick hop, jump, skip into the A site. Config lets the first pass, deals with the second and the third. Headtrick's gone down, and Config's gun goes dry. Alexi's going to get challenged. Tech 9 into the library, and Brolin, well, he can't stop it all. Nice shot out of Alistair. Finally, some op play, and it's a clutch attempt from Kid Brolin. With a smoke still in front of him, the 2 T's split. We get that wrap back from Alistair into the apartments. Liaz keeps it quiet on Graveyard.
Oh, he's waiting for the smoke maybe to come down, thinking about this.
That'll give him an angle. That'll give him a chance. He still has the kit, but he makes some sound diving this in. Now, all of a sudden, the apartments player can't stop him, and he knows about Liaz, but Liaz can just sit here the whole entire time. It's 6 for Greyhound Gaming. They bust their way through that A site to end this T side and to try and draw it back in the second half.
He drop hit, headshot. Murder dead. Big pit. Wait, big pit. I'm gonna kill. Alright, we're ready. Big pit solid. I'm gonna kill him. Kill him off. Still there, bro. Big pit, that's it. Solid. Library. Nice! Oh, Josh, nice jump, bro.
He was so cold, like it never even happened. It's like it looked like it happened to him.
Dude, he doesn't even blink.
Wow.
And what's crazy, of course, is that's a 1v3 from ENCE 5 rounds into the game. Finishes the half with 5 kills.
Damn. Yeah. Obviously, high expectations for ENCE. Like, showed some good rounds so far.
Still, 6 rounds on the T side from Greyhound isn't a death sentence just yet. But of course, the Ninjas, not known to pick up many CT rounds to begin with. So the fact that they've got 9 at this point, hey, let's see what the offense has in store. We got a whole kit and caboodle of utility on Alexi.
Well, this is an interesting, crazy situation. I mean, they're still holding on to this ult while they know 3 players have pushed down. And the T's just trying to move into their next attack, but they don't get the opening duel. Some damage going through. It's just being so crazy, putting so much pressure on the rotations, and the CTs have to make a decision.
Oh, here we go. Sicko pops up, kills head trick, clean pistol to start. Roland, thinking he can chase them, ends up getting stuck in a crossfire. Sicko's patient, boost comes over, but because it's covered by Config, here come the CTs. Triple for Config. Gun still firing, knives are out, and slash back by Liaz.
Oh my God.
But that's not even the round. No, sir. Rez still to clutch this. What is happening? Config's done it all so far, just needs Rez to close this, and it's an ice-cold first tap, but a response back by Sicko.
Okay, that's one of the craziest pistol rounds we've seen so far in Challengers. The flying knife kill, call him Genji. Damn. That was sweet. Looked even cooler because it was, what, a Talon? Karambit?
Good coverage.
Oh, man, after this, the clench from Config after running out of ammo, getting another chance to reload, switching, and not having anything. Oh, my God. And that's money made, too. $1,500.
Grab that.
Yeah, into the M4 with full utility. By, of course, because Ninjas did secure the bomb plant. Config did a lot on that round. All for naught, however. Now, Ninjas 4 maps, 30% CT round win rate, which is crazy low. Of course, versus some very tough competition. But in those games, even though they lost, 60% T-side rounds, feeling very comfortable on that side. If they made some improvements, it was going to be in the first half. And those improvements clearly paid off. And unfortunately for Greyhound, they also see, you know, a lot of good. Well, they're good on both sides, just a little bit better on average on T side. And because some of their games are so one-sided, it could come down to, you know, which half they started in first to skew their stats a little bit. But yeah, Ninjas know what to do with the space. Readying the B attack now. He's in a good spot, but blind, and oh, 2 players dead instantly. Great entries.
Blink and you misses. Slaughter inside of the B site. The Ninjas looking to just take all that momentum back to damn your pistol. Rez has slipped into the CT spawn.
They very much made that feel like they were the ones who won the pistol for sure with this buy and the execution.
Still a little life left on it. Sicko's got the kit.
I think they're, you know, there's a lot of value in them trying again next round.
Flash to get Sicko out of there. They just want 3 CTs up. And they will be afforded exactly that. So the Ninjas keep it simple.
Yeah, they keep it simple. One thing Greyhound, I feel like, didn't partake in a lot in that first half was B execs. There were definitely a couple, but I think these days a strong B exec, if you can survive and take top banana control, if you've got like Brolin and Config ready to take banana control, it can be really hard to stop the exec, even if you've overstacked the site with the, you know, amount of utility that can just come over the wall, mauling out quad, mauling out emo, smoking coffins, God flashing. There's just so many positions that can be covered with good utility, and that's what this map is all about. We'll see if Greyhounds need to be aggressive on CT here on banana, and if Ninjas really do want to partake in some heavier B attacks. So surprised that they won to go ahead and take that tack pause. figure out how to keep the momentum going. And it's DJL once again very active in these tag pauses as a coach. We have actually not seen that across all teams, you know, with a coach taking the full tag, but I like the structure here. It's the only time he can talk.
Lexi and him having a little back and forth. Confident having another excellent performance, 21 and 11. Could very well be on for 30 kills this map, but we'll see what his T-side has in store for us. We'll see what Greyhound's defense can throw up. They've got 3 MP9s with this one, so emphasizing utility. Inferno makes sense.
Yes. Yeah, you really don't need great guns more than you need great utility. MP9s can work on a ton of angles. It gets super claustrophobic at the top of mid and at the top of B. That's what makes ENCE ecos so difficult.
Just got to make sure you have great players.
That also helps. Nothing like a smart player. So good on Greyhound here. Immediately taking vision back down to the bottom of Banana, but do they cheat a rotation is the question. Roland making sure they're at least scared, and Alistair taking some of his own utility damage, but now this pop to top brackets, trying to beat the rotation, squeezing into Arch.
Yep, they see the timing, but Liaz locks out Alexi.
Yeah, that was nice.
Couple more players on Arch side, as well as 2 on the other end. Ooh, Rez catches ins with the headshot, and Brolin's gonna have a line of sight on these SMGs. Will they be able to hold off? Fast flank out of Sicko. Liaz, oh, he's got them distracted. Sicko worth his weight in gold, but as Rez slips down into the pit, he definitely has time to piece this together. We've got Alistair up on short, but behind the hay cart.
Oh man, Rez, I think there's a world where he actually walks out and figures this out. Now, there is a crossfire available, but Liaz is going to be the one more timid to peek, and Rez, he is looking like he's piecing this together.
Oh yeah,
First kill doesn't come down, but he gets the second guy in the sight, and now it's a 1v1.
Sees it, shoots it, more damage in.
Oh my god.
One more bullet. He needs the reload, slow as ever, but there is still time to just even grab bomb and no need. Rez, just slowly, meticulously, but surely enough, piecing that together.
Yeah, that was not free. Just because that Haycart guy slipped in for free, that's the most natural place a CT will come if you give them time. And if it wasn't Halls, I think it was way too difficult. Rez, really smart in this moment. Plays off the angles perfectly. Aim does the rest.
Oof. And off the back of that, 11 for Ninjas. Queue up a 12th with just pistols for the Aussies. Not saying it was Rez's prettiest clip, but it's definitely an important
He said,
clutch.
don't highlight that, but count the rounds.
Let's forget about that one.
He's got enough in the bank to not have to worry about that.
Really did feel, though, like once Liaz went that quiet, not making any contact, like you said, give the CT a chance to slide in.
And Rez knew he was low, too. Yeah.
Rez is wise enough.
Yeah, I played that like chess. So, yeah, Greyhound, I mean, they really do need damage, even though they don't feel like they're going to win this round. They don't have nothing to work with besides their starting pistols. Any kills can make a difference in this half.
Util over the top.
Oh, imagine this doesn't get cleared. Rez.
Yep. Let's go.
Oh.
A couple of quick dinks. Head trick clears out the boiler room, but Sicko adds one up with the USP. The chase comes out. But Liaz caught by Config on the wraparound.
That's so much good damage, too.
Nice attempt.
Yeah.
Look at Config and Alexi's health.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 and 2, 12 combined. Would have just left Brolin versus Alistair, and then who knows what happens. But honestly, Alistair's been having a tough map just alongside ENCE. 6 kills for each of them. And this time the Ninjas, despite those pocket pistols getting away with some kills, it's not tragedy for the Ninjas, but rather one step closer to Legends.
Yep. Yeah, they'll definitely need Alistair. And I mean, T-side Inferno for an Opper can be hell. CT side can be Elysium, all the same. We'll see if he has it in him to pick up an op and swing it the same way that head trick did, because he left his mark for sure in that first half. 5-round lead. Ninjas can smell it. Time to lock in, stay focused here if you're Greyhound. Clear that rear view. Think about your next rifle. They can play both sides. Lots of dominant victories. And their best win, most recently, the Bad News Eagles.
Try to throw some pressure at Banana, but man, Brolin, as much as he's comfortable on the CT side to thrive within it, I was going to say also when on the offense, doesn't really get too scared of the utility pressure.
No, he knows how to be a pest, and he knows how easy it is to die to a random spam like that if you're running down B as a CT. So, you know, very smart about the counters, but ENCE just as wise.
They'll catch him on an off moment. Config insta headshot to Vex sights. Can't contain it for the second on Sicko and has no support whatsoever from the other ninjas. They're all looking towards the top Banana. And honestly, if they swarm it right here, right now, they've got it in their back pocket. Sicko's trying to run over. He's got a frag grenade to support. And then, of course, ENCE inside sight with just the flashbang. They decide to go through.
Oh, the reload.
They cut off the connector and then Rez clears sight. Just like that, they pounce. There's still life left on it as Alexi falls. Head trick gets the op into the backside, plays pillar, switches to the boxes. And of course, Rez rounds construction. He sees the CT in the open, ready for the peak. Both of them coming in on him. Damage there versus Liaz. A second shot to follow suit. Alistair's gonna burn him out. Looking for the second, but no, sir. Not on Rez's watch.
Doesn't need one more bullet.
Fast transition from the ninjas up Banana into B through the CT smoke.
Using all your ammo. Using all your ammo to spam the cross. Alexi listens, pushes through, and just before the reload finishes, gets that kill locked down. Rest left up to his next entry, and Head Trick plays off the emo pillar to perfection.
The utility ninjas have also clears out the second oranges, forces ENCE out. Can't get that bank flash in to blind them.
You called it. The timing they had to take that site was
then and there.
And you really want your I mean, a player coming in with a retake nade is also good. That can slow things down, but a flash is even better. So minimal support for your solo guy on the site to anchor it. And I think Nip burned through their timeouts. They shouldn't have any left. I think, actually, that might have been Mirage where they used them all so quickly.
Yeah.
Greyhound here on their third. About time that they use that up. Lots to talk about, but man, Alistair off coming into this round. I don't know. Ninjas are feeling real good. And that was even with that Brolin kill from ENCE on Banana in the first 20 or so seconds.
Dire straights ahead for Greyhound. Op on Alistair. Oh, but Head Trick.
Oh, man, he was watching the boost. Wait, you know what? Sometimes we watch Head Trick. Remember when he cleared Cat and then flicked to Liaz and got that frag? Maybe he wasn't pre-aiming it. He has hit some shots like that.
It's just the fact that when Head Trick's sitting on the CT side, he could take that mid-peak liberally whenever he chose to, and more often than not is coming out with the kill. Multiple rounds, he decides to just let them have it, sit in sight instead. But not once did we see Alistair win an op duel from T-ramp to top mid. Not once did he pick up something like what Head Trick just did. The tale of the opera is very one-sided in this head-to-head tonight, but Liaz now on the big green. The one gun that Greyhound have to work with, and he hears Brolin using all these nades. He's ready, but a missed shot. And while Brolin doesn't capitalize on the kill, he's going to keep both these players so preoccupied that a smoke inside of the archway just means this poor A defender is going to get rocked. It's a deagle in the little pit, a flash to try and help out towards library, but Config just kills Sicko. Rez slides down and clears it, and then gets the next on ENCE as well. So 14 for the Ninjas, doubling that of Greyhound, 2 away from Legends.
And that's just that veteran experience of Brolin. Yes, he's so young, but he has so much experience on Inferno in positions like this. Throws his little fake, does the dolphin peek, doesn't get op, stays alive, gets information from 2 because there's a guy smoking, plus the guy on the op, and then a 5-7 shoots from CT spawn. You know there's only one guy left on the A site. They swarm, and they make sure no antics can take place, spamming down, suppressing fire into library, and making sure no one can push through, do anything tricky. Ninja's solid. It's about to get super desperate, if it isn't already.
Oh, he was blind as well. They tried, right? They had so few pieces of utility.
But Ninjas were waiting for that too. They know there was no opportunity for their pit player by himself to win the round, so had to give it a shot. He threw a flash. He died.
And that doorway's not too wide.
All right. Full strength buy from Greyhound.
Let's see it. Fight for it, boys. A team that is all too accustomed to playing in 0-2 matches every single major cycle, but not this time. Immense comeback versus Forze in order to begin with a win. Yes, they got 16-0'd, but it's led them here. Chances, at the very least, on Mirage. This one a little more lopsided, but ENCE isn't done just yet. He's had a quiet map. There's no doubt in that one. Not what we had come to expect. When Greyhound's success is there, it comes from him. Config flashed out from Balk, trying to get the kill on site, but Rez will lend that helping hand. And so Bomb can definitely come and challenge out from balcony. It's a clear route into the A site. It's an even 3v3 for the retake, and Alexi's gonna waste no time punching in the digits. He's gonna do it back site. Leaves Rez to hold off on middle. Alistair peppered in the meanwhile. Oh, and that nade. Oh!
Square in between 3 of them.
What a dire sign. A warning of what's to come. They're gonna challenge out. Greyhound's coming in for the retake. Greyhound's going down. Config with the double. A slaughter yet again. And a 15th, which means 8 map and match points for the Ninjas to close this.
This is huge for their map stats here, moving forward for Ninjas. More importantly, the legend spot, one round away for the Ninjas. Revenge versus Greyhound is sweet, but the call up to top 16 is even sweeter. This is looking like a beautiful end of the series for these guys. As for Greyhound, unfortunately, a mark on their record. 6, if not 7 Inferno games in a row.
Cleared.
But finally, that put to an end. And everybody dying. 3 players that could have been alive to potentially defend.
3v5.
Against series point. And this is the kill. They open up pit. They get outside of the halls. The flash is perfect. The entries are so strong from Nib. Credit where credit's due. They do not look bothered when they lose an opening player or even a second player sometimes. So many strong, aggressive riflers on this roster.
And really coming into their own right now. Config with, again, lights out performance. Just closing off, you know, the fluff of that last round, but still, numbers are big. And Liaz has found a moment here. A chance to shine with door open. Oh, is that too tempting?
Oh, wow.
You just...
Oh no, he's going so far. This makes it so awkward. He loses a chance to kill the Halls player. He still has odds of coming back to find this, but
at what point?
Yeah, at what point?
I mean, Alistair coming out from Boiler.
Oh, he misses the bomb getting collected.
Oh, Liaz, this could end
dropped.
up being a round of just minute little timings, but Alistair also gets the kill towards mid first, and with ENCE catching Brolin, they still don't know about this ramp position, even without Liaz.
He just...
That's so insane.
He just existed and won the round. That's crazy.
I feel like that is Liaz.
And that's the value of communication and you know, having...
Existence is pain.
Yeah. For sure.
Can't find his kills. Finally, he's able to get his.
Thank God, honestly. Did too much in this round.
It absolutely deserved it. I feel like they put together the picture of what was going on all because of Liaz, and he's able to strike one down. So let's go Greyhound.
Okay.
A little active play out through apartments, doesn't get caught, and then the calls come with it. And also, I think most notably, Alistair had to put up a couple of kills towards top middle. Catching this one. Config getting blinded. I don't know who gets that assist.
Yeah.
And yet now Liaz doubling back to solidify it all. So it's not over yet for the Ninjas. It's not over yet for Greyhound. but it is still a long road to overtime.
Yeah, 7 to go. So they want to make a historic comeback here. Last time out called for the Ninjas. Let's see if DJL is chirping in or not.
Listen, this wouldn't even be their most impressive comeback in this challenger stage.
True.
Greyhound have it in them.
That's very true. Yeah, Forze were on the other side of that one.
The dogs got it. All the money invested here for Ninjas as well, so take consecutive round wins and Greyhound can start to have that conversation. We've seen multi-kills from ENCE down Banana 2 rounds ago. We saw Alistair towards top mid in the most previous round, so individual moments also pretty key to this, and ooh, dangerous game, Alistair. Luckily, Alexi B is just gonna die to a utility in its entirety.
Okay, so they know the 3B starts here. Even though the op misses, they get that kill.
And here comes the rifle. Oof, Sicko actually picks up Brolin's head.
Not bad.
5v3.
That's a pretty tumultuous attack. I mean, there's so many layers on it, but it all works out in favor of the CT side, and ENCE will clear out the steps.
But the last time they were 3v5 and they decided to just go hit that A site, Ninjas won their 15th round.
Yeah, and this lurk, I mean, this move through Arch, it's not being stopped. This is actually a pretty enormous gap. Now, there is a timing, but Rez knows the rotator should come in soon. There's the op, Alistar clearing it out.
Good, 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 good.
Wisely done, crossing the minute mark.
But if Config rips his head off.
If there's 1 sick shot here, of course, the rotation is slow. Oh my God.
It's a little bit of damage. It's a fallback. Nade finds them. Should deter them.
Ooh.
Or at least soften them up for what feels like the inevitable push. It's a fake, though. Oh, no, just adding more nades to the layers. Sicko turns from the flashbang, makes his job all the easier. And this will indeed be Greyhound's 9th. Yeah, there it is. Sicko picks up the slack left on the B site.
Man, you got to appreciate the confidence of how they're taking B control. They're going in fast. They have multiple layers, and it's not even the op on this one to get the kill, but with the utility on top of the rifler swinging. And again, while there's still action happening, it's like the best time to have that additional flash come out.
Yes,
if it gets quiet, you go, okay, let's go for the flash retake. Someone might be playing anti, but while there's still the semblance of a molly, there's still the smoke lingering, there's still T's figuring out whether or not they should hide or play active. That's the time where you can keep it going, and that's where Greyhound are actually finding some value.
Now they should just get mopped up. Easy first one. Don't forget Config did buy the AK. He had so much more money that we do get the hero attempt.
Yeah, and he is the player that can have massive rounds all by himself.
On the quest for 30.
He lives for rounds like these, honestly.
When he can do what he wants as he chooses to.
Yeah. Now, this is awkward, actually, because even though there's bottom B control, readying a flank, they still have to be worried about the fact that Ninjas will come back because they do go B late. And in the meantime, there's only 2 players on A, so it's actually 4v2.
Bomb's been left, though.
They're going to respect the smoke. It looks like Config readying the peak. He wants some action. And flank comes in. Perfect timing here for ENCE.
Second weapon picked up. Head trick now equipped. Doesn't have armor.
Oh.
Aim punch will be a problem.
It's actually a squeeze for Arch. This gets really interesting. I mean, the double flank is nice, but look at Config. He's already starting to work on the wrap, and the bomb can go in through halls. And again, he is the main threat.
And there's no pressure whatsoever over on Arch. If he carves his path and wins this duel versus Balcony, then Alistair better put something up, and he's going to be under pressure from the other 2 coming out Balk. Bomb drops. Missed op shot. Now they know about the pit play. Liaz will win the duel versus Config, but even without armor, head trick kills Alistair inside of the pit. It's a bomb plant. It's a chance. It's a slim one, and yet a live wire. Rez doubles back. He's going to find a back turn to him, but Sicko does get ahead of it. Now head trick, you'd think, just stuffed up in the apartments. No real chance at stopping this one.
Yeah, just get away. They have a smoke. They're ready to defuse this.
This one's done. 10 to the Greyhound.
Yeah. Bomb is a nice thing to get in a round like this. It really did look like there was a chance they could win. Liaz, you know, does a good job of standing his ground, winning his duel versus the Arch Rapid Config. That was the one out of the round for the Ninjas, but Even though they let the bomb go by, they don't freak out. They don't start falling into pit, going into emergency protocols. They know they still have some significant advantages. I think the only one mistaken rotation was not having a guy go back through CT spawn to A, because if it was the case that Ninjas went through Arch, they had a B site to take for free, and things could have somehow even got hairier. But they live to see another day.
That fight. Ooh, but Brolin around the smoke will die out to Sicko. Sicko's putting up numbers.
Dude, I mean, Brolin is getting bodied, honestly. And a lot of these, he's not afraid to fight here, but he's also just losing the majority of the rounds. Greyhound are doing a great job with banana control.
And that's where their success will start on this CT side. A few rounds in a row now. Sicko's coming in with headshots, with frags versus Brolin, cheesing around smokes to get the better of him. 5v4 after 5v4. Hell, even a 5v3. They've also allowed those to slip. This will not be easy to draw back. Ninja's coming at it. Corner's occupied. Alexi wins the duel with a little bit of health left over. And ENCE isn't able to get that trade. He's got Vexite here to support him. But utility is dwindling for Greyhound, and off the flash, ENCE looks for the contact. A charge out from Vexite. Not that much damage done, so ENCE is diving into the backside. Vexite chops off the front runner. With Rez dead, easy retake. There it is! 4 for Vexite as he cleans up shop.
Yeah, massive spray transfer. And again, while there's still action, the re-aggression, and then the second re-aggression, and then the third. Ninjas are not going to be patient about this. After securing their refrag on Sicko, they decide, let's make haste to the top of Banana, into the site exec right away. And just as they're trying to make waves with this attack, Greyhound are deciding to push back. And that can be a scary decision to take. But right now, Greyhound are not worried about taking scary decisions. And that's why they're making this comeback possible.
Now Hedrick's got the solo op. Okay. Looking to respond to that Banana presence, the success that Greyhound have been nurturing into round wins. Let the smokes fade, let the frags pop, and then maybe go contact that B site. If he can crack it open with the AWP, then the pistol.
Poor Brolin, no matter what.
If
that smoke is just getting him killed more often, I feel like, than if there was none.
Gets smoked.
He just tried to jump across this time. He said, "New me," and died. That's going to feel great for Greyhound. And now it makes it even scarier, the prospect of this op, because you want to save it if things go wrong. They're going to try for this round. Head trick inside a boiler.
Alistair sees the first cross.
Oh, wait.
Man, too
Was
many
that
targets.
Information? Config coming up.
Liaz just took an op shot from Head trick as well.
Smart molly, yeah.
We've got Vexite still to support. There's the flank. Not the first time, not... Oh, wait,
trick.
A second. Sicko still has that T-ramp.
They've seen the double push before.
If they can kill Alistair, who's already on the angle.
Head trick gets another kill.
Hold on. Oh, that could have been his additional pickup. 2 dead on the flank would have been massive. Now, Rez does have an open door towards B. Alistair trying to plug this gap, but it is there for the taking.
Yeah.
The Banana player doubles back in Sicko. Rez is going to make sound on the cross. CT right there to peek soon enough. Goes for the bomb plant. That should be money. He's got it.
Yeah, he got it.
And with the frag right there with it, it is Greyhound to 12.
Yeah, now it's a 3-round game. I think ultimately we just look at Brolin's deaths so far in the last few rifle rounds, and one way or another, whether it's ENCE or Sicko, they're
4 or
taking
5
him down.
in a row.
Yeah. So I think honestly, like the first thing they should be trying is not having Brolin put on as much immense pressure in the beginning of the round and really waiting out the grenades in the same way I talked about with the ecos, where the longer you wait, the more nades get expelled. Here, there's so much incentive for Greyhound to continuously put forward fast pressure on Banana and use a lot of utility early. If they don't hit anybody, they are going to eventually run out. Ninjas don't like this to agree to that tempo, but it might be the best case.
Here we go. 4 players barreling down mid. It's just Rez with 1. The AWP missed its chance. Hedrick looks for a different angle. Getting peppered.
Oh my god.
He responds! And Liaz, point blank, makes the difference here in mid. Greyhound, they signed up for this fight. And back and forth it goes. There's more to be had. Alexi bests him, and Vexite waiting towards top mid as Alistair gets the headshot. Finally, something goes his way towards B. All the while, Config gets up on Balk, and if Bomb comes to join him, if Config cracks this open, which he's absolutely got no doubt, shoot.
He doesn't want to risk the rotation coming in as long as he possibly can, and now it's a 1v2. Alistar struggling in this game.
Onto the rifle. With the kit, could stop the cross. Alexi's gonna play it safe. He needs to get over though, and Config's trying to set it with the flashes. Fully blinded, bounces back, down to only 40. Liquid await the loser of this game, and the Ninjas on the brink of a legend stage. Top 16 at least, off of the back of 28 kills from Config. Domination down banana, and yet it seems as though it's short. Alistair clears corners, but both are to his right, and it's good night, Irene. Config with the closer, just on the cusp of 30, but the job's done for the Ninjas. They'll clear this with 3 wins. Into Legends, they've been sent.
An org with players that you would never guess, looking at the beginning of CSGO, to make it into Legends with a brand new roster and to try to make history one last time here in CSGO. And they've done the opening steps. Config, great map here. Revenge on Inferno. And for Greyhound, unfortunately, they'll have to try again tomorrow. It's not going to be easy, and I hate to blame them for such an aggressive call, but they put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe. And for that, we can be hopeful.
Down banana time and time again. There was a success story brewing. There was 2 competitive maps in this series, and there is one more chance for Greyhound tomorrow.
The Ninjas are staying in Paris, and they're going to the Legends stage as well behind us right now, celebrating. What a performance from them. Prof, you said we were getting a, I'm going to use this, masterclass from ENCE, but I think I want my tuition money back.
Yeah, the winning conditions for Greyhound just weren't there. No great starts. ENCE not really performing. T side lacking. In the modern Inferno, not really good enough. We saw on the CT side they actually made a decent comeback, but the T side game plan seemed to be about exploiting that config in pit.
Right.
And the only result of that was Config getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, Config had a spectacular map. Quite honestly, we asked the question about his position, his role, whether or not it would fit. I think early on the CT side, we had a couple of occurrences where he was a little too aggressive, but he reeled it in. He realized, and I think from that point on, he became a strength rather than a weakness in the defense. Ends up topping the charts, 28 kills that was. Very, very great performance from Config.
I did laugh because at the start of this game, I said, Config and Headtrick, they haven't really done a lot for me in 2023 in this lineup. I take it all back. Config's done enough now. They're in
almost
the Legends stage.
30 bombs from those 2 players, yeah. Just a great game. We see here him farming in mid. I think a problem was also that they couldn't really get the banana control that they wanted to put some pressure and like cause some rotations from Greyhound side. And then, yeah, Config, as we see, having a field day.
I mean, also he's taking a couple of these duels where he could technically be punished. Yeah, I think on the side of Greyhound, the level of play was a little insufficient to punish these mistakes from Config. The swings, or rather the trades, a little bit inexistent. At times, Flash being missing. Now on the T side, that's a different story. That's just Config being Config, looking for kills, looking for space, making the difference, what he does best.
Was this a team that you expected to make it through to the Legends stage at the start of the Blast TV Major, Maniac?
I do have them in my pick'ems. Is that what you're asking? Yes, I did believe NIP would make it to top 16.
They're not in my pick'ems.
They're not in
my pick'ems.
So why didn't you?
DJL looked at me weirdly every time I saw him in the elevator. I'm like, yeah, I can see you guys going through. And he's like, he didn't say that on the internet. So he's kind of upset about that. Whatever, it's fine.
So are you surprised, though, to see them?
I wouldn't say surprised. They were in the fringe group of teams alongside like Pain, Apeks that I saw going through. I don't think it's a huge surprise, especially the way they played and the team that they got to play in the end, Greyhound. The earlier wins against Mouz and OG, I would say more legit, definitely. But overall, it is what it is. It is just a challenger stage. You're not expected to play FaZe, G2, and Na'Vi to go through, right?
No, exactly. They displayed the level sufficient to make it to the Legend stage. I think there are still a couple of holes here and there in the map pool, but unfortunately, a team like Greyhound doesn't necessarily have the quality to punish that.
I mean,
Inferno could be an option, but not here.
Even we saw in this game on Inferno, especially Brolan as the entry fragger of the team, going 1-8. He was a complete liability. The NIP started a bunch of rounds 4v5, but still won them. So that they had chances, right? You got a gift in a way for Greyhound, but you couldn't make use of it.
Are those holes going to be the thing that gets filled when they move to the Legend stage? Will they have to fill them in order to compete? Or do you think some of those bigger teams are going to be able to take advantage of that and potentially knock them out?
I mean, you're asking me, are they going to make it to playoffs? I don't believe so, but I think we're jumping the gun, right? We have to take it step by step. I think Alexibias and IGL did a fantastic job in these both sides on the T side here, and he knew how to use Headtrick to the best.
Talking about Headtrick, we actually know that Dinko is with him right now, so let's hear what he has to think about making it through to the Legend stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Here with Headtrick, it must feel amazing. You know, 5 months ago, you're playing on an academy team, speaking in your native language. Yep. Then 5 months later, you're here, your first major, you're into the Legend stage. It must feel amazing.
Yeah, it feels good. Like I can't realize it still that we managed to do it, and we did incredible work last couple of months, and I'm really proud of our result. So yeah, we will keep working.
Talk to me about some of the struggles that you may have gone through, because obviously it kind of been easy coming into a Tier 1 team with all the pressure playing for a big org like NIP, having to deal with all the roster changes too, and the language barrier perhaps at times. Talk to me about some of the struggles you might have had.
Yeah, it was very hard in the beginning with language, because all my life I was speaking like different language, and now it was English. I mean, it obviously a matter of time, but in the beginning it was hard to understand everything, to hear everyone from my team, to understand info, what they're saying, new positions and all that. But I think it's natural, and it comes with playtime and experience. And overall, now I feel that I have way more like confidence, I would say. I can play more aggressive, and thanks to my team, everyone, I feel that they also like they give me this space, and they give me this like point to play. So yeah, I'm just happy about it, and like I'm happy that I can grow with such experienced players, because, for example, when Rez was playing, I was like 10 years old watching Major and something. Yeah, so it's good. It's good.
That's crazy, because I'm sure a lot of people would still consider Rez a young player as well. But yeah, you know, we're looking at you really stepping up and getting a lot of big performances now. We maybe didn't see that all the time when you first joined. You know, you've mentioned a few of the issues there getting through communication, but is there anything else that's helped you to feel so comfortable and we see these big performances from you now?
I don't know. I think that it's just like game by game, I'm trying to think about game, to improve my game. I'm speaking with my coach, with my team, and like they always try to help. Sometimes we are watching demos and like taking some good moves. Like yeah, just like feeling more comfortable. We are just also everyone, I think, feeling more comfortable because we play more time together now, and I feel that every one of us, they just feel now good, and each individual can step up in important moment, and I'm really happy about it. And yeah, just happy that I'm also individually improving, and I'll try to keep it up. And yeah, obviously against harder opponents, it may get hard, but in my opinion, like it's still the same game, still the same model. So you just need to be strong mentally. Yeah. So that's it.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Headtrick, Sam.
Thanks so much, Dinko. I love the fact that he said now he has this opportunity to play with his heroes. He was watching them on the TV, watching the major. Now he's here getting to play in the major. I feel the same sometimes when I stand behind this desk. So I can completely relate. What did you think about that interview?
I really liked what he said towards the very end, as in I'm being more aggressive, I'm getting more confidence. I know against some different opponents it might be a little trickier, but I have to do it again. And that to me, right there, if you could just print that on a t-shirt and wear it every single day, that is a win condition for NIP, I swear to hell. We presented that team talking about Headtrick and how he should do more. He should put himself out there more, take more risks. He did that against Greyhound. We're talking about +8 in opening kills. Now, you have to put yourself in these positions no matter the caliber of opposition. It's gonna be harder, you're gonna have less success against a better team, but if you don't do it, you can never provoke that chance. And I hope he maintains that philosophy moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, I also like in this Inferno game on the T side, he had that one round where he force bought, let's say, the op around pistols, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna get the gun, I'm gonna get it done.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. He didn't get it done, but it was a close round, right? So it does show that he has been establishing himself on this roster.
Talking about Greyhound, though, obviously, they're still in the competition. What do they need to do tomorrow if you take a look at how they played today in order to stay?
They need to win more rounds.
Prof, great analysis right there. Let's take a look at the NIP results so far and how they were able to get here. This is their moment. Straight.
Why do they stay on you on the camera? That's so BM. You just hit us with the biggest truth bomb and then the camera just pans on you for a good 20 seconds. Yeah, we have the results from NIP. You're right, Sam, here. And they are making it through to the Legend stage. There was just that loss against ENCE that, to me, was very, very flavorless. It scared me a little bit. The NIP that I saw, I pretty much didn't like. And this NIP kind of transferred over to the beginning of the OG game, but fortunately we saw a reaction, and then we saw Alexi showing us a little bit more what he can do on the T side.
Let's take a look at your results from today. We have some new teams joining the Legends stage. This is the big one for me. FaZe, of course, making it through. I'm excited about that because everyone wants to see FaZe in the next stage.
I mean, yeah, they're one of the big 5 teams that we have here. They should be in the playoffs. They should be fighting for the title. They should give us some of those cracker matches in the arena playing against the likes of Na'Vi, G2, Heroic. They did their job. They beat Forze, and that's it.
Indeed, and another team that we have found today late, in fact, in the evening, is Apeks, making it to the Legend stage. And for those of you who might be a little bit younger than I am, well, let me tell you, there are a bunch of players out there in the Apeks that have been playing Counter-Strike for quite a while. Think about Yakim, think about Sticko, their redemption arc, you think about Kuban, that's behind him as a coach. He was actually part of the Golden Five. We like to use that word right now, the Big Five. He was part of the Golden Five, and now they make it to Legend stage. Talk about redemption, talk about resilience, in fact.
Yeah, Sticko literally was 2 rounds away from playing the first major. The first major had a BYOC qualifier, so you had to bring your own PC to try to qualify for a major. We moved away from that quite a bit to where we are now today.
I think that Apeks should now be called the Old Boys Club. It fits them well.
They also have a few young boys.
They'll have a few young boys to mix up. These are the unicorn predictions. This is what went down
today. Why did
today.
so many people pick OG?
So many people
picked OG, but why did everyone else pick
Everyone picked OG, and everyone was wrong, Maniac.
Well, sometimes it's okay to be wrong because it makes for great content.
Except, apparently, Harry and Dinko.
I heard they changed their pick after getting the vibe of OG here, so I don't know if that should be allowed. We should get the referees to check into that.
What did they say in English? Like, even a broken clock is right twice a day?
That is the correct saying.
That's
well
the case
done.
for Harry. There you have it.
That was cheeky. Of course, there's even more action tomorrow that's going to be going down, and we'll be able to see more teams making it through to the Legend stage. We'll also be saying goodbye. There are the games. Which one are you looking forward to, Prof?
I'll start from the top. I think Forze, GamerLegion. I think Forze has a really good chance to recover from the FaZe loss, and if they're a team that deserves to be on the Legend stage, they should be in the Legend stage. They should be the GamerLegion, and they should go through.
Look, I'm right there with you. I hope to see Forze in the Legend stage. It would not be the first time that we see them falter in the 2-2 position. Yes. It has happened in the past. I hope they don't bear the scar of that. Personally, I think Monte Pain is very hard to call.
Yes.
It's very complicated for me to stand here and tell you there's a favorite. Different kind of a scenario for Liquid versus Greyhound. It does feel like the Liquid that we've seen ramping up could just eat them alive. But Monte and Pain, I have a hard time deciphering now.
I do think that that's the game that we're not going to be able to call. It's going to be the one that goes to all 3 maps. It's going to be very passion-driven as well, because both of those teams, I think, have been underestimated coming into this Prof. They've played really well.
Yeah, another kind of fringe group of teams. As I said, Pain and Monte. Monte with Boros, probably the most hyped young player coming into this after an insane RMR. So that is a big game. That's going to decide some futures for both of those teams, I feel like.
And the Liquid Greyhound game. Greyhound's going to be really upset after this, Maniac. So this may be, because the Australians, I said this at the start, they have a way of upsetting everyone. So maybe.
But that's done. They've done it. They've upset people. They've already upset
They'll
people.
keep upsetting people. That's what the Aussies do it.
I told you that if Liquid were surviving the Fluxo game at 0-2, they would make it all the way and qualify. And I think it's the worst possible timing to meet them. Now that they've kind of vanquished their demons, you could say, in a way. They've survived the hard past, the hard times. I do believe we'll see Liquid in Legend stage with Yakinda, the new IGL, of course.
Fluxo into complexity, into Greyhound. That is a unconvincing run if I ever saw one, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all, in fact. You make it to Legend stage all the same way.
exactly what Maniac said. If you make it through, that's all that matters, and I think Liquid might have a good chance of it. But we're just talking now. We don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to come back tomorrow to find out, and we hope that you will come back and watch as well. I hope that you've been enjoying the Blast TV Paris Major as much as all of us have. And make sure that you let us know on social media, as well as Blast.tv, who do you think is going to make it through. We are going to head on out, and we'll see you here tomorrow.